Black Liberation/Red Scare. Ben Davis and the Communist Party. Gerald Horne. Black Liberation. Red Scare is a study of an African American communist leader, Ben Davis, Jr. Though it examines the numerous grassroots campaigns that he was involved in, it is first and foremost a study of the man and secondarily a study of the Communist Party from the 1930s to the 1960s. Contents. Introduction 9. 1. Origins of a Black Revolutionary 17. 2. The making of a Black Revolutionary 27. 3. The road to the Communist Party 35. 4. To be a professional revolutionary 53. 5. Squeeze Play, 1940 to 1942 83. 6. A turning point in U.S. history, 1943-97. 7. Browderism, 1944-119. 8. Unity and Struggle, 1945-137. 9. Victory, 1945-154. 10. Cold War Coming, 1946 to 1947 167. 11. Red Scare Coming, 1948 192. 12. The Trial of the Century, 1949 210. 13. Purged from the Council, 1949 227. 14. Fighting Back, 1950 to 1951 244. 15. Jailed for Ideas, 1951 to 1955 254. 16. Party Wars, 1956 to 1959 271. 17. When Black and White Unite, 1958 to 1959 285. 18. Black Communist in the 1960s 305. Introduction. This is a study of an African American communist leader. Though it examines the numerous grassroots campaigns that he was involved in, it is first and foremost a study of Ben Davis and secondarily a study of the Communist Party from the 1930s to the 1960s. Though lengthy, this study does not purport to study every dramatic event of party history during this time. As time has passed, several studies of the Communist Party have been published. The earlier interpretations tended to see the party as a vehicle of Moscow and the Communist International and communists as virtual robots carrying out orders from afar. More recent studies have drifted away from this approach but have substituted another in its place. The stress has been on local party branches explaining how they were able to overcome or subvert orders from Moscow and/or their minions, the party bureaucrats from party headquarters in New York City. By looking at a party leader or bureaucrat, I suggest in this study that both approaches fail to understand why the party rose and fell. Moreover, these newer studies rarely go beyond 1945. The Depression decade and the period shortly thereafter is a fine field of study. However, for the full flavor of what happened to the left and the Communist Party, one should venture into the minefield of the Red Scare and the Cold War. Now that the Cold War has apparently ended, one can hope that more scholars will feel freer and more courageous in tackling this prickly subject. I continue to find it mind-boggling that few scholars have noticed that in the 1950s civil liberties were being restricted while civil rights were being expanded, and that Washington was prating about human rights violations in Eastern Europe while tolerating the same at home. How and why this happened is a subject of my past work as well as this book. This work will concentrate on the public life of Ben Davis, Jr. This is not to say that Davis did not have meaningful personal relationships. As noted below, he was quite close to Paul Robeson, William Patterson, and others who have come to symbolize black resistance to the Cold War and the Red Scare. He married at age 51 and, if one chooses to believe the Federal Bureau of Investigation, there were tensions between his personal and political lives. Moreover, as I suggest in the first chapter, an understanding of Ben Davis, Sr., is necessary for understanding Ben Davis, Jr. However, the documentary record barely addresses this aspect of his life, and the 9, 10, Views I conducted to fill this gap were at some points so contradictory and sparse that from a methodological point of view, if nothing else, I have chosen not to follow the current fashion and elevate this aspect of Davis's life. Still, there are references to his personal life in the endnotes that are noteworthy and can be followed up. I do follow the popular trend of conducting interior arguments and fleshing out putatively arcane points. This is even more necessary, I think, in a study of this kind, since at a number of points I break with conventional wisdom, requiring detailed substantiation. Inevitably, this is not just a study of Davis but of the Communist Party as well. It is important to understand that a number of Davis's controversial viewpoints were not just personal opinions but party policy. Hence, to understand Davis, some knowledge of the party is necessary. Like many communist parties, the United States Party was inspired by the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917. This international instigation caused many to see the party as an agent of Moscow. However, the competitors to the left and right of the Communist Party were similarly inspired internationally, albeit differently. For example, a major split in the international socialist movement occurred at the time of World War I, when a number of Marxist-oriented parties chose not to oppose this global conflict. Many of these parties formed the basis for the political tendency known as social democracy and entities known as socialist parties. Similarly, there was a Trotskyite political tendency in the US that was inspired by the life and ideas of Leon Trotsky, a Bolshevik who came into conflict with the Soviet Party and Joseph Stalin, was exiled, and later murdered. Davis had numerous conflicts during his life with these latter two political formations, and he tended to reflect the policies of the Communist Party. This study reflects the language of the left. I refer often to the ruling elite, by which I mean those who have controlled the means of production in this country, such as Henry Ford, John D. Rockefeller, and those at the highest levels in Washington, D.C. Intermittently I use the terms black and African American and Negro, depending on the context. At times I call the party's policies sectarian, by which I mean narrow and not sufficiently forthcoming to centrist forces like the NAACP. At times I refer to the United Front and Popular Front, policies enunciated formally in the communist movement in 1935 and focused on building alliances between communist and non-communist forces for a common goal. Naturally, when I refer to Reds I am using the shorthand for communists. This study is critical of Davis and the party from time to time, though preliminary readings suggest that is too critical for the tastes of some and not critical enough for others. So be it. Like many authors, I do have a point of view that is reflected in my work. However, unlike many who publish in the field of political history, I do not purport to not have a point of view. 11. Moreover, my own political life is no doubt reflected in my writings. As I grow older and eager graduate students begin to interview me about my role as an attorney with the trade union movement in New York City, or my anti-apartheid activism over the decades, or my role as an international lawyer with both the National Conference of Black Lawyers and the National Lawyers Guild, I have become quite conscious of the role of 20/20 hindsight that seems to be a particular approach of scholars of the left. What I mean, in part, is that many of these scholars fail to contextualize political questions, to use a term made popular by the literati. For example, in most writings on the Communist Party, the German-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact of 1939 is presented as a turning point leading to the devolution of the party's fortunes and the end of the party's heyday. Yet, as noted in this book, this approach fails to take account of the electoral successes of the party. For example, Ben Davis's election to the New York City Council in 1943, which came precisely after the pact. Nor does this approach note that many on the left and in the civil rights movement were highly suspicious of the war until 1941. Many saw it as a replay of World War I, which promised so much but provided so little. Others were taken in by Tokyo's idea that it was the savior of the colored races and was just seeking its proper place in the sun. Still others hesitated to rush to the aid of London because they were familiar with British oppression in Africa and the West Indies, Harlem particularly was influenced by this attitude. Hence, to understand Davis's and the party's view of this matter, one has to place it within this context. To understand Davis's and the party's approach to both white chauvinism and the Negro question, it is important to recall the context in which they operated: lynchings, Jim Crow, severe and racist economic deprivation. Similarly, until the 1950s, Davis and the party saw African Americans in the Black Belt South or most of the old Confederacy as a nation worthy of self-determination. My own view is that this thesis should have been revised well before the 1950s, and it was a mistake not to do so. Often, it is presented as yet another example of an idea imported from Moscow. Yet it is difficult to understand the Black Belt thesis without understanding the popularity of Marcus Garvey, especially in Harlem, the South African question, the attachment of African Americans to the land of the South, and so on. In addition, I criticize the approach taken by Davis and the party, particularly before the formal articulation of the policy of the United Front or Popular Front to alliances with the NAACP and other centrist forces. However, one must understand the context, the jockeying for position of the party and the association within the African American community. Unlike today, during the 1930s there was no centrist hegemony in the African American community, nor could many both inside and outside the left envision it for the future. This context should be kept in mind. 12. I criticize the political tendency known as Browderism, which led, for example, to the Communist Party not fighting the internment of Japanese Americans. Of course, there are those who see Browderism, a policy of conciliation between labor and capital, as the appropriate path for the party. I also criticize the soft line taken by Davis and the party toward the White House during the war. Whatever the case, the context of what was happening that led to this turn must be explained to understand the full import. To understand the concept of party discipline, one needs to comprehend the context of persecution that bedeviled much of the party's life during the period discussed. This era featured wiretapping, infiltrators, political jailings, long periods underground, and other harassments not designed to facilitate the emergence of a democratic culture. Moreover, there was a tendency of the U.S. party to emulate their Soviet counterpart, which during the period in question was confronted with an international harassment including a number of murderous invasions that, along with internal factors, similarly hampered the emergence of a democratic culture. What I perceive as errors by Davis and the party also must be seen in context. For example, in the early post-World War II period, Davis was a proponent of the idea that fascism was on the horizon in the U.S. In this study, I point out with perfect 20/20 hindsight that this was mistaken and, furthermore, if fascism was on the horizon, then their approach to potential allies was misguided in any case. However, a peculiarity of the United States is that fascist-like measures are often dispensed against African Americans, as in the Columbia, Tennessee pogrom, the explosion of police brutality in New York, and not accorded to the same degree to others. I think that this imperfectly understood tendency was reflected in party view points. A part of comprehending this context is knowledge of the kind of support garnered by Davis, especially during his runs for public office. I list his support from figures as diverse as Lena Horne, Joe Louis, Duke Ellington, and Teddy Wilson, not only to provide context for understanding his public backing, but also to signal that the question of black celebrities and the Communist Party in the pre-Red Scare era merits fuller study. In short, what I am suggesting is that to understand the Communist Party or any other political organization for that matter, we need to know the context in which it was operating before we judge, condemn, or praise. An essential part of the context of this work is New York City and Harlem. As scholars of the Harlem Renaissance have noted, it is not accidental that this phenomenon occurred in this community. New York was unique in its diversity, having large and progressive black and Jewish communities and a strong trade union tradition. Such features allowed Davis to be elected to the city council in 1943 and re-elected in 1945. Though his elections may have been a New York peculiarity, my contention is that, like 13. The Renaissance, the potential and actuality existed for this tendency to spread from Manhattan. At least until 1947 in New York City, the citadel of capital, there was a significant electoral threat by the Communists, the American Labor Party, and their allies. Moreover, it was recognized in the party and among elites that a strong communist movement ineluctably meant a strong trade union movement and a strong progressive movement. Hence, measures directed ostensibly at the party were aimed as well at progressives, not to mention democratic practice. After the Red Scare started and Davis began to lose elections in 1949 and spectacularly in 1958 and the party's role began to shrink, political repression was not reduced correspondingly. Even after the threat was significantly lessened, repression was not reduced. Indeed, the 1956 initiation of COINTELPRO, intense FBI surveillance and dirty tricks, when the party was going through crisis, suggests that repression may have been increased as the threat was reduced. I believe that not only was this repression the significant factor in reducing Davis's post-1947 electoral totals and the party's role, but that understanding this phenomenon is crucial to the thesis of this work and, in fact, its title. In the pre-World War II era, the devastating racism visited upon African Americans' economic, political, and social created favorable conditions for communist advance in the Harlems of this land. This is the import of Davis's electoral victories, which were steps in the direction of the Black Liberation Movement, or the liberating of blacks from the most egregious aspects of Jim Crow. However, after the war the rulers decided to ease the horror of Jim Crow, partly because of the need to be able to charge Moscow with human rights violations. Yet this civil rights victory had to be carried out while ousting black communists like Davis from previously held positions of influence among African Americans. This opening of democratic space for blacks carried the possibility of creating more room for communists, trade unions, and so on. The trick was to open democratic space for blacks while closing it down for their traditional allies, in other words, black liberation. Red Scare. This would guarantee that the civil rights movement could only advance so far. Thus, Brown v. Board of Education and its progeny came in 1954 in the midst of the Cold War and the Red Scare. The USSR responded belatedly, and ultimately inadequately, on the human rights front with the devaluation of Stalin and the reforms of 1956. Hence, the support enjoyed by Davis and the party after the Red Scare was only a shadow of what it had been before that time. Yet fresh in the minds of J. Edgar Hoover and his ilk was the knowledge that Davis and the party only recently had enjoyed no small amount of support among blacks. They also knew that people like Davis had relationships of various sorts with figures like Adam Powell, Martin Luther King, and Jack Odell, and that blacks were not as favorable toward the Red Scare as were others. The FBI feared that as democratic space was being opened, a comeback by communists would be triggered. This helps to explain why repressive anti-14 communist measures did not necessarily decrease as the party was shrinking. Moreover, such measures were convenient handcuffs for the civil rights movement as well. Thus, in assessing Communist Party influence in the post-World War II era, one must not only count votes, but one must also make a political assessment that takes into account pre-Red Scare events, the nature of the Cold War and the confrontation with the Soviet Union, and the fear that a leftist or communist-influenced civil rights movement would detour from the approved track. Creating an opening for black liberation while launching the Red Scare was akin to riding two horses going in different directions at the same time. Yet apparently this maneuver was successful. Certainly Davis's vote totals dropped sharply, even in 1949, just as this operation was taking off. One can see in retrospect that a combination of concessions and repression helped to significantly reduce communist influence among blacks. Though Davis continued to have some support after 1949, there is little doubt that by then his popularity, and that of the party, was over. On the other hand, the reduction of leftist and communist influence among African Americans, like the situation in Eastern Europe, helped to pave the way for the rise of various forms of narrow nationalism. This trend was one of the many factors in the Watts area of Los Angeles in August 1965 when a major urban uprising took place that was characterized in part by an anti-white flavor. The post-1949 history of Davis and the party is suffused with political persecution, internecine internal conflict, and, in a sense, political eclipse. Yet, COINTELPRO, the civil rights movement, the Cuban Revolution, decolonization of Africa, and the beginnings of a campus movement, significant developments all figure directly in this history. Along with W.E.B. Du Bois, Claudia Jones, Paul Robeson, William Patterson, and Lorraine Hansberry, Ben Davis was a central figure in the rise and fall of the organized left in the African American community. Black Liberation / Red Scare. F. / Origins of a Black Revolutionary. How does the scion of one of the elite African American families of the Deep South become the top-ranking communist in the United States? A thorough understanding of the background of Ben Davis helps us to understand this phenomenon. The evolution from the top Republican Ben Davis, Sr., to the top communist Ben Davis, Jr., is not especially difficult. As in many elite families, the impact of this father on his son was paramount. It will be the central focus of this chapter. Catherine Davis, Ben's grandmother, was born in 1835 in Wilkes County, Georgia. She was a slave of the Reverend Jefferson Davis, who emigrated from Wilkes County to Lee County, then on to Decatur County. She in turn was the daughter of the Reverend Ben Davis, a slave preacher for whom Ben and his father were named. The middle name of both Jefferson came from the slave master. The Reverend Mr. Davis had 3 sons, Ben, George, and Aaron, and 3 daughters, Catherine, Sylvia, and Elizabeth. Catherine became the wife of Mike Haynes, and they produced 4 sons and 2 daughters, 3 of whom, including Davis's father, were not born in slavery. Just before the Civil War, Ben Sr.'s mother was separated from her husband by her master moving to Decatur County, and they were not united again until 1868 or 1869, after the war. The husband took the name of Davis, which was the name of his wife's old master. His father, too, had belonged to a Davis in slavery. Ben Davis's father was born in Georgia in May 1870. One Ben Davis, Jr., was born on September 8, 1903 in Dawson, Georgia, a tiny hamlet of less than 5,000 people. His mother, Willa Porter, who was educated at Hampton and Tuskegee, was also born in Dawson. She married Ben Sr. in 1898. In his prison memoir, Davis reminisced about his roots. My maternal grandmother was extremely fair, with coarse gray hair that hung below her waist when she let it down. Mother was light brown with soft rounded features, big eyes, and a splendid straight carriage. Was a domestic for a rich white family. His mother's family line was always shadowy, he wrote, and lacked the kind of detail that was available on his paternal side. 2. 17. 18. According to Clarence Bacote, Ben Sr. was a teacher in Terrell County, Georgia, and then was employed by Tom W. Loylis, a Euro-American publisher and printer in Dawson, from whom he learned the trade. He then moved to Athens but was indicted by a federal grand jury for stealing liquor and selling it to white men. The charge was dropped without a conviction, Davis later claiming that it was all a frame-up emerging from political squabbles. This did not stop him from owning a 15-room home in Dawson, a modern mansion situated upon a hill. 3. In any event, he moved to Atlanta, started his newspaper, and quickly became not just one of the more affluent blacks in the nation but also, in his capacity as a leading Republican Party official, one of the most powerful. 4. NAACP leader Walter White, who also grew up in Atlanta, recalled that Ben Sr. owned one of the first automobiles for either whites or Negroes in Atlanta. But he may have been better known for his ability to stir controversy than his net worth. White recalled a kind of ruthlessness on Davis's part. 5. Bacote observes that he did not have a single prominent friend who at one time or another did not feel the stinging blows from his pen. That is not all, lacking in character. Treacherous, selfish were Bacot's kindest words about Davis. According to him, Davis wrote some of the most devastating editorials ever to be written by a Negro about Negroes. 6. John Dittmer echoes and expands this theme. The champion mulatto baiter was Ben Davis. Not himself of pure African descent, neither was he part of upper-class black society. In his editorial columns he railed against what he perceived as a light-skinned aristocracy. 7. Strikingly, this negative view of Davis Sr. is reflected in some of the views expressed about his son later in life. Davis Sr.'s reputation as a stormy petrel was generated in part by words flowing from his newspaper, the Atlanta Independent. One student has called it the strongest of the early Georgia papers, as late as 1932 reported a circulation of 27,000 copies weekly. Discontinued after the Democratic landslide in 1932. 8. By contemporary standards it is difficult to see why this paper was so popular, given its layout and style of writing. Another scholar of the Negro press agrees. In 1909 the Independent was still an 8-page, 6-column weekly devoted largely to club news, social notes, church notices, and other religious news. It plugged away at developing Negro businesses and gave new Negro insurance companies and other firms large amounts of publicity. Much of the writing was crude. The best writing and thinking in the paper was to be found on the editorial pages where editor Davis wielded a forceful pen in a very capable. Was one of the Negro editors invited to a wartime conference with the president. 9. 19. Still, he notes, the Atlanta Independent did not stoop to the tricks of many Negro journals who patterned themselves after yellow journalism at its worst. To the end the Independent devoted itself to news that was largely wholesome and constructive. The paper was influential. Practically every financial institution of any importance in the city of Atlanta advertised in it. 10. This fact was extraordinary considering the era's high tide of racism but only underscored Davis's power in the Republican Party. The support of banks was also helpful economically, for as Emma Lou Thornbrough's careful study notes, the results suggest that Negro newspapers were not successful business enterprises. 11. Since they were pressed to defend the interests of poor blacks whose interests often conflicted with wealthy advertisers, Davis Jr. received an early education in the intersection of race and class. Ben Jr. joined the paper's staff of 12 at an early age, and the paper's content seemed to improve when Ben Sr. played a smaller role in reportage. 12. In his prison memoir Davis wistfully recalled the days when his father was the idol of the backwoods poor Negro farmers. The Independent became famous all over Negro America for the fearlessness of its editorial policy, most influential Negro weekly in the South. In many towns in Georgia it was not allowed. 13. When he was about 16, his father showed him a bundle of papers returned from Covington, Georgia, with a bloody warning attached. So the family patriarch decided to go there and hand them out personally, taking his wide-eyed son with him. As virtually all armed watched, he handed out the papers. This kind of clout could allow Davis Sr. to confront racism more directly than most blacks could. These lessons were absorbed and applied by his son. 14. Davis used his paper to bolster his other enterprises, particularly his role in the Grand United Order of Odd Fellows. Indeed, his paper's offices were located in the Odd Fellows building. 15. Michael Leroy Porter has noted the Negroid-shaped terracotta on the Odd Fellows building, an aesthetic expression of Atlanta's black experience. Davis was the major force in this largest secret order among blacks in the world, which in turn was the foundation for the famous Sweet Auburn district that produced, among others, Martin Luther King, Jr. and his Ebenezer Baptist Church. Moreover, it was the first commercial building in the city to be free of Jim Crow regulations. 16. Davis joined the Odd Fellows in 1889. Frederick Detweiler gives him primary credit for their membership rise of 10,000 to 50,000. 17. The Odd Fellows had 1,100 lodges and 33,000 members with assets close to $1 million and a fund of $300,000 to finance loans for purchasing businesses, farms, and homes. But, as John Dittmer observed, several times Davis found himself in court on the wrong end of a lawsuit involving the Odd Fellows. 18. 20. Though Ben Davis, Jr., did not evoke as much personal enmity as did his father, what they did have in common was versatility. Just as Jr. was a lawyer, violinist, and near tennis pro, Sr. after leaving Atlanta University in the late 1880s was alternately a bricklayer, teacher, and journalist. Both were joiners and leaders. Davis Sr. was a Mason, an Elk, a member of the Knights of Pythias, and served as president of the Baptist Laymen's League of Georgia. Above all, he was an entrepreneur. The Atlanta Independent did not exaggerate when it referred to the palatial home of the patriarch at 286 Martin Street in Atlanta, where parties and music by a select orchestra often reigned. 19. Most African Americans in early 20th century Atlanta were not as lucky as Davis. In his useful dissertation Porter avers, in virtually every aspect of city life, the black citizenry of Atlanta were haunted and taunted by white Atlanta's social segregationist practices. Ku Klux Klan pogroms and lynchings were common. This tense and charged atmosphere could help to account for some of the negative reactions to Davis Sr. insofar as he was a black leader at the point of protest and saw himself as a tribune. Thus, when he blasted black doctors in Atlanta in 1914 for using only white orchestras at their balls, they fired back heatedly, "When you get sick again. If we get a chance at you, we will fix you." 20. Rayford Logan and Michael Winston are not far from the mark when they characterize the Independent as the most militant Negro newspaper in the Deep South. 21. An examination of some of the issues of 1904 finds articles and editorials denouncing the racists for suggesting that blacks should not be educated and condemnations of lynching, convict labor, and disfranchisement. This militant tone lasted for years and helps to explain why Davis Sr. would join W.E.B. Du Bois, Emmett J. Scott, and other black leaders in a June 1918 meeting to discuss black grievances and the war, and why the Independent would be noted in congressional investigations of the time exploring the perceived radicalization of the black press. 22. The contradictory viewpoints expressed by scholars like Logan and Winston, Dittmer, and Bacote on Davis Sr. partially bespeak the diversity of his career. One could argue that his militance was inconsistent because of his close alliance over the years with Booker T. Washington. Davis was president of the Atlanta Board of Trade, a symbol of Washington's black business orientation, and an intimate friend of the Tuskegee Wizard. Without equivocation, Davis told his ally in a letter dated March 30, 1910, "You know that there is not a journal in America that have stood by Tuskegee with the enthusiasm that the Independent has without the hope of personal gain." 23. Still, quarrels at times erupted between them. Washington placed numerous ads in Davis's paper but was not always timely in paying the bill. Fortunately, all of their contact did not concern jealousies and capital squabbles. When Atlanta passed an urban residential segregation ordinance, Washington 21. Ton demanded of Davis, "What are you all going to do about it? I advise that you hire the best lawyer you can get. Let me know if you need outside help." 24. The ties between the two giants were no chimera. The pages of the Independent were used to praise Washington. Washington wrote for the paper, and along with Theodore Roosevelt, was on the front page frequently. When the Odd Fellows building was dedicated in 1914, the Alabama leader not only spoke but appeared upon the arm of Davis. A historical irony is that the leading black communist, Ben Davis, Jr., was sired by a man in alliance with someone perceived to be the leading black conservative, Washington. 25. Davis Sr. often assailed antagonists of Washington. Du Bois and the Niagara movement were frequent targets. There were moralistic condemnations of the controversial Bishop Henry Turner after his messy divorce. Despite the lineal ties between Tuskegee and Marcus Garvey, the Jamaican immigrant was often scored. In turn, according to Theodore Cornweibel, for the politicians most frequently disparaged by the messenger were Davis Sr. and his allies. In carrying on bitter polemics with presumed ideological foes, Davis Jr. was following in the footsteps of his father. 26. Despite his past criticism, W.E.B. Du Bois in 1953 did not hesitate to praise Davis Sr., whom he knew while I was teaching there in the university. He was a fearless and forceful man. J. Pius Barber, who influenced Martin Luther King, Jr., and was a leader in Baptist circles, also recalled Davis Sr. affectionately in the early 1950s. One of the most fond recollections of my school days is the memory of sitting in the office of, who with Henry Lincoln Johnson, the great lawyer and political leader of Georgia, dominated the thinking of the young college men of Atlanta. My ambition was to be like Link Johnson in law and Ben Davis, Sr., in leadership. 27. This leadership was expressed in the Republican Party, for Davis was a living embodiment of the close alliance between blacks and the GOP. 28. Davis Jr. was not the only staunch party member. Both father and son recognized the value of political parties in pressing for gains for their people. From 1908 to his death in 1945, the father attended all of the Republican conventions. In 1916 he was on the platform committee that tried to force a plank on lynching and advocated that Southern representation in Congress be decreased in proportion as black citizens were disfranchised. 29. He served 6 years as GOP committeeman, was secretary of the GOP State Executive Committee for 18 years, and served as president of the Young Men's Republican Club of Georgia as late as 1943. As head of the party in Georgia, he had a substantial role in handing out patronage during the intermittent GOP administrations in Washington. This power gave his son a perspective and experience unlike those of his African American contemporaries, since whites seeking favor would come hat in hand to their 22. Door seeking federal judgeships, positions as postmaster, and other posts. But his position also had a negative side that was indeed part of the experience of other African Americans, for the Klan and racists did not look benignly on this abject violation of racial etiquette. Later Davis Jr. recalled a campaign of terror and violence against his father. Our house. Twice on different occasions the Ku Klux Klan burned crosses on our front yard or boulevard. For a month, the windows in our home were stoned and broken. At night the tires on my father's automobiles were cut to ribbons. It was a virtual reign of terror. 30. Police protection was required and the health of his mother worsened. In the long run, the experience of his father with the Republican Party helped to sour Davis Jr. on the two-party system, facilitating his move to the left. But as tormenting as this experience with the KKK may have been, it paled in comparison with what Davis Sr. was to endure subsequently. He was at the epicenter of a political temblor, the mass exodus of blacks from the GOP, an event that had substantial impact on Davis Jr. As his father was being assailed by erstwhile GOP allies, the political options of Davis Jr. were narrowing. In this time of impending economic depression, he could no longer turn to the GOP, and he knew too much about the racist character of the Democrats to look in that direction. He was ripe for recruitment by the Communists. John Hope Franklin is correct in suggesting that the real disaffection of blacks with the Republicans began in 1928 when the lily-white policy of the party was entrenched and prominent Negro Republican leaders such as Benjamin Davis of Georgia lost influence in their states as the Republican High Command began to recognize white leaders in those states and to seat white delegates. This was the turning point in Davis Jr.'s ideological evolution. 31. Davis Jr. recalled this time poignantly in his memoir, indicating the enormous impact it had on him. He noted that Herbert Hoover and Senator Walter George of Georgia launched an investigation of patronage that kept his father on the stand a week. The press carried lurid stories of a Negro humiliating white men and women who had to come to him for jobs. The terror and violence began again. Hoover had told my father to resign. Davis Jr. attended some of these sessions where his father was grilled, and all of it left a lasting impression upon me. Because these events were so central in the son's ideological evolution, it is worthwhile to examine Davis Sr.'s role carefully. 32. This specter of scandal haunted the Davis family name. In a book written in 1936, well after the headlines had disappeared, an author referred to Davis Jr. as son of a Georgia Negro Republican leader whose venture into politics was not without scandal and investigation. 33. New York Amsterdam News columnist Earl Brown, who was later to dislodge Davis from his city council seat, in 1944 turned the knife by referring to Davis Sr. and his colleague Perry Howard as those who have made Polit 23. Eichel collaboration a lifetime career, and they desire is somebody with whom to collaborate, somebody to sell out to. The fact that Davis Sr. continued to support the GOP despite their orchestrated attacks on him gave credence to Brown's attacks. 34. Lawrence Hogan in his History of the Associated Negro Press refers to the Big Six of black GOP politics. First among equals was Davis. Davis joined in the partisan attacks in 1928 on Democratic candidate A1 Smith, referring to his being evasive on the liquor question. The months leading up to the 1928 election found Davis in partisan battle. He stumped the country for Hoover, speaking to thousands in Ohio alone. 35. But the GOP had a classic and, seemingly, eternal problem. As the Independent put it, if they ousted Davis, the adverse reaction would be felt in the large Negro Republican vote in New York, Massachusetts, Philadelphia. But if they did not remove him, then the GOP would lose the sizable racist vote. Being politicians, the GOP moved aggressively to eject him right after the election. 36. Quoted by Donald Liggio, Mabel Walker Willebrandt, Assistant Attorney General, conceded that she was a little harsh on Davis when she paid him a curious compliment. The reputation of Ben Davis is that he stands by his word. At least he stays bought instead of selling out to the next bidder who comes along with a higher price. This personal friend of Hoover also observed that Davis favored Coolidge's renomination, a fact that might have turned the administration against him. There were other problems, as Liggio points out. Because Atlanta blacks could vote in municipal elections, Davis had always enjoyed a greater degree of power and independence than most other black politicians in the South. His successful registration drives rallied the black vote and earned him the political respect of his Democratic opponents. And apparently it earned him their enmity as well. Citing the New York Times, Liggio suggests that Davis made very unfavorable impression on the Senate committee investigating funds expended in campaigns. He seemed awestruck by the senators and became nervous and confused by the barrage of questions. The fact that this leading newspaper stated that he still looks and talks like an old-time Southern darky puts their portrait in the proper perspective. Davis, they reported, could not specifically recall how he had spent campaign funds and had kept no records and had no receipts. At one point the senators burst into open laughter at his testimony. Lacking apparent skill at this type of cross-examination, Davis created the incriminating impression that he had been bribed in return for patronage jobs. His position was not helped when patronage appointee Postmaster L.F. Peterson of Douglas, Georgia, shot a clerk and committed suicide. Rumors were floating that graft to Davis was a key element motivating this crime. Then charges arose concerning graft to another member of the Big Six, Robert Church. The Senate committee traveled to Georgia to interrogate Davis. Tried repeatedly to trap into admit 24. Ting that he had used money, for personal rather than party purposes, and that he had accepted bribes from white appointees who wished to obtain or keep patronage jobs. Davis represented himself better than he had before. He made few errors, admitted nothing. But the New York Times, which covered this matter assiduously, was not buying. Said the Journal of Record, if Davis is to be believed, the 26 letters of the alphabet were tossed into the air on Peachtree Street and the heap in which they pointed out as the works of Uncle Remus. 38. Liggio suggests that the two Democratic senators from Georgia were the chief enemies of Davis. Davis would let none forget that the Klan backed the Democrats, that black spectators Penned behind a chicken wire fence at their convention in Houston. Moreover, Davis's humiliation greatly angered Northern blacks, who believed that he had been driven from his position of leadership primarily because he was black. Liggio concedes that the evidence of corruption was weak. Yet the fact that a black county GOP leader in Georgia was murdered by lily-white Republicans dressed as Klan members indicated operative trends. Davis continued defending Hoover. However, his son and the African American community generally were being pushed to the left by these maneuvers. 39. The tensions of those days are reflected in both the correspondence of Herbert Hoover and the pages of the New York Times, which took the lead in urging the ouster of Davis. 40. However, Kelly Miller of Howard University City was one of the many blacks who complained about the ill treatment of Davis. You will have to be a very skillful housekeeper, Mr. Secretary, if you are to manipulate a political household which shall contain as inmates both the Negro and the Ku Klux Klan. 41. But a racist Republican from Folkestone, Georgia, took an opposing view in a letter to Hoover. We who supported you here did so in the face of the scorn and taunts of our friends and neighbors, who taunted us with the criticism that we were working for the Negro Ben Davis. I do ask that you and the Republican Party do not slap we Georgians in the face by reappointing Negroes to control the party in this state. 42. The ouster of Davis from his top GOP post in 1928 did not altogether remove his influence from the party. The plan was to complete his removal as midterm congressional elections approached in 1930. Josiah Rose of Georgia was the source for much of the intelligence fed to top Hoover aide Walter Newton. The activity of the white people is Ben's basis for the statement in his paper that the white people are going to steal the county conventions away from the colored people. Is writing some editorials in his paper which on the face of them do not look good, but Ben knows better how to get a following among his people and get them tied to him than we do. He says the best way to do this is to make his group believe that something is about to be taken from them, and he must be in the attitude of fighting for their protection. 43. 25. Frank Darden of the Republican Club of Savannah promised trouble when he told Newton of plans of taking steps toward suppressing these firebrands in the county meetings to be called in a few weeks. 44. Trouble arrived. Charles Adamson of Quaker origin and president of the Cedartown Cotton and Export Company in Georgia confessed to Newton, I have no hostilities to the colored man. But he called Davis a grafter and went on to describe fierce clashes at the county meetings. Davis was accused of attempting to bar out at least 32 white delegates. The colored delegates placed on the temporary roll by Davis held rump conventions in the Negro homes or Negro churches. The riot was led as usual by Ben Davis and his colored supporters. The impudence of Ben Davis is astonishing. He should be under indictment. 45. But ousting Davis was not easy. Yet another informant, Walter Ackerman, chair of the Bartow County GOP Committee, outlined the problem to Newton. There are Ben Davis's organization Negro County chairmen in over 100 counties out of 165 counties in the state. He added, there are about 15,000 Negro registered voters in this state and not half of these ever vote in a national election, yet Mr. Hoover received 100,000 votes for president. There are thousands of voters in Georgia who would like to vote the Republican ticket, but who will not do so in those counties where they have Negro County chairman as the head of the party. 46. In a personal and confidential letter to Newton, Davis revealed how the racists approached this problem. The assassination of S.S. Mincy of Ely, Georgia, county chairman of Montgomery County and a member of the Republican State Central Committee of Georgia, July 29, 1930, is directly chargeable to the political propaganda and race hatred stirred up as the result of the demand from Washington for a 100% white organization in Georgia. This man was killed because he would not give up the chairmanship after having defeated the Lily Whites in his county. 47. The following year, 1931, Josiah Rose reported the results of the routing of African Americans from the GOP. It is known that Ben Davis is very hard up. His income now is nothing like what it used to be. His newspaper is run at a loss and he now owes his printer several $1,000s. 48. Davis's fortune shrank along with his political role. By early 1932 the Oklahoma City Black Dispatch was reporting the ouster of Davis from his post as secretary of the Georgia GOP and his replacement by a white man, a third-class postmaster. This was a bum's rush, according to the paper. The passing of Mr. Davis from a position of influence in the state ranks would seem to indicate that for a time at least the Negro will have lost the principal symbols of power in the Republican Party which he once possessed. 49. The massive shift of blacks to the Democrats and away from the GOP marked an important moment in history, and Ben Davis was at the heart of this process. Picking up the baton, his son ran further to the left. But the father remained true. Late in 1939 he was engaged in debates where he attacked the New Deal. Rose reported gleefully, "I am glad to say that our friend Ben stood his ground and got more AP." Applause from the audience. I was the only white man present. 50. But around the same time Ralph Bunche was reporting that the party in Georgia generally and among blacks in particular was as dead as a doornail. 51. Understandably all these events left a deep imprint on the mind of Ben Davis, Jr. Referring to the difficulties of his father and other blacks in the GOP, he wrote in August 1928, "The time has long since arrived when the Negro must think for himself, when he must make his own political place. The Negro cannot afford to vote the Republican ticket. Blind party fealty is a dangerous political platform. For the Negro, the Negro's place in politics is not forever and anon with one political party." 52. Father and son were steadfast in their commitments, both were stubborn, proud, courageous, and both were party stalwarts. The two were considered personally difficult by some and gregarious fellows by others. The father, seemingly self-interested and inconsistent at times, had taught his son well. Though he represented a party that came to epitomize private ownership of the economy and his son was associated with a party that symbolized public ownership, the two men were quite similar. Ben Davis, Sr., died in 1945 at age 75. Supporting his communist son during his campaigns, his name recognition and contacts within the African American community were no small factor in Ben Jr.'s success. As Ben Jr. admitted more than once, the experiences of the father shaped the consciousness of the son. Indeed, Davis Sr.'s experience with the two-party system virtually left Ben Davis, Jr., with few political alternatives but to veer sharply left. The evolution from black elite to black left, black Republican to black communist, was not a profound anomaly, particularly when considered within the context of this father-son relationship. 53. Benjamin Jefferson Davis, Jr., was born in Georgia in 1903 and died in New York City in 1964. For half of his life he was a leader of the Communist Party. This task was so all-consuming that he only found the time to get married when he was 51, and like many of the left kept his inner and personal life shrouded. To some onlookers this tie with the left was inconsistent with the trajectory of his father, but certainly a kind of militance and concern for black folk was characteristic of both. The context suggests why Davis's evolution was not an aberration. Paul Robeson, William Patterson, W.E.B. Du Bois, Shirley Graham, the foremost black intellectuals, were oriented to the left. Making African American revolutionaries was not that difficult in Jim Crow USA. Even Davis Jr.'s name was a result of the cranky and rebellious nature of his father. As the Afro-American explained in 1960, he was christened Morton. He was named for a colored postmaster of Athens, GA. But when Ben Sr. and Morton fell out over Oddfellows business, Davis Sr. renamed his son Benjamin. At the age of 4, Davis went to an all-black school in Dawson, Georgia. As he recollected, it was a ramshackle, wooden frame house with one room, a hazard to life and limb. His father's concern for his children's education was one of the principal reasons why the family migrated north to Atlanta. He spent 1st through 6th grades at Summerhill School there. His recollection was of no sidewalks. I can remember wading through seas of mud whenever it rained. This was the other side of being born into an affluent Negro family. Education was no crystal stair for African Americans, irrespective of class. In his 1911 study, W.E.B. Du Bois noted that Atlanta had long waiting lists to get into Negro schools. Hundreds do not apply at all because of the crowded condition. Are in bad condition. In his memoir, Walter White recalled bitterly how blacks in Atlanta were taxed but no high school of any description for colored existed. In this detailed exposition of black Atlanta, White mentions that Davis Sr. led the fight against this abomination, which led to the construction of David T. Howard High School. 2. 27. 28. Mary Church Terrell, daughter of Robert Church of the Big Six, recalls in her autobiography how life could be sweet for elite African Americans despite the frequent encounters with racism. 3. This too was true for Davis. He had access to an automobile and had the opportunity to drive black leader John Hope around. His father owned 3 cars and had a 4-car garage. It was not uncommon for a visiting dignitary like the president of Liber.IA to pay a courtesy call at the Davis household. Davis Jr.'s niece, Jean Carey Bond, recalls that the Davises hired whites to purchase clothes for them from white stores so that they could avoid the more odious affronts of Jim Crow. The irony of this benefit suggests why Davis, who had reached the highest level of the black elite, could be quite critical of U.S. society. 4. Young Ben was not able to escape certain impressions of the other major population group of Georgia. I lived in the Negro American world. White people were a strange lot to me. The only contact I ever had with them was hateful. I regarded them as colorless, especially physically somewhat inferior, wicked, and authoritarian. 5. Davis Sr. was a patriarchal type of man. Although he sent Ben Jr.'s sister, Johnny, to Radcliffe, it was clear that he was preparing his son for even bigger things, which may explain why sister and brother were not particularly close. He would take him to many of the meetings he attended. Ben Jr. was featured in his father's newspaper at an early age. He became a part owner of the paper and worked there after school and on vacations. While his mother encouraged his talent with the violin, his father encouraged his political interests. 6. Ben Jr. boarded for 7 years at Morehouse, going home only once or twice a month. At that time, the future alma mater of Martin Luther King, Jr., was not only a college, it was also a secondary school. Davis Jr. remembers Morehouse being for the sons of the slave field hands and Atlanta University as being the school of the Negro elite. This characterization can be questioned. Still, although only the Herndon family exceeded my father in individual wealth, Davis Sr., who had certain anti-elite tendencies of his own, chose to steer his son to Morehouse. Davis Jr. was also struck by the connection between class and color in his community. None of these aristocratic families were ever dark in complexion, to say nothing of black. 7. Davis's days at Morehouse were tumultuous. He rebelled against singing spirituals to get funds from white philanthropists, then became friendly with the atheist students on campus. We subsequently passed many idle hours in radical and orthodox discussions. Since many of these students were older, his intellectual development accelerated. Some juniors and seniors were 30 and over, so that at an early age, my ideas and approach to life was prematurely serious and severe. At 14 he led a petition drive against a mandatory post-dinner faculty-supervised study hall. Mass meetings erupted, then a 4-day strike. He was suspended, then expelled, then reinstated. 8. 29. As reported years later by Abner Berry in New Masses, in his father's newspaper, he defended the student strikers at Fisk University. In an adjoining column, his father opposed the strikers and chided the opinions of his son. The same positions were taken when the Boston police went on strike. Young Ben held to his convictions and his father allowed him to express them in the news column. His rebelliousness was also shown by his style of driving. His sister recalls that he drove as close to whites as possible without hitting them. But since the family had a chauffeur, white pedestrians were for the most part spared this indignity. Although part of an elite, Davis was rebelling. Like many youthful black rebellions, his actions had an anti-white character from time to time. 9. Davis's tenure at Morehouse was not entirely filled with din and tumult. Days before his election in 1943 to the New York City Council, the New York-Amsterdam News published a striking recollection by K. Burris of Spelman College about these halcyon days. I first knew Ben Davis, when as a mere strip of a girl I heard him play a concerto beautifully and expertly, on the occasion of a Morehouse annual Glee Club and Orchestra concert. The music critics on the Atlanta daily papers wrote glowing comments. I must have had a sort of congenital weakness for 6-foot Morehouse men who played the violin beautifully or sang divinely. Not unlike Lennon, who once while listening to a playing of Beethoven's Sonata Appassionata remarked, almost tearfully, on the genius of man to create beauty in the arts, and turned suddenly to leave, with the comment, beauty must wait for the few until we can win creative comforts for the many. Paderewski is not the only musician in history who made a great statesman. 10. Davis's love for the violin and music was so abiding that the Morehouse Maroon Tiger subsequently reported that a disagreement between Davis and the director of the orchestra contributed to the former's transfer to Amherst. Yet another informant suggests that he left Atlanta for Massachusetts because he was very anxious to play football, but his mother, for fear someone would spoil the part in his hair or step on his corn, strictly refused. Whatever the case, Davis left the Jim Crow South for the allegedly different climate of the North. 11. Davis was at Amherst from September 1922 to June 1925, he was admitted as a sophomore. His transcript reveals good but not excellent grades, C in History of Religions, A in Music, C in Philosophy, B in Public Speaking. In his application, in addition to noting his special attention to debating and his attendance at Friendship Baptist Church in Atlanta, he writes that he is interested in journalism and writing in general. My intention is to study law. A very good friend of mine, Charles Houston, finished college here. 12. Davis's militance was exhibited during his Amherst career as well. During one vacation in Atlanta he apparently forgot where he was. I was arrested. 30. And manhandled by the brutal police because I sat in the white section of the trolley car in order to give a pregnant Negro woman my seat. I was wearing a black sweater with a purple on it. His father accompanied him to court, where Ben Jr. was not allowed to speak and Ben Sr. did all the talking. Davis was furious as the fine was paid. If this could hap pen to me, the son of a so-called well-to-do Negro, what, indeed, would have been the fate of some Negro who had failed to get himself born into a well-to-do family. Such experiences were indispensable in converting a member of one of Afro-America's elite families to a leader of a party that professed to speak for the downtrodden. 13. But Davis found time for other pursuits in college. The 6-foot, 230-pound Davis played left tackle, though he confessed, was not a great player. Even so, he was named to the All-East football squad in 1925. Next to him at left end was Charles Drew, who Davis said helped him improve his skills. But so did Paul Robeson. I first met Robeson during my summer vacation in 1923. L sat at the feet of Paul and he used to take me out to a lot to teach me how to protect myself in a game. At that time it was pretty tough for a Negro to play football, and if you didn't know how to take care of yourself you'd be messed up something awful. There was the infamous game with Princeton in 1924 where a rumor was floated that the Tigers were going to crucify Amherst's black players. At Palmer Stadium they were told, "We don't allow Negroes in here." But Amherst captain Jack Hill replied, "This man is one of our stars and if he doesn't play, we don't play." That was the end of that, but it was not the end of Davis's increasing anger at the scourge of racism. 14. Despite the plaudits, Davis was not impressed with his own gridiron skills. In my own case, for example, at Morehouse College, I couldn't even make the 4th scrub football team. Yet when I journeyed to Amherst Leg, the very next year, I suddenly became an ace tackle, a towering pillar of strength on the line. Now I never was much of a football player. This overly self-deprecating attitude may have allowed Davis to make his point that reactionary race superiority theories should be thrown into a cocked hat. The fact is that Davis was an extraordinary athlete, like his friend Robeson. He won the Georgia State Championship singles and doubles in tennis. In Harlem he belonged to the Cosmopolitan Tennis Club and officiated at the National Negro Tennis Championships, awarding prizes to winners. Abner Berry was not far from the mark when he commented, "Old tennis players still speak of his dazzling speed which terrified his court opponents." Davis's tennis skills were sharpened at Amherst. In short, his days there were so memorable that even in 1955, when his financial state was shaky, Davis still contributed to the Alumni Fund. 15. Davis's days at Harvard Law School were not so idyllic. I was never too keen on the law. I was much more enamored by the arts, music in particular. My father, however, succeeded in persuading me to try the law. This ambivalence was reflected in his grades. During his 1925-28 31 tenure, his highest grade was 72 in civil procedure. Appropriately, his lowest was 55 in property. 16. Returning there 30 years later, he recalled Harvard's revolutionary traditions and observed, "Actually, my first brush with the labor and radical movement came here. When I sat in on the lectures of the late William F. Thompson, who was defense counsel for the martyred Sacco and Vanzetti. Still, it was the prevailing racism in this bastion of legal conservatism that seemed to influence him deeply. Students were assigned to law clubs to get brief and trial work, but all 7 Afro-American students were put together in one club while the others, Jew and Gentile, Catholic and Protestant, even Asians and Europeans, were mixed." Davis sought to raise this point with the eminent scholar Roscoe Pound. I walked into his disheveled office. He said he was sorry, that nothing could be done about it. Pound spoke as if he was off in the clouds, probably toying with some legalistic abstraction, too celestial to permit a momentary dissension to a little thing like segregation. This incident stood out in my mind throughout my 3 years at Harvard, and for a long time afterward. The law school taught one thing and practiced another. All of us took a pledge not to enter a segregated law club. 17. Years later, when he was on the city council, a New York-Amsterdam news reporter detected that Davis was somewhat moody as he discussed his experience at Harvard Law School. 18. As often told, Davis's radicalism commenced in 1932 with his involvement in the Angelo Herndon case. While this is not false, the record shows that he was moving steadily to the left even before his encounter with Herndon. Months after leaving law school, he was writing scorching articles in his father's paper on the two-party system. No doubt his father's difficulties with the GOP helped to deepen his disaffection. Yet his words seemed to presage his joining the Communist Party. Just before his articles appeared, The Independent had reprinted an article from the Daily Worker, perhaps due to the influence of the increasingly radicalized Davis scion. 19. Although he is renowned as a political activist, Davis could just as well be known as a journalist for the hundreds of articles he wrote for the press during his career. After leaving Harvard Law, he did not join a law firm or hang out his shingle. He continued working in the newspaper business. Just after graduation, he set out his credo in an article published in The Independent entitled "The Folly of the Negro Press." Perhaps no group in the entire country has less esteem and respect for its own press than the Negro group. In practically every competitive test in which he has not been victor, it has proclaimed in gay red headlines that the color of his skin defeated him. The average so-called editorial policy of the colored newspaper is petty and almost exclusively concerned with the topic of race prejudice. In modern times the Negro's problems are so interwoven with those of other groups that any attempt to deal with these problems solely from a Negro point of view is wholly inadequate and often misleading. 32. He went on to complain that lynching and segregation were virtually the exclusive concerns of the black press. What is arresting about this is what Davis himself might have subsequently termed the liquidation of the nation. I'll question or the denigration of the black press's prominent concern with racism. Still, it does reveal Davis's groping toward a class perspective that was to characterize his tenure with the Communist Party. 20. After leaving law school, Davis toiled in the headquarters of the Baltimore Afro-American and then for W.B. Ziff in Chicago. Ziff, who was not black, grew wealthy through the Negro press, or so said the New York Age. 21. His advertising agency charged a high commission but still helped the black press to boost income, a dire necessity since this institution depended on circulation for 80% of its income. Ziff was an admirer of Marcus Garvey and something of a military historian. Back to Africa was one of his proposed remedies for African Americans. Davis worked for a magazine insert that appeared in a number of black papers. But then another turning point in Davis's life arrived. The firm proposed that I should be the front for the scheme to start a black version of the Associated Press. I wanted no part of it. I didn't relish seeing myself used to undermine the independence of the Negro press for a mess of pottage. I did not possess any deep political feeling or consciousness. I might as well, I reasoned, begin the practice of law. So I did in January of 1932. 22. Yet this experience with Ziff was useful, if only for the star-crossed relationship Davis initiated with George Schuyler, the influential writer and godfather of black conservatives. Schuyler, who served as NAACP business manager at one time, joined the John Birch Society in the 1960s and became a staunch critic of Martin Luther King, Jr. He also backed Senator Joseph McCarthy. He edited the magazine insert that Davis worked on. It included book reviews, short stories, music reviews, and was a worthy addition to the papers it appeared in. 23. In a 1962 interview he recalled that Davis succeeded me as the editor, although he knew nothing about editing, but he was a smart man, a very intelligent man, so he picked it up very fast. It was one of the most enjoyable months I've spent because when Ben was not discussing communism, he was a very jovial fellow. If his recollection is accurate, it too shows a pre-Herndon interest in socialism. Through the years Davis and Schuyler maintained a remarkable relationship, implacable red and unyielding conservative. Neither minced words in public denunciation yet maintained a personal relationship. As Schuyler put it, he's one of the few communists I know that has a sense of humor. Once in a while, we meet, and we'll have a couple of drams, a glass of something. I know where he stands and he knows where I stand, so no need of battling. Davis's engaging personal nature partially explains his enormous political success and the high esteem in which he was generally held in his community. On the other hand, Schuyler's view contrasts sharply with those who clashed with Davis in party battles. 24. 33. This kind of relationship was not limited just to Schuyler. Davis had the remarkable ability to maintain relationships with other ideological adversaries, particularly if they were African American. Davis had known Walter White of the NAACP since his youth, but later they were at swords' points. Yet even during the height of the Red Scare, when a passing favorable reference to Davis could bring persecution, White in one of his last writings did not hesitate to praise his fellow Atlantan. 25. The fact is that Davis was difficult to isolate, despite his political affiliations, not just because of his personality but also due to his ramified network of associates. He graduated from Amherst, for example, with Dr. Montague Cobb, William Hastie, Mercer Cook, and other luminaries in the largest number ever graduated at one time from Amherst. 26. Jack Odell, former top aide to Dr. King and aide to Jesse Jackson since the early 1980s, has termed Davis impressive, charismatic. 27. At a memorial for Davis held 5 years after his death, Nation of Islam Journal. Muhammad speaks called Davis greater than for a man among men, a champion of the underdog, a leader who could follow and a follower who could lead. These favorable views of Davis contrast sharply with other opinions that have painted him as self-centered and egotistical. Possibly these latter appraisals can be explained by the fact that they come disproportionately from communists and ex-communists, many of whom were white in a racist society. Certainly in the midst of party battles he could be particularly unyielding and difficult. In these struggles, however, Davis was reflecting the mood of the Communist Party at that time. 28 Part of the admiration and fascination for Davis was sparked by the knowledge that he had the skills and background that could have taken him down a less onerous path. This viewpoint was mirrored in the words of J. Pius Barber, raised in luxury with packets, servants, brick homes. Every seduction has been offered him to take it easy. Ben Davis is a burning and shining light in the day of Cadillac leadership. He takes his place with the saints of old who went to jail for their opinions, a quiet studious boy who turned a deaf ear to the call of luxurious living, who took serious what he heard his pastor preach. 29 Davis did not become wealthy from being a professional revolutionary. In reality, toward the end of his life he was quite poor. This was quite a switch from his early days when he wore a derby, wielded a cane, and was draped in tailor-made clothes. Paul Robeson, Jr., has described Davis's late 1940s Harlem apartment on 126th Street as small, adequate for one person. 30 This respect for Davis's chosen asceticism, which tended to transcend politics, was reflected during his 1963 visit to Atlanta after an absence of 17 years. His effort to avoid friends and keep them from being tainted by the red brush was noticeable, went out of his way to avoid having his friends feel 34. Embarrassed in being seen talking to him, and says he understands their feelings or positions. 31. It is unquestionable that Davis's experiences with Jim Crow in Georgia were a formative experience for Davis. Even after moving north, he maintained an abiding interest in his home state and Jim Crow generally. To ascertain how a member of the black elite could become a black revolution, one need look no further than Jim Crow, Georgia. The road to the Communist Party. Returning to Atlanta from the comparatively comfortable racial climes of Chicago and Massachusetts took courage. In 1932 Atlanta was not too busy to hate. It was a mean town with a racist edge made sharper by a spreading economic depression. Communist journalist Joseph North was stunned by what he observed. Atlanta, Georgia, is the only city where I ever saw cats and human beings roam the main streets searching for food. I saw white farmers begging for a nickel for something to eat. I saw a chain gang. One John Hammond Moore has written effectively about how these conditions were a breeding ground for American fascists and Order of Black Shirts. 2 Clarence Bacote saw yet another angle when he described this era as the Dark Ages as far as Negro political participation in Atlanta is concerned. Registration reached an all-time low. Denied the right to vote in the primaries, the Negro voter was more or less a political outcast. 3 This oppression weighed keenly on Ben Davis. When he left to go away to school, his father was a kingmaker. When he returned his father was by comparison a political pauper. The African American community was in limbo, rejected by the GOP and not yet entwined with the Democrats. Objective forces were pushing Ben Davis, Jr., to the left. The case of Angelo Herndon was an almost perfectly suited vehicle for the further radicalizing of Ben Davis. One contemporary observer distilled the importance of this case: there probably isn't a Negro in the United States who is not familiar with the case of Angelo Herndon. For like Scottsboro, this case not only struck massive blows against Southern racism but popularized the role of the Communist Party as well. This was probably not the intention of Ben Davis when he took an office in the Odd Fellows building in Atlanta. At the time there were few black attorneys in Georgia. One of Davis's sponsors for the bar was A.T. Walden, an associate of his father and an inspiration for Vernon Jordan and a later generation of civil rights lawyers. Davis met his law partner John Geer when they opposed each other in court. I admired in Geer his determination, his free and independent thinking. I matters of civil rights and corporation law and he negligence and insurance cases. Their practice proceeded fairly well until Herndon entered their 35, 36 lives, which was a setback that soared beyond them, after I had participate in the Herndon case. No Negro passed the Georgia bar for several years. 5. Herndon, a young communist organizer, ran afoul of the authorities when he organized a militant demonstration demanding relief for the poor. He was convicted under a slave insurrection statute and received a sentence of 20 years on a chain gang. An aggressive struggle took the case to the U.S. Supreme Court and won his freedom. The free speech implications of the case were enormous. Involved was not just the demonstration but the allegedly seditious literature utilized by the defendant. Dorothy Healy, a one-time Red leader, in an interview 50 years later still grasped the issue. The selling of these pamphlets, the selling of literature generally, was one of the high points of the 30s, the recognition of the importance of all that went beyond what the speaker, the agitator could do. 6. Before he accepted this case, Davis was perceived as an up-and-coming member of the black bourgeoisie. Puffing on a pipe from time to time, nattily dressed, not unappealing to women, he seemed to be on a swift track to prosperity. Just before Herndon entered his life, the Republican Party offered me a highly lucrative campaign tour in the Midwest and East in behalf of the Herbert Hoover presidential ticket. I would be either politically seduced with carrots or beaten. But Davis's conscience had moved beyond the realm of the GOP. 7. It was the fiery African-American attorney William Patterson, leader of the International Labor Defense, the New York-based organization fighting racist and political repression, who brought Davis into the case. Typically the ILD tried to employ black lawyers. After Herndon was arrested, Patterson gave a white lawyer $800 to take the case, but the latter objected to Davis serving as co-counsel. He was dismissed and Davis, an inexperienced trial lawyer, took over. 8. In a sense, Davis accepted this awesome responsibility by default. There were few other lawyers who would take the case or would argue it in the political manner both Herndon and Patterson desired. Roger Baldwin of the American Civil Liberties Union told George Haynes of the Federal Council of Churches that even the usually reliable A.T. Walden backed down. They all refused to raise the issue of the exclusion of Negroes from the jury. 9. The key parties Herndon, Davis, and Patterson saw this case as not just an opportunity to free one defendant, though that was the top priority, they also saw it as an opportunity to both expose and educate the people about racism. Exposing Jim Crow juries, an injustice that irked and vexed a generation of blacks, would educate, but winning on this issue would deeply influence the politics of the Deep South and thereby the nation by eroding the bone and sinews of racism. 10. The diminutive, light-skinned Herndon outlined the drama of the trial in his popular memoir of the 1930s. He rotted for 3 months in jail before 37. The trial, then Davis and Geer got a habeas writ challenging the validity of the indictment on the grounds of vagueness, barring blacks, and so on. It was denied. Finally, on January 16, 1933, a scant year after Davis's return to Georgia, the trial began. 11. The Georgia authorities were not accustomed to the kind of militance that Herndon and his colleagues had displayed. In June 1932, the Fulton County Courthouse was surrounded by hundreds of demonstrators. Blacks and whites were demanding relief from the economic depression. Ultimately, Herndon was arrested at the courthouse, though this was not his first encounter with the authorities over relief. As soon as he heard of Herndon's arrest, Davis visited him in jail. His jailers would not accept bail money from ILD, so Davis used his influence and high standing among the leading people of his race to solve this question, getting 2 black pharmacists to put up the money. His father's contacts had proved helpful once more. 12. Davis was acerbic about presiding Judge Lee Wyatt. He was ignorant and crude, breathed fire and brimstone from his nostrils, steeped in clan hatred for Negroes, coarse and vicious. He used the law with respect to Negroes like a butcher wielded a knife to kill a lamb. As for prosecutor John Hudson, he was like a character out of a caricature. His face had the florid appearance of an alcoholic. Small pig-shaped eyes, a thin metallic voice. 13 When the trial began, Davis moved immediately to have the case dismissed. But like the fellow with the royal flush against the chap with the gun, the latter won. 14 As Herndon put it, the judge glowered at the Negro attorney who dared challenge white justice. But young Mr. Davis could not be put out of face by any display of white superiority. Unafraid and with the dignity of a man who knows his worth, he fought both judge and prosecutor with great energy. When Davis was overruled after objecting to the use of racist epithets, he was besides himself with rage. Herndon continued. This is not only a trial of Angelo Herndon but of Lenin, Stalin, Trotsky, and Kerensky and every white person who believes that black and white should unite for the purpose of setting up a nigger Soviet republic in the Black Belt. My defense attorney, Mr. Davis, knew that he was fighting a losing battle. But he nevertheless jumped to the attack. Moved for a prima facie case in my favor because the state had admitted that there were no names of Negroes in the grand jury box from which the grand jury that indicted me was drawn, and because the state did not think it necessary to offer any evidence that Negroes were not excluded from the jury. Under a great mental and emotional strain. He was tense and his voice shook. 15. The New York Times did not ignore this drama. They quoted Davis, himself a Negro, as saying that a book used to convict his client should have been written in the blood of Negroes who were burned at the stake by mobs. I say lynching is insurrection. The only offense Herndon committed. 38. Was that he asked for bread for children. His only crime is his color. You can't kill a man because of the books he reads. 16. But the prosecution got away with asking questions like, would you want a nigger to marry your daughter? There was a ferocious battle going on between Davis and the prosecution as journalists and a fascinated audience watched. The young lawyer's closing provoked a hostile reaction from whites in the packed courtroom. Several members of the jury became visibly angry. 3 of them turned their backs on him as he paced near the jury box. A spectator fainted. 17 His argument, however, did not impress Time magazine. Davis, they said, made no things easier for his client by talking about the subversiveness of lynching, but the death sentence staring his client in the face for decidedly nonviolent acts no doubt stiffened Davis's resolve. 18 The ripples from this case were ever widening. But the most important result for Davis was that he was recruited to the Communist Party during the course of the trial, though it is apparent that his experience with racism and the experience of his father with the two-party system had facilitated his recruitment. Patterson felt that Herndon was an effective political mentor to Ben. 19 In his memoir Davis observed, it was arranged that I should attend a few sessions of a communist branch meeting, headed by a 60-year-old Negro iron worker, at an Atlanta foundry. 10 members were present, 3 white and 7 Negro. I liked these experiences so well that I never permitted a week to pass that I did not attend a meeting. I entered the trial as his lawyer, but ended it as his communist comrade. 20 Ben Davis was already a celebrity in his community because of his father. After the trial he stood even larger because of the significance of the Herndon case. Charles Martin has suggested that due to the case many black Atlantans became more outspoken and increasingly challenged racial discrimination in the city. 21 Perhaps one can draw a straight line from this case to Atlanta's role as the capital of the civil rights movement. The case was lost at trial and won on appeal, which effectively destroyed, at least temporarily, the insurrection laws as a tool of state repression. Davis's tactic of calling qualified blacks in the voir dire process and asking if they ever served on a jury presaged the crucial 1935 Supreme Court opinion in the Scottsboro 9 case, Norris v. Alabama. 22 Naturally, the Daily Worker, the official organ of the Communist Party, was both prescient and enthusiastic about the case and their new recruit. Weeks before the trial they told their readers that for the first time, the question of exclusion of Negroes from juries is being raised in Georgia. 23. Days before the trial they announced that Davis's tactic had already produced fruit, for in a larceny case for the first time since 1872, 2 Negroes were called to serve on a trial jury. 24 This premature integration flowed into the movement. In May 1933, after the trial, the Daily Worker reported, for the first time in the history of the city, a gathering of Negro and white 39 workers took place with absolutely no segregation. 25 Leading communist Otto Hall agreed about the significance of the case, one of the most important, in the history of our movement. Davis and Geer astounded everyone by the way they bearded the Bourbon lion in his den. Never in the memory of any Negro in that courtroom had any lawyer attempted to stop white policemen and prosecutors from referring to their clients as niggers and darkies. The courtroom was crowded. Jim Crow laws were broken for the first time when Negro and white workers occupied the same benches. The courtroom became a political forum. 26 Political and economic goals were important for blacks, but the social goal of simple dignity, not being addressed as boy, not being called by one's first name by unfamiliar white strangers and even youths, was also important. The New York Amsterdam News echoed this line on January 25, 1933, all of these years white juries in the South have been convicting colored people on the most flimsy evidence imaginable. Yet it remained for the communists to be the first to raise this. The victory of the Reds in the Ewell Lee case in Maryland was compared with Davis's heroism. The spotlight communists have turned upon the South's crimes is a service to humanity in general and the Negro in particular. On March 4, 1933, the St. Louis Argus added, enjoys a splendid reputation, both because of his family connections and of his own acquisition. George Schuyler was pointed in his praise. His employer, the Pittsburgh Courier, saluted the masterly plea of Davis on behalf of his client. 27 Davis and the Communist Party attained a more positive image among blacks as defenders of the race as a result of the Herndon case. 27 This case represented more than publicity for Davis. A movement arose whose impact continued to influence Atlanta for years to come. For example, after the conviction, a conference of 1,000 people was held in the Odd Fellows Auditorium. Davis wrote, it was perhaps the first conference of its type ever held in Atlanta. From the conference there arose a movement. All over the city among the Negro people in particular various types of action took place. Churches passed resolutions, ministers preached sermons. Business people joined in. The defense campaign snowballed. Above all, the organized labor movement took up the case. The campaign was taking on a very significant, deep-going and prophetic character. 28. Right away, on January 20, 1933, the Daily Worker noticed that in Atlanta many Negro liberals and intellectuals already have come forward with promises of support and a pledge to raise any amount of bail necessary to get Herndon out of jail pending the appeal. The Atlanta World, on 31 January, noticed a movement also, pointing out that the 27 Club, composed of the most representative and successful Negro leaders in Atlanta, blasted the frame-up of Herndon at length. Davis, said the Daily Worker, 40. addressed the members on the significance of the case and the necessity for all Negroes to join the fight of the white and Negro workers to smash the sentence. Further, hundreds of protests are pouring in. Later, when 100 prominent Atlantans assembled for a testimonial dinner in honor of W.A. Scott, owner of the World, the presence of a brilliant young attorney was noted, Ben Davis. When Thurgood Marshall, Charles Houston, Arthur Garfield Hayes, Morris Ernst, Lester Granger, and others joined the defense committee, any suspicion of the redness of the committee could be assuaged by the presence of the well-connected Davis. 29 Roger Baldwin of the ACLU contacted Georgia power broker Will Alexander to check out the bona fides of Davis before committing his support to Herndon. Alexander supplied incorrect facts. According to my information, he did not finish at Harvard, said the Atlantan. Baldwin made the mistake of sending Alexander's dismissive note to Patterson and received a decided rebuff to his questioning of Davis's skill. Suitably chastened, Baldwin proved helpful to Herndon. 30. The breadth of the movement defending Herndon was significant. The participation of Socialist Party activists, who had been known for avoidance of projects led by communists, was remarkable. Norman Thomas was involved in this case. One ILD press release in 1935 recorded the participation in a meeting on Herndon of Sidney Hook, Ashley Totten of the Brother Hood of Sleeping Car Porters, and Lester Granger of the Urban League. This was a living example of a united front or popular front, a principle though often surrealist objective of communists in the 1930s. This effort to bring together communists and non-communists in a front for a common goal became formal policy among U.S. communists in 1935. 31 After Herndon was convicted in early 1933 and Davis joined the Communist Party, a whirlwind of activity arose on behalf of Herndon. Davis's efforts leading a crowd of thousands in singing the Internationale in Harlem's Rockland Palace in August 1934, leading a torchlight parade of 15,000 through the Bronx aided the party's image in New York. Soon communist leader James Ford was reporting proudly, "Every movement in Harlem has communists in it or has communist Negroes as leaders. Comrade Ben Davis has taken a leading part in this movement and he is becoming a helpful leader among the people of Harlem." 32 Not only did the Herndon case give a boost to the United Front, but it aided in building the ranks of the communist-led ILD and the party itself. Not coincidentally, ILD opened an Atlanta office in January 1933. When for the first time in the history of a gathering of Negro and white workers took place with absolutely no segregation, it was sponsored by ILD at the Royal Theatre. 33 By September 1933 their office in Atlanta was being raided by the authorities. Davis' nemesis and Atlanta's rabidly anti-communist prosecutor, John Hudson, threatened to indict all ILD members in the state on charges of inciting for insurrection. 34-41. But by mid-1934 the Daily Worker was confident, during the last year the Communist Party has been growing stronger and more powerful in Georgia. Also grown. This scared the bosses and the so-called old guard of the state. A.W. Morrison, a white attorney, was accused of turning over party and ILD names to the police, who then raided, beating and slugging as they went. 35 But the comrades trudged on. Early in 1936 their correspondent was reporting on a party meeting in Atlanta. Afterwards both black and white members entered a streetcar. We make, of course, no sign of recognition. I take my seat with spirits dampened. Only a short time ago we had sat side by side as equals. Now they sit in the rear of the car. The perceived communist threat in Atlanta sparked surreptitious activity and forced Davis to leave his home state. 36. The increase in party membership also sparked a surge of hostility against Davis and other progressive forces. Veteran black communist Harry Haywood captured the tension of the times in his memoir. Had office on the 5th floor of the Odd Fellows building. He spoke about the threats against him by the authorities and the Ku Klux Klan. He showed me a hole in the door between his office and an adjoining room. Noticed a kind of tube sticking out of the hole in the door. It was the barrel of an empty revolver which was set up against the door. He pulled a paper out of the barrel and read the message, "The Ku Klux Klan rides again. Georgia is no place for bad niggers and red communists. Next time we'll shoot." A whole gang was waiting for him. He was backed up against the wall, into a corner. No one touched him, but they shouted at him calling him a nigger son of a bitch, threatening to get him or run him out of town. I was worried about Ben Davis, about his safety. I had sized him up as an up-and-coming young communist, with great leadership potential. 37. Hosea Hudson, a black communist who knew Davis, had similar memories. A big pastor named Reverend Martin took some of his deacons. They was afraid that someone was going to try to lynch Ben, he and 2-3 of his deacons. They put on they overalls and they pistols in they pockets, and they went in and sit in the courthouse. Ben didn't know it. Nobody didn't know it. When Ben would leave the courthouse, they'd leave, follow him, stay some distance, see that nothing happened to him. 35 This atmosphere was captured by Erskine Caldwell. In New Masses he referred to a reign of mob rule in Georgia and the fact that no arrests have been made despite lynchings and various mutilations. The daily papers of the state have failed to report the actions of the mob. No local correspondent for the dailies can be found who have made reports, perhaps because of a rule in the Book of Instructions sent to local correspondents by the daily newspapers of Georgia: if a white man is murdered, telegraph it in; if a Negro is murdered, mail it in. 39. Davis also commented on the unfriendly environment. One day as he left. 42. The courtroom he was told, "Watch yourself, or we'll string you up." Another had an open knife in his hand. There were 7 or 8 of these ruffians. 40. A typical day at court. These events exposed the naive NAACP-inspired notion of reliance on the courts to vindicate rights. A cross was burned at the home of a key organizer for the Herndon case. Later there was an attempt to frame Davis and charge him with attempting to smuggle letters from Herndon past the prison censors. The racist author Ida seemed to take particular umbrage at this educated black lawyer whose very existence wiped out simple-minded notions of white supremacy and black inferiority. As one jailer was reputed to have told Herndon, "As long as that nigger lawyer keeps coming down here swelling your head, you're going to stay in solitary." 41. Certainly this was the import of Davis's noted meeting with Governor Eugene Talmadge, who told him, "Ben, you've been sent up north to school. I know all about it. You got too much education to love your own state." 42. Black militants with higher education were perceived as particularly dangerous. The ever-sober New York Times even managed to note this phenomenon. They lamented that in present-day Georgia even Thomas Jefferson might be under arrest for his beliefs. They regretted the tendency of prosecuting officers to lose sight of the inherent rights of persons charged with or suspected of communistic beliefs. Thus in November 1934 under arrest were union leaders, attorneys, and Nathan Yagle, a graduate student. Jew. The student body as well as all professors, under whom Yagle have studied, came to his aid. 43. C. Van Woodward, a noted writer, got caught up in this turmoil and eventually felt compelled to leave the state. 44. The Chicago Defender noticed that even moderates were touched, thus underlining the notion of the indivisibility of civil liberties. Flying squadrons of special police in Atlanta raided the southern offices of the Urban League in a vain hunt for communist literature. 45. A Red Scare was being used to squash any aspect of black liberation in a dramatic precursor of what was to come. During raids in June 1934, police asked those swept up if they knew Ben Davis. One of them Reds. 46. The crackdown continued, with the Atlanta Constitution on November 24, 1935 urging that every effort should be exercised to round up this group of radicals. Davis sensed the historical moment. He observed that after the trial, the fat was in the fire. "The whole situation changed for me. Where formerly, I had received the benign cooperation and tolerance of the city's ruling circles, I now was regarded with suspicion at best, and as a Russian-inspired Bolshevik at worst." 47. He was right. In any event, as the leftist writer Don West put it, a Negro lawyer in Atlanta has about as much chances for success as the proverbial snowball in hell. 48. The burden of being black was one thing, but the red coloration tended to magnify the pain. Yet the communists had tapped into something in Atlanta, for this city continued for the road to the Communist Party. 43. Sometime to be the heart of communist operations in the Deep South, or not coincidentally it was the center of the civil rights movement. But Davis, already a public figure, took on a notorious reputation after Herndon's conviction, which numbered his days in Atlanta. Davis's prominent role in the Atlanta 6 case, in 1933-34, which involved a group of black and non-black activists who were framed on charges akin to Herndon's, also was viewed with a jaundiced eye, as he tells it, "When I spoke up as representing the white women, One could have heard a mouse walking on cotton. The court gulped and all eyes were agog. The judge, thrown into utter confusion by this daring challenge to white supremacy, sought to ignore me altogether and talk to the women. The Sixth Amendment guarantee of right to counsel apparently was revocable. A few days later, I received a call from an attorney advising me that disbarment proceedings were being considered against me. I could not serve in this capacity without running afoul of the laws restricting Negroes and whites to segregated relationships. 49 Davis's experience with Jim Crow Georgia was becoming more difficult, as it was for the black community as a whole. Police brutality was nothing new in Atlanta, but even the jaded were moved when Glover Davis, a blind black man, was killed by the police. His funeral in September 1933 turned into a mass anti-racism demonstration. The church in which it was held only could seat 1,000, but the crowd estimate ranged as high as 8,000. Davis spoke at the rally and later recalled the gripping scene. Along the streets in the block surrounding the church, police were stationed in battle formation. Guns and tear gas as equipment were prominently displayed. Mounted guns manned by cops. The corpse lay in front of the pulpit and sobs mingled with indignant protest. Police had roped off the streets. Inside the church the atmosphere was redolent with expectancy. Police threatened to break up the meeting at the first sign of a speech. So the pastor dove right in and said, "God, give us Negro and white men who are not afraid to fight police brutality. Bind the black and white people of this South. Give us the courage to fight back." Davis termed this the first revolutionary prayer. 50 The Daily Worker was blunt. The tremendous demonstration at this funeral has shaken the officials and white ruling class of Atlanta. 51 When Davis joined the CP in early 1933, his collective had to decide if he would be more effective in New York than in Georgia. They worried that it was risky to keep such a valuable comrade who, unlike many communists in Georgia, had visible and open communist affiliations, so close to cutthroats. Davis agreed with them. So when at the early 1934 National Executive Board meeting of the League of Struggle for Negro Rights, an organization within the Communist Party's orbit, Maud White left as editor of their allied journal, the Harlem Liberator, Davis replaced her. At that time, 44 contributing editors included such red stalwarts as James Ford, Louise Patterson, Ted Bassett, Cyril Briggs, James Allen, and Henry Barbusse. 52. Davis did not waste any time utilizing his contacts for the left. At a June 1934 banquet for Davis at the Lido Hall, Count T. Cullen, his old Harvard classmate, was the honored guest. Davis's rise in the left was meteoric, which was not difficult for a talented black in a movement that had not reached the outer limit of its potential. Soon he was being seen in the company of Ford, Earl Browder, Robert Minor, Israel Emter, and other communist leaders. 53 According to Davis, the Liberator had a devoted staff of 1/2 dozen. Negro and white. We were at it day and night, often from 7 in the morning until 1 or 2 a.m. Wages were at best $10 per week, a meager sum even then, and sometimes nothing. Such was to be Davis's economic fate until he died in 1964, his city council years notwithstanding. Commenting on the prevalent notion that the Soviet Union globally controlled communists' dollar and leftist forces, he added, "I remember once that I had to borrow a pair of pants to attend a benefit affair to make a collection speech for the Liberator. If there was any Moscow gold around, none of it came our way." But there was another trend manifested as Paul Robeson would send a few pounds to keep us going. 54 The party knew they had won a prize by recruiting Davis, and they moved quickly to take advantage of this simple fact, although Davis's new working conditions were no prize. The Daily Worker described the conditions under which he toiled. You walk up 2 flights of rickety narrow wooden steps, traverse a large room that once served as a table loft, enter a smaller office at the rear, and there you will find editor, business manager, advertising chief and general factotum of the Negro Liberator. For 10 and 12 hours a day, he works like a Trojan. They were aware of his ability to attract others to the party's banner, noting in passing that he has boosted the circulation from 4 to 6,000 and has managed to keep it fairly regular as a semi-monthly. Davis had plans to make it a daily with a fundraiser at the Savoy. The popularity of Ben Davis throughout the city as well as in Harlem proper is by the number of theater stars who have volunteered to give him a hand. But just in case some might think that Davis and the party were overly impressed by those of a certain class background, the Daily Worker reporter added quickly that Davis had had a complete split with his reformist father and childhood associations. His father had recently written a 4-column story that Davis demolished with acumen and great glee. 55 Davis's arrival at the Liberator was deemed by the party as an event of political importance. He was treated not like some new raw recruit but was quickly granted access to higher party circles. Simultaneously an effort was made to bolster the Liberator. A plan was launched to expand the paper from 8 to 12 pages with a circulation of 25,045. 2,000 paid subscriptions. Allied organizations like the International Workers' Order urged that its branches raise funds. Davis himself was proud of his journal despite the difficulties of production. By June 1934 the Harlem Liberator became the Negro Liberator. Since the journal was designed to win support for the program of the League of Struggle for Negro Rights, becoming a weekly or daily was an essential way to achieve this goal. 56. This journal's future was to be uncertain, perhaps because of the positions they took. Even before Davis's arrival his father was being referred to in their pages as leader of the treacherous Negro petty bourgeoisie and attacked for his treacherous sellout to lily whites. 57 After Davis came it seemed that the party wanted to be sure that the younger Davis was far different than his father. After one particularly harsh attack by Davis Jr., the Harlem Liberator on February 3, 1934 noted, Mr. Davis refused to retract his statement even after it was verified that the resolution in question had been introduced by his father. This approach was not without consequence. The International Workers' Order found that only a few branches responded to their appeal for the journal. 58 On August 11, 1935 the Negro Liberator reported, results show that the drive for new readers of the Liberator is seriously lagging. Soon thereafter the journal was moribund, due in part to sectarian attacks on figures like Ben Davis, Sr. A practice shared, ironically, by Ben Davis, Jr. 59 The Liberator and the Daily Worker were not the only leftist media organs that Davis toiled for after moving north. In the mid-1930s he became assistant editor, then later headed the Crusader News Agency. This unheralded entity was founded in 1919 by Cyril Briggs after he resigned from the New York Amsterdam News. It was run successively by Richard B. Moore, Elizabeth Lawson, Maud White, and Davis. Richard Wright, Langston Hughes, and Jacques Roumain were just a few of the talented writers who wrote for the agency. They provided copy for more than 250 black newspapers in the United States, which had a combined circulation of 3.5 million. The CNA helped to shape the leftist tilt of the black press and at the same time reflected the fact that Jim Crow had in effect pushed blacks to the left. That is to say, particularly before the onset of the Red Scare and McCarthyism, atrocious racist attitudes, combined with horrible economic conditions, facilitated communist inroads within the African American community. This situation was particularly true in Harlem, and, as the CNA demonstrated, its influence spread to the rest of the nation. Certainly the party was well aware of CNA's importance. On October 28, 1938 the Daily Worker reported, if today it can be said that the Negro press is vigorously anti-fascist, it is owing in large measure to the work of a Negro news service of which very little is known in white labor or progressive circles. The oldest Negro news service in the country and one of the 3 leading news agencies in its field today. 60 The CNA had worldwide circulation and was particularly popular in India, Jamaica, and Trinidad. 46. This Harlem-based service provided free copy and was often without funds as a result. But penury was becoming common for Davis and he worked with the service until its demise during World War II. Still, it was at the Daily Worker that Davis made his mark over time. Looking back in 1943, he observed that this was where he received his basic training in the theory and practice of the party. 61. A black journalist working at a non-black-owned paper was unusual during the 1930s, leaving an impression on African Americans. In 1940, only one of the many New York dailies had a black on staff, according to CNA, and this was Ted Poston, a stringer for the New York Post. 62. On the other hand, a quite talented group was with the Daily Worker when Davis came on board. Erskine Caldwell, Harold Clurman, Malcolm Cowley, James Farrell, Waldo Frank, Josephine Herbst, Langston Hughes, Matthew Josephson, Corliss Lamont, Albert Maltz, Clifford Adetz, Lauren Miller, William Gropper, Hugo Gellert, Margaret Borkwhite, Granville Hicks, Harvey O'Connor, Romaine Roland, Lincoln Steffens, and Meridel L. E. Sewer were among the contributors to this self-proclaimed newspaper for the entire family. 63. But of all of the literary lights at the paper then, Davis had the added advantage of direct contacts with an overwhelmingly working-class black community. Davis's earliest responsibility with the paper was heading the Harlem Bureau in 1936. By 1939 he was vice president of the company that controlled the paper and held one of the three major shares. Ultimately he served as secretary-treasurer and president. By 1938 he was associate editor of the paper itself. His political responsibilities with the National Negro Congress and allied groups provided him with the contacts to build the paper's constituency in Harlem. When the budding novelist Richard Wright joined him in Harlem in 1937, he could concentrate more on organizing and less on writing. It also freed him to launch a regular column, initially titled Lift Every Voice. Shortly before this, Davis's prominence in the party was underscored when the paper featured him, along with William Z. Foster and Clarence Hathaway, as a leading columnist. Conditions at the paper were not as unruffled as the accompanying post photograph indicates, however. It was being harassed by officious interlopers, hit with libel suits, and their sister paper, The Southern Worker, was being published in underground conditions. But Davis was becoming accustomed to these problems as part of the lot of a communist attempting to make the revolution. 64. The onerous conditions of the Great Depression of the 1930s and the growing pains that afflicted the Communist Party no doubt helped to make Davis's relations with his family and his class more troubled, as was reflected in his writings in the Daily Worker and the various versions of the Liberator. Strain developed in his relationship with his father, who felt that he was throwing away his life and wasting his education by working as a full-time 47. Communist operative. Indeed, it was striking that a self-proclaimed party of the working class would promote so vigorously a refugee from the black elite. It was similarly striking that Davis would make such a vigorous effort to distance himself from his origins, going so far as to criticize his father stridently. 65. It is easy to speculate that the then prevailing communist practice of intermittent sharp attacks on the kind of leadership represented by the NAACP felt comfortable for a budding radical emerging from the middle class himself. Unquestionably Davis took easily to this line of attack. In a commentary on James Weldon Johnson in late 1934 he blasted the doctrine of Negro reformism. Contains no solution. The old clap. IRAP Johnson, said Davis, is a cultured spokesman of the Negro upper class, as well as the ambassador of the white ruling class of America to the Negro masses. Replete with confusion. 66. This was only the beginning. Later he gave the order of the bandana to the most prominent Negro misleaders. The insignia of the new order will be a large bandana handkerchief which the members may on occasion use to wipe away their crocodile tears over the suffering and oppression of the Negro masses. The password by which fellow members may immediately recognize one another is "Me Too, Boss." The list we have compiled is, we admit at the outset, far from complete. Of Uncle Tom's there seems to be no limit. 67. In this so-called Hall of Shame were R. Moten, Thurgood Marshall, William Pickens, Johnson, Schuyler, Frank Crossuth, even Charles Houston. The Liberator juxtaposed this approach with what they termed the new type of Negro intellectual, that is, Davis. He is afraid of nothing. He weighs over 250 pounds, he is a powerful titan of a man. 10 years ago he might have joined the NAACP. 68 Davis was diverting consciously from the path of his father by his own admission. There were inherent contradictions in Davis's and the party's view at that time. It could be seen as sectarian and ultra-leftist, to use Marxist jargon. In other words, it would not bring potential allies into an alliance but would drive them into the arms of a common foe. Some of those being condemned, like Houston, were part of the alliance defending Herndon and Scottsboro. Though the rhetoric in the Liberator flowed against Houston, the effort to build an alliance in practice was advancing. Davis was in frequent contact with Roger Baldwin. He appeared at rallies about Herndon with Walter White and Stephen Wise, which showed that Houston and others could work with the forces who were attacking them. 69 This practical trend during the 1930s was motivated in part by the fact that Herndon still had to be rescued and allies were needed. Mid-1933 found Davis at the Georgia Supreme Court. His memoir was blunt. I lectured the court speaking with an attitude that they were very undeveloped and confused students. They watched me in utter contempt. The court reporter at 48. The trial had expunged from the record prejudicial remarks. I called these shocking omissions and tampering to the attention of the prosecution and the court. After his argument, Chief Justice Richard Russell warned him to stay away from such cases. It was another aspect of the gentle pressure which had been gratuitously applied to me since I had been in this case. 70 Even the New York Times on May 2, 1937 had to concede that there were some curious aspects to this case. Most Atlanta lawyers felt too that there was something ironic in that Herndon was sentenced to prison for possessing communistic propaganda, and that in that same year the state of Georgia printed on its official ballot the names of candidates. They could not see Herndon as thereby more subversive than the state itself. 72. Charles Houston, Davis's old friend from Amherst and Harvard Law School, presented the case of Herndon before the Supreme Court. Davis contended that his friend's brilliant legal argument, no matter how compelling, was not the decisive element. It was this approach that helped to separate Davis from Houston and other friends in the NAACP. Herndon was able to escape his conviction under a slave insurrection statute and a 20-year chain gang sentence, with Davis maintaining stoutly that a mass struggle was responsible. His inability to convince his friends in the NAACP of this opinion accounts in part for his attacks on them. 71. But it was not just the NAACP that Davis and the party sharply criticized. After he was freed, Herndon's ties with the party and Davis were not very good. In 1944 the party denied that Herndon was part of their ranks. In 1948 he was called to testify against black communist leader Claudia Jones, but he refused to cooperate. On May 8, 1954 the Pittsburgh Courier reported that Herndon, alias Gene Braxton, nabbed in Chicago for allegedly accepting $25,000 from 5 prospective buyers of the same six-flat building. 72. But the importance of the Herndon case extended beyond the defendant. With the Scottsboro 9 case it launched the Communists into a new relationship with African Americans. Emblematic of this new relationship was Ben Davis. Because of the atrocious racism visited upon African Americans, U.S. rulers had virtually conceded this group to the left. This was to be the case until the post-World War II effort by elites to reclaim this community by diminishing Jim Crow, a concession that ironically reflected their need of new allies. An essential aspect of this entire development was the effort by all sides, communists and anti-communists alike, to influence the NAACP. Though Davis knew well Walter White, Charles Houston, William Hastie, Thurgood Marshall, and other association leaders, his periodic assaults on them were not helpful when political conditions began to change in the 1950s. Yet it was not easy for Davis to contemplate the vagaries of the future when he was in the midst of trying to first save Angelo Herndon, then the Scottsboro 9. 49. They shall not die. The Scottsboro Nine has been the subject of numerous written accounts and films. The story of 9 African American males accused of raping a white woman easily captured the public imagination. The ire roused by the Communist Party's conflict with the NAACP and certain other liberal forces continues to this day to raise sparks. Some have suggested that the Reds used the defendants for their own narrow purposes, misappropriated funds, and improperly ousted the association from the defense effort. This belief shaped and reinforced a negative line then pursued by the party concerning the NAACP. Davis was not peripheral in this matter. With his famous name, legal training, and Marxist outlook, he was a walking advertisement for the party. His reputation gave credence to the party and its espousal of socialism. The Scottsboro case has been given more than a cursory look. A recent, more objective, and less hostile approach to the party's role is shown by Carol Van West. Although constantly harassed, the Communists were the first to combat the hostile atmosphere of Alabama in order to save the nine. 73 George Schuyler, however, reflects a more common view. NAACP lost control of the case through the machinations of who had scurried around the South and secured the signatures of the parents. 74 The interpretation of Red deviousness and client naivete has been the usual approach to this case. But as in many cases involving the Civil Rights Congress with William Patterson again playing the lead role, the clients themselves proved to be less anti-communist than the critics. They were appreciative, recognizing that the cases of numerous black defendants did not receive such publicity, resulting in jail sentences or executions. The only other agency that may have been more concerned with the Reds and Scottsboro was U.S. military intelligence. Davis's central role was noted, of course. They were worried about the case's impact on Afro-Americans but observed shrewdly that the KKK in Birmingham had cooled black ardor for communists. Military intelligence spied incessantly on blacks, using fear of communism as a main reason. This would have been no surprise to Davis. Whenever I visited the boys, I had to be armed with a sheaf of credentials, identifications, and documents a foot high, before I was allowed to see them. I almost had to secure a dispensation from the Holy Ghost who, of course, was white. 75 While Davis was in the middle of fighting on the Herndon battlefront, the Scottsboro case erupted in Alabama. Over his protests, Joseph Brodsky brought Davis into the case. Defendant Haywood Patterson has recalled Davis's role vividly and gratefully in his memoir. It is interesting to note that the pastor of the church that served as the headquarters of the nascent civil 50 rights movement in the 1950s, Dexter Avenue Baptist in Montgomery, was also involved in the case. 76 weeks after the Herndon trial, Davis was in Birmingham, hearing the anguish of the defendants. As in Atlanta, the authorities did not accept this black-red alliance with equanimity. The police and the American Legion wrecked the ILD offices in Birmingham. There were dynamite bombings. The jailers were often discourteous and spouted racist epithets. Davis himself witnessed jailers jabbing Haywood Patterson in the stomach with a police club. Davis's eyewitness accounts drew attention to the Scottsboro case and attracted blacks to the party. Davis met with Governor Bibb Graves in 1934, arguing for a commutation of the death penalty at the same time that he was spending considerable time teaching classes to other budding communists on voting, history, and the like. 77 Because he was present ultimately as both a legal counsel and reporter, Davis could bring his daily worker readers a singular perspective. This case, which catapulted the Reds into the forefront of the black liberation struggle, was interpreted frequently through the lens of Ben Davis. Consider his reportage for the February 16, 1935 issue of the Daily Worker. We are in the court chambers of the United States Supreme Court. The entire court was plainly attentive. The justices asked questions frequently. A dramatic moment occurred when exhibited the book containing the alleged forged jury rolls. The entire bench and audience became quiet. Justice Stone examines the book spectacularly with large magnifying glass. 78 The court was attentive because the whole world was watching. This is what Davis kept trying to tell the NAACP, but its funders wanted the organization to have no dealings with the Reds even if one of them had gone to Harvard Law. The failure of black leftists and non-leftists to collaborate consistently was not beneficial for the community they professed to represent. Like a number of the Civil Rights Congress cases years later, the Scottsboro case had the drama of alleged rape, blacks versus whites, and males versus females. Here the international ties of the Communist Party proved useful as the Communist International and their allies were able to rally worldwide support for the Nine and condemnation of racism. The overriding atmosphere of terror meant that it was difficult not to stumble. This is the context in which the much ballyhooed conflicts between the Communists, the NAACP, and attorney Samuel Leibovitz should be considered. Once more, Davis was not an outsider. Even in July 1949 the House Committee on Un-American Activities had not forgotten. Professional stool pigeon Manning Johnson told them that the Communists had trouble with Samuel Leibovitz, counsel for the defense. He opposed the Communist line in the defense of the boys. We discussed that and decided to get rid of him. Benjamin Davis was appointed to go talk to the mothers of the boys and get them to decide to drop Leibovitz as counsel. Ben Davis went down there and praised him highly for that. 7951. There were complications that Johnson neglected to mention. Communist theoretician James Allen maintained that when Davis visited the Nine in jail, he learned that John Terry, former gangster and Leibovitz's right-hand man, was making threats on the black lawyer's life. The Negro Liberator claimed on October 27, 1934 that he also made a threatening gesture by drawing a pistol on Davis, an event that the Daily Worker made into a front-page story. A similar conflict, though not as murderous, was brewing within the NAACP. As with the Civil Rights Congress cases of the 1950s, elite forces were uncomfortable with the notion of the ILD leading blacks. Strenuous infighting led to a tussle between the ILD and the association over the right to defend the Nine. When Davis visited the Nine in jail, the defendants would score the NAACP. The boys told him that beatings were used to get them to disavow the ILD, they were even promised release, he was told. This contretemps was not helpful to a CP-NAACP alliance. It colored Davis's views on the national question, his Marxist theoretical view of the position of blacks in the United States, and helps to explain the ultra-left attack on the black middle class that characterized his early association with the party. 81 The tension between the NAACP and the ILD occurred in the early days of the Roosevelt administration, a spreading depression, and a concomitant growth of the left. Thus, in early 1933, after the Herndon trial, Davis was in Harlem with Louise Thompson of the Scottsboro Action Committee questioning an alleged unauthorized collection of funds by groups other than the ILD. Davis also took the lead in assailing Samuel Leibovitz. He appeared on platforms with Walter White and the owner of the New York-Amsterdam News in Harlem rallies for the Nine, which suggests the contradictory nature of the ties between party and non-party allies. 82 Nevertheless, it was difficult to be indifferent to the crowds and excitement that Davis and the Scottsboro Nine were receiving in Harlem. In April 1933, 2,500 people jammed St. Mark's Church at 138th and St. Nicholas. Headlines read, "Hundreds turned away." A tremendous ovation was given as Davis and Gear were introduced. Thunderous cheering was the response when Davis proclaimed, "The Herndon and Scottsboro cases are inseparable." 83 days later, over 1,000 Harlem workers jammed every foot of space in the St. Luke's Hall. It was the CP's largest mass meeting ever held indoors in Harlem on the Scottsboro case. Davis spoke of a new type of militant leadership in the leadership of the Communist Party. 84. It is possible to excuse communists for thinking in April 1933 that the revolution was nigh. 1,500 people marched in Harlem for the Scottsboro case. Never before was so much revolutionary literature sold on the streets of Harlem, said the Daily Worker on April 24, 1933. A few months later, the League of Struggle for Negro Rights, an alleged communist front that had difficulty achieving a mass base, was receiving a respectful 52. Hearing for its Bill of Rights for Negroes from a Scottsboro Herndon conference in Harlem attended by representatives of 210 organizations representing 133,000 persons. Davis had a role to play in these events because of his name. His education, a commodity highly valued in an African American community that had been systematically denied it, also was important. He also enjoyed the confidence of the mothers of the defendants, especially Ada Wright and Ida Norris. 85. After his 1934 move to Harlem, Davis was not as active on the Scottsboro case as he had been earlier. He did appear at important times, such as the hearings at the U.S. Supreme Court. In his voluminous articles for the press he returned frequently to their plight. As he wrote in 1936, the Scottsboro Defense Committee was a united front including the NAACP, ACLU, and other groups. But this unity may have had a weakness, it may have diluted the party's emphasis on mass action and demonstrations. 86. The Scottsboro and Herndon cases catapulted the ILD and the Communists into prominence among African Americans. It also underscored Davis's growing role as a leading communist intellectual activist and journalist. This high profile helps to explain why an opponent of Davis in his 1945 re-election campaign rehashed a Scottsboro story about $500,000 raised for the 9 that was allegedly purloined by Davis and his comrades. 87. But like Willie McGee and other Civil Rights Congress defendants, the 9 continued to speak highly of the young attorney who had ridden to their rescue. In 1951, at a birthday celebration for William Patterson, Olin Montgomery repaid the historical debt when he demanded Davis's release from prison. The crowd at Small's Paradise in Harlem cheered. 88. But it was left to Davis to point out the importance of the Scottsboro case for posterity. It was the first time in modern years that labor took up the battle cry for Negro rights. The fight laid the basis for the growth of the labor and progressive movement in the South. 89. The case set legal precedents on such key issues as the right to a fair trial, adequate counsel, and exclusion from juries. Still, the conflict with the NAACP did not augur well for Davis's hope for a united front. 4. To be a professional revolutionary. Comrades and friends. The Harlem that Davis now lived in was becoming one of the country's most depressed yet most vibrant communities. The presence of the NAACP leadership, the Urban League's Lester Granger, Union leader A. Philip Randolph, the militant cleric Adam Clayton Powell, artists and celebrities all gave it a unique character. A contradiction of Jim Crow was that residential segregation forced the left and center elements of the African American community to live cheek by jowl, thus facilitating their relationship. Many black leaders lived in northern Manhattan, several of them at 409 Edgecombe Avenue. Racism, combined with the Great Depression, made it easy for African Americans to accept some of the communists' precepts. At the same time it was difficult to be impressed with the beneficence of U.S. elites. Until the complications of World War II, left and center the party and the association were able to maintain a kind of unity. Harlem was fertile ground in all classes, for as the Daily Worker pointed out, Negro professionals have been harder hit by the Depression than any other similar group in New York City. It is necessary to explore 4 major areas to gain insight into Davis's unique role: the people he worked with inside and outside the party, the state of the Harlem Party in the 30s, the Marxist theory that motivated his actions, and the practical applications of this theory in a depressed Harlem and elsewhere. Ben Davis entered a Harlem Communist Party that already was establishing a reputation as the flagship organization of the movement. Though he may have been engaging in a bit of puffery, Harlem Communist leader Howard Stretch Johnson was not too far from the point. Party members in other parts of the country didn't have the kind of time we had in Harlem. They didn't know how to party out there in the boondocks. Being a communist in Harlem was like being the swinging present and the swinging future simultaneously. You were enjoying all the boogieing and boozing and everything in the present, while you had your socialist perspective too. 53. 54. Give you inspiration to continue. 2. This statement may better reflect John Sun's life than the party's role, but it does suggest that stereotyped views of robot Reds programmed from Moscow should be reconsidered. His comment also reveals the uniqueness of Harlem, for it was true that New York City then as now was the center of leftist and progressive political activity in the United States. The entire mosaic of the Communists' relations with African Americans will be discussed below, but suffice it to say for now that the party, despite its weaknesses, was far in advance of other U.S. organizations on this crucial question of race. Even Nathan Glazer, certainly no communist dupe, has seen this. According to him, it was the only institution in American life in which Negroes commonly worked with whites on a level of equality, which was truly colorblind, which was really indifferent to issues of race. 3. For example, party leader Eugene Dennis was posted to South Africa CP by the Communist International, a Moscow-based agency that provided counsel for communist parties globally in the 1930s, and he played a useful role in turning it from an all-white party to one that was mostly African. He brought to the table experiences beyond the realm of most of his fellow Euro-Americans. The International had played a key role in establishing the International Trade Union Committee of Negro Workers, which published journals, held conferences, and gave many a sleepless night to colonial bureaucrats in Africa. 4. In his study of Philadelphia communists, Paul Lyons has commented on what he perceived as a high turnover of black recruits to the CP. 5. A look at the overall record shows a mixed picture. In August 1933, just before Davis's permanent arrival in New York, James Ford said that as of 1928, less than 50 blacks were Reds. Today there are several thousand Negro members, of whom over 200 are leading functionaries. 6a. Number of developments had occurred in the interval, such as Scottsboro and Herndon. Indicative of the fact that Ford may not have been distorting the figures is a contemporary account on February 28, 1934 from a supposedly more objective source, the New York Times. There a source was quoted who saw the possibility of a communist election victory in the southern section of Chicago, populated chiefly by Negro workers in the slaughterhouses. The danger of the election of the communist candidate for Congress is being seriously considered. As for New York, Robert Minor filed a report showing that 1,039 blacks were members of the state party as of May 1936, while there were 1,841 of the former by May 1938. This suggests that black membership was growing at a rapid rate. Ben Davis in July 1936 averred that the Harlem Party had a membership of 50 or less in 1934, but more than 850 as of the time of his writing. 7. What Lyons suggested about party turnover in Philadelphia may also have 55 been true for New York. George Blake in 1938 also pointed to a question of fluctuation, especially among Negro comrades in Harlem. 8. This vacillation was due in part to a more vigorous repression visited upon those so bold as to be both black and red, and to unresolved questions of internal chauvinism. Early in 1936, in reviewing a pamphlet by Gil Green, Davis was a bit scolding. The fly-leaf contains a picture of 6 national leaders, but it unfortunately omits the picture of any Negro leader. 9. But the party was growing nonetheless. In 1938 it moved from 415 Lenox Avenue to larger quarters at 101 West 132 Street, though it had 2 entire floors at the former address. In 1939 the party launched a postcard campaign for anti-lynching legislation that involved 74 branches of the Harlem Party. 10. Such was the milieu that Davis entered. Even Irving Howe and Louis Kozer in their partisan tome on the party acknowledged Davis as a talented lawyer with a following in the Negro world. 11. But those who still wonder why Davis may have chosen his path need look no further than Daniel Aaron's words in Writers on the Left. Not the aberration of individuals drew men into communism in the 1930s, but the aberration of society. A significant part of this aberration was a Great Depression that disproportionately hit African Americans. 12. A consideration of various contemporary accounts of Davis and his impact on the party and movement provide an idea of the temper of the times. In late 1936 his old paper, The Afro-American, commented at length. He enjoys a wholehearted contempt for everything associated with the capitalistic world and expresses his contempt in no uncertain terms from the tops of soap boxes and step ladders in Harlem. In short, the Hon. Mr. Davis is the race's public communist, number one. To me, he represents a horrible example of what radical changes a political dogma can bring about in a man. I knew Ben Davis when he was a fashion plate of New York and the South. Ben isn't a fashion plate anymore. I knew Ben Davis as a dapper young law graduate, mustache trimmed to a Parisian nicety, his fingernails manicured to an inspiring Gloucester, his hair slicked down and parted at just the right angle. This was the Ben Davis of Auburn Avenue, Atlanta. Sugar Hill, New York. Wore smartly tailored clothes, many varieties, cuts, and shades, but always according to the dictates of Vanity Fair, Esquire and the country gentleman. The Ben I knew wore studs in his shirt front, a gold clasp under his collar points, a wristwatch on his arm and fawn-colored spats over his patent leather shoes. Carried a gold-headed cane which he twirled at a rakish suaveness as he perambulated down the avenue of a morning en route to work, making a delightful spectacle for the servant girls who missed their streetcars to get a fetching glimpse of him in all his magnificent splendor. Envious men thought Benjamin an exhibitionist, but he wasn't at all. Ben was merely a gentleman to the manner born and an ardent practitioner of the art of being sartorially correct. Used to smell very sweet. Anointed with oil of a dainty odor. I have seen the clerks of our office pause in their chores to inhale the fragrance of him as he passed their desks. 56. But according to the author, veteran journalist Ralph Matthews, that was then and this is now. But Ben the communist doesn't smell sweet anymore. How did this strange transformation come about? Communism did it, I presume. When Ben took on the religion of Moscow, he shook all the sins of the money world from his sandals. No longer do servant girls turn when he passes. Benjamin is not a matinee idol but a tragic character. He is almost as fat, but not quite as defiantly sloppy as Haywood Broun. He is a champion of the downtrodden, the overworked, the underpaid. Just why he couldn't champion these causes in a stiffly starched shirt as well as he can in a collar with dog ears is one of the mysteries that confound me. Why he did not try to lift the laborer up to his own exalted elegance instead of himself dropping down to the disheveled state of the working man, I do not know. Ben is a sorry spectacle. But maybe today Ben is of lots more value to humanity than he was as a Beau Brummel. Maybe Ben prefers to be serviceable instead of ornamental. If such is his reasoning, I forgive him. 13. Despite the final bouquet tossed by Matthews, some of his words are misleading if taken as literal and absolute truth. Even during the dog days of the 1960s when his income had fallen precipitously, Davis was always known to be turned out well, though not with a cane and derby. In fact, his assimilation of this key characteristic of African American and U.S. culture, appearance, was partly why he was able to maintain a mass base. George Charney, a former Red leader, sought to capture the Davis persona in his memoir of the times. Ben was one of the new personalities in the leadership of the party. He had emerged as the dominant Negro figure in the movement. Ford had not managed to survive the downfall of Browder. On the fringe, isolated, lonely, embittered. Ben by contrast was a luminous personality. He was a striking figure of a man, gifted with an exceptional intelligence. He was one of the finest orators I had ever heard and could speak as well on a street corner as in Madison Square Garden. His street gatherings in Harlem were extraordinary experiences. He was to Upper Harlem what Marcantonio was to East Harlem, and when both shared the platform, with Paul Robeson to fill in, the walls of the ghetto came tumbling down. Ben was not just an agitator of the old school. He had a keen interest in all the political activities of the party and took part in its deliberations. He had little patience with involved matters of doctrine, but with his quick mind could follow the twists and turns of ideological controversy and on occasions add his own twist. He cared least of all for the humdrum, daily life of the party. He was the most popular mass figure in the party. On a more intimate basis he attracted people by his warm and engaging personality. And yet he was ambitious and self-centered and invariably expressed irritation with people slow to do his bidding. 14. These words of Charney, an apostate, may be suspect because of his running afoul of Davis during some of the sharper party battles, and, as noted, Davis could be particularly difficult during these conflicts, especially with Euro-Americans. But other parts of his description, particularly those concerning 57. The reasons for Davis's mass base are corroborated by other sources. In any event, when considered in the context of other Black Party leaders, the lawyer William Patterson, and college graduates like James Jackson, Davis's defection to the left is better understood. For example, Black Party leader James Ford was a graduate of Fisk University and a stellar athlete, like Davis and Robeson. He was born James W. Forsh, but on his father's pay envelope the name was changed to Ford. "Keep the name," advised the foreman, adding, "It don't make no difference about a nigger's name no how." The future communist was born in 1893 in Pratt City, Alabama. His grandfather was lynched after getting fresh with a white woman. He joined the party in 1926 and rose quickly through the ranks. 15. Also rising with him was Ben Davis. They quickly developed a mutually beneficial relationship. Like Davis, Ford was a star football player. He was on an undefeated team and was the fastest 100-yard dash sprinter in the school, in addition to being on the mile relay team. His fleet-footness won him the nickname of Rabbit Ford. He also played baseball and was a member of the popular black fraternity, Omega Psi Phi. Like Davis, he had a modestly furnished apartment in Harlem and had attended an elite institution, the University of Chicago, where he studied history and finance. Early on he attracted attention as leader of the Postal Workers Union, a frequent redoubt for black college graduates, which underscores the fact that since opportunities to excel and rise were few and far between for black intellectuals, the party offered a form of social mobility. 16. The relationship between the two party leaders congealed during the presidential campaign of 1940, when Davis managed Ford's vice presidential bid. Towering over him by at least 4 inches, Davis accompanied him on his West Coast tour, appeared with him in Harlem rallies, escorted him to North Carolina's predominantly black Shaw University, and went with him to Baltimore. The reactions of the assembled masses were telling. A Ford rally with 350 present in Richmond, Virginia, was held in the church of moderate black leader Gordon Hancock. Such a rally shows that moderates like Hancock could align with the communists in the pre-Cold War era and that Jim Crow generally forced blacks to the left. In words that are reminiscent now of Jesse Jackson, Hancock declared that he was glad to see a black with the courage to run, for it would inspire the youth. The vicious Jim Crow of the pre-war era was even driving what Davis called an extremely conservative minister into the arms of the left. 17. There was a similar reaction when Ford, Patterson, and Davis were campaigning near the Schomburg Library on 135th Street in Harlem. Reported Davis, "Look at Ford, Mama," a tiny Negro lad said to his mother. "Look at Ford, dear," she told her child. "We're all looking at him." 18. 58. Voters, especially black ones, were not uncomfortable with the prospect of Reds having the reins of power in their hands. Certainly they could do no worse than the usual assortment of Jim Crow advocates that too often held elective office in the United States. This insight was to be applied fruitfully by Davis himself when he ran for the city council from Harlem. Davis's move to Harlem also brought him into contact with a talented array of black women communists such as Maud White, the only black woman member of the Central Committee. Then there was Marvel Cook, whom Davis recruited to the party during the 1935 Amsterdam news strike. She was related by marriage to Roy Wilkins and was a neighbor of his and Thurgood Marshall's, living at 409 Edgecombe Avenue in Harlem. Davis and Cook were in the same party cell together, which at one time included Richard Wright. She and Davis were very good friends. When I saw him, I kissed him. I was his baby, he recruited me. 19 There was also Claudia Jones, a party leader whom Davis became quite fond of. Davis became quite close to other top black leaders of the party besides Ford and Jones. There was the talented journalist Abner Berry. Born in Beaumont, Texas, in 1902, Berry toiled as a factory worker in Chicago and as a journalist in Houston before arriving in Harlem. The party's influence was manifested in the fact that 50% of leading journalists of the New York Amsterdam News were Reds, according to his account. The house of Louise Thompson, future wife of William Patterson, was a crossroads for many black intellectuals, including Langston Hughes. 20 Howard Stretch Johnson was also part of the Harlem Party coterie. He came to New York in 1933 in pursuit of theater opportunities, and he too was an athlete, a basketball player. Along with his sister he danced at the Cotton Club. He became acquainted with the party as a result of the play Waiting for Lefty. He joined in 1938 and thereafter used his theater contacts to promote communist activity. For example, he was able to get Lena Horne to do benefits for left-led organizations. From time to time he was able to get Jackie Robinson, Joe Louis, Billie Holiday, and other celebrities to perform similar tasks. In 1939 he went to party school to learn the fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism and organizing. The Harlem Young Communist League had 250 members then, he recalled, but was able to extend its tentacles widely in Harlem. The party realized the ideal of black-white equality, he recalled, though white Reds were subject to pressure of outside society white chauvinist pressures. 21. Party leader John Pittman had a similar background to Davis's. He was born in Atlanta in 1906 into a family of school teachers and dentists. He recalled in 1970 that Davis was a friend of mine. We grew up in Atlanta together. I talked with Ben quite a bit. He explained quite a number of things I hadn't thought about before. At that point Pittman joined the party. Like Davis, he went on to become editor of the party newspaper. Thus Davis was not alone in being attracted to the left. 22. 59. Even blacks who did not take out a membership card were often found in the party's orbit. Thus during the election campaign of 1940, an impressive group of African Americans protested attacks on communist candidates. This list included Arthur Huff Fawcett, Aaron Douglas, Paul Robeson, Hope Stevens, and Dr. Richard Carey. 23. As one careful student has pointed out, most blacks in many southern states could not believe that the threat of communism was as much a menace to their freedom as the actual and present danger of mob violence. 24. Davis closely interacted with a number of not well-known but nonetheless important African American activists. There was John Good, brother-in-law of Robeson, who spent a good deal of time in the 1930s in the USSR. There was O.J. Golden, a transplanted Southern black living in Tashkent in the Soviet Union, who when interviewed by Davis proclaimed, "I feel free." 25. There was Doug Roach, who had attended the State College at Amherst, Massachusetts, when Davis was there. Like other Davis friends and associates such as Dr. Arnold Donowa, Oliver Law, Celeria Key, and Oscar Hunter, Roach was part of the African American contingent who went to Spain to fight fascism. There was John Sutton, brother of Percy Sutton, the future borough president of Manhattan and advisor to Jesse Jackson. Sutton had spent 4 years at Tuskegee with George Washington Carver before fleeing racism for socialism in the USSR. On one of his infrequent trips to the United States, he visited with Davis, who reported that he made the original discovery of producing a strong fiber from rice straw, which was suitable for tough condor rope. 26. Many others, too numerous to mention, were similar to Sutton, Roach, Golden, and Good, which shows how the Depression decade helped to turn many blacks, and not just Davis, to the left. A bridge between Davis and the Reds on the one hand and the progressives and artists on the other was Paul Robeson. By their own accounts and the accounts of others, Davis and Robeson were quite close. In an undated letter, Davis told Robeson directly that a guy like you is born once every century. Every ounce of you is pure gold. 27 Robeson had similar feel. Ings, though they were more detailed. Ben and I first met here in Harlem some 35 years ago. Often passers-by on the avenue would be startled and amused as Ben and I worked out some football tactics on the sidewalk. Again, we would discuss our hopes as future lawyers, and where and how we would work. Robeson also said that his friend had influenced ideological development. 28. Lloyd Brown, the African-American novelist and activist, knew both men well. He recalls their relationship as being very, very important to both. Robeson had great respect for Davis. 29 Paul Robeson, Jr., concurs with Brown's evaluation. Davis and Robeson were really good friends, he says. Davis would frequently visit Robeson's Connecticut home for weeks at a time. At those times he and Paul Jr. would play tennis. 60. He was considered part of the Robeson family. Davis would play chess with his friend, a passion they shared with two of their mutual friends. Harlem businessman cum racketeer Ellsworth Bumpy Johnson and the Reverend John Johnson. More often than not Robeson triumphed, Davis was only an average player. 30 Despite their friendship and the puff pieces that Davis the journalist would write for the Daily Worker from time to time about his friend, Davis could be harsh about Robeson's cultural undertakings. For example, in a 1936 interview Davis pointed to the boycott of Robeson's film Sanders of the River and would not accept the excuse that editing had made it a distorted, negative film. That explanation may be acceptable, but good faith alone is not enough. The picture was an out-and-out betrayal of the African colonials, whatever may be said of your good intentions, and the imperialist twist came about in more than the cutting of the film. You became the tool of British imperialism and must be attacked and exposed whenever you act in such pictures or plays. Said Robeson weakly, "You're right." This was a friendship that apparently could withstand criticism. 31 Stretch Johnson maintains that 75% of black cultural figures had party membership or maintained regular meaningful contact during the 30s. 32 To the extent that this assertion is accurate, it reflects a strong tie between artists and the party. This was due in part to the Depression's impact on the arts, the leading role of figures like Robeson and Langston Hughes, and the fact that the party paid musicians union scale. Such strong ties were not replicated to the same extent in other sectors, yet there was significant influence. Certainly the party's ties with the civil rights establishment were substantial. Lester Granger of the Urban League, in reviewing a book by James Ford in 1939, termed him the best known Negro in the world today with the possible exception of Paul Robeson. This reviewer entertains a deep friendship and respect for the man. He even rationalized the party's apparent tactical shift from attacking the Urban League to making offers of cooperation by referring to changed conditions presented by the fascist threat. 33 Dorothy Height, then and now a prominent leader, worked closely with communist leader Henry Winston in the Depression decade and later. I learned so much from the communists. Those were some of the best minds that I ever came upon. 34 Benjamin Mays, Dean of the Atlanta Black Leadership and a deep influence on Martin Luther King, Jr., also has acknowledged the influence of the left on his own thinking and practice. 35 Civil rights leaders were not the only sector influenced by the left in the 1930s. As noted by Stretch Johnson, writers like Langston Hughes, Richard Wright, and Ralph Ellison or the cream of that era's crop were similarly influenced. Hughes served as president of the League of Struggle for Negro Rights, with Davis and Patterson as vice presidents. Paul Peters. 61. Writer of the popular work Stevedore, and leading actors like Lee Whipper and Rex Ingram, were also connected with the party. 36 Ralph Ellison has recalled the period when he and Richard Wright began to hang around the Harlem bureau of the Daily Worker, which was Davis's headquarters. Whichever story of Wright's relationship with the left is believed, there is little question that Davis was at the very nucleus of the matter. Wright initially was a journalist with the party paper. He was in a party club with Davis, Marvel Cook, and Ollie Harrington, among others. Cook recalls a time when Davis said he knew of a young man from Chicago who had just arrived in town. It was Wright. 37 The beginning of the rupture between Davis and Wright came with the publication of Native Son. Cook believes that even though party protocol should have allowed Davis to read the manuscript before publication, the reaction of Davis and others to the book may have been too sharp. Actually, Davis was not one-sided in his approach. He observed, reactions to the book have differed even among communists. It is an achievement in the world of letters and, despite its shortcomings, is a document of positive racial significance. The book is a terrific indictment of capitalist America. Would have been immeasurably strengthened with a communist character more typical of the Communist Party. 38 Davis was particularly incensed with the portrayal of the left's defense of Bigger Thomas. His restraint did not assuage Wright, who shortly thereafter bolted from the party's ranks. It was apparent that there were sharp problems before Wright left. Mark Nazon asserts that James Ford hated and mistrusted Wright while Davis and V.J. Jerome, so-called party cultural commissar, protected him from political attack. 39 One Daily Worker correspondent prematurely declared victory, knowing that the party had not yet officially expressed itself on Native Son. There have been some Trotskyites and other enemies of the people who have hoped desperately that we should blast Richard Wright. They hoped that we should drive away from us. 40 But the wind direction was signaled by a May 1940 forum entitled Native Son, a Challenge, with Davis as the main speaker. In a longer review, Davis compared Wright with Maxim Gorky in his stress on reality, but he again attacked his comrade's serious inadequacies in the picture presented of the party. Not long after that, Wright was no longer a comrade and had moved away from the organized left. 41 The party's appeal was not limited to the oppressed minority. Leading literary lights like Nelson Algren, Josephine Herbst, and Upton Sinclair were associated with communists. Nevertheless, among artists, African American musicians may have had the broadest contacts with the party. A largely untold story is jazz's early association with the left. The party and its allies, unlike other organizations, did not shun blacks and welcomed their cultural contributions. Thus Duke Ellington and his orchestra played in Har. 62. Lem for the Liberator and the Trade Union Unity League in a well-attended 1930 affair. It was not unusual to find Erskine Hawkins, Asada De Horton, and similar entertainers appearing at Harlem CP events of the mid-1930s. Similarly, the party tended to criticize artists who veered from the party's political outlook. For example, Davis denounced Noble Cecil after he had praised the Duke and Duchess of Windsor, despite the erstwhile king's ties to fascists, and Davis was quick to praise Marian Anderson after she had unstintingly praised the artist's role in the Soviet Union. The party was able to align with many of these artists, who were not necessarily cultural heroes outside of the black community. Chick Webb and Ella Fitzgerald were among those who performed at events organized by Davis's Daily Worker Harlem Bureau. The role of leftists like John Hammond and Barney Josephson in spreading the popularity of black music, which ultimately became the basis for U.S. and even worldwide popular music, needs to be underscored. 42 The relationship of Joe Louis to the left became apparent during Davis's successful run for office. During the early career of Joe Louis, Davis as a former athlete sensed Louis's growing symbolic role in Harlem and wrote at length about his exploits. In 1937 he waxed enthusiastic about Louis's victory over James Braddock, noting an Ethiopian flag at the head of a victory parade of 5,000 people. There was not bitterness against Braddock. There were no angry or hostile anti-racial demonstration, as many whites joined in and numerous miniature snake dances ensued. 43 During the Tommy Farr fight, the Harlem Bureau held a Joe Louis radio party at 415 Lenox Avenue at 9:15 p.m. The Nazis saw the victory over Max Schmeling in 1938 as a setback to their racist theories. Both Davis and Richard Wright wrote at length in the Daily Worker about Harlem's reaction to this triumph. Davis was ecstatic. Indescribable joy and unprecedented exuberance swept Harlem. There was never a Harlem like the Harlem of Wednesday night. Take a dozen Harlem Christmases, a score of New Year's Eves, a bushel of July 4ths, and maybe, yes, maybe you get a faint glimpse of the idea. Parades, meetings, demonstrations, snake dances, speeches. Negroes, Jews, Spanish, Puerto Rican. Traffic on 7th Ave. New was cut off from 116th St to 145th St. Militantly anti-fascist enthusiasm. The Communist Party was flexible enough to ally itself with this sentiment. Thousands crowded around two meetings under the AUS. Pieces of the Harlem Communist Party at 415 Lenox Avenue and at 702 St. Nicholas Avenue. 44. A rival to Joe Louis in building ties with the party was Henry Armstrong, a boxer who held the record for holding most championships in various weight divisions. In 1937, after blasting a high court decision on Scottsboro, Armstrong praised the Daily Worker for its position on blacks. He signed Young Communist League petitions on desegregating baseball and called for an end to discrimination in all sports. 45. 63. Davis's interest in popular culture paid dividends when he ran for office, but this interest did not just extend to the stars. The Harlem Daily Worker organized a basketball team, for example. Nevertheless, the party's high-level connections were too obvious to ignore. During this period, a photograph of black baseball star Josh Gibson signing a petition held by James Ford that demanded baseball's desegregation appeared in the Daily Worker. New York Yankee third baseman Red Rolfe went beyond Gibson by writing a regular column for the party paper, as did Chicago Cubs star Rip Collins. 46. Davis's most controversial dalliance with popular culture was with film. Davis received substantial publicity nationally because of his attack on Gone with the Wind. The so-called mainstream press typically cast the dispute in racial terms. The New York Times told how a mere Negro member of the editorial board of the Daily Worker attacked in-house critic Howard Rushmore allegedly because of his favorable view of the film. The Negro member, in particular, had instructed him to write a 100%er attack and to call on readers to boycott it. 47. The New York Post cited Davis as saying to Rushmore, "You can't say anything that would indicate that the picture showed there were nice people in the South." 48. The New York Journal American quoted Rushmore, "As a compromise I asked Mr. Davis if I could at least praise the producing and acting. His reply was that we praise nothing about this picture, and the most I could say was that Vivian Leigh and other stars were forced to appear in such a reactionary picture." Some in the press saw the attack on Rushmore and his alleged deep U.S. roots as an apparent contradiction of the party's Americanism policy in the wake of the commencement of World War II. 49. Davis was not deterred by this spate of publicity. His opinion was that this film was a newspaper-made sensation. Unquestionably one of the most vicious assaults. Slander against the Negro people. Particularly dangerous now. Does such violence to American history that it practically lynches it? Not just another picture. They want to show how the Civil War unjustifiably dislocated the feudalistic economy of the slave owners. Basest and trashiest sex stuff. He considered the burning of Atlanta the arsonist doings of the retreating Confederate forces, not a Yankee misdeed. 50. Davis's hostile reaction to this wildly popular film is a partial reason for why he is often depicted as unyielding and rigid. Yet the differing reactions to this film also help to explain in part why some commentators saw two nations inhabiting these shores. The New York Age termed the film not only libelous to the Negro but also pictures Sherman's army and Union soldiers thieves and hoodlums. Glories the civilization of the slave owners. 51. Blacks in Britain picketed, as did Howard University professors and students and black trade union leaders. But most white opinion avidly cheered this film. Davis, however, was not courting stand-pat white opinion but a surging black opinion, and his views and ties in the arts and sports community were helpful in heightening his popularity. 64. The Harlem Party in the 30s. Davis's opinion, as Harlem goes, so goes Negro America, was not far from the mark. Similarly, his view that the Harlem Communist Party was the largest and most influential communist party in any Negro community in the country was equally accurate. 52. Although unique, Harlem influenced all of Afro-America. Not having the steel mills of Chicago and the auto plants of Detroit did little to retard its ideological development. But if Harlem was advanced ideologically, it was not advanced socio-economically. In 1935 Loren Miller found 80% unemployment. The housing situation is remarkably bad. Police brutality, health and sanitation are bad. 53. Larry Green has painted a worse picture. The average Afro-American family's income was not sufficient for the maintenance of a healthful and decent standard of living. The tuberculosis mortality rate was twice as high as that of New York City. Some parents trembled uncontrollably from weeks of semi-starvation to assure their children enough food. 54. When the subway system finally decided to hire blacks, they were placed in menial posts. A typical company was Metropolitan Life, discussed in more depth in later chapters, which had 100,000 black policy holders in Harlem but employed no blacks in a workforce of 20,000. These were the conditions that led to the popularity of a communist like Davis. Ben Davis quickly gained a reputation as an expert street corner speaker, investigative journalist, and political organizer. The fact that such a talented person would throw his lot in with the Reds helped to bring many more to the Harlem Party. Obviously, the authorities did not greet this development casually. New York City Police Commissioner Grover Whalen was candid, although rather alarmist, in calling the party one of the greatest problems I had to face as commissioner. Because of his concerns, he sent 50 agents to infiltrate the party. Daily reports were received, with some of his agents even rising to positions of trust and importance. But Whalen may not have been receiving credible information, as his own words demonstrate. The girls in these communist groups were urged to wear long hat pins and use them effectively against horses. Taught to yell hysterically in rasping, fiendish voices in order to create panic. 55. The apotheosis of Whalen's complaint came in 1935 with the so-called Harlem Riot, which was sparked by an attack on a black youth by a white. The authorities quickly accused the party of fomenting this uprising, an accusation that at once accorded the party too much credit and not enough sense. Larry Green agrees but adds that their leaflets may have influenced the crowd to attack property rather than people. Although there were few interracial clashes, the focus was on what was perceived to be the most visible source of economic exploitation, the white-owned stores in Harlem. The 65. Party did play a role in the official inquiry and launched their own mass trial of the authorities, in which Davis acted as prosecutor. Their activism paid off. Green's figures indicate that from January to August 1935 the party in Harlem grew from 300 to 700. 56. Davis, on the scene during this entire contretemps, was angry. Club-wielding, quick-trigger policemen were fought to a standstill. Plate glass windows of the large department stores, which refused to employ Negroes, were smashed. A people living in a near concentration camp oppression had been driven to desperation. 57. In answering the essential question for a communist, what is to be done? Davis provided an outline of what would later become the text of his successful campaign for the city council. A broad People's Labor Party was needed. African Americans should be pooling their votes to elect representatives in city and state offices to fight for the needs and demands of Harlem. Too long have Harlem's representatives jumped at the crack of Tammany's and Wall Street's whip. 58. The spirited organizing in the wake of the Harlem Uprising was carried on after 1935. In the spring of 1936, after some blacks were beaten by police in Harlem, a united front developed that included Charles Houston, the ACLU, and Davis. a provisional committee for the defense of civil rights in Harlem was cobbled together. The members met with leading police officials and held open-air meetings. They led what was considered the first campaign resulting in the holding of a Harlem policeman for brutal ity. The issue of police brutality was recurrent during Davis's years in Harlem, and his resolute, uncompromising stand on this issue brought him wide support among blacks. 59 According to some, the party had no policy toward the Harlem religious community. Davis, however, was friendly with Father Divine, a leading black religious figure in Harlem. His opinion of their January 1936 gathering at the St. Nicholas Arena, progressive despite confusion on the question of trade unions, was typical of his view of religion in Harlem. It was well that he should take such an approach. Over 5,000 of the clerics' flock came to the 1935 May Day rally. Davis encouraged a united approach, even in the face of Father Divine's anti-union approach. 60 This kind of open-mindedness paid dividends when followers of Divine contributed to the Browder Radio Fund, which subsidized the broadcasts of the General Secretary of the party. Though the party's and even Davis's attitude toward Father Divine fluctuated, Davis's willingness to attend Divine's rallies and hold dialogues with him paid off when he ran for the city council in 1943. Health, religion, politics — these issues were the core of Davis's beat in Harlem. But a fundamental feature of all of his work in the community was education. He played a central role in the Harlem People's School for Negro Liberation, Democracy, and Peace at 415 Lenox Avenue. The curriculum included not only anti-imperialism but also social hygiene, dental hygiene, and sex problems, along with trade unionism, English, and political. 66. Economy. Ted Bassett was the director and W.E.B. Du Bois was a teacher. Nearby at 115 West 135 Street was the Harlem People's Bookshop, where among the best sellers were a number of pamphlets by Davis. Indicative of the party's ideological hegemony was the fact that this was one of the few bookshops in Harlem. Davis and his party also intervened in the public school system. Davis and Bassett formed a permanent committee for better schools that eventually ousted a 250-pound Harlem principal who attacked and beat a 90-pound black youth. 61 While Davis brought Harlem issues to a national audience through the pages of the Daily Worker, he also brought national issues to a Harlem audience. Here too he played an educational role, especially apparent during battles of the New Deal era concerning court packing, the nomination of Hugo Black to the High Court, and the overall question of law and society. His prominence was suggested when he joined 26 other Harlem leaders including Powell and Granger, who attended a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing supporting Roosevelt's court-packing proposal. He was the moving force behind the Harlem Nonpartisan Committee for Supreme Court Reform, with his law background adding to his influence. Though the American Bar Association opposed this measure, the Harlem Lawyers Association did not, thus implying the progressive nature of the proposal. Again, it must be underscored that the black view on court packing differed from the resultant scorning of this proposal by the mainstream press. Blacks saw the need to expand the court to dilute the conservative influence and were less concerned about trampling traditions. 62. Davis was sufficiently perspicacious to back the ascension of Hugo Black to the Supreme Court despite his past ties to the Ku Klux Klan. Law was a key issue of this era and Davis was a key interpreter of complex legal questions. He believed that laws are a reflection of class struggle, whether these laws be good or bad. In a militant echo of the NAACP, he urged that blacks seize upon the law and use it as a weapon in the class struggle for full black liberation. However, he objected to the tendency to deify the law, rather than seeing it as an instrument of class and race rule. The High Court slogan of equal justice under law, he wrote ruefully, had about as much value as a peace treaty signed by Hitler. 63. The national question. The efforts of the Communist Party and Davis to forge political alliances was based on a theory that encompassed more than the notion of a united front. The theory embraced what Marxists like to call the national question, or in the U.S. context, the approach to the African American community. 67. And remedies for racism. This was and is viewed by many Marxists as one of the most complex questions of social science. All this was seen dimly by the party's adversaries. Herbert Philbrick, who worked with the FBI against the party, encapsulated the view of many anti-communists. The importance of the race question to the Communist Party and its purposes is indicated by the fact that it has more printed matter to the American Negro any other segment of the American population. 64. Unfortunately, in analyzing this complicated phenomenon, many historians have resorted to cliché by suggesting that the party view of self-determination for the Black Belt South, which could include secession, was developed by the ubiquitous Hand of Moscow. In fact, this Hand of Moscow thesis has been not only a major factor slowing the spread of Marxist ideas but a retardant to social progress as well. Moreover, since this supposition is the reason why Davis himself has been viewed as a dupe, traitor, and worse, it is worthy of examination. The relation of the CPU's aid to Moscow is an issue that seemingly refuses to die even today. Bernard and Jewel Belliage tell us, what was good for Mother Russia was good for American communists. At no time during the New Deal was the response of the PUSA determined by factors indigenous to this nation. The communists contributed significantly to the demise of the left. This still tends to be the consensus view, despite certain historiographical advances. Eric Foner has pointed to the benefit of comparative study for the post-emancipation South. In an area where it is assumed that one nation has had so much influence on the policies of so many other nations, in fact virtually every nation, one would imagine that someone would have compared Marxist-Leninist parties historically. How did the national question manifest itself in Brazil, as compared to the United States? How did the approach to Quebec by the Canadian Party compare with the approach to the south of the US Party? Was Moscow sending similar messages to both? Why or why not? The philosophical rigidity of too many analysts has not only meant that they failed to answer these questions, but that they neglected to ask them. 65. The US Party did see itself as the advanced detachment of the Communist International, the global headquarters of Marxist-Leninist parties, based in Moscow. The tendency is to only give credence to the opinions about the inner workings of both groups to those who have left the party. Thus it is useful to examine the viewpoint of Sam Darcy, one of the highest-ranking party leaders until his departure in 1945. He was posted by the US Party to Moscow and worked directly with Joseph Stalin, Nikolai Bukharin, and other Soviet leaders. He alleges that it is completely wrong to portray the CL as monolithic or homogeneous, since there was constant inner struggle, often with the most violent language used contending factions. The CL had no method of enforcing its decisions, just moral influence. In fact, Darcy views Gerhard Eisler, CL representative in the US, as a con. 68. Conciliator of the various U.S. factions grouped variously around party leaders J. Lovestone, Earl Browder, and William Z. Foster. 66. In another interview he goes further, from all I have said about the international influence on the Communist Party, I hope no one gets the idea that these class struggles were initiated by the Comintern or other outside forces. They were born of conditions that exist in this country. 67. This was particularly true of North America, though I believe a different pattern could be detected in Europe, where Moscow's influence could be exercised more directly in the era before secure telephone transmission and fax machines. So when Ben Davis came to the Harlem Party, he was entering a maelstrom. At the 1928 CL meeting, it was decided collectively that the party should reorient its policies toward blacks. The CL operated on the principle of democratic centralism, as did the PUSA. Theoretically this meant democratic discussion, then a decision that must be carried out by all participating political parties. The Black Belt thesis that emerged from this gathering was centered on the notion that blacks in the Black Belt South, black majority areas of the old Confederacy, constituted a nation with the right to self-determination, which could include secession. This simple idea was to cause a good deal of trouble for both the party and its chief black spokesperson, Benjamin J. Davis. The idea of secession in particular was interpreted by party foes to suggest that Davis and his comrades were in league with the racists to separate blacks from whites. At the 6th Congress of the CL in 1928, the U.S. delegation included 5 African Americans, but, according to Philip Foner and James Allen, Harry Haywood was the only American black to back the thesis. James Ford and Otto Hall opposed it. Only one Soviet citizen was on the subcommittee that formulated the thesis. U.S. debate may have been influenced by the fact that the policy that the South African Party should adopt was being debated at the same time. Yet at the end of the day, one often forgets that the Black Belt thesis was intended only for propaganda purposes and that the keynote for the struggle was to be equal rights. Separatist themes continue to find their way into African American discourse, which illustrates that this approach was not foisted on the United States by Stalin. 68. Margaret Wilhelmina Jackson, in a 1938 thesis written at Howard University, has written one of the few works that reflects a less dogmatic approach to the CL. If there is to be a valid criticism of the Black Belt thesis, it would be that the hand, but of the world, not Moscow, was too intrusive. Otto Kuzynin and Georgy Dimitrov were influential within the CL, both were Eastern Europeans. The legendary Sen Katayama from Japan had as much influence on the U.S. party as any foreigner. He helped found the parties in the United States, Mexico, and Japan. 69. Davis's comrade James Ford has been accused of refracting the Soviet view in his pamphlet The Negroes in a Soviet America, published in 1935. 69. According to Ford, a United Soviet States of America would mean complete independence of the Black Belt region. Blacks could choose federation with or separation from the United States. The party would urge and fight for federation but would respect sovereignty. In the North, blacks could remain in Harlem or move. Moving would be encouraged as it would hasten the destruction of all forms of separation. In the Black Belt Republic, blacks would play the principal but not the exclusive role. There would not be a dictatorship of the Negroes but the workers, since the Soviet Negro Republic would not necessarily be all black. Though many whites might find such a program totally objectionable, many African Americans still find it worth considering. 70. To divine why the Black Belt thesis was adopted, one need look no further than the four corners of the United States. Cyril Briggs of the African Blood Brotherhood enunciated a Black Belt thesis in the early 1920s. In 1918, many Texas blacks wanted to make a part of this largest state the 49th state for blacks. This movement may have been sparked in part by the then current talk about Woodrow Wilson's 14 points, which included self-determination. The experience of Oklahoma as the land of the Indians was still familiar. And how could any self-respecting Marxist ignore the success of Marcus Garvey in organizing U.S. blacks? Those who gathered in Moscow in 1928 did not have to construct the Black Belt thesis from whole cloth. 71. Though a number of commentators have castigated the Black Belt thesis as being out of touch with African American reality, evidence suggests that this view is misleading. Abner Berry, who left the party in the 1950s but who worked in the South for some time before then, felt that this opinion was received more favorably in the South than in the North. Below the Mason-Dixon line, Berry averred that people still remember how land had been taken from blacks. Moreover, in the South, blacks understood the need for a conspiratorial organization. Like Darcy, he saw Easler's role as CL representative in the United States as not intruding on the Black Belt thesis and related issues. Davis agreed, if one goes into the Black Belt today and asks a Negro farmer if he wants self-determination, he may not understand at once just what is meant. But if you explain, if you ask him if he wants the land, he will answer yes. 72. Generally speaking, the party was true to its original plan to use the Black Belt thesis for propaganda but to focus on the struggle for equal rights in terms of praxis. The Foster-Ford presidential ticket of 1932 reflected this trend. 73. Robert Minor, the party's specialist on the Negro question in the pre-World War II era, in his 1938 report on Negro work declared, The main link to be seized is that link around employment discrimination or limitation in employment opportunities. He also urged that comrades join black churches. 74. The 1938 election platform demands of the CP were 70. Similar to those of 1936 in neglecting the Black Belt thesis. Yet despite this, on balance the Black Belt thesis probably was not an asset for the party, particularly in the post-war period when blacks moved en masse north and west. It was particularly unhelpful during key moments when Ben Davis was running for office. This position is understandable, however, in light of the relative success of the movement led and symbolized by Marcus Garvey. Communists had direct experience with this movement. Claude Lightfoot, longtime party leader in Illinois, was a member of the Universal Negro Improvement Association as a child. In an interview he was asked what he learned, black pride, for one thing, he responded. 75 Party leader Israel Emter was not black but he had a similar experience. In Cleveland he worked closely with the UNIA. 76 The Communists and Garveyites did clash intellectually but often they were able to find unity in action. The party had to treat Garvey gingerly since he was such a complex and mercurial figure. After the government started investigating his movement and began issuing indictments, Garvey's radicalism as symbolized by his pro-Bolshevik comments tended to ebb. He allied with Tammany Hall and even backed white Democrats against black Republicans. But there were other nationalist trends that the party viewed less benignly. During the Don't Buy Where You Can't Work campaign in Harlem in the 1930s, a communist spokesperson captured these tensions. We denounce the present methods of barring those sympathetic whites workers, intellectuals, and professionals who have manifested a desire to sincerely fight for the rights of the Negro people by picketing stores where whites are only employed at the present time. These leaders are taking advantage of the nationalist feelings of the much oppressed Negro people in order to gain security for themselves. 77 Just as the First Amendment carries an inherent tension between the Free Exercise Clause and the No Establishment of Religion Clause, the party's position on the Negro question carried a similar tension between the notion of self-determination, which could conceivably mean all-black segregation, and the idea of equal rights, which could mean integration. Unfortunately, neither Davis nor most party leaders plumbed this tension deftly. Ben Davis was at times caustic in his analysis of certain nationalists. He denounced Sufi Abdul Hamid, Harlem's self-styled Black Hitler, and his comrades, who stabbed an ILD leader in Harlem as he was speaking against low wages paid to black butchers. 78 These black nationalists had been hired by Julius Malin, owner of the Market. One writer for New Masses claimed that nationalist speakers who nightly attack Harlem progressives are said to be sponsored by Tammany. 79 When Marcus Garvey died in mid-1940. Davis again was acerbic in suggesting that his Back to Africa theories had feet of clay. 71. He organized perhaps the biggest movement of Negroes in the history of the country. The Negro people were sound and progressive in their feelings for a government of their own and for independent existence as a nation. Fantastic dream of a trek to Africa. Ridiculously impossible. He neither saw nor understood the class struggle, but instead, saw as the solution, the building of a parasitic Negro imperialism. Petty bourgeois nationalism. Garvey's methodology was a sort of inverted segregation. The real blow to Garveyism was given by the Communist Party. 80. After charging Garvey with supporting Mussolini during the conflict with Ethiopia and accusing him of breaking strikes in Jamaica, Davis reiterated the Black Belt thesis. In this article he did not see any connection between the party's view of self-determination and the early success of Garveyism. Former communist leader Dorothy Healy has observed, "When we make mistakes, it's considered part of a terrible conspiracy, and when others do, it's just a momentary lapse of judgment." 81 This reaction could be applied to perceptions of the Black Belt thesis, for despite its flaws, the party was probably unparalleled in not just fighting racism in society but within the ranks as well. James Prickett's comments on red trade unionists should be considered in that light. As Unionists, they were far superior to their anti-communist counterparts, but they were poor communists. 82. Could this statement also apply to the work of Reds in the Black Liberation Movement? Were they, too, poor communists? Insofar as they held to the Black Belt thesis after the facts on the ground had changed, Prickett's observation would hold. Were they far superior to many of their anti-communist counterparts? They undoubtedly were. These considerations help to explain the party's relative success among African Americans. Abner Berry believes that the dislocation arising from the GOP attempt to oust blacks from their ranks in the early 1930s led this community to thrash around and look for leadership, causing the party to step forward. Ironically, he feels, this led blacks back to being American and away from feeling alienated. The Red slogan about communism being 20th century Americanism may have been more accurate than all sides realized. 83. Over the years Davis was one of the staunchest advocates of the Black Belt thesis, although if he objected to Browder's ditching of the thesis during the war, the evidence does not survive. He was also one of the first communists who attempted to interpret black history in a manner that would uphold revolutionary traditions. At times his positions could be seen as reflections of Browderism, or conciliation with U.S. elites. Davis wrote an article in 1938, for example, entitled Thomas Jefferson the First Abolitionist, and observed that although Jefferson owned slaves, yet his more dominant theme was expressed in another article that same 72 year that outlined the revolutionary traditions of the Negro people as he praised Abraham Lincoln, Frederick Douglass, and John Brown. 84. Applying theory. Davis's and the party's theories of history and the national question were put to the test after his move to Harlem. Mark Tushnet has noted in Foreign Tiley that W.E.B. Du Bois' controversial positions, which led to his departure from the NAACP in 1934, were remarkably similar to the Black Belt thesis. This intellectual convergence did not prevent Davis from terming him a liberal but confused scholar and ridiculing his dictatorship of the proletariat description of Reconstruction. Davis's detraction was part of a CP tendency to attack black leaders not deemed sufficiently radical, a tendency harshly criticized in the 1950s but particularly evident in the period before the formal promulgation of the Popular Front in 1935. A. Philip Randolph, Arnold Hill, and especially Walter White were also assaulted. 85. Davis was a regular visitor to NAACP conventions. Just as his hallowed family name was an admittance ticket, so too were his red credentials helpful. At the 1939 association meeting in Richmond, Ed Strong of the Southern Negro Youth Congress was on the youth panel with Thurgood Marshall. When Davis asked the young NAACP special counsel if the NAACP was radical, he replied, "We find it necessary to work with other organizations because oftentimes one organization is not strong enough to put its program through." 86. The idea of a united front was not solely a party concoction. The NAACP was a major but not the sole focus of Davis and his comrades as they sought to put the national question into practice. The party helped to initiate like-minded organizations such as the Southern Negro Youth Congress during this period. However, their premier effort in this regard was the National Negro Congress, which involved a direct application of the principles of both the United Front and the national question. Davis's elevated status from the beginning of his stay in Harlem is evident in the fact that he served as secretary of the New York City sponsoring committee for a NNC. Veteran labor leader Frank Crosseth served as chair with Benjamin McLaurin of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters and Lester Granger of the Urban League as vice chairs. It was noted that at present communications should be addressed to 87. From the beginning the NNC was a prime area of political work and commentary for Davis. He reminded his daily worker readers that the NNC was heir to the Negro Convention movement of the 19th century. This enthusiasm was not unique to Davis or the party. There was unanimous consensus in the Negro Work Committee of the Socialist Party to work with the NNC. 88. The NAACP was initially hesitant but Davis's 73. Amherst and Harvard Law classmate William Hastie suggested to Walter White and Charles Houston that they should act otherwise. I feel that the is making a mistake in keeping out of the National Negro Congress. It is quite possible that the Congress will prove the greatest opportunity in a generation for the orientation and direction of Negroes in a national program for their betterment. The leftward tilt Hastie and his community shows in his comment, was also reflected. By the way, if Roy can get Max Jurgen's speech before the Philadelphia Conference on Imperialism and the Negro Peoples, I think the crisis will have one of the best articles of the year. 89. The opening session of the NNC convened in Chicago in mid-February 1936. Davis was on the presiding committee and served as chairman of the Committee on Education and Culture. He also served on the National Executive Council. The 817 delegates represented over 500 organizations with membership of over 3 million, but thousands showed up for the rally they held. Davis was ecstatic. In these happier days, Davis referred to A. Philip Randolph as an outstanding Negro socialist. 40 years later, Dorothy Height recalled fondly that era when a Republican, and a Communist and a Socialist and a Democrat, and whoever else, could all sit down together. 91 The initiation of the NNC certainly led to sharpened ideological discussion. Davis took the lead for the party on this important matter by asserting that the NNC represented self-determination for the Black Belt and denying that the NNC meant that the party has abandoned its independent position on the struggle for Negro liberation. An emphatic no, was Davis's unvarnished reply to this question. 92 He assailed those who questioned the need for the Congress, such as Kelly Miller and Black Republican Perry Howard. He attacked the Nation, which had questioned the NNC's focus on the black church, though he did acknowledge that the glaring weakness of the NNC was the absence of sufficient representation from the South. 93 Organizing the NNC in Harlem had the added benefit of deepening Davis's nascent relationship with the Reverend Adam Clayton Powell. The report on the Chicago meeting took place at Powell's church. The meeting ended with "Give Me That Old Congress Spirit," which was sung to the tune of "Give Me That Old Time Religion." Verses went, "If it's good enough for Adam Powell, for Ben Davis and for Fred Douglass it's good enough for me." 94 Davis had expressed concern about the relative lack of labor participation in the NNC and the NAACP, which was consistent with his growing belief after joining the party that labor organization was needed. He felt that oppression of blacks dragged down the wages and living standards of white workers and sharecroppers, just as the low wages and living standards of the South depressed the rest of the nation. In this he saw a link for black-white unity against Jim Crow. 95. 74. These beliefs were put to the test during another practical application of the United Front concept, the massive Congress of Industrial Organization drives of the 1930s. In July 1937 at the Harlem YMCA, amid stirring applause, he called on blacks to join these drives and ripped into the American Federation of Labor. 96. These were not just empty exhortations, however, they were a commitment to action. Just before the NNC convened in 1936, he joined Norman Thomas, Randolph, and the labor leader Frank Crosseth at a mass meeting in support of the national shoe strike at the Harlem Labor Center. 97 These salesmen had been on strike for 3 months and there had been over 100 arrests. Months later he joined with Crosseth, Powell, Granger, and McLaurin in seeking to prevent the recruiting of black scabs to break a seamen's strike. Throughout there were close relations with socialists and centrist forces in further demonstration of a united front. 98. Yet most of Davis's attention during this period was on labor in New York. He was a prime mover in the Coordinating Committee for Employment, a united front that included the CP, NNC, NAACP, the Porters, Powell, and Randolph, among others. Primary targets were Consolidated Edison and its notorious anti-Negro employment policy, and AT&T. They forced Con Ed to hire 4 blacks as cashiers and service clerks in its Harlem branch. They demanded jobs for Negroes without displacement of white workers and wanted these employers to take into consideration the race before hiring. This 1938 victory was complemented by another a few years later that called for the hiring of blacks as bus drivers. Davis, who was pivotal in the process, claimed that this was the first time that a major trade union has ever entered into a contractual relation with an employer in which the union becomes a co-party with the Negro people. The agreement included quotas. But it was meetings, demonstrations, delegations, picket lines that brought the result. The United Negro Bus Strike Committee included both the NNC and the CP. But fissures were now appearing in the United Front as Davis asked plaintively, where were the great leaders, referring to Crosseth and Randolph. By then disagreements about international affairs loomed large, as Davis's caustic comment suggests, if they are so opposed to fascism, why weren't they on the scene against the fascist job discrimination against Negro workers? 99. Davis adopted other controversial viewpoints. In 1936 the Pittsburgh Courier endorsed the use of the Sherman Antitrust Act against unions for anti-racist purposes, suggesting that racism was an illegal restraint of trade and competition. Davis dissented vigorously. His was the type of position that was later pointed to as an example of what came to be called Browderism, which involved, among other things, a more conciliatory approach on racial matters. 100. Defending of labor united Davis with Crosseth, Randolph, and other socialists. But from its zenith in 1936, the United Front, as represented by 75. The NCC, soon disintegrated, and bitter recriminations emerged. Crosseth in particular was a key participant in this scenario. He worked closely with Randolph in the Brotherhood and David Dubinsky deemed by Davis and the party as an ideological adversary in the International Ladies' Garment Workers Union. Crosseth, a Virgin Islander, liked to be called the Eugene Debs of Harlem. But as one analyst has observed, he hated communists. He would not give them any attention, even unfavorable. Although exaggerated, the comment nonetheless conveys the flavor of the discord, and the analyst also notes that Crosseth's uneasy relationship with Davis and the Reds broke down in 1938, ending their quasi-alliance. It is also useful to note that this fissure occurred before the 1939 Soviet-German Non-Aggression Pact, which is usually spoken of as the beginning of the end of CPSP unity. 101. The socialists attracted some blacks with profiles akin to Davis's. For example, there was Julian D. Steele of Boston, a Harvard graduate who was married to the granddaughter of former Vice President William Dawes and a relation of one of Paul Revere's close associates. Steele was friendly with Randolph and Crosseth and knew Davis through Harvard. Such connections facilitated working alliances as the NNC dawned in 1936. So when a banquet was given late that year honoring Thyra Edwards upon her return from the USSR, Randolph, Crosseth, and McLaurin joined Davis, Ford, and James Eggert Allen of the NAACP in heaping praise on her. Lester Granger continued the alliance by singing the praises of the Daily Worker. As late as mid-1937 Davis was returning the compliment by averring that the great majority of the party is composed of honest socialists, though Trotskyite elements were present and Norman Thomas, their premier leader, was questionable in his opinions. 102. On January 29, 1937 at Crosseth's New York office at 312 West 125 Street a meeting of socialists and communists took place with the purpose of furthering their cooperation. This meeting was a turning point in the evolution of the United Front generally and CPSP relations specifically. Naturally Davis was there, but Abner Berry, Manning Johnson, and George Blake also attended. The meeting was held under the auspices of the Negro Labor Committee, which had 130 affiliate unions. The Communists wanted to bring their union contacts to the NLC so that, said Davis, they could plan jointly and intelligently. Days later Davis and his comrades put it bluntly to Crosseth, "We are now writing to suggest that we hold an unofficial joint Socialist and Communist Party conference of trade union activities in Harlem, For our part, we are prepared to bring to the conference a group of trade union members active in Haarlem who are in a position to aid in the realization of these objectives. Crosseth was not forthcoming, so Blake addressed him as "Dear Comrade." Still no response. Finally, an exasperated Davis in late March pleaded that he was very anxious to have you send regular news releases and statements. Since even this low-level proposal for 76 cooperation failed to budge the socialist leader, it was not surprising that Richard Wright's effort to initiate political cooperation by requesting Crosseth's opinion on recent invasion of China by Japan was met with granite silence. Eventually, but without the good offices of Crosseth, there was some red participation in NLC ranks, but the cooperation was so flimsy that the slightest breeze could destroy it. 103. In 1935, the Communist International had called for a united front against fascism. The US and particularly the French parties had been moving in that direction even before this call. But the experience with this concept in Haarlem showed that it was no easy task to accomplish. The slightest misunderstandings could prove fatal. The socialist Alfred Baker Lewis, close to many NAACP leaders, complained frequently about NNC attacks on the Socialist Party's Negro Resolution. John Davis, the conciliatory NNC leader, reproached Lewis and called for a conference of NNC and SP activists involved in Negro work to clear up these problems. Lewis was adamant, however, which caused Davis to wonder if there was an alternative explanation. "Is it not possible that you have confused me with Mr. Benjamin Davis, Jr.?" 104. There was no confusion in the minds of top black communists James Ford and Ben Davis. They were convinced that the socialists were not living up to their lofty name with their activity on the Negro question. Ford put it succinctly, "We find serious shortcomings. Not a single Negro is a member of the party's National Executive Committee, its leading body." 105. Typically, Davis was even harsher in a mid-1937 Philippic. Their resolution on Negro work was a concession to the anti-Negro policies of the most reactionary capitalists and a flagrant insult to the Negro people. He denounced the alleged Trotskyite influence on this party and their implication that Negroes were a race of strike breakers. Their resolution had artlessly given rise to this implication. A livid Davis pointed out that there were far more white scabs and strike breakers than black. He also highlighted the black role in the CIO drive and the racism of the American Federation of Labor. The United Front was unraveling. 106. Davis found this issue so compelling that despite the peril it presented to the United Front and NNC, he returned to it a few days later in a more general way. First he quoted from the Socialist Resolution. "Why," growled Davis, "should there be a capability requirement for Negro Party members but not for white? There can be no such thing as black chauvinism, since obviously the Negro people are an oppressed minority group and are victims of white chauvinism." He went on to make discerning comments about the two trends in black nationalism: reactionary and revolutionary. What this showed at bottom was that Davis, 77, and the Reds generally were more advanced on the question of race than their socialist counterparts, which helps explain why the CP had more black leaders and rank-and-filers. The result, however, was complication for the United Front and the Negro question. 107 perceptive friends of the socialists like Lester Granger were not unaware of this party's Negro problem. The Urban League leader confided in Alfred Baker Lewis in mid-1936, "One reason for the failure of the Socialist Party to reach any considerable number of Negroes, lies in the tendency of socialist writers and speakers to use invective instead of reasoned argument." 108. This difficulty and related problems finally caused Julian Steele to resign from the party, and the SP lost one of its few black leaders. 109. The missed opportunity for socialist-communist unity was manifested in labor and other areas, but it is fair to say that the sharpest consequence of this issue was evident in the Haarlems of the United States as the Negro question became the major challenge for the United Front. Another black leader of note was A. Philip Randolph. His association with the NNC in 1936 was a coup and symbolized a black united front. His defection in 1940 showed that a new stage had been reached. Davis cooperated with Randolph's Union, as did the Communists generally. But more than once Davis was disturbed by Randolph's actions, such as denying Red dominance of the NNC in 1936 and then alleging it in 1940. 110. Randolph's Union was useful in constructing the Black United Front. In an era before advanced mass communications, the porters who traveled from coast to coast were veritable town criers, conveying messages far and wide. E.D. Nixon of Montgomery helped the communist-initiated Southern Negro Youth Congress and went on to work with Martin Luther King, Jr. But this promising beginning came crashing down at the April 1940 convention of the NNC in Washington, D.C. This meeting was far from being a disaster, however. When CIO leader John Lewis spoke, his remarks were punctuated so frequently with applause that he had to rush through the latter part of his prepared text to comply with his half-hour broadcasting time over the NBC network. But this meeting was not necessarily to be remembered for Lewis's stormy peroration. The NNC split on the issues of support for the Soviet Union and the Communists' view of blacks. The speeches of John Davis and Randolph conflicted as the latter blasted the USSR as a dictatorship. He added that African Americans could not afford to add to the handicap of being black the handicap of being red. The Daily Worker begged to differ. Its opinion was that Randolph left the NNC after his splitting red-baiting tactics had been decisively rejected by the delegates again and again. Refused to join in unequivocal opposition to the warmongering policies of Roosevelt and instead concentrated his fire on the Soviets. 111 Randolph fired back. He focused on the party's alleged treatment of its black leaders. Ford had been submerged, he claimed. Davis is having his 78th honeymoon now. But it won't last. Though prominent now, will 2. Be ruthlessly consigned to the limbo of political oblivion. 112 The NNC moved on. It endorsed the Randolph-initiated March on Washington in 1941 while continuing to chide him, but the Randolph controversy inflicted a severe wound from which the Congress was not to recover. Not long after the war had ended, the NNC was folded into the Civil Rights Congress and a fascinating experiment in the United Front disappeared. It is often suggested that the Soviet-German Non-Aggression Pact of 1939 and the Communists' defense of it spelled the U.S. party's doom. Similarly, analysts also believe that its slowness to align with those European nations, principally Britain, that were fighting Germany also undercut its support. While there may be some truth to this assertion, it overstates the case. Throughout this controversy, which was to shape the public perception of communists for decades to come, Ben Davis was speaking, commenting, and acting, trying to stave off a devastating blow to the United Front and advance clarity on the national question. Black communist leader Claude Lightfoot has conceded, properly, that the party erred in criticizing both Britain and Germany after the 1939 pact. Was the Soviet position but did not necessarily have to be ours. 113. The party's view was similar to that of the Communist Party of Germany. After some initial disorientation, sharper attacks on Britain because of London's tardy approach to concluding a collective security pact with Moscow combined with relentless assaults on the Nazis. Then, with the German invasion of the USSR in June 1941, the US party pulled back on its attacks on the UK and on the United States for aiding London. This chain of events caused a torrent of complaint to be rained down on the Reds. 114. Critics often forget that this was an extremely complicated period and that the Communists were not alone in backing and filling. The NAACP convention in mid-1940 saw a Youth Council resolution opposing conscription as undemocratic pass unanimously after a stirring speech by a delegate who declared that African Americans were not interested in defending the Colorado Nile possessions and markets of either imperialist side in Europe or of Wall Street. 115 Seeing this war as a replica of World War I, which was viewed as a feast for the merchants of death, was common. The resolution was defeated after it left the Youth Council, 66-44. In the Daily Worker, respected black lawyer and businessman Earl Dickerson of Chicago in that same year echoed the opinion of many. The frontier of democracy is here at home. Our boys do not need to die in European trenches. Every right won by the Negro people is endangered by the present drive toward war. Strict neutrality was his call. Isolationism has been an intermittent trend in this country that has affected African Americans, who in turn have influenced communists. 116. Though Randolph is perceived as a defiant symbol of opposition to the party's positions on this question, he too reacted to the shifting political 79 winds. In 1938 he was vice chair of the Greater New York Committee to Keep America Out of War. This group began to fall apart only after May 1940, when Hitler surged. At that same NAACP convention in 1940, fellow labor leader John Lewis proclaimed that involvement in war was repugnant and claimed that his allies in labor and liberal circles agreed. He received a prolonged standing ovation. On November 24, 1939, the party held a rally at Madison Square Garden that expressed opposition to Britain's and France's policies. But it is often forgotten that these positions were echoed in the Afro-American, the Pittsburgh Courier, and other black newspapers. They, too, were hard-pressed to see these colonial powers, with their boots on the neck of Africa and the West Indies, as guardians of liberty. In March 1941, the Negroes Against War Committee, chaired by George Schuyler, held a forum in Harlem that was addressed by Adam Clayton Powell, J. A. Rogers, and Senator Gerald Nye, the last of whom had exposed the profiteering of munitions manufacturers, the merchants of death, as a cause of World War I. That same year, Defend Democracy at Home was the theme of the NAACP convention. West Indians, organized in the Caribbean Union in Harlem and whose homelands were colonized by Britain, also urged the United States to stay out of the war, and did so after the Non-Aggression Pact of September 1939. 117. Consequently, if the party and Davis could be accused of moral blindness in their approach to World War II alliances, they were not alone. In this complicated political period, not everyone could see a difference between the colonizers of London and the butchers of Berlin. Part of being a communist was support of existing though imperfect socialism in the USSR, and Davis was a party man through and through. He joined his friend William Patterson in reprimanding the Afro-American in 1936 after they had criticized Soviet foreign policy. He wrote glowingly of Soviet policy toward national minorities and compared them favorably to the United States. In 1938 he raged at the Trotskyist Bukharin clique who fought Lenin on the national question. The problem for Davis and the party was the rationalization put forward by A. A. Burley in June 1941 after the German invasion of the USSR. Democrats and the GOP could flip-flop, but the Reds were held to a different standard. A party line which could change from one of hostility to one of collaboration overnight could change back with equal speed. Continued FBI surveillance of the party was advised. 118. Neither the position of Davis nor the party wavered after the Stalin-Hitler Pact and the opening of the war. A few days after the pact was signed, the seriousness of the ideological challenge was reflected in Davis's address to an open membership meeting of the Upper Harlem section of the Communist Party entitled "What the Soviet-German Pact Means for the Negro People." The Daily Worker did publish an editorial at this time criticizing U.S. neutrality and seeking help for Poland without delay, but this position was not pursued consistently. Thereafter, "Keep America Out of the 80 Imperialist War" became the familiar slogan. Davis reinforced this attitude in an interview with his friend Paul Robeson. The actor-activist argued that the conflict was an imperialist war in which the blacks had nothing to gain no matter which side won. Davis tended to agree with his friend that support for the war before June 1941 meant support for British and French colonialism. 119. In the cold light of history, the party and Davis are subject to criticism. For example, their view did not seem to dovetail with the theory of the United Front, which distinguished between bourgeois democracy and fascism. In addressing the war, the Daily Worker seemed to be neutral between Britain and Germany. Oakley Johnson, writing in the Daily Worker, at one point referred to the chief South African racist as anti-war general J.B.M. Hertzog. He was so eager to assail London that he glossed over the fact that the general's anti-war sentiments were motivated by a sympathy for racism. A subsequent editorial suggested that South Africa's anti-war outburst was sparked by resentment against the rule of British imperialism. 120. Davis's approach to the war was sound on many counts. The posturing of Japan as protector of the colored races did influence some members of the African American community. One student has pointed out that Lester Granger could say that the war would probably never have broken out had Japan been a white nation. 121. George Schuyler was invited to visit Japan in the late 1930s and wrote a number of pro-Japan articles upon his return. Davis noticed this tendency at work at the 1939 NAACP convention in Richmond, where an agent of Tokyo was permitted to solicit delegates in support of Japanese aggression in China. Kaju Nakamura of Japan's parliament made a lecture tour of the United States in 1938, paying special attention to blacks. Davis was incredulous. What does the Han? Mr. Nakamura think the Negro people are fools and idiots? He should be shunned as poison ivy. 122. Davis was equally perceptive about the challenge presented by the Spanish Civil War, appealing for aid to the Republican cause. He lauded the Negro People's Committee to Aid Spanish Democracy, which sent an ambulance to Spain, and 60-year-old African-American C. Gibbs Carter, who after returning from fighting in Spain in 1939 went immediately to fight in China. Davis was part of a united front in 1939 that included Benjamin McLaurin and William Pickens that sought to gather food, medical supplies, and cash for the Republican cause. He engaged in similar efforts after the Italian invasion of Ethiopia. 123. And though he may have equated Britain with Germany, Davis did not flinch in denouncing Nazi atrocities. During that period, the Daily Worker was raising the slogan "Keep America out of war by keeping war out of the world." 124. What clouded the vision of Davis and the party was the brutal lash of Col. 81. Unialism visited on Africa and the West Indies by London and Paris. Before the reality of Auschwitz became clear, it was difficult for many people to distinguish between Berlin's actions in Europe and London's actions in Africa. The failure of bourgeois analysts to condemn the latter helped to impel Davis and the party to equate the two antagonists. The presence in Harlem of an alert and militant West Indian community was another salient factor. In 1937, Davis was quick to denounce London's bloody reign of terror in the Caribbean. He wrote at length on Trinidad, in particular home of his close friend Claudia Jones, and its color bar, prostitution, repression of strikes, and civil liberties. He affiliated with the Harlem West Indian Defense Conference. He was also upset with London's support for the racist regime in Pretoria, as well as its vacillation on Italy's invasion of Ethiopia. 125. Davis did not hesitate to take these concerns to larger arenas such as the NAACP. At its 1940 Philadelphia convention, he argued that there was little substantive difference between Germany and Britain. Negroes are in little mood for forgetting discrimination in favor of fake defense program, was his reply to William Pickens, who argued otherwise. Davis wrote, "Yells and cheers met every attack upon the position of Pickens. Mocking laughter greeted Pickens's charge of outside influence on delegates." 126. Davis's broadsides were not limited to the NAACP convention. After this gathering, he repeatedly attacked Walter White's warmongering attack upon the Soviets. He was with James Ford in Birmingham when the communist vice presidential candidate screamed, "Stay out of the imperialist war." This was their major focus as they campaigned across the country. This was an imperialist war, Davis charged, in response to an article by Thomas Lamont of the House of Morgan in the Harvard Alumni Bulletin, Empires. Keep in subjection 500 million oppressed colonial peoples, empires whose imperialist aims in this war are just as reprehensible as those of German imperialism. Later Davis was even angrier. The call for national defense means in actuality intensified national oppression. African Americans were supposed to forget racism for the benefit of plucking Churchill's chestnuts, or of making Wall Street richer. Blacks were to be cannon fodder to smash Hitlerism while Hitlerism is enforced against him at home. 129 The authorities were not sitting quietly as Davis hurled his thunderbolts. From 1939 to 1941 the party seemed to be coming under fiercer attack than usual, probably because of its position on the war. Ben Gold, Earl Browder, Clarence Hathaway, and other leaders were dragged into court on various charges. Party offices in various cities were bombed. Legislation was introduced to outlaw the party. And Harlem, where black enthusiasm for another war may have been at its lowest, was a particular target according to the New York Amsterdam News. A red hunt conducted by the has been going on quietly in Harlem, fearful lest Negroes become innocu. 82. Lated with red virus in larger numbers. Apparently these detectives had not been briefed thoroughly, for stumped G-men investigating Reds in Harlem when they learned of his Republican Party background. 128 This increased repression did not seem to deter Davis. One of his foci was the military. He abruptly dismissed then prevalent notions that blacks could see better at night or stand heat better and thus be better suited for tank duty. Not only could Britain be equated with Germany, but so could the United States. How does U.S. naval discipline differ from the Nuremberg laws which Hitler enforces upon the Jewish people in Germany and Central Europe? This difficulty in distinguishing bourgeois democracy from fascism was understandable since this form of democracy was virtually denied to blacks of any class in the United States, thereby creating at least a quasi-fascist plight, but it proved damaging when the party formulated political tactics in the 1939-41 period and was a major reason why Davis and his party could not consistently develop a united front and, ultimately, advance black rights. 129 The perception of Franklin Roosevelt by Davis and his party fluctuated during his administration. But during this period there was a consistent line of hostility, particularly toward FDR's foreign policy. Davis was notably vit. Rhyolic. This mixed view of Roosevelt was later reflected in the black press, as well, just as Davis's attack on other black leaders was prompted in part by their devotion to Roosevelt. 130. Certainly Davis, the party, and others who resisted U.S. entry into the war were captivated by the history of World War I as an inter-imperialist conflict. Davis admitted as much. But some of his toughest talk was reserved for fellow black leaders like Randolph and White. Davis put words in their mouth: lynch us, oppress us, discriminate against us, you great and wise gentlemen of American imperialism. We know it pains you to do it. But we will be ever faithful to your Jim Crow system. We will die for you and like it. 131. Such harsh words did not help Davis and the party reach out to the NAACP after the Nazis invaded the USSR in June 1941. Yet since the party had its own strengths, it could not be ignored. The party was the country's most implacable and outspoken foe of Jim Crow, which brought them support in the nation's Harlems. The alienation of the African American community became evident when the Japanese began to make inroads with their phony policy of championing the colored races. By virtue of its racism, the U.S. ruling class had handed blacks to the left on a silver platter. Leaders like Ben Davis assured that this gift would not be fumbled, though the sectarian spasms of the party were not helpful. Ultimately these divisions were to prove damaging to black liberation when the Red Scare arose. Still, the votes Davis received during his numerous races for public office were quantitative evidence of African American support for himself and his party. 5. Squeeze play, 1940 to 1942. Many observers see the 1930s as the heyday or zenith of Communist Party activism. This perception may be true, particularly when one considers membership figures and mass impact. but if so, the 1940s cannot be far behind. There is a tendency to see the German-USSR non-aggression pact as a watershed that revealed the party as some sort of foreign agent, causing all decent and sane people to depart the ranks forthwith. But this analysis does not explain the success of the party during this decade, an achievement that included the electoral victory of Davis. However, it is true that there were a number of ideological and other pitfalls that befell Davis and his party. More specifically, conflicts with the NAACP and the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters complicated the effort to construct a united front. Evidence of Davis's and the party's heightened profile during this decade was his appearance before a congressional committee in March 1940. This incident augmented his growing reputation as an uncompromising fighter against Jim Crow, which served to distinguish him and the communists from other companions in these trenches. It could be termed a turning point in the perception of Davis as a leading public figure. It all began innocently enough when Davis and Red leader Pat Toohey wrote to all members of the Senate Judiciary Committee, asking to testify on anti-lynching legislation. Snapping up the bait, the Senate accepted. Before this august body they assailed Democratic reactionaries and Republican hypocrites. Despite heckling, insults and frequent interruptions, refused to be sidetracked or browbeaten. At one point there was a threat to eject Davis. The senators seemed to take particular umbrage at his taking the lead in the denunciation. They expunged from the record his portrayal of Vice President John Garner as an evil old labor baiter. Davis was irate, when statements have been made in the Senate derogatory to the Negro people. I have not seen any senators getting up and showing the same indignation which they are showing here today. He specifically challenged Senators Tom Connally and Warren Austin. Though scheduled for 15 minutes, the session stretched on 5 times as long. The reaction to Davis's pillorying of the racists was electric. Recall that this was a time when African Americans were not just shuffling on the silver 83, 84 screen, it was seen as part of normal social etiquette. Then comes here a black who does what many blacks yearn to do, lambast the Dixiecrats face to face. The Daily Worker described the reaction to their star reporter. Negro organizations approved very heartily. They crowded around, shook hands with them and congratulated them. To the party's public persona of black-white unity in action in the fight against Jim Crow was exemplified here. Again, this happened during an era when most organizations and virtually all political parties saw such integration as being far beyond the pale. The reaction of the New York Age on March 16, 1940 was typical of the black press. Is being hailed a hero in Harlem, he proved that he has physical and moral courage of a high order. If more of our leaders showed the courage that Davis displayed, they would get more respect for themselves and the race. The Pittsburgh Courier, home of George Schuyler, was not always friendly to Davis or the party, but on March 16 they sang a different tune about this incident. We are glad that young Benjamin Davis went to Washington, D.C., and baited the lynch apologists in their den. When he referred to Garner and his Southern congressional colleagues as stooges for the landlords and mill owners who degrade white womanhood by refusing to pay them a living wage, he was saying what everybody familiar with the South knows to be true. It was high time that some Negro of prominence went to Washington and got them told instead of pussyfooting and bootlicking as has been the custom. Most of these black politicians are much too polite. Would that Congressman Mitchell had the courage to say what his people are thinking, in forthright, understandable language such as that used by the young communist editor. These hearings, as much as the Herndon case, helped to make Davis a nationally recognized militant figure among African Americans and progressives. It even touched E. Frederick Morrow, future aide to President Dwight Eisenhower and leading black commentator. A masterful exhibition of intestinal fortitude. Held his ground. Left even the most daring liberal gasping with admiration. Communists can tell the truth, and what said is truth. Almost anyone can present with aplomb to even the most hostile body a statement prepared well in advance. The acid Test comes when the high executioners start firing questions. If one has the right answers, then he is a genius. Davis had the right answers. When your correspondent wants to be sure of what Mr. Average Man is thinking about events, he manages to spend an hour in a barber shop listening to mature men with CS degrees. Their opinion is that Davis did the thing that every honest and red-blooded Negro wishes he had the opportunity to do. Fight jungle style, and the only defense for that kind of fighting is the same style with a little more effort. I am not a communist or a fellow traveler. I try to be an exponent of the truth. 3. 85. Morrow's newspaper, the New Jersey Herald News, editorialized in a similar vein. He gladdened our hearts. Ben Secundus reminded us of Ben Primus, a fighting crusader if ever there was one. Old Ben, they called him, was a contagion of courage, personal dignity, and manhood. If Ben, the father, was a Republican, and Ben the son is a communist, perhaps it is because the fighting instincts of the family have, from father to son, found the best means available for carrying on the fight for human rights. Like the way Ben Secundus told them off. And if his manner of telling is used as an excuse for blocking the bill, he is not to be blamed, rather is the American mind to be pitied and the Congress to be rebuked. For this ecstatic reaction among blacks mirrored and reinforced the reaction among reds. Davis's rise in this working-class party had been spectacular. He had entered the party as a leader, which was not typical. So their faith in him was fortified by this incident. His comrade William Patterson was in high spirits. Say they tell me that when young Ben Davis got through with that lyncher from Texas named Connolly, the breasts of the Negro people who heard him swelled so they couldn't button their coats, they were that proud. That buzzard closed up like a clam in a hot stew. 5. Not only blacks and reds took note of Davis's accelerated celebrity. James Webster of the American Federation of Labor was horrified about the attempt to gag the young communist. Everyone would have expected such a thing to happen in Germany. But I always thought this was the land of the free and home of the brave. 6 others were of a different view, calling Davis tactless and worse, but the Daily Worker rose to the defense of their man, knocking the nonsensical contention that communist support hurts the bill is the same thing the Ku Klux state officials said. Critics, they concluded, are following national unity policy of uniting with the reactionaries for the scrapping of civil liberties and for war. 7. Davis himself was not a potted plant in the aftermath of this cause célèbre. He ridiculed those Dixiecrats whom he caught with their polit. Eichel pants down. The gentleman threatened many times to call several conveniently stationed policemen to their rescue. 8. All this, he averred, showed the complete perfidy of the Roosevelt administration. His invitations to speak increased sharply after this incident, and Davis continued assaulting the Dixiecrats at every opportunity. But this firestorm created more than just headlines, according to the Daily Worker, just 1 week after the communist representatives testified, the subcommittee decided to stop stalling and by a vote of 5-1 reported the measure to the full Judiciary Committee. Davis and Toohey succeeded in putting new life and vigor into the whole movement to pass the anti-lynching bill. 9. These attacks on FDR, Dixiecrats, and Republicans were no accidents, for 1940 was turning out to be a pivotal election year. With FDR about to reach an unprecedented third term, with the winds of war blowing ever 86. More insistently, and with party strength being put to the test as a result, the Washington incident came as manna from heaven. Ironically, just before the incident Toohey had lamented red fortunes, Comrade Browder was compelled to register a certain decline, a sagging in communist work among the Negro masses. Our National Committee is disturbed and dissatisfied with this situation. Weaknesses indicated are undoubtedly due to the fact that party branches in some places have not yet fully adapted themselves to the new situation. Policy of boldly bringing forward the Negro comrades into the leading work of the party in all spheres. 10. It is not Unfair to suggest that from March 1940, when Davis challenged the U.S. Senate, until the launching of the Cold War, the party's fortunes in the African American community were rising, albeit with some backing and filling caused in part by Browderism. The important election year of 1940 included Davis's run for election to Congress from the 21st Congressional District in New York. James Ford may not have gone too far by suggesting that I am not exaggerating when I say that Ben Davis and William Patterson can be elected to Congress. 11. This was not just communist propaganda. The New York Age on October 30 wrote, "One of the surprises of the campaign is the strong showing of." Simultaneously, Davis was playing a leading role in Ford's vice presidential campaign. As such, he toured the Deep South and was greeted warmly at DeOM's North Carolina Mutual Insurance Company, one of the largest black-owned businesses of its kind. All the while, Davis was continuing to play a major role in the party administrative apparatus and at the Daily Worker. As of 1940, he was listed as secretary-treasurer of the corporation that controlled the paper and a member of the executive board. In that capacity, he traveled to the NAACP convention in Houston just after the June 1941 Nazi invasion of the USSR, where 300 delegates from 35 states were present. Though he was not altogether pleased with the composition, the Negro workers and sharecroppers are not here to any large extent, he was not altogether displeased with the political line espoused. The gathering was singularly without red baiting, progressive, lumping communism and fascism together, as had happened at the previous convention in Philadelphia in 1940. 12. That former Daily Worker staffer Richard Wright received the Spingarn Award, the NAACP's highest award, was also symptomatic of prevailing trends. But two major ideological trends were in evidence that was to occupy his attention for some time to come. Davis lambasted A. Philip Randolph for calling off the March on Washington, and he assessed the new international situation created by the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union. Though it is understandable why Davis and the party switched from opposition to the war to support for it after the USSR was invaded, it is also understandable why some of those less nimble may have been left sprawling in the dust. In March 1940, he was hissing Walter White for urging USN 87. Try into war, and then he carried this same view to the NAACP convention in Philadelphia weeks later. 13. Then Davis's line changed. In July 1941, he cited approvingly Du Bois' view that the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union required all to reorientate all our thinking. This, said Davis, shows the quick response of the Negro people to sharp turns in history. Feel they have a stake in this war now. The Soviet Union is the embodiment of racial equality, opportunity, and freedom. The formerly scorned William Pickens was now being cited approvingly for his call for U.S. intervention in the war. But, and this is an exceedingly crucial point in light of the charge that Davis dropped the fight against Jim Crow during the war, Davis, like Frederick Douglass, lamented the continued discrimination against blacks, charging that it is depriving the entire country of its proverbial black arm. 14. Davis played a pivotal role in an all-day conference in New York in September 1941 that urged an anti-Hitler front. 15. The line adopted there, however, did not call for the abolition of Jim Crow as a prerequisite for support of the war effort. It is the distinction between this and the above-mentioned view that often leads to the mistaken allegation that Davis abandoned the anti-racist fight during the war. Davis, like many U.S. progressives, was confounded by the question of how to fight Jim Crow while maintaining anti-Axis unity. Davis averred perspicaciously that the fight against Hitler created an atmosphere for black and white unity in the South and for obtaining common action. Black progress during the 1941-45 era proved Davis to be prescient. But two events in late 1941 point up the difficulty Davis and the CP faced. He was forced to assail the usually liberal journal PM after it charged the party with being the local hand of Moscow after their line on the war changed. Then, to bolster the view of party critics, in the days after Pearl Harbor the script of the play Native Son was altered, supposedly in the interests of national defense. The effort to soften the sharp anti-racist tone of this work was applauded by a number of people in the party, thus adding to the impression that the fight against Jim Crow would be sacrificed during the war. 16. Pearl Harbor raised other racial issues not noted by many, such as the attempt by Tokyo to gain adherence among blacks. Davis laughed at the idea that Tokyo was the friend of the darker races and castigated their bloody exploitation of Korea and Formosa. China. The real identity of interest lies between the oppressed people of East and West. 17. Of necessity he accelerated this line after the Nazi invasion of the USSR in 1941, given an increasingly prevalent opinion that appeared in the Afro-American, the colored races as a whole would benefit. This would be the first step in the darker races coming back into their own. 18. As the war progressed, so did the government's concern about this development. That this was no small matter is evidenced by the fact that African Americans were the only ethnic group continuously surveilled. 88. According to Kenneth O'Reilly, during the war, others were watched due to occupation or political affiliation. As the opinion in the Afro-American suggests, the black press was a particular carrier of these dissident opinions. Patrick Washburn has discussed the immense concern of Washington about these developments. The FBI labeled a number of leading black journalists, including 3 at the Pittsburgh Courier, as either communist sympathizers, or radicals. 19. Early in the war, William Hastie, Davis's old classmate, then serving as aide to the Secretary of the War, met with African American leaders in New York to discuss their support. A significant percentage agreed that blacks were not totally behind it. From another shore, the black press also saw fit to heap massive praise on Moscow, which did not please Washington, despite the wartime alliance. The war years brought civil rights gains to blacks, prompted by the need to motivate this oppressed minority to fight for rights that they did not enjoy. The gains also came about because of the perception that U.S. national security would be in continual peril as long as blacks could be swayed by Washington's adversaries. 20. While the government tried to explore this issue covertly, others saw fit to publicize their concern. Repeatedly during the war, right-wing columnist Westbrook Pegler attacked the black press for its alleged leftist ties. He charged that the Courier and Defender resemble such one-sided publications as the Communist Party's Daily Worker. Later he alleged that Negro communists and fellow travelers always receive recognition as racial leaders in these organs. 21. Davis struck back swiftly, raising the ire of the right wing. More was the fact that leading black editors like Lewis Martin of the Michigan Chronicle, William Harrison of the Boston Chronicle, Fred Moore of the New York Age, P. L. Pratties of the Courier, and Roscoe Dungy of the Oklahoma Black Dispatch agreed with the communist leaders' venomous response to Pegler. 22. This was no small matter. The black press was an important forum and barometer of opinion. World War II and the alliance with the USSR were creating favorable conditions for deepening of the Black Left alliance insofar as it undermined the notion that the party's admiration of Moscow was un-American. The prospect of such a development was long seen by Davis as the fruition of the United Front, so he paid significant attention to it. Davis was no stranger to the black press or these editors, given his family's interest in the Atlanta Independent. 23. Davis's relationship with the black press was heightened during the war. He was in touch with Claude Barnett, chief of the black press's version of the Associated Press. He attended the annual meetings of the Negro Newspaper Publisher Associations, where his reception was friendly and familiar. In 1942, 50 editors from 20 states were present. This spurred even further favorable comment in the black press about the communists. 24. 89. These ties between the black press and the left were revealed during Davis's race for Congress in 1942, a dry run before his successful race for the New York City Council in 1943. Initially he was slated to run for Attorney General of the state, but then it was decided a few days later that a race for Congress would provide a more effective vehicle. According to the New York Age, this campaign was not without enthusiastic support. This seems to be especially true among working elements, where Ben the Younger has become a popular and forceful figure. Already they were brooding that it'll be pretty awkward trying to keep Ben out of Congress just because he's a communist now. Their reporter, Peter Dana, decided to take a canvass. During the better part of 3 days, I broached the subject wherever I went. In no case did I find that the voter was not pulling for Davis. To questions about his communism not a one but didn't dismiss the suggestion with impatience. One man said, Ben won me when he was down at Washington that time at the hearing on the anti-lynching bill. He told them off for my money and he gave them poll taxing senators hell. Oh, but good, an old-timer who had known Ben's dad. The boy is just naturally a fighter, his old man before him was. He's a smart boy too, they say he studied law at Harvard just like the president. This reporter perceptibly drew out some of the elements key to Davis's electoral success: his Washington appearance, his family ties, his education, and his militance. All this superseded any qualms about his red ties. Such apprehension would be attenuated in any case during the relatively pro-Soviet 1941-45 period. The Age, a staunchly GOP paper, backed Davis as being well qualified by training and experience for the post. Strikingly, they called on blacks to vote for black candidates, even on minority party tickets, as a protest to the major political parties to name a Negro candidate. 25. This race was not just a quixotic tilt. In 1938, Israel Emter of the party received 106,000 votes while Herbert Lehman beat Thomas Dewey by 65,000 for governor. As the Worker put it, the Communists ran no candidate for governor and the bulk of their vote went to Governor Lehman, thereby providing more than the margin of victory. Davis's platform was explicit: Second Front now, all-out support to the president, establishment of a centralized war economy and mobilization of manpower. This second point may have been necessary, given the exigencies of war, but it is not hard to see how it set the stage for the opportunism that often characterized Browderism. 26. Still, Davis was energetic in bringing black issues into the debate in a way that linked them with the demands of the war. Harlem is a reserve of power for opening up a second front. This power can be tapped by remedying conditions which hogtie the black arm of America. The opening of a second front in Europe would loose a democratic flood which would sweep away all 90 barriers to the integration of Negroes in American life. Davis's own campaign experiences made it difficult for him, as a black leader, to go as far as others in downplaying black issues for the sake of unity for war. While I was attending an open-air scrap rally in the Bronx last week, a Negro fellow, dressed in his working clothes, very earnestly insisted on making a speech at the same time someone else was speaking from the platform. Our Negro guest consented to listen a while, although later on he burst out and by comparison reduced our loudspeaker almost to a whisper. "What lungs?" the Negro fellow kept repeating. "What about us? They're lynching us, discriminating against us, and then want us to fight. What about that?" This continued increasingly loud. When I began to talk, I offered him the microphone and urged him to speak. He declined by ignoring the invitation. I then discussed how the rights of the Negro people are even more vital to our country today because Jim Crowism and anti-Semitism are weapons which do Hitler's work. Question is not being answered sufficiently either in speed or in deeds. Is a reflection of the failure to satisfy the just grievances of the Negro people. It is an expression of the slowness of the great labor movement itself, to speak and act boldly. Are a disgraceful and stupid policy which must be wiped out as a war necessity. Under President Roosevelt's leadership, racial discrimination is being broken down. 27. This experience encapsulated Davis's dilemma during the war. Yes, he was vigilant about not neglecting black rights, but he was too generous toward the Roosevelt administration, which after all, was fighting the war with a sable arm tied behind its back, a Jim Crow army. In his mind, attacking the president could run the risk of eroding the anti-fascist unity so necessary for prosecuting the war. It was not as if he had deep illusions about the president. At this same time he was demanding that as commander-in-chief he employ his emergency executive action to see that lynchers are put to death. This was much too ambitious for the president, and Davis knew it. Yet his support for the president may have reflected the increased acceptance of the party and its relatively new access to previously forbidden areas. Davis was becoming a virtual regular on WQXR radio in New York, for example. 28 Davis's electoral campaign was gathering support. The NAACP, the Negro Labor Victory Committee, the Powell-influenced Coordinating Committee on Employment, and the National Negro Congress were some of the groups giving full or unofficial support. The Congress of Fraternal and Benevolent Organizations, representing 35 groups, also endorsed him. They and others were flocking en masse to his rallies. In October 1942 he addressed the Holy Trinity Baptist Church in Brooklyn, which was preceded by a giant community parade. As reported in the Daily Worker, one of the dramatic moments of the meeting came when was introduced to the audience as one communist. I'm 91. Going to vote for. As Davis came to speak, the entire audience gave him a standing ovation. Swaying with the mood, Rev. Horne proclaimed, "I say that any Negro who does not vote for Davis is a traitor to the cause of Jesus, the Negro people and the country." 29. Davis's popularity was accelerating. 400 people at Powell's Abyssinian Church left no doubt where Harlem stands. Placing his hands on Mr. Davis' shoulder, Reverend Powell continued, "Here is a candidate who affords the Negro people their first real opportunity to vote for a Negro win the war candidate for a statewide office." Replied Davis, "I'm not going to be elected. But that's all the more reason why you should vote for us." Harold Burton, GOP candidate for the Assembly, chimed in, "I am a Republican but I'm going to vote for Ben Davis, Jr. 30. Even the state New York Times decided it could not ignore the campaign. On November 2 they flashed a picture of Davis, Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, Earl Browder, and Amter with a headline noting the attendance of 17,000 at a Madison Square Garden communist rally. The Times reported that the Red leaders asked those assembled to vote for Democrats for most statewide offices. But the reporter could not resist observing, the Communists for the first time in years, failed to fill completely, but they did have an enthusiastic cheering crowd of 17,000 who paid from 25 cents to $1.10 for admission, apart from the usual collection taken up between speeches. Davis's campaign ranged across the district. He appeared on the radio in Elmira, where many black churches supported him. According to Rev. Henry Brantley, pastor of Bethlehem and chair of the Davis Election Committee, one of the finest things for the colored people to link up with is the Communist Party. Remember that the letters C and P stand for community and purity. Now we have been buying steaks for the other fellow's wife long enough, it's time we bought some for our own. Don't let them frighten you about communists, just be sure that in the end righteousness will win out. And it's winning out now, for I can remember when they put communists in jail for speaking. But they're too strong for that now. The U.S. alliance with the Soviets was creating openings for the party that Davis was able to take advantage of. Finally his platform was no longer being sideswiped by the hand of Moscow issue. 31. The right wing was not taking kindly to these developments. The party charged that the American Legion conducted a campaign of terror and harassment against their petition signers, joined in some cities by local police. They attempted to knock the party off the ballot as well. Apparently the prevailing pro-Soviet sentiments had not reached their eyes or ears. Dusting off his legal skills, Davis joined Emanuel Bloch, Arthur Garfield Hayes, Abraham E. Sermon, and Arthur Madison of the Harlem Lawyers Association in a suit to halt them. They won. 32. The right wing of the U.S. government was also not indifferent to the 92. Party's apparent gains during the war. J. Edgar Hoover in his 1942 General Intelligence Survey was explicit. The party is still loudly championing the cause of civil rights at the slightest provocation. It is still campaigning among the Negroes in the South and in densely populated metropolitan areas on the theory of race discrimination in national defense plants and the armed forces. In many of the larger cities the party has created fair employment practice or organizations of similar name through which it impresses the Negro, Mexican and other minority groups with the alleged discrimination that is being perpetrated against them in national defense industries, the armed forces, etc. 33. This worry could have been based on Davis's words alone, for during his campaign and this pivotal war year, he continually discussed Jim Crow and how it hampered the war effort. After a black was arrested for sedition in New York for working for Tokyo, he asked why not arrest the lynchers and die-hard industrialists who still refused to abide by FDR's executive order on discrimination. Continually he drew an analogy between the World War and the Civil War, when the Emancipation Proclamation allowed the North to seize the high moral ground and gain a military advantage as well. Similar bold moves could produce a similar result, he suggested. Constantly he implored, the Negro people are rightfully demanding that the four freedoms for which we are fighting and for which they are willing to die be applied here and now in the United States and Harlem. 34. Davis repeated this theme so many times in so many ways that it makes even more curious the post-war claims of his more trenchant critics that he abandoned Negro rights during this period. He was particularly outraged and outspoken about the poll tax and lynchings, the record is replete with evidence. But his major weakness came out here. He did not criticize sufficiently Roosevelt, who did not give anti-poll tax legislation his full backing, who did not speak out forcefully on lynching, and who remained dependent on the Dixiecrat vote in Congress. 35. Davis emphasized continually the abominable housing conditions in Harlem and pressed for improvements. That this might be seen by some as fomenting disunity did not matter to the leading Harlem communist. With his close comrade Audley Moore he pressed the city's housing department to do something about 302, 304, and 306 128th Street, called a house of horrors by Davis, perhaps because of the rotting floors, mounds of garbage, rats, and broken windows. He counseled other tenants, who successfully balked at a 10% rent hike after a 5-month struggle. He demanded that rents be rolled back to the January 1, 1941 level and deplored the fact that blacks often paid more for inferior housing. Moreover, he worked closely with Harlem communist Ted Bassett in the Permanent Committee for Better Schools, which protested segregation, overcrowded classrooms, and budget cuts. 36. 93. The war and other international questions remained at the forefront of Davis's activity during his electoral campaign and 1942 generally. Inevitably this card-carrying communist praised the role of the USSR, which was then carrying the main brunt of the war against Hitler. More than once he scored Norman Thomas, John L. Lewis, Westbrook Pegler, and the New York Daily News for their perceived insufficient support of the Soviet war effort and their lack of support for the Second Front. 37. Similarly, Davis sought to emphasize the special role of the colonial nations and their needs. He cited Singapore, where the British effort to mobilize the people was stymied because of resentment over colonialism, thus leading to Tokyo's takeover. His view on freedom for colonial peoples was linked to his view on African American freedom. Later he was to suggest that freedom for the former accelerated freedom for the latter, and vice versa. 38. Despite or perhaps because of these positions, Davis lost the election. However, his respectable showing laid the basis for his successful 1943 race for the New York City Council. Still, there were worrisome problems. James Eggert Allen, president of the New York State Conference of NAACP branches and a usually reliable Davis ally, supported one of his opponents, Lael Lane of the Workers' Defense League. But this negative event was outweighed by far by the positive happenings. On election day, despite rainy weather, from 5 a.m. when 90 campaign workers swarmed into the headquarters, material ran out 4 times. Additional pieces had to be printed. Harlem communist leaders estimate the campaign as the best in the party's history. 39. Without a doubt his fighting campaign and high profile helped to propel Davis upward in the party hierarchy. Just before the campaign started, he became executive secretary of the Upper Harlem section and chairman of the New York County Communist Party. The party proudly declared that he was the only Negro to head a county political organization in New York. Unanimous choice. At the same time he remained secretary-treasurer of the Daily Worker. At the state convention days later he was head of the all-important nominations committee. Though he was not part of the political committee, the top level, he was a step below on the national committee. After 8 years in the party the status was extraordinary. More and more he was seen in the company of Robert Minor, Gurley Flynn, Browder, Amter, and other top Reds. But unlike most of these leaders, he was also well known outside of the party. 40. Because of his increased notoriety and high profile, Davis was drawing more fire as well. This was coming especially from his old ally cum antagonist, A. Philip Randolph, and other social democratic leaders. The labor leader was sophisticated enough to be sensitive to the often noxious nature of anti-communism. When the artist Gwen Bennett was suspended in 1941 as director of the Harlem Community Arts Center because of her alleged ties. 94. To the Reds, Randolph rose to her support, though he did it by denying communist influence at the center, as if that would be harmful. Lester Granger agreed. 41. But any residual positive feelings about Reds were dropped in mid-1942 after Davis questioned the bona fides of a rally spearheaded by Randolph. In an unusual editorial in the June 12, 1942 Worker printed under his name, Davis sharply questioned the rationale of the rally to be held in Madison Square Garden on Negro rights. He was worried that the traditional anti-Sovieters organizing it would transform the rally into a forum for the defeatists, channeling legitimate grievances in a direction that would prove harmful to unity for the war. Even more troubling to Davis was the appearance at the rally of his ally the Reverend Adam Clayton Powell and Mary McLeod Bethune. Randolph was angry. He requested that Davis and the party organ provide publicity for the rally, but he was met with a stiff refusal. To Davis the rally was designed to fish in the troubled waters of the Negroes' just grievances. Optimistically he added that the opportunities are greater than ever for securing the equality of the Negro people through the very prosecution of the war. Davis objected to their slogan that blacks should show white people that their demands were just. He was troubled by the absence of class content and the fact that Randolph had sought to bar whites from his March on Washington movement, as much for anti-red reasons as pro-black ones. The Daily Worker, he concluded, cannot unreservedly support the rally. He was upset about the role in the rally of the Socialist Call, that party's organ. Randolph was charged with being a political bedfellow of the disgraceful appeaser Norman Thomas. Plaintively he asked why they omitted all mention of winning the war in their program. Indeed, the socialists were asking why blacks should fight at all in the war. Davis huffed, "This is a direct incitation to disloyalty." In case Randolph did not read the Daily Worker, Davis directly sent him the substance of this open letter. 42. This rally and political orientation placed Davis and the party in a ticklish situation. Obviously, if the war were lost, existing black rights would be destroyed, and if blacks did not give their all to end fascism, the anti-fascist effort could be harmed. But certain blacks could not understand why Davis and the party would object so sharply to a Negro rights rally, even if it did not mention winning the war. This reality and the fact that 18,000 people showed up for the rally influenced Davis's subsequent reaction. This gathering was a new high point in the militancy and aggressiveness of the Negro people, he now said. This was perhaps the largest number of Negro citizens ever to attend a garden rally. This suggested that the all-out mobilization and enthusiasm. 95. For the war was distorted by Jim Crow, which resulted in widespread unclarity. He remained critical of Norman Thomas and his ilk but acknowledged there were honest elements in the March on Washington movement. Yet he remained disturbed by a skit that suggested that the main enemy of the Negro people is not Hitler, but the national government and unions, and that no resolution in support of the war was introduced. 43. Davis had reason to be concerned, though he may not have been aware of all the reasons why. Weeks before the rally, in May, Benjamin McLaurin of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters wrote confidentially to his colleague Randolph, "We are having quite a number of conferences with secret agents of the federal government on our program. Thus far we have had nothing to fear, but my guess is that the communists are doing everything possible to sabotage our program. I have never been more concerned about them before." 44. And on April 25 Frank Crosseth had told the readers of the New York Amsterdam News that despite the socialists' rhetoric about pressing Negro rights, it would not be tactful at this time to organize another march on Washington, for such a move would play directly into the hands of Hitler and the other enemies of our country. Also not to be forgotten are the words of the historian Bernard Nolte. Even Secretary Stimson, confident of the superiority of the white race, felt that concessions had to be made, not out of any sense of justice but because he had come to believe that Randolph and the other leaders were trying to head off a communist takeover of the civil rights movement. 45. This was all rather curious. The Reds, who were not just pro-FDR but were throwing every ounce of energy into the war effort, were being surveyed and subjected to government harassment. Randolph and Co., who, in the eyes of many, were sowing discontent about the nature of the war and were producing skits pointing to the government, not Hitler, as the foe, were apparently meeting with that same government. Both Randolph and the government seemed to be overly concerned about the communists. The government seemed to be more concerned with Red influence among blacks than the question of maintaining black enthusiasm for the war. In any case, Davis and the party were caught in a squeeze play between civil rights forces charging that they were soft on Washington and that same government, which the Reds were trying to support, that sought to erode their support among African Americans. Soon thereafter the communists were charged with being derelict about Negro rights. Though the NAACP failed to support Winfred Lin when he refused induction into the military due to segregated units, Roy Wilkins did not hesitate to charge that the party's view on the war was leading to subordination of black rights. Though Randolph's March on Washington movement had an 8-point program similar to that of the party, he did not hesitate to sharply criticize the Com. 96. Communist program. Though the socialists for many years, according to Davis, had not a single Negro a member of the party's National Executive Committee, its leading body, they were posing as the staunch defender of black rights. Hence, Davis and the Reds had to spend considerable time defending their record, which planted a seed among many that their growing reputation as a defender of blacks was questionable. Further, Randolph and his allies were constantly attacking groups in the black community that were formed to fight for civil rights, and this included the Reds such as the Negro Labor Victory Committee. Randolph seemed to be somewhat paranoid about communist influence when he accused the conservative publisher of the New York Amsterdam News, C.B. Powell, of being under communist influence when his ally Crosseth was forced from his post as a columnist. Meanwhile, a not disinterested spectator, the U.S. government, worried in a report drafted by the FBI that in opinion the only way to defeat America is through internal disruption. Negro's situation is a likely menace to the United States. Overall, from Randolph on the left to Washington on the right, there was utmost concern about the apparent popularity of communists among blacks, not to mention their most notorious speaker, Ben Davis. 46. The early war years marked the rise in Davis's prestige among blacks. He was a symbol of a united front that was moving toward black liberation. The recognition was dawning that Jim Crow was a national security question, a belief that the Cold War would solidify. Moreover, the presence of Jim Crow in the economic, political, and social arenas facilitated communist recruitment in the Harlems of this nation, a problem that would be tackled on two fronts: undermine both Jim Crow and communists. Anti-communism and the Red Scare handicapped the black liberation movement, but this was not evident in 1943, when Davis stunned the nation by winning election to the New York City Council. 6. A turning point in U.S. history, 1943. The U.S. alliance with the Soviet Union during the war meant that the party's pro-Sovietism was not the impediment it once was. The need for national unity also curbed anti-progressive sentiment generally. The party's emphasis on black-white unity began to make more sense. In fact, it now appeared to be more far-sighted than most in prematurely proclaiming this increasingly accepted dictum. Moreover, the exigencies of war meant that concessions to blacks were on the agenda, akin to the Civil War pattern. These conditions, combined with the uniqueness of Davis's own strength and the peculiarities of New York, allowed him to become the first black communist elected to political office in this country, one of the key events of 1943. Yet this victory carried negative seeds, for an illusion was growing in the party that a country that could elect a black communist might be on the verge of eliminating all manner of illiberal shibboleths and beginning a new era where monopolies and workers would lay down together like the lion and the lamb. This is the meaning of Browderism, a phenomenon that extended far beyond the real and imagined weaknesses of Earl Browder. As the nation entered a new epoch, Davis stood as a resolute symbol. The year of Davis's election was also the year the party began to disengage from the Communist International. The party was not and could not be oblivious to other trends in fraternal parties. Moreover, they could not be oblivious to past CL policy on electoral politics. For even in a period when CL policies could be interpreted as sectarian and hostile to the United Front, there was a need expressed to participate in electoral politics. Reds in municipal bodies, it was said in 1930, should do everything in their power to be of service to the poorest sections of the population. The work of the communists must form part of their work for the disintegration of the capitalist state. The communists must use the municipal, as they do the parliamentary bodies, as a platform for mobilizing the masses for the revolutionary struggle. These words marked the spirit if not the letter of Davis's tenure in the New York City Council. From the beginning the U.S. Party had not been indifferent to electoral campaigns. Pete Cacchione, the first communist elected to office, noted, "Communists had been run 97, 98 ning for various offices in many parts of the country since 1924. While they were rarely successful, some had been elected, and one had even become mayor of a small Midwestern town. Two Reds had been prominent in organizing the highly successful Democratic Farmer Labor Party in Minnesota and the American Labor Party in New York, and before the end of the war they had been involved in electoral politics in 35 states. Despite this clear historical record, Joseph Starobin reflects a certain consensus by stating, the party did not concentrate on electoral activity because its chief intention was to influence the existing two-party system. 3. This electoral emphasis was particularly striking in New York City, then the party's largest district. With one of the largest concentrations of African Americans in the nation and their attendant penchant toward progressive politics, a similarly oriented Jewish population, and a long tradition of trade union struggle, this city was uniquely configured to tolerate red political advances. Although New York was unique, its influence was national. Party political maven S.I. Gerson called New York without question the pivotal political state in the Union, the Electoral College. Largest labor movement. Headquarters of American finance capital. 4. Thus Robert Minor of the party received 26,654 votes for mayor of New York City in 1933, while communist leader William Weinstone had gotten 5,622 in 1929. This was a prelude to the elections of 1937, where 4 candidates ran for city council. Israel Emter obtained 7,147 votes in Manhattan and Cacchione missed, winning by 245 votes. The recently organized American Labor Party emerged as the city's second largest party, sending 6 to the Assembly, and electing 1 judge and 2 borough presidents. All this was with decided communist aid. At the state convention of the Communist Party in 1938, Charles Crumbain noted a 100% increase in votes for the Communists in 1937 over the previous year. A decisive factor was the unity of the AFL and the CIO unions behind the same candidates. This was contrasted to Seattle, Detroit, and other parts where unity had not been achieved. 5. This spade work allowed Cacchione to be elected in 1941, despite the fact that he was sick for most of the campaign. However, his supporters visited 400,000 homes and held 250 rallies. Indeed, during his successful campaigns of 1943 and 1945, the often ill politician campaigned very little. But Cacciona and his handlers were shrewd politicos. They printed literature in Polish, Spanish, Hebrew, Italian, and English, and were more than up to the task. New York was also unique in that top officials like Fiorello LaGuardia, Stanley Isaacs, and Vito Marcantonio did not shrink from working with those of pink or red hue. Still, there were other peculiarities that even Cacciona had to acknowledge. The New York City Council receives little publicity in the press, and very few of the citizens of New York are aware of what goes on in the council. 6. This did not prevent TAM 99. Many and other forces from repeatedly seeking to knock the Communists off the ballot because of their proven success in garnering votes. Hence, although he was not on the ballot, Cacciona still managed to get 25,000 votes in 1939. Harlem was not lagging behind these advanced trends. In the 1928 elections, the party ran a number of African American candidates, including Richard Moore for Congress, Lovett Fort Whiteman for State Controller, and Edward Welsh for State Assembly. This political independence culminated in 1936, when delegates from 115 organizations representing more than 100,000 people formed an all-people's party in Harlem. 31 unions endorsed the effort. As ever, political independence caused the two major parties to become more tractable toward black concerns. Davis charged in 1936 that recent gestures by LaGuardia were an election gesture to forestall independent political action by the people of Harlem. 7. Circumstantial evidence substantiated Davis's jaundiced view. J. Raymond Jones, the Harlem Fox, has pointed out that not until 1937, 41, when political independence was accelerating, were there substantial numbers of black district leaders in Harlem. 8. Naturally, this went hand in glove with a growing party apparatus. Carl Brodsky, state campaign manager in 1936, marveled that organization for the election campaign is more advanced in Harlem than in any other district of the state. 9. The next year, the Daily Worker exulted that Harlem leads city in Daily Worker drive to raise funds. 10. J. Ray Jones connects this red record with restrictive election laws. In this way, socialists, communists, and others were kept out of the political process in New York City prior to 1938. But the dam broke at that point. In fact, in 1937 3 blacks ran for city council. In 1939, after James Ford had suggested it, a trade union nonpartisan committee for the selection of a Negro to the New York City Council was organized that included Max Yergin, Lester Granger, Dorothy Height, and the ultimate beneficiary Adam Clayton Powell. This political ferment also aided LaGuardia. In 1941, as the Communists pointed out, the Negro people registered the largest plurality for LaGuardia. They added portentously that these elections confirm once more that red baiting has grown too stale for public consumption. 12. When Davis ran for congressman at large in 1942, he received 47,488 votes. Compare this to the 40,389 votes that Robert Minor received in running for governor in 1936. The similarly charismatic Elizabeth Gurley Flynn received a few thousand fewer votes than Davis when she ran for Congress in 1942. So obviously he had more going for him than the hammer and sickle on his ticket. Paul Robeson, Jr., has suggested that more than any party leader, Davis understood and related to the masses. 13. That Davis is still not forgotten is evidenced by the lengthy article extolling his electoral accomplishments that appeared in the February 14, 1989 edition of the New York-based Carib News. 100. Davis was in the thick of the 1936 events that heightened political independence. His conclusion was typically caustic. The GOP was singled out as the Negro's main enemy for their purge of blacks in order to make palatable to the most reactionary Southern lynch class. At this moment FDR was not a Davis favorite either. he has vacillated and retreated and, yes, he appointed blacks but as a buffer between the demands of the Negro people and the responsibility of the federal government. The Reds were alone the party of the Negro people. The 20th century party of abolition, he concluded. 14. It was easy to see what motivated Davis. Harlem particularly was suffering during the Great Depression, causing Davis to work assiduously on the 1936 Communist electoral campaigns. The next year, along with other Reds, he was nominated for the city court but was withdrawn in favor of an American Labor Party candidate. But that did not stop him from using his stentorian voice on statewide radio hookups for ALP candidates. He felt that the ALP leaves something to be desired but has on the whole been progressive. 15. As time passed, Davis's influence increased commensurately. In 1938 the State Assembly was considering a measure to bar Reds from public sector jobs. It was clearly aimed at S.I. Gerson, Davis's comrade and an aide to leading New York politician Stanley Isaacs. Davis scored this red-baiting measure but went further and brought a delegation to Assemblyman Robert Justice, a black Democrat, who reversed field and repudiated the bill. Davis was suggested by many for Attorney General that same year, but like others he was entertaining the notion of a black being elected to the city council. 16. Nevertheless, a salient factor in propelling Davis into office was the existence of the electoral system known as proportional representation. As explained by Dennis Anderson, in elections conducted under the method of the voter indicates his/her order of preference among the candidates by placing Arabic numerals instead of X's next to the candidates being voted for. While only a specified number of candidates are to be elected, the voter may mark numbered rank order preferences for as many of the candidates as he or she wishes. The first step in determining the winners is to count the first choice votes. Once the total number of valid ballots cast is known, a quota, which is the number of votes required for election to council, is computed. The quota is determined by dividing the total number of ballots by the number of candidates to be elected plus 1 and then adding 1. Any candidate receiving the quota on the count of first choice votes is declared elected. Any leftover ballots in excess of the quota that would normally have been counted for the victorious candidate are counted for the candidate indicated on the ballot as that voter's next highest preference. Candidates who fail to reach a minimum vote threshold on the count of first choice ballots are eliminated. The second choice votes on the ballots whose first choice candidate has been eliminated are then counted or transferred. After each count the candidate with the fewest votes is declared a loser and ballots originally counted for the eliminated candidate are transferred to the next choice indicated on each of these ballots. 101. This method brought Toledo its first black city councilman in 1945 and first labor representative in 1947. 17. Proportional representation enabled the Communists to overcome the historic obstacle faced by third parties in U.S. politics, the compulsion to vote for the lesser evil. Under PR, a voter could make the Communist his or her first choice and the Liberal a second choice without the fear of throwing away a vote. If the Communist were eliminated, a vote still would go to the Liberal, thus blocking the right wing. In New York City each borough held borough-wide elections, thus a citywide majority was not needed to be elected. This blocked the strength of more conservative boroughs like Queens and Staten Island. Political theorist Frederick Shaw has commented at length on the impact of PR. Borough-wide constituencies under PR eliminated safe districts in which party regularity was the prime qualification for nomination. There was even competition among candidates of the same party within boroughs. With no assurance of automatic elections, candidates found it more profitable to sell themselves to the public than work for the district machines. Party managers viewed these developments sourly. Airtight control of the municipal legislature could be restored only by abolishing PR. After 10 years the magic formula was discovered: the Red Menace. So PR, which became popular in the 19th century, bit the dust in 1947 in a fury of red baiting. Democracy, however, was the ultimate victim. 18. Even after Davis was ousted from office in 1949, his election continued to have repercussions. In 1953, a litigant passed the test to become a New York City police officer but was removed from the civil service eligible list because he had signed a nominating petition for Davis and sent a telegram supporting his candidacy. Similarly, one could argue that the political lynching of the Reds during the McCarthy era was designed to remove a growing political force on the left impelled by mechanisms like PR. As late as 1952, Charles Nusser, running on the communist ticket for freeholder in increasingly black Essex County, New Jersey, received 5,459 votes. In 1953, when he got 4,057 votes for the state assembly on the party ticket, it touched off red-baiting articles under big headlines in the Newark press. Nevertheless, one must realize that although the elimination of PR was aimed ostensibly at communists, the effect was felt by progressive forces generally. 19. It was clear that Davis, despite his personal popularity, would not have an easy time getting elected in 1943. In his memoir, Davis recalled that even his own father was dubious. But Davis Sr. was not a social scientist, and apparently he had misjudged the direction of the political winds. 20. Yet the direction of the political winds was not the only factor working in Davis's favor. He did have an organization behind him. Just before the election, Cacchione, doubtful about his own re-election, laid out electoral plans for the Reds. He proposed tasks for E.D., or electoral district captains. This included obtaining subs for the worker, to engage in activities of 102. Civilian defense insofar as informing the people and enlisting them for this work. They were to push war bond sales and canvass families, spending a minimum of 20 minutes in each home. On the second week, the ED captain takes 3 new families and goes back the 3 families of the first 6 he canvassed. At the end of 20 weeks, the ED captain will have canvassed 83 families. At the end of the 20 weeks, the ED captain finds that 15 families are being serviced by the party for war stamps and 10 are getting the Sunday worker. 21. The goal was 15,000 subs by election day. The party was trying to build itself up, support the war, and mobilize for the election simultaneously. The party also held speakers class, to train a minimum of 40 women comrades to take to the platform starting April 1, 1943. By April 1, we will guarantee a minimum of 40 open-air rallies. Puppet shows, elocutionists, singers, musicians, etc. and a hillbilly band. There was to be a special appeal to Italians in Cacchione's case, just as Davis did for African Americans. A popular songbook was to be printed. Small meetings, for example with housewives in the afternoon, were suggested. 22. Since the United States entered the war, Davis had been protesting vigorously the self-defeating nature of the Jim Crow Army. His protest continued, if not accelerated, in 1943. Before an audience of 1,200 at Renaissance Casey. No, at 138th Street and 7th Avenue in Harlem, he repeated this favorite theme. But those on the platform with him stole the day: Hullen Jack, Channing Tobias, Duke Ellington, Langston Hughes, and Josh White. This theme of the Jim Crow Army, along with the Second Front and the stupid and insulting system of blood segregation of the Red Cross, were the focus of Davis's action and discussion on the war. 23. But this same year saw the publication of one of his more popular pamphlets, The Negro People and the Communist Party. To the naysayers he stressed that the party must give up the fight for Negro rights for the sake of national unity in the war, nor should blacks oppose our country's victory. Victory will help smash Jim Crow. If Hitler wins, we're destroyed. Thus he said, as if speaking to Randolph, civil disobedience at this juncture was a danger, as it places the fight for Negro rights as though the interests of the Negro people was opposed to the interest of the nation. Yet it was this counsel that fueled the misinformation that the Reds were ditching Negro rights. 24. Nonetheless, Davis was forthright in pointing to the real causes of the riots that marked the urban landscape in 1943. His words did not condemn those in the riots, as might be expected from one accused of abandoning Negro rights for the sake of the war. Instead, he pointed to perfectly legitimate grievances as the motive for these disturbances. 25. A turning point in U.S. history, 1943. 103. These urban uprisings were a reflection of what appeared to be an ironic increase of police brutality during the middle of an anti-fascist war. But, as ever, the authorities presented this to the public as a response to the latest Negro crime wave. In fact, Davis's concern had mushroomed in the summer of 1942, when he sought to activate Powell and Assemblyman William Andrews on this question. He criticized Roy Wilkins's remedy to let heads be cracked since it leads to frame UPS and wanton police brutality. He also scored current Hate the Negro campaign in the commercial daily press. Striking a still current issue, he questioned why they never failed to mention the racial identity of Negroes in crime news. Little wonder that at many mass meetings during his campaign, blacks were less than enthusiastic about prosecuting the war. This crime wave line not only fueled police brutality, but it led to the closing of the Savoy Ballroom, a mecca for the new music. There were other reasons. They object to the fact that Negroes and whites have been attending the ballroom as free and equal citizens. Further, Charles Buchanan, manager of the ballroom, was one of the owners of the left-leaning People's Voice, and a strike at the Savoy was seen as an underhand attack on the paper. And there were other ramifications. Davis and a delegation forced Macy's to halt the selling of a mugging nightstick. Advertised for white women to use against black male muggers, this was inciting to violence and racism, he charged. But such developments indicated the delicacy of Davis's position in trying to rally support for a government at war that discriminated against its black citizenry. They also illustrated that a major reason for communist popularity among African Americans was the Reds' resolute attack on racism at a time when this was not a widely accepted approach. 26. Other than the crime wave question, Davis's other major issue that brought him added recognition was his focus on the price gouging of monopolies and landlords during the war. His repeated attention to this question makes the Browderist claim all the more surprising, for even during the war the economic royalists did not seem eager to compromise with their class adversaries. He led protest delegations to meet with the Office of Price Administration. He helped to organize party-led conferences on the question. As usual, he wrote voluminously in the Daily Worker. But his position still carried a tone that he later criticized as suffused with Browderism. The fight for rent control is a fight to uphold President Roosevelt's anti-inflation program and, thereby, to back up the home front. 27. Davis's increasingly high profile on issues of the moment was paving the way for ultimate electoral success. He was becoming a regular on local radio broadcasts. He worked closely with local assemblymen, Canada Lee, Langston Hughes, and others in trying to organize a People's Institute for Harlem. Yet with all these hosannas, there were troubling signals. Early in 1943 he was back at the Brooklyn Church of Rev. Thomas Harton, addressing 1,200 people on the war and Jim Crow. Then 104. A few weeks later there was talk of pressure on the Reverend to cease his favorable comments about communists and cut his ties to the left. General Lee. Finally in April Davis had to wire his sorrow as a fire gutted the church. 28. These were disturbing and sobering events, but they did not dim the overall optimism that gripped the communists in 1943. At this point they were not only talking about a socialist future but getting elected to office and having the opportunity to implement some of their ideas. Nevertheless, it was not preordained that Davis would be nominated, much less elected. After the Reverend Adam Clayton Powell made it clear that he would be leaving the city council, it appeared that there would be no African American representation. According to the New York Age, the last hope of Negroes of electing a representative in the city council was lost when Channing Tobias declined to run. Tobias felt that the GOP would not back him seriously. At that juncture the Communists had put forward Karl Brodsky, a lifelong New Yorker and an insurance executive. But when Tobias declined, the party decided that Davis should substitute for Brodsky. This gave added impetus to Davis's candidacy, according to the Daily Worker, marking the first example of its kind on record. A white candidate for city council last night withdrew from the councilmanic race in order to give place to a Negro nominee. Brodsky was even more dramatic. As a member of the Jewish people, I can appreciate what it means not to have the great Negro minority represented. 29. It was not inevitable that Tobias would withdraw. Some encouraged him to do otherwise. In the late spring of 1943, Davis had a long conversation with Powell about his departure from the council. Then he met with Tobias. Said Davis, Tobias was not well known among the masses. He was spread as thin as tissue paper among the ruling circles of the country, and to many he was just as transparent. Davis backed him still, though he was as clever and foxy an opportunist as ever double-talked. There was a similar concern about the Reds' electoral choices too after Brodsky was selected. 30. The New York-Amsterdam News for July 3, 1943 was curious. Communists noted their candidates for city council Sunday. No Negroes were included. Political observers considered it rather unusual that no Negro was nominated here in Manhattan, since some of the party's most prominent members reside in Harlem. This was a pointed reference to Davis that the party decided not to ignore. Their flexibility won them praise. William Harrison, associate editor of the Boston Chronicle, called Brodsky's withdrawal without a precedent in American politics. 31. Davis enjoyed great support from his predecessor, Adam Clayton Powell. They had known about each other since not many blacks attended the virtually lily-white schools of the East, such as Amherst and Powell's alma mater, Colgate. Marvel Cook recalls them as being quite friendly then, though Powell was not well liked by a number of blacks since they thought he was trying to pass for white. But in the 1930s and 1940s she. A turning point in U.S. history, 1943. 105. Saw them together on the streets of Harlem quite often. 32. Yet even in the 1930s they had public disagreements, such as Powell's opposition to LaGuardia in the 1937 elections. At this point Powell worked closely with Davis and a party apparatus that included skilled organizers. The party, on the other hand, benefited from association with the charismatic Powell. By the time Davis ran for office in 1942, all was forgiven and Powell was effusive. One reason I have always given credit to the Communist Party. Because they have had the courage to run Negro people in national, state, and county elections. Ben Davis, Jr. deserves the vote of every Negro. My vote goes to Ben Davis, Jr. 33. Again in 1943 he was similarly enthusiastic. In his prison memoir Davis saw Powell as an opportunist, one who sensed the party's strength and decided to take advantage of it. He might be compared to a big howitzer gun that could be fired by the class enemy into the ranks of the people, or fired by the people into the citadels of reaction, a shrewd and cunning politician. 34. Powell's own subsequent view does not contradict this assertion. My critics have often cited the names of many Communist Front organizations with which my name was associated. I used everyone that had any strength whatsoever, including the Communists. 35. Claude Lewis's account of Powell agrees, the party had Powell pegged correctly. He would bear left only while left was a fashionable and useful direction. 36. But Powell's flexibility did not prevent the FBI from placing him on their list for custodial detention in the case of a national emergency. 37. Davis's support from the leading black clergymen of Harlem was evidence of his support from the black church generally. As a man of the Deep South, he was not unaware of the importance of this institution. During his trips to this region after he joined the party, he was often found addressing parishioners. So it was no surprise that during his 1943 campaign there was a highly active ministers' committee led by Rev. James Robinson. The Daily Worker reported happily, Father Divine followers are clapping hands for him. Some Democratic captains in Harlem are throwing entire districts behind the candidate. 38 Rev. Moran Weston advised support for Davis in his Amsterdam news column. Rev. Ben Richardson was more melodramatic, alleging that the party approximates what Jesus stands for than any other group. Rev. Ethelred Brown was similarly biblical. Miracles are happening all over the world, so it won't be a miracle if Mr. Davis is elected. 39. The conditions of war and alliance with the USSR allowed Davis's message to be heard by less prejudiced ears. The party as the local hand of Moscow was not then a dominant theme, as it was to be during the Red Scare. After one woman heard him speak, she volunteered to do anything for the campaign. His campaign manager Audley Moore commented, "People are doing that all the time. Enthusiasm for Davis is mounting steadily. People we never saw before are coming here too." 106. Help. 45 movie houses in Harlem had trailers sponsored by the Davis Committee calling on voters to register. Bus lines carried his posters. Labor was a major participant in the Davis campaign. The Negro Labor Victory Committee, headed by Davis ally Charles Collins, opened what is perhaps the most intensive campaign ever launched to get out the Negro vote, according to the September 21, 1943 Daily Worker. They distributed 100,000 circulars and put out posters. The CIO of New York and Painters District Council 19 were among the labor groups backing him. 41 Davis's appeal helped to generate innovative effort on his behalf. Lewis Allen composed a popular ditty that was on the lips of many Harlemites. Ben, we're voting for you. When you get into the council, here's what you do: let the whole world know, New York City's gonna end Jim Crow. Yes, yes, end Jim Crow. Yes, yes, end Jim Crow. Democracy has got to grow. New York City's gonna end Jim Crow. This was the first of 4 stanzas, accompanied by a snappy tune. 42 This was not the only artistic contribution to the campaign. In his memoir, Davis recalled, "Many of the people of Harlem wanted various campaign pieces as ornaments for their walls, so beautifully decorative was the artist's work that they could even tolerate my photo plastered over the covers." 43 Part of Davis's appeal was his familial connection. Ben Davis Sr. still had helpful ties, which became apparent as the candidate campaigned. They'd slap me on the back and say, "Davis, your father was a Lincoln Republican. You must be a Lincoln Communist. I'm going to vote for you." 44. But there were other forces that remained adamantly opposed to Davis. Herbert Bruce, a power in Harlem, Tammany, and nationally, not only opposed Powell and Davis but termed J. Ray Jones, leading Harlem political leader, Housey Bowie, among other names, for his support of progressives like Davis. Jones was not cowed. This consummate politician, who eventually became the first black to head Tammany, termed Davis charismatic. Very intelligent. Brilliant. Tremendously gifted in the arts and politics. 45. As for the candidate, he continued to wage a fiery campaign, hammering home his favorite themes. Yet this was a practical campaign in that Davis would use his electoral effort to try to effect concrete change while making political points. In response to the Atlantic Charter, he was instrumental in drawing up the Harlem Charter, which focused on improved housing and health care. In the middle of the campaign, he visited a gloomy, ill-smelling tenement flat at 118 West 135th Street / While rain showered through the ceiling, Davis asked, "Does he regularly collect his rent?" "Does he?" "Sure he does." "Then don't pay him another cent until he's done something about these awful conditions. And if he wants to make trouble, you come or send somebody to us." 46 Subsequently, the landlord agreed to repairs after being told he would be taken to court otherwise. 107. The nerve center of this campaign was embedded in the Citizens Nonpartisan Committee to elect Benjamin J. Davis. Dr. George Cannon, most recently president of the Manhattan Medical Association, headed this effort. Ben Gold, Count Cullen, Ferdinand Smith, and Richard Wright were among the officers. Audley Moore and George Murphy, member of the family that controlled the Afro-American newspaper chain, were two of the key functionaries. This luminous list helped to attract others like Julian Steele, former socialist leader and head of the Boston NAACP, and William Harrison of the Boston Chronicle, both of whom proudly announced that they were fellow students with when he attended the Harvard Law School. J. W. Lancaster, Jr., president of the Colored Citizens Organization of Fairfield County in Connecticut, spoke similarly, "I would be less than a man if I didn't find out what I could do for Davis, the most wonderful man who God let live, who did so much for the people of Bridgeport." The time has come when colored Americans are breaking away from unquestioning allegiance either to the Democratic or Republican parties and forming a new alliance which will mean much to colored people in the days to come. 47. Such comment was symptomatic of growing support. A Davis Worker Brigade was formed that engaged in door-to-door canvassing in addition to nightly street sales. Interestingly, most of these brigadistas were non-black. Every registered voter in Harlem received a picture story on Davis. The New York Age chose not to ignore this groundswell and endorsed him, but they hedged by urging a third-choice vote for him, after John Ross and Lael Lane. 48. Marvel Cook recalls Thurgood Marshall being very friendly with Davis. During the height of the campaign he posed for a picture with him after Davis raised a substantial sum for his campaign against school segregation in Hilburn, New York. This association also proved helpful to Davis's campaign and image. One black interviewed by the Daily Worker confessed, "Every time I hear of a colored man running for office I'm going to vote, because that's making things better for us." A certain nationalism and the party's anti-racism were key factors in Davis's electoral success. 49. One could not deny that, as election day approached, the Davis campaign had an air of victory about it. Crowds flocked to his rallies. Cacchiona asked Davis to bring his magic to Brooklyn, though one would have thought that the incumbent would have been called on more to come to Harlem. The apex of this campaign and perhaps of communist strength in the United States in this century to this point came in late October. Over 7,000 supporters cheered Davis at two rallies. He recalled subsequently, the Golden Gate was sold out 10 days before the rally. On the day of the event, the fire department closed the hall 2 hours before the hour of performance. When I, the guest of honor, appeared on the scene, it was all I could do to get in. Another 5,000 people had gathered outside the Golden Gate. 50 they had to rent a second hall on the spot. The recollection of 108. The Daily Worker was similar. Jammed to its 4,500 person capacity. By 3:15 the Renaissance 121 West 138th Street was crowded with an additional 2,300 and the fire department was turning away thousands of Negro and white citizens. When the communist candidate walked down the aisle, to the platform the entire audience leaped to its feet and rocked the hall with applause. Powell spoke. Robeson sang Purest Kind of Guy. Mother Bloor, Gurley Flynn, and James Ford graced the platform. Hazel Scott gave a sizable contribution. 51 years later a participant recalled her little boy being carried to the platform and emptying his piggy bank into your hands to assure your election to the city council. 52 What was remarkable about this rally was the incredible number of African American celebrities who saw fit to align with the card-carrying communist. Then as now, celebrity was a significant factor in U.S. political life. Celebrities have always been known to be reluctant to jeopardize their often tenuous careers by taking forthright political stands, much less campaigning for a red. But the candidate was so compelling and the times so different that the unusual became the commonplace. This form of support was an example of the breadth of Davis's support. It truly signaled, in the phrase of the day, that a new world is coming. The pianist Teddy Wilson, who was chair of Davis's Artists Committee, played a key role in getting Lena Horne, Duke Ellington, Count Basie, Mary Lou Williams, Coleman Hawkins, Billie Holiday, Jimmy Lunsford, Art Tatum, Ella Fitzgerald, Lucky Roberts, Josh White, Pearl Primus, and Freddie Washington to express public support for Davis. The cast of Oklahoma pledged $100 each. When Powell called Davis my logical successor, he was attempting as much to grab Davis's coattails as he was trying to share his own. The People's Voice was correct in suggesting that this affair brought out more top-flight stars than have ever honored any political candidate in the history of Harlem. 53. This development was so extraordinary that it merits closer examination. The British musicologist Ian Hall has observed that many whites who admire black music in Britain see it as a form of rebellion against the established order. Although the established order of the 1930s and 1940s did not embrace the kind of music made by those listed above, the Reds did the later flap over bebop notwithstanding. Their love of black music allowed a striking political alliance between communists and black celebrities to develop that has generally managed to escape notice. Yet what is even more striking is the resilience of this phenomenon. As late as 1952, Charles Yardbird Parker was still performing benefits for Davis. And in 1956 W.C. Handy was still referring to Davis as my dear friend. In 1959 Ted Curson was still doing benefits for Davis. Billie Holiday was a regular at May Day during the 1940s. Cab Calloway and Lionel Hampton, the latter subsequently a leading Republican, were major Davis supporters for some time. 54. This tendency of celebrities to lean in the party's direction was becoming 109. Apparent, even before 1943. When the CP's right to exist was challenged in 1941, Count E. Cullen and Charles Houston, two old classmates of Davis, objected stridently. Raymond Pace Alexander, E. Franklin Frazier, and even Ben Davis, Sr., affiliated with the Citizens Committee to free Earl Browder in 1942. When Edwin Barclay, the president of Liberia, came to New York in 1943, Davis joined Mayor LaGuardia and other notables in a dinner at the Hotel Roosevelt. 55. Perhaps the most well-known celebrity in the party's orbit was the star-crossed Richard Wright, a former member of Davis's party cell who still supported him in 1943. Margaret Walker calls Davis the most important of the black reviewers of Native Son. Yes, Davis was critical, but Lloyd Brown recalls that I was much more critical then. Indeed, Addison Gale agrees that Davis protected Wright from even harsher censure from party leaders like Ford. Davis was mild toward Wright's 12 million black voices, calling it the first realistic, class-conscious narrative of the Negro people in the United States, though he cautioned, one could wish, however, that the picture would have been a bit more balanced. Davis also objected sharply to the forced closing of Native Son, the Broadway play. 56. But Wright's backing of Davis in the 1943 election was to be his swan song with the party for some time to come. Months later he publicly attacked the party. Gale declares that a FBI tap picked up Davis expressing reluctance to respond. But Davis did respond sharply and publicly to Wright for his wholly unjustifiable attack upon the Communists, the very organization whose outlooks had helped him create his masterpiece. The Communist organization took no official position but rather invited and stimulated broad, free discussion and comment upon it. However, Wright sulked and chafed at all criticism, and rejected it all. Who was intolerant in this case? Wright says he left the party in 1940. But why did he wait until now to announce this, Davis wondered. Whether Wright wants to or not, he is qualifying for very green, open, and prosperous pastures. Time will tell. 57. Wright's association with C.L.R. James during this period might have influenced him to attack the party at this moment, in that the intellectual from Trinidad was influenced by Leon Trotsky and his lack of sympathy for Sta. Lin's USSR. In any event, when his Black Boy was published, Davis pulled no punches in denouncing it. Other critics have found fault with much of Wright's work after his communist period. Nonetheless, one of his stronger Critics, Margaret Walker, is probably correct when she notes that Wright seemed in 1956 to be revising both his feelings about black nationalism and his attitudes toward red internationalism. Abner Berry in the Daily Worker, at this moment of much communist rethinking, also revised somewhat the view of Wright held by some comrades. For example, Wright refused during this time to contribute to the anti-communists' creed The God That Failed, and then led a committee in Paris to free Henry Winston. 58. But this experience with Wright did not keep other writers from flocking. 110. To the party banner before, after, and during the 1943 election campaign. Langston Hughes was the most prominent. Just as musicians during this era were fascinated with the left, so were the scribes. Walter Lowenfels, Harold Cruz, Jose Iglesias, and Doris Lessing were a few in this category. 59. Davis's support from the artistic community was an extension of his own interest in this area. He was an accomplished violinist and something of an arts critic. He consulted closely with the Negro Playwrights Company, which included his close friend George Murphy, along with Hughes and Locke. That Paul Robeson was one of his closest friends was no accident. In turn, Robeson's ties with this community, particularly with Lena Horne and Jose Ferrer, redounded to Davis's benefit during the campaign. Repeatedly Horne was quoted as saying, "It is my duty as an American to endorse." The prominent black actor of the 1940s, Rex Ingram, also endorsed Davis. 60. It was logical that sports figures like Joe Louis would be involved in the Davis campaign. In turn, Davis, a former top athlete, was intimately involved in the effort to advance blacks in sports. The Communists in 1943 had gathered thousands of signatures to present to Branch Rickey of the Dodgers concerning the need for adding star Negro players to the Dodgers. Later Davis, Max Yergin, Cacchione, Robeson, Robert Murphy of the Afro-American, and Ira Lewis of the Pittsburgh Courier met with baseball moguls at New York's Hotel Roosevelt to further discuss desegregation. In a sports-hungry black community, this move was bound to win votes and support. 61. The ruling class did not forget this support from celebrities. One can speculate that the Red Scare was inspired in part by fear of the growth of the left, as evidenced by the broad support Davis generated. The point was not that the left was on the verge of seizing state power, but that the specter of this possibility arose. In any case, the backlash against many of these celebrities was daunting. Merle Miller, by his own admission one of the most successful radio-television producers, was blacklisted partly because of his backing of Davis. 62. So was Hazel Scott and Lena Horne. Canada Lee pleaded that I am as much a communist as an Eskimo, but did not persuade anyone. Professional stool pigeon Louis Boudin sought to discredit Jose Ferrer by linking him to Davis. And in the 1960s the FBI tried to discredit Sidney Poitier by claiming he was acquainted with Davis. 63. The news, reported by the Daily Worker, as the Red Scare was launched, was baleful. Such big agents as Mo Gale, Joe Glazer, the William Morris Agency, and other managers had refused to okay the contracting of such stars as Erskine Hawkins, Louis Armstrong, Benny Goodman, Count Basie and Billie Holiday. Threatened the cancellation of contracts for recordings, television, dances, and other engagements unless they cut all ties with the left. 64. 111. But celebrities alone could not win an election. They had to be organized, mobilized, and fused with the masses. The engine of the Davis campaign was the Communist Party, particularly the branch in Harlem. This was something of a change. In 1934, when 200 blacks were recorded in the Harlem section, the party organizer complained of persistent problems. Harlem for a long time was one of the sorest points in the work of our party. The weakest point in our work has been the inability of the section committee to enforce the most elementary discipline on its members. Petty personal questions have been on the order of business at the great majority of our section committee meetings. 65. But coincidentally with Davis's arrival, the Harlem Party's fortunes improved. By 1936 Davis noted this, adding proudly that there were now 7 blacks on the Central Committee. By 1938 the Harlem Party reported a membership of 2,866 during the war generally and 1943 specifically. The membership of the Harlem Party and the ranks of black communists increased dramatically. This growth belies the notion that the communists lagged profoundly on the civil rights front, for if this had been the case, one would not have expected such a development. On April 10, 1943 the New York Amsterdam News, certainly no friend of the Reds, touched on the underlying reason. Many sincere non-communist Americans find it impossible to reconcile our unabated national game of red baiting in the face of the incalculable aid the Red Army has been to the cause of democracy. The party's development was also a type of social science experiment, for it demonstrated the potency of the party's appeal when anti-communist prejudices were not on the upswing. The Daily Worker reported on February 19, 1943 that blacks were joining the party in growing numbers. 44 out of 94 recruits in Michigan, 14 of 34 in Maryland, 8 of 52 in Wisconsin, 8 of 64 in New England. At that juncture Davis announced a recruiting competition between the Upper Harlem and Chicago South Side sections of the party. With the eager assistance of the leading black women communists Audley Moore, Rose Galden, and Elizabeth Baker, by April 300 had been recruited in Harlem. That spring 500 were recruited in Upper Harlem altogether. Excitedly the party organizer reported, "The winning of entire families, the in-laws and cousins, has been a feature of a new kind in our drive." 67 Doxy Wilkerson claimed that nearly 5,000 Negroes joined the party during the 1943 spring recruiting drive alone. 68 Davis exclaimed to Essie Robeson, "The Harlem section of the Communist Party is beginning to break records. We have doubled our membership since I've been here. We've just begun." 69 So when Davis decided to throw his hat in the ring, he was doing so during a red resurgence. S.I. Gerson, a skilled communist who had worked with Cacchione, points out that Davis had patterned his own campaign after 112 Black Liberation/Red Scare Pete's 70. What he had noticed particularly was the value of an energetic communist cadre. The campaign literature of Davis and Cacchione was very effective because it was done by two party clubs of talented advertising and public relations workers. In Manhattan County alone there were 6,200 communists at the time of the election, all of whom were active to some degree in Davis's behalf. They worked out of 4 offices in Harlem alone. The Daily Worker also called on members to work for the candidate. By late October there were 25 sandwich men day and night. 5 wagons, trucks with signs touring city continuously. 3 sound trucks on streets. There were close to 1,000 canvassers combing the neighborhoods regularly for Davis. As extraordinary as it may sound, it was not unusual for Davis to address 30 open-air meetings in one evening. He was in churches more often than pious sinners. 71 The party organizer happily wrote of the first-year high school boy who came in day after day from his civics class to help us explain PR to the voters and marched back triumphantly the day after the final count to prove to a skeptical civics teacher that Ben could be elected. 72. A striking aspect of this communist effort was the leading role played by African American women. Paramount among them was Audley Moore, a nationalist leader in her 90s living in Harlem at the time this book was written. Her father was a deputy sheriff in Louisiana, the son of a white man who raped his mother. Her mother died when Moore was 5, afterwards she spent several years in a convent. She came to New York for the launching of the Black Star Line, got involved in GOP politics, and became a businesswoman. Scottsboro brought her to the party, but she says that she never left the Garvey movement throughout, which bespeaks a certain non-sectarian attitude by the party. Moore was a peerless recruiter for the party, topping the Harlem Drive by recruiting 37 people, 27 of whom were women, all but one black. In contrast, Davis managed only 16. Another eager campaigner was Dorothy Jenkins, born in Panama, a hotel chambermaid who joined the party in 1940. Yet a third was Rose Galden, a nurse at Harlem Hospital who was born in Thomasville, Georgia, and graduated from Voorhees Institute in South Carolina in 1923. 73. Another woman who was helpful in the campaign was Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, the top woman leader among communists. Davis's campaign stretched across gender and nationality lines, for as Israel Emter put it, Davis cannot be elected by the people of Harlem alone. This is the task of all Manhattan and particularly the white citizens of Manhattan. Apro. Privately, the Daily Worker made the election of Davis a top priority, not just for the city and state but the nation as a whole. This was reflected most clearly on election day itself, as Amter remembered how vote-stealing efforts were squashed by a brigade of alert communists. 113. Charlie Lohman, young Negro, the chief watcher of the Davis votes as they were being tallied, stood by the Davis table, at the 69th Regiment Armory. During the 6 long, tense days it took to compile the PR vote. Theft of Davis ballots could have been accomplished only over Lohman's dead body. Then there's Ed Bender, the Davis campaign manager. He led it. He organized it down to the finest detail. Short, stocky, dark-haired, he reminded me of a speedy bantamweight fighter. And that's something when friends of Frank Costello are hanging around. Davis might have lost the election if SI hadn't rushed over on Monday to Manhattan from the Brooklyn Armory, and compelled directors of the count to produce nearly 1,000 votes for which had mysteriously gone astray. 74. The Davis victory was a success for the entire party and especially for party leaders like Flynn, Amter, and Gil Green. It would be one-sided to portray the Davis campaign as an unalloyed success, for there were certainly objections to him and his party. Right after the election, Randolph and Walter White warned ominously that the party was making serious inroads among blacks. One can question the accuracy of this assertion but not the impact of this perception. This news was deemed sufficiently important for the New York Times to print it on December 22, 1943. To counter this trend, suggested that the other political parties assume a realistic approach to the Negro problem and make a sincere effort to combat existing prejudices. In this sentence one glimpses the role the Reds played in hastening black liberation from Jim Crow. The perception of a black drift to the left was seen as suitably threatening for the ruling circles to make anti-racist concessions, but the left had to be repressed as a condition precedent and as a quid pro quo. Concessions to black liberation had to be accompanied by a Red Scare. Simultaneously, a Daily Worker headline summarized the party's conclusion after the election: Davis election shows Negroes reject Randolph's red baiting. 75. Retaliating, White and Randolph took up the attack on the George Washington Carver School, which for some time had been accused of being a communist front. The attack was a reversal for Randolph, who earlier had defended school leader Gwen Bennett in the face of these charges. Sensing that they had larger fish to fry, Doxy Wilkerson responded suspiciously that it was not until after the election of Benjamin Davis to the city council that the false issue of communist control was raised. 76. But the school was not able to survive such broadsides, and Harlem was the ultimate loser in the wake of this precursor of the Red Scare. Despite the success of his 1942 rally at Madison Square Garden, it appeared that the popularity of Randolph and his March on Washington movement were waning in 1943. Harvard Sitkoff has asked, why did all the major civil rights spokesmen and Negro newspapers shun and announce Randolph's call for civil disobedience to protest Jim Crow schools and railroads? Why did their convention in Chicago in 1943 attract virtual 114 no blacks other than a handful of sleeping car porters? 77. The New York Age on September 4, 1943 wondered how Randolph and the MOWM could reconcile blasting local Reds while praising Reds in Moscow. They puzzled over how they could praise integration yet bar whites and Reds, acting like the well-known ostrich which sticks its head in the sand to hide from its enemies. What of the Negro communists who are already in the organization but who, because they can do more effective work, prefer not to be known as communists? The conservative New York Amsterdam News raised similar questions on July 31, 1943 and added, "Contradiction seems to be the keynote of MOWM. First they'll march, then they won't," averred the Harlem Weekly. First they exclude whites, yet on the other hand the best programs sponsored by the group to date have been through interracial cooperation. Now it seemed that Randolph was having the worse end of this long-standing ideological battle with Davis. His dangerous path of civil disobedience, Davis warned, plays into the hands of Hitler. Randolph was taunted after the failure of his Chicago meeting. Although Davis did finally concede, it is true that the administration has not been sufficiently consistent in fighting Jim Crow. 78 At the same time the line of Davis and the party seemed to be gaining popularity. That was the import of their Negro Freedom Rally at Zion Square Garden in June 1943, a direct response to the success of Randolph's previous effort. Jim Crow and the Second Front were the focus as 20,000 gathered inside and 10,000 huddled outside. Hughes, Robeson, Canada Lee, and others supplied the art. Lester Granger, Tobias, Powell, and Davis supplied the words. This rally served to ratify Davis's stature and popularity, making his election months later seem less surprising. 79. The party was quick to recognize Davis's election victory was a landmark and a watershed. Davis had gotten about 44,000 votes, but as Israel Emter pointed out, 19,300 valid first-choice ballots out of 34,000 to 35,000 first-choice votes cast, were cast for Davis in Greater Harlem. This represents between 55 and 60% of the first-choice ballots by the Negroes in that area. 15,000 additional first-choice votes in the white districts went to Davis. In the final choice, 23,000 votes in the white districts outside of Harlem, out of a total of 44,000 were cast for Davis. 80 But he was not the only big winner, for Cacciona had received the largest first-choice vote of any candidate in the city. It was left to party leader Gil Green to put matters in context in a speech to party workers at the Manhattan Center on November 15. In the councilmanic elections our party scored a great advance of far-reaching consequence. If correctly appraised and followed up, it may well mark the turning point in the relationship of our party to the main forces in American political life, the beginning of full integration of our party in the camp of national unity. 115. While we have left the Bush League, we are not yet in the Major League. Came out of their corners swinging both fists, landing uppercuts to the jaw of their opponent instead of gentle slaps on the wrist. They fought against every form of discrimination. 81. He proudly recalled their willingness to support Tobias before Davis ran and their penny-wise campaign on election day. Not $10 was spent on that day because our watchers gave of their time for a noble cause and not for a few paltry dollars. 82. Green was proven wrong. This was a turning point, but not in the direction he surmised. Despite Davis's smashing re-election in 1945, 1943 was to be the high-water mark for the party in U.S. life, since the ruling class was so frightened by communist electoral success and progressive advance in general that it could barely wait until the war ended before launching the Red Scare. The Red Scare was a disaster for civil liberties and democracy, not just for the communists. Yet it is ironic that although 1943 did not mark the integration of communists into U.S. life, it did indicate the beginning of the integration of blacks. It appeared that the price for a form of black liberation was a Red Scare. It was becoming clear that Jim Crow was not just hampering the war effort but was serving as a catapult for a domestic force whose major goal was the expropriation of the property of the economic royalists, the ruling elite. When black and white vote red, massive shifting of the tectonic plates of politics is in order. As it turned out, Davis barely beat Samuel DeFalco, a Democratic incumbent, for the fourth seat from Manhattan, though the count in Manhattan was marked in its earlier stages by considerable confusion and hints of fraud. The party moved swiftly to capitalize on this gain, moving to add 5,000 daily worker readers in New York by February 1944. One commentator marveled, "The sentiment for the Communist Party is strong in Harlem today. That's because the party is trusted as an unyielding fighter for the rights of." One black campaign worker, Charles Rose, was able to get 442 votes for Davis in one Harlem electoral district. He joined the party on Election Day. 83. The response to Davis's win in the black press was almost as ecstatic as the Daily Worker reportage. One reason was advanced by Dominic Capesi, who has written that the Davis election proved to one black editor that whites would vote for qualified Negroes. 84. If whites would vote for a black with the added handicap of being red, then racism was perceived as receding. The black progressive Eugene Gordon concluded, "The fact that Davis is a communist is taken in two ways: either it is regarded as totally unimportant or is taken to be especially important in view of the communists' known position on the Negro question." 85. The New York Age of November 20, 1943. Concurred, Negroes no longer look at a man's party label as the sole standard. Voters in New York generally are becoming more liberal. The New York Amsterdam News, after recounting how over 1,000 Davis votes, 116, disappeared but were later found elsewhere, then remarked that his victory confounded the pundits. 86. Despite Walter White's cavil, other voices in the NAACP hailed the Davis win. Theodore Spaulding, president of the Philadelphia chapter, called it wonderful news. 87. In Boston there was a joint celebration of CP and NAACP leaders. Roy Wilkins, in the November 20, 1943 New York Amsterdam News, was effusive. "The town is in a dither. What to do? What to do? A Negro in the council is bad enough, but a Negro communist. The World Telegram has been throwing little fits with every editorial, and the Hearst press is purple with apoplexy. And yet we have the World Telegram wringing its hands because Jolly Ben Davis shook hands with the Duke and rested next to Lena Horne. More seriously, the World Telegram forgets the vicious racial and religious campaign carried on by the Republicans during the Lehman Dewey race for governor. It is a great crime for the communists to use racial appeals, but for the Republicans to do so only means a hard fight or a bitter battle. Moreover, the communist appeals were not vicious or based on hatred, whereas the governorship battle was the slimiest waged here in many a decade. If our system of government is so weak that 2 communists out of a council of 17 members constitute a danger, then we had better be looking to our foundations." Wilkins was glowing about his intermittent political foe. "He is young and able. It is to be doubted whether there is a single council member of any higher caliber. He is probably as good a politician as any man in the council. Is affable and personable. He does not knock you down with a communist argument if you should happen to mention that it is a fine day." As Wilkins's comments suggested, the bourgeois press was not happy about the Davis win. The World Telegram asserted that Davis won by exploiting national, racial, and religious feeling. In other words, blacks were more prone to vote for a party that did not compromise with Jim Crow, unlike the GOP and Democrats. 88. The New York Herald Tribune on 11. November 1943 was quizzical. Emergence of the Communist Party was a strong factor. Had many of the political experts baffled. But almost everyone agreed that the Communists conducted the best organized, hardest hitting and, perhaps, the smartest campaign. These same experts were trying to figure out how Davis and Cacchione got 113,483 votes when, they alleged, there were no more than 15,000 communists in the 2 boroughs. Even with more liberal tendencies at work these days, they couldn't understand. Immediately the New York Times featured prominently a new drive to eliminate the proportional representation system of voting. 89. Robert Moses, the preeminent power broker of New York, privately contacted the president of the Bronx Chamber of Commerce, sending him a pamphlet suggesting that PR leads to fascism and adding darkly, "I can't take the lead because I am too busy, but I can help." 90. 117. One correspondent asked Governor Thomas Dewey, "What is our wonderful and beloved country coming to? You are the governor. How is it possible to allow communists to hold office of any sort when they cannot swear by the American flag?" Very furiously outraged. 91. As for Davis himself, he was predictably ecstatic about the victory. As election day began, the worst downpour of the season began, which did not augur well. But after the votes were counted and he won, Davis also instantly recognized the epoch-making significance. He affirmed that it was laughable that the bourgeoisie was irritated that a black red had focused on their dastardly treatment of African Americans as part of a successful election strategy. Yet he vigorously denied the allegation that appeals to racialism explained his triumph. He even went as far as saying he was not elected by Harlem alone or by the Communist Party alone, suggesting he got 20,000 votes from blacks and 23,000 from whites. In his memoir, he waxed fondly about his support from Jewish people. "The tremendous vote that I received from the Jewish working class community was one of the highlights of my election. I was told by experienced election campaigners that my name had become as familiar in Jewish workers' families as one of their own and that never before had a Negro candidate received such a high percentage of votes in a white neighborhood. There were many Jewish candidates among the white aspirants for the council posts, but in certain Jewish districts I topped them all. On each of the occasions that I spoke in the Jewish community at the other end of the Manhattan Islands, I received ovations and huge crowds that rivaled those in Harlem." 92. Davis was quick to hit back against his critics. His press conference at the Hotel Teresa in Harlem was jammed and unusual. There are as many newspapermen who want to tell what they thought about his election as there were that wanted to ask him about it. 93. Since his 1940 attack on Congress on anti-lynching legislation, he had attained a hero's status. Now he had advanced to another level, quite unlike that enjoyed by any communist in the United States. When he entered one meeting in Harlem after his victory, bedlam broke loose. The men, women, and children laughed, screamed, wept, shouted, sang, hugged the winner and became breathlessly quiet to hear him talk. Then like a Pied Piper he traveled over to Small's Paradise, entourage in tow. New rounds of applause, cheers, demonstrations occurred at street corners and in the club. Paul Robeson came shortly after the closing of Othello. Max Jurgen was there. So was James Ford. 94. So a black communist had won. And anti-communists were stunned. It did seem to many that Gil Green was right and a turning point had been reached. This was truer than Green or Davis recognized. The turning point, 118, was the beginning of the integration of blacks into U.S. life and the devolution of their skunk at the party status, a development assisted by red electoral success and the exigencies of the war. It was not lost on elites that Davis's condemnation of racism had convinced many voters to cast their ballots for the Communist Party. The mid-1950s retreat from Jim Crow in the United States had become inevitable. The turning point was the glimmering of a Red Scare that would almost destroy the party. This development, according to Davis, was assisted by the ideological trend known as Browderism. 7. Browderism, 1944. The electrifying election of Davis was a shot heard round the world. In faraway Algeria there were reports of enthusiasm among workers after his election. The impact of détente or the easing of tensions between socialism and capitalism was an international phenomenon. There were even 2 communists elected to the Cape Town City Council. In Cleveland, communist Arnold Johnson, running for the Board of Education, got 47,000 votes. Even in usually staid Hollywood, after Davis was elected near bedlam broke loose. But after the shouting ended, Davis had to turn to the difficult task of being a communist legislator in the citadel of capital. Even the favorable objective conditions did not make this a simple task. And the development of Browderism did not make the job any easier. When the leftist journal New Masses backed the Japanese-American internment as necessary though harsh and undoubtedly unjust to many, it was an indication of the abdication of responsibility of the left, particularly on the important issue of race that was sparked by Browderism at a critical moment, 1944. Davis too was influenced by this atmosphere. This abandonment was especially unfortunate, for despite this reborn era of good feeling, the class enemy was busily seeking to undermine Davis and the party from the moment he was elected. Right after the election, cronies of Robert Moses began plotting the downfall of proportional representation, the electoral procedure that had helped to bring the Davis triumph. This was done after consultation with our principal newspaper supporters. But they had to move slowly for the time being due to the fact that united nonpartisan support cannot be presently obtained. Tammany Hall was also part of this cabal. PR had been adopted in 1936 by an overwhelming margin and a constitutional amendment to bar it had been rejected in 1938. Weeks after the 1943 election, Democrats in the state assembly called again for PR's repeal. Davis and the party had not taken leave of their senses. There were signs that did indicate that the much heralded New World coming had arrived. Who could ignore or downplay the flocking to the banner of noted artists, which continued unabated in 1944? When Davis made his first report to 119, 120 Harlem on the City Council at the Golden Gate Ballroom, the entertainment included Count Basie, Canada Lee, Pearl Primus, Mary Lou Williams, Billie Holiday, Teddy Wilson, Will Geer, and Josh White. Thousands were turned away for Davis's birthday party at 135th and 7th Avenue, possibly because Teddy Wilson was playing. The party's office at that location included a bookstore with Marxist literature, thus allowing the art to bolster the politics. Perhaps Davis and the party could be excused for the initiation of Browderism in 1944, for masses were drifting into the party as if a new day truly had arrived. The left generally was affected. Powell's People's Voice of November 20, 1943 was wide-eyed about the astounding vote for the progressive candidates Quill, Cacchione, and Davis. We note that together they pooled 165,000 votes. This is almost 4 times the total membership of the Communist Party in New York City. At an anti-Jim Crow rally in Harlem held by the party in May 1944, it was announced that Harlem Communists had recruited over 1,000 members recently, topping their quota by 400, 55 more were recruited on the spot. After Davis had spoken to the members of the New Redeemer Church on 128th Street, the pastor, the assistant pastor, and all members of the congregation who were not members of the Communist Party, immediately joined the organization in a body. Katie Thompson, a 33-year-old mother of 2 from Harlem, recruited 120 alone but gave all the credit to the attractiveness of Davis as a symbol. 4. Little wonder that Powell hurried to call his paper the Lenox Avenue edition of the Daily Worker. Like successful revolutionaries in the past, Davis and the party rushed to export their example. Dispatched to Cleveland, Davis recruited 50 to the party in one meeting. Every prominent and influential Negro leader in Cleveland was there. Similar results occurred in Detroit. Heady with the wine of success, Cacchione challenged Davis, pledging that Brooklyn would surpass Manhattan in new recruits. But it was Davis who was the symbol of this new success. In fact, the party named a communist club after him and opened an office for it in the heart of Harlem. 1944 was a year of travel for Davis since the party was eager to display this powerful recruiter, spokesperson, and symbol. In May he was in Mexico City representing the party at the convention of the Mexican Communist Party. There he was cheered by 3,500 and conferred with leading Marxists of the hemisphere. In Rochester he spoke at Mount Olivet Baptist Church, where his stentorian preaching style was as popular as always with the predominantly African American audience. He was in Chicago twice, speaking before thousands. Simultaneously the party was seeking to export their electoral example to Philadelphia. 6. Davis's political views, his education, and the Times guaranteed that he would rise to the apex of black leadership. Those who came en masse to see. 121. Him from coast to coast substantiated his popularity. 7. At the same time Davis's power ensured that his contradictory relationship with both the NAACP and Randolph, neither of whom was adverse to jealousy, would continue. Randolph seemed to be his favorite target, as when Davis accused him of hovering between defeatism and confusion. When this writer, along with many others, asked for his assistance in numerous matters in the city council to end Jim Crow, one is drowned with silence from Mr. Randolph's direction. 8. Walter White was charged with red baiting for his remarks on the party. But the détente with Wilkins continued in a Dear Roy missive, as Davis congratulated him on his wonderful work on the White primary and offered his skill as a lawyer. In an intimate Dear Ben letter, Wilkins gushed appreciation. 9. Davis had exhibited his status as one of Harlem's leaders even before he was elected. He pressured both the Democrats and the American Labor Party to assist Judge Francis Rivers at the expiration of his term. He had assisted Rivers at a reception at the Golden Gate by having the bands that usually played for Davis, Ellington, Basie, Hampton, perform there. Thus, it was not surprising that the Schomburg Library put Davis on their honor roll of race relations, comprised of 12 blacks and 6 whites. The Defender of Chicago accorded him the same honor. 10. Davis's increased prominence also meant that Adam Powell, ever one to sense a political opportunity, tightened his grip on the Communist councilmen. The lineup for a spring 1944 citywide action conference at his Abyssinian church indicates the political winds then blowing. Powell was to speak on issues facing the new Negro, Wilkins on national issues, and Davis on local issues. Davis was an avid supporter of Powell's race for Congress and repeatedly attacked his GOP opponent, black attorney Sarah Pelham Speaks. The Republicans, he intoned, were trying to cover their reactionary tracks behind the skirts of an intelligent woman. Davis accepted Powell's suggestion that he join him on Sound Trucks campaigning in Harlem. Powell's victory in the primaries in August 1944 was hailed by Davis as suggestive of the political maturity of Harlem. And when Powell won the election, Davis was a central speaker at a 7,000-strong rally at the Golden Gate. 11. Yet there were difficulties in the Powell-Davis relationship. Eyebrows were raised when Davis' ally Dr. George Cannon endorsed Sarah Speaks, though he was a registered Democrat. His explanation that he was rebelling against Tammany's plantation politics did not convince everyone. When the conservative New York Amsterdam News then hinted that Davis would run against Powell for Congress and termed the Red capable, rational, and a hard worker, some sensed an anti-Powell conspiracy. The Amsterdam News, an enemy of both Powell and Davis, was no doubt pleased with this result. So Powell's failure to show at a communist rally in May 1944 after he recanted his Negro First campaign theme was played up even more. 12. 122. Powell and Davis were too sophisticated to be oblivious to their mutual antagonists' tactics. In a letter to Powell, the councilman praised the People's Voice and added tellingly, "I am genuinely sorry that I cannot say the same of certain other major Negro newspapers, which for partisan or other considerations, deserted their readers." 13. The Amsterdam News was the intended target of this broadside. The progressive PV was in a constant sniping war with their Harlem competitor, which railed against the growing leftist tide. The dichotomy between the two newspapers was emblematic of a larger fissure among blacks that was to deepen as the Red Scare was initiated. Rev. Powell's paper assailed the below-the-belt blow, aimed at the People's Voice with the remark that the PV is edited by a regular contributor to the Daily Worker. 14. But when William Harrison, associate editor of the Boston Chronicle, took out his membership with the Communists, the direction of the trend was clear, at least for the time being. Though he may have had problems with the local Harlem press, Davis, like the party, tossed high praise at the president. He called for the re-election of President Roosevelt and praised his platform as a blow to the poll taxers. This point highlighted the quandary of Davis and the party, for the political situation did cause FDR in particular to make progressive statements that most Democrats since that time have been reluctant to make. Yet Davis and the party could be accused of going too far in the interests of power unity. When Eleanor Roosevelt denied that she had ever advocated social equality for blacks, Davis still praised her and assailed her usually right-leaning critics such as the New York World Telegram and New York Daily News that had attacked her from the left. He hailed the huge black vote for FDR as proof of the spectacular political maturity of this community and said the president has been the architect of historic and fundamental gains in the status of Negroes. 15 At the same time Davis was repeatedly giving hell to the GOP. Thomas Dewey was treated like a punching bag. He even gave credit to FDR for Dewey's black appointee and warned of danger if this man becomes president. When black tennis champion Edgar Brown endorsed Dewey, Davis was unsparing in his criticism. 16 After Davis was elected to the city council in November 1943, his work schedule had to shift. Some felt that a communist would be a force of obstruction and hollow rhetoric in the council's hallowed chambers. However, Davis and his comrade Cacchione proved to be highly effective and provided a model for how communists in capitalist legislatures should conduct themselves. They did not win all battles, but they used the bully pulpit provided to educate and sensitize, particularly on questions relevant to African Americans. The scholar Edwin Lewinson has concluded that Davis acquired a reputation for availability to his constituents and a willingness to listen to their 123 problems. 17 Though regarded as the councilman from Harlem, after the banning of proportional representation, Davis's district ran from 97th Street to 160th Street on the west side and was only 40% black. In 1944 the council itself consisted of 11 Democrats, 3 Republicans, 2 Communists, and 2 Laborites. The Daily Worker on December 31, 1944 concluded that there is perhaps a greater unity of action on wartime home front needs in the New York City Council than in any other legislative body in the country. Undoubtedly there were few legislative bodies more representative and hence more democratic than this one. The veteran communist S.I. Gerson, who worked closely with Cacchione and Davis, has presented a useful portrait of their days in the council. Pete and Ben were a superb team in the city council, and the Democratic majority, if it would not pass their bills, was still respectful and a bit fearful. Pooled the work of their talented assistants, discussed legislation in advance, and generally were more deeply grounded in the problems of the city than were most of their colleagues. 18. They also sought to provide a model of anti-racist unity for their colleagues to follow. This came to the fore dramatically after Councilman Ed Rager attacked a Davis resolution on Negro History Week. Normally such a resolution was unanimously adopted, but said Rager, we should stop petting the Negroes and playing up to them by passing such a resolution. Davis and Cacchione were arguing about who should answer. Rager pointed out that a Marxist understands that it is the duty of the white worker to rise to the defense of the Negro people. It was a political question. 4 years afterward the incident burned bright in Davis' memory. Never again was there such an argument between the two communist councilmen either publicly or privately. 19 Pete and Ben were too formidable a pair to ignore. One was an articulate, fiery, nationally respected leader of blacks, the other had received the largest vote of any candidate for city council in the previous election. They were industrious not only in introducing bills but also resolutions that would express the sense of the council on all manner of issues. Cacchione had political vision but his actual eyesight was failing, so Davis recalled, on the council floor, I was Pete's eyes. I read to him the legislative calendar, the bills up for consideration, and prepared my own remarks in memoranda form so that they could be relayed to him. They collaborated with other council members such as Stanley Isaacs and Mike Quill in a minority caucus. They pooled funds for everything from research to postage. Thus the two Reds were not isolated, for to do so would have meant isolating tens of thousands of voters along with them. 20 Before the onset of the Red Scare, Davis was in no danger of becoming quarantined within the council, particularly when communists in Europe were keeping the Nazi hordes away from the gates. 21 Davis had a particular 124 positive working relationship with the liberal Republican Stanley Isaacs. Born in Manhattan and a resident of the borough all of his life, Isaacs was a lawyer and Columbia graduate prominent in Jewish affairs. He was elected borough president in 1937 but ignited controversy for being reluctant to dismiss his aide, S.I. Gerson, who happened to be a communist. He was elected to the city council in 1941 and stayed there for 20 years. Isaacs was also something of a patrician whose family had enjoyed close ties with that of Theodore Roosevelt. He and Davis got on quite well, and he went as far as helping Davis with his winning campaign of 1943. Inevitably the right wing took umbrage at this and often viewed him with disdain. 22. Davis's activities in the council show that his role was constructive. This was particularly so in the area of education. Alice Citron later recalled vividly the many conferences Mr. Davis had with parents and teachers on this subject, racial slurs. He not only met with us but he called a large and important conference which delegated him to speak on the subject before the Board of Education. He attempted to have a bill passed in the City Council of New York which would bar all books that slander minority groups. 23. As a result, Drive S.F. Bain, head of the curriculum department of the board, pledged to Davis to correct these racist textbooks. Davis moved to bolster this position by pushing for more aid for Harlem libraries. 24. Another major concern was race and racism. Davis served as vice chair of the Committee on the Improvement of Race Relations, which was comprised of Harlem business and labor leaders and was sponsored by the Uptown Chamber of Commerce. Even Randolph was involved with this broad aggregation. The committee was charged with arbitrating disputes between groups such as landlords and tenants and shopkeepers and shoppers when race was involved. The committee had a program to eliminate racial friction. They educated employers on the value of hiring blacks, appealed to the press to accurately portray Harlem, and encouraged developers to invest in Harlem housing. In the council, one of Davis's first measures was to introduce a law making it a misdemeanor to slander citizens on the basis of race and creed. Continually he argued in the council for a permanent Fair Employment Practices Commission. He put forward a 7-point program for racial harmony and intervened often to combat racist manifestations. Showing that he was not a typical politician, Davis frequently attacked the press, particularly the New York World Telegram and Daily News, for their racist peccadillos. Finally, we should not forget that Davis 1. Anti-racist pressure, applied even in the face of collegial belittling, played the pivotal role in the integration of the fire department. 25. The still raging war was also never far from Davis's attention when he was in the council. Ineluctably a big issue for him was the black side of this conflict. Wielding his influence within the council, he played a large role in the 125 opening of the still existing playground at Lenox and 143rd Street, a huge 6.5 acres in crowded Manhattan which was named after black military hero Colonel Charles Young. Thousands attended this impressive ceremony, including Robert Moses and Walter White. Further, the interests of black veterans were often brought before the council in the face of arguments that this was not in their jurisdiction. Nevertheless, this was part of Davis's approach to use this forum for significant issues, whether or not direct legislation could ensue. 26. One cannot ignore the subway fare in this litany of Davis's council activities. Here he and Cacchiona enjoyed much support, especially from the unions. Part of the struggle concerned their opposition to the creation of a transit authority that they felt would not be responsive to citizen needs. Another battle involved their effort providing for a referendum before fare is increased. No tampering with the 5-cent subway fare was Davis's battle cry. 27. This was not the only economic issue that loomed large in the council in 1944. One of Davis's first acts, in January, was to call for higher taxes on cigarettes and utilities, to be used principally for higher education. He was an adamant foe of budget cuts that affected his favorite projects. Unlike legislators who would be mobilized by their constituency, with Davis and Cacchiona it often worked the other way as they galvanized support for their budget proposals. The issue was joined in June 1944 when Davis, Cacchione, and Quill refused to cast a vote for a 1% sales tax. City Council President Newbold Morris called this a communist demonstration. Davis dissented. But, in a decision difficult to separate from Browderism, Davis and Cacchione changed their minds. Davis explained that he and his colleague did not seek to create a difficult situation for the city, under compulsion, in order that the needs of the city should be met. 28 The New York Times candidly explained that the Democratic majority maneuvered to force the two communist members to vote for the tax and that they would be held responsible for resultant payless paydays and loss of funds for the needy and blind if they did not. Later Davis explained, "We don't want men to walk the streets and sell apples after this war. They won't do it and they shouldn't do it." Later still Davis and Cacchione viewed this vote as a flagrant error. It was an early warning signal that the new political line adopted by the party, soon to be known derisively as Browderism, was not an insignificant change. A non-Browderist line would have meant higher taxes on elites and lower taxes on all others. 29. Yet even a socialist-oriented party that stubs its toe can surpass in performance most bourgeois parties. At the same time Davis and his party were ensuring their lasting fame with their remarkable position on the controversy surrounding Stuyvesant Town and the epic struggle to integrate this massive housing complex in Manhattan. Stuyvesant Town was sponsored by 126. The Metropolitan Life Insurance Company, which in the words of Dominic Capesi, was notorious for seeking black customers at the same time neglecting to employ black people. In fact, this brazen giant had 2 million black policy holders carrying $77 million in insurance while employing no blacks and trying to bar them from this housing project. Every step of the way they were assisted by Robert Moses, who countenanced racial discrimination in state and municipal parks and withheld public works from Harlem. Yet, as Capesi has noted, it was, however, the controversy over Stuyvesant Town that prevented discriminatory tenant selection in similar projects of the future. The project set the precedent for quasi-public housing, and the controversy which it created set the precedent for non-discriminatory tenant selection. 30. It is well to remember that Davis's premier role in this struggle was not as heralded as one might think. Many elites were not pleased with the fact that a black red was leading a just struggle against racism. Both the New York Times and the New York Herald Tribune argued passionately for the right of MetLife to bar blacks from the complex. Council members like Stanley Isaacs were deluged with letters from voters arguing the same point. One voter, for example, called integration the tragedy of democracy. "Would you, my dear councilman, like to live with a Negro next door to you? Or, would you like to see your daughter marry a Negro?" 31. In a confidential letter from Robert Moses to F. H. Ecker, head of MetLife, the power broker assailed agitation on the part of certain politicians, demagogues, and agitators to compel the company to submit regulation of management, including selection of tenants on civil service principles. This is the real issue. There is no escaping it. He worried nervously that colored tenants will adversely affect the success of the enterprise. He craftily advised Ecker how to avoid integration. 32. Naturally, this kind of maneuvering left Davis fused with anger. Speaking to the city's powerful board of estimate, he charged that MetLife's policies of Jim Crowism, which are the policies of Adolf Hitler as expressed through the Nuremberg laws, would be given official sanction unless the city moved legislatively. He made this project a major campaign issue during his race for the council in 1943, and the party itself launched a petition campaign on the issue. Thousands of signatures were eventually turned over to Mayor LaGuardia, and the Daily Worker proclaimed proudly that the party was the first political organization in the city to protest the unfair practices. In the waning days of the campaign, Davis began to charge that discrimination at MetLife also encompassed the Jewish people. He printed 25,000 copies of a special election handbill in Jewish and English. 33. Davis backed up his campaign rhetoric by focusing on this project from the opening day of the council in January 1944. He and Isaacs introduced a law that would bar the granting of exemption of taxation to any corporation that refused to accept tenants due to race, color, and creed. This was a 127. Follow-up to a bill introduced by Powell and Isaacs. As an indication of how activity of the left spurred other sectors is the fact that the Democrats sought to steal the thunder by introducing a similar bill. Davis's bill was the most stringent, calling for a fine of $1,000 for any corporation guilty of discrimination and a $100 fine and 10 days in jail for any officer of such a corporation. Moses's crony, Fred Ecker of MetLife, was the obvious target here. One could only wonder how the party could engage in the cognitive dissonance of fighting captains of industry while holding to the theoretical tenet of Browderism that said that a new era had begun in which it would be possible to cooperate with them. 34 Davis did not just introduce his bill and wait for its passage, he mobilized his constituents throughout the city to pressure the council. This tactic proved successful since the Davis-Isaacs bill received unanimous support in the Finance Committee. However, the bill was amended so that it would not apply to Stuyvesant Town. Davis was not deterred by the fact that some critics alleged that his original bill had constitutional infirmities. He argued that these problems would be better put to the courts. 35 This compromise bill presented a cruel dilemma for Davis. The prime target, metropolitan life, was let off the hook. His words were brave, promising a continued fight, but were unconvincing to some people. Should Davis have opposed the compromise bill? A number of communists subsequently took that view. But at the time some of the more retrograde right-wingers nonetheless termed this watered-down version communist propaganda. Such comments outraged Davis and his supporters. Later he warned, "I intend to make the fight on hospitals and other tax-exempt institutions in New York, and I consider this bill a major victory." 36 Davis's exertions were not without impact, for MetLife pledged to build housing in Harlem. But this concession was a mixed blessing, for was heightening residential segregation in Harlem a remedy for maintaining Jim Crow on the East Side? Davis sensed this latest dilemma. He said, "No doubt the fight which we conducted influenced to some degree the decision to build the Riverton in Harlem, but obviously it was no substitute for integrating Stuyvesant Town." Moses and Ecker agreed with the first part of this statement, for they felt the Davis generated heat. Moses suggested calling it the Harlem Project, though politically he felt Carver Town would be the most appropriate name since George Washington Carver was in no sense a revolutionary and belonged rather to the Booker Washington school of thought. There was some debate in Harlem as to whether this further application of the separate but equal principle should be accepted. As time passed, the struggle for black liberation was becoming more complicated. But virtually all blacks in Harlem and nationally praised Davis's role. Gwendolyn Minor Brooke, controller for Chicago's Rosenwald housing project, visited Harlem, seeking to learn from their struggle, and added that she wished they had a duplicate Councilman Ben Davis in Chicago. 37. 128. Throughout his 6-year tenure in the city council, Davis continued to focus on metropolitan life and Stuyvesant Town. This and his threat to extend his gaze to other powerful New York institutions did not win friends among the city's elite. Late in his term, the party sponsored a rally at MetLife's offices at 23 D Street and Madison. When Davis and his comrades sought to meet with Ecker, a cordon of company guards blocked their path. But by then the political winds were chilling and this bill was scuttled. 38. Even his old ally Stanley Isaacs backed down. 39. But Davis plunged on. He helped to organize a city-wide pressure group that involved unions, the NAACP, Powell, and others. He increased his attack on Ecker, calling him the white supremacy architect of Stuyvesant Town, head of the biggest Jim Crow oligarchy in the world. Even after being ousted from the council, he continued to speak out on one of his pet issues. 40. Some might consider it remarkable that Davis could take such a strong anti-racist line against MetLife during the same year. 1944. That the Communist Party was transformed into a communist political association and proclaimed a new approach to class struggle that stressed conciliation. The notion was that since the United States and USSR could unite at Tehran in 1943 despite their class antagonisms and contradictions, the coming New World also meant that there was no longer a need for a class struggle. The Marxist-Leninist Party could wither away and what happened at Tehran could happen domestically, that is, labor and capital were not inherently antagonistic but could join forces instead. This was the essence of what was called Browderism, a philosophy named after party leader Earl Browder, though as used here I do not mean to suggest as some have that every party flaw could be ascribed to this leader. Conventional wisdom suggests that this line, which was enunciated in February 1944, was reversed in mid-1945 because of the impending end of the war and the intervention of Stalin. But once again conventional wisdom does not dovetail altogether with the historical record. The communist parties have tended to be connected. The first revision of the conventional wisdom would be that the CPSU did tend to have significant influence on the parties in nations bordering the USSR, but that the further a nation was in miles from Moscow, the lesser amount of intervention from Moscow could be expected. This latter tenet also applied to the CPUSA. Yet similarly the Cuban party could be negatively influenced by the US party, though it would be unfair to suggest that the latter controlled the former. What was involved in the Communist Party's relationship with Moscow was more emulation than dictation. Moreover, if the USSR initiated Browderism, why would their US acolytes advocate universal military training during this period, which would inevitably be aimed at Moscow? Even after the war there were some US communists still pushing this. 129. Program. Still, it is not overly difficult to see how the illusions that led to the Tehran line were formed. There was evidence that a new world was coming, and it was possible to see how the rapidity of events could lead to confusion. This was not just a US trend but was present worldwide. In 1943 communists were named to the cabinet in Cuba, earlier Reds won election as aldermen in Toronto. South Africa suspended its pass laws in 1942-43. Similarly the Cuban party was influenced by the Tehran line, as was the US party. In Jamaica the nascent party was liquidated in 1944, as it was in Puerto Rico and Greece. All of these developments were later criticized in each country. Why would Moscow want to introduce such turmoil into these parties? Given that the US party, for example, was watched incessantly by the authorities, where are the telephone transcripts or purloined telegrams that would add credence to the Hand of Moscow thesis? Perhaps archives now being opened in Moscow will provide answers. 41 At home it was not hard to see why Marxists may have felt that a new world had arrived. In July 1942 Davis announced happily that for the first time in Arkansas's history, a number of Negro citizens voted in federal elections. Again in 1943 he proclaimed for the first time perhaps since the Civil War a trial is taking place in the poll tax state of Mississippi growing out of the lynching of a Negro citizen. The sheriff of Hattiesburg was being tried under federal civil rights laws. Then there was the fall of the white primary. In 1945, before the Tehran line was reversed, Davis expressed similar glee about the introduction of racially mixed armed forces units in Europe. A revolution is in process with respect to Negro rights. Is there any doubt that a new and better world is in the making? Unlike some, Davis recognized instinctively that these changes were motivated largely by the need of the ruling class to assuage and keep in fighting fit an increasingly disaffected African American community. But others saw this wartime spirit carrying over to the post-war era and felt that progressive change would come of itself and certainly without the aid of a Marxist-Leninist party. 42 Even before the formal proclamation of the Tehran line there were troubling and telltale signs suggesting misguided policies of the party. On December 29, 1938 the Daily Worker featured a highly offensive ad for a Red Indian dance. Red Hot Bands. We furnish the feathers with a stereotyped picture of a Native American. More substantively, at the 1939 NAACP convention in Richmond Davis attacked a resolution calling for amendment of the Wagner Labor Act to deny its benefits to unions where discrimination exists. That same year the Daily Worker featured a generally favorable article on the arch-racist Andrew Jackson. The acquiescence to the internment of Japanese Americans has been noted already. Earlier the execrable Stephen Foster was called a musical genius. 43. It would be reductionist to suggest that all of this could be laid solely at 130. The feet of Party General Secretary Earl Browder, though he may have been first among equals, his policies had to be validated by others. It is too easy to reduce the 1944-45 policies to Browder, which means that once he was axed, then the underlying problems that led to Browderism would be purged along with him. Still, his subsequent post-1945 deviations imply that the harsh attacks on him by the party may have merit. As early as 1933 he was acknowledging criticisms from Negro comrades because of his lack of sufficient emphasis upon the importance of Negro work. I accept that criticism. By the time the Tehran line was inaugurated he was harsher on liberals than the GOP and was thanking those who were comparing him to leaders of the National Association of Manufacturers. 44. Davis was as complimentary of Browder in the pre-1945 period as any, some might even say more so. When Browder was facing prison in 1941, his black comrade was one of his staunchest defenders, complaining about the brutality of the unprecedentedly harsh sentence. White House's calculated revenge, he invidiously compared the lesser sentences of others convicted of passport violations. He took to the stump to speak out on his behalf, particularly in black communities. His columns in the Daily Worker were increasingly devoted to Browder, and he used his influence to get his father and other black leaders to sign ads calling for Browder's freedom. 45. After the war began, Davis's defense of his leader seemed to heighten. He was rather effusive about the General Secretary's writings. He was not alone in this opinion, however. Rev. James Robinson spoke similarly at a Harlem meeting focusing on Browder's political analysis of the prevailing historical era. 46. Arguably Davis's election was a material factor in helping Browder form the Tehran line, for if communists were being elected to office in the citadel of the capital, then a new world was coming. According to the General Secretary, the Davis election is going to influence the political life of America in 1944. In China, France, and Yugoslavia there was an all-inclusive unity that transcends all party lines, a unity of non-communists with communists. The Davis election would be a sign of this trend hitting American shores. In turn, Davis believed that he couldn't have been elected without your leadership. 47. Davis and Browder communicated about sensitive matters during this time. In 1944 Davis again was downright effusive. Correctness of your report on Tehran to the National Committee receives fresh confirmation every day. The regrouping of forces in this country is taking place with breathless speed. Like the party, Davis was apparently assuming that wartime exigencies were not the prime reason for the regrouping of forces and certain anti-racist decisions by the Supreme Court. 48. Since Davis's election was brought forward as prime evidence justifying the Tehran line, it was not surprising that his relationship with Browder 131 seemed to deepen in 1944. Salutations in his letters became "My dear Earl." When Browder was announced as editor-in-chief of the Daily Worker, Davis again was unreserved in comment. Browder, who has made so many original and vital contributions to our nation's cause, will bring greater clarity and authority to the editorial policy of our papers. 49. Davis's unrestrained praise of Browder and Tehran was mirrored in the party at large. The Young Communist League began to take on the same aroma. No doubt there was unease, as evidenced by the fact that one writer in the Communist felt compelled to repudiate the idea that Tehran meant easing up domestically so that Wall Street would not drop out of the anti-fascist alliance. This was betrayal, he intoned. The Communist itself was going through changes, From the magazine of the Theory and Practice of Marxism-Leninism in June 1944 to the Marxist magazine devoted to advancement of democratic thought and action in July 1944 to being renamed Political Affairs by January 1945. 50 As early as March 1944 David Goldway was conceding that in the party a few even think we are being forced to step backward, to accept a bitter pill. That we are postponing or abandoning socialism. Falling victim to revisionism or vulgarization. The cold fact is that the bulk of existing classical Marxist literature seems on the surface to condemn, not to support, our present approach. 51 The signs of disquiet about Browderism were proliferating publicly, which was even more unusual given the tight rein on questions of dissent usually evidenced in party publications. Their perestroika was not accompanied by glasnost. But Doxy Wilkerson reported real concern by a branch of white-collar and professional Negro comrades over the idea of the communists giving up socialism. Their anxiety grew out of the fact that they had come correctly to associate the achievement of socialism with the complete liberation of the Negro people, the primary basis upon which many of them entered the party. 52 This latter sentence encapsulates why black comrades tended to be less compromising about liquidationist sentiment and thus in the next party crisis 12 years later tended to side with the so-called hardliners. Hence party leader John Williamson worriedly recounted in January 1945 that while the communists proportionately have a greater influence and support among the Negro people than in any other strata of the population, nevertheless we must face the fact that during the July roll call into the CPA fluctuation was greatest in the ranks of our Negro members. 53 There was another trend evident among black comrades too, and that was unease about the cry in the black community over a double victory against fascism abroad and racism at home. As Claudia Jones put it, some among the Negro people say we need a double V, a victory at home and abroad. But are there really two Vs here? We have already shown that everything depends upon defeating Hitler. Clearly there is only one V, single and indivisible. 54 Eugene Braddock of the YCL concurred, the 132 slogan tends to separate the problems of the Negro people from the problems of the oppressed masses in other parts of the world, thus, through this separation the fight for Negro unity and for Negro rights is weakened. 55. Eugene Gordon in the Daily Worker for March 28, 1942 said that Hitler and Tojo should be seen as the primary enemy of blacks and U.S. racists as secondary, in the face of dissent from Ludlow Werner of the New York Age and St. Clair Bourne of the People's Voice, he scored the Double V campaign. Yet it should not be ignored that the party may not have been alone in this. Patrick Washburn points out that in 1942 in the Pittsburgh Courier space devoted to the Double V campaign declined by half between April and August, and by the end of the year the campaign was virtually dead. A more positive tone also began creeping into articles and picture cut lines. 56. Though others may have looked askance at the Double V, it was the party that took lumps about its rhetorical position, despite the fact that Davis's usual line was that Jim Crow had to be defeated for fascism to be defeated. The New York Age in particular confronted the party directly on this. They called Davis and others of kindred thought political bedfellows with the white South, who insist that now's the time to keep silent. The Negro can less afford to keep silent at this time than at any time in his history. His attack on Randolph's rally was recalled. Davis replied at length, but the age would not relent. The masses of Negroes cannot understand why, if the war was imperialistic at the start, it should suddenly become a holy crusade upon the entrance of Russia. 57 As late as 1948 the age was still chiding the Reds, who ran for cover on the question of the rights of Negroes during the war. The Daily Worker and the local comrades then were not so red as they were yellow on the issue of freedom for blacks. Listen, Daily Worker, don't fool with us. 58 Though Davis and the party continued to struggle in practice on this front, the words of Claudia Jones and others haunted them all for years to come. Though some critics were charging the Reds with retreating on black rights, others were making the opposite allegation, that they were behind Negro unrest. The FBI went on at length about this, it is said that the People's Voice has completely given itself over to the Communist Party. Law enforcement agencies are hampered in their work by communist groups who characterize the actions of the police department in enforcing law as attacks on the Negro people. The party no longer thinks in terms of individual party members here and there but rather in terms of hundreds and thousands. Subversive forces at work among the American Negroes causing unrest and dissatisfaction. The most outstanding is the Communist Party. In several party districts throughout the country, the number of Negro recruits in the recent recruiting campaign total well over 50% of all recruits in the particular districts. This was just before the in 133 inauguration of the Tehran line, so one must also take into account the FBI's tendency to inflate the red thread for their own purposes, yet it does provide an interesting perception of party strength by the authorities. 69. From defending the party against charges of inaction, Davis now had to take the opposite tack. He focused on the party's role in calming Harlem during the uprising of 1943. They worked jointly with others to curb window smashing and looting, bringing the disorders under control. They issued 100,000 leaflets under his name calling the looting utterly wrong. But the authorities would have none of it. The U.S. Army joined the FBI in charging that the black press in particular was being influenced by communists like Davis to inflame the African American community. 60. What helped to confuse the overall situation and lead to Browderism generally was the looming figure of Franklin Roosevelt. His support among African Americans, his backing of the Wagner Act, and his historic and extremely progressive inaugural speech of 1944 in particular created a climate for confusion. But again, the party was not alone in being disoriented by FDR. Christopher Johnson suggests that labor was in the same boat and says that the party was not alone in backing the no-strike pledge urged by FDR. But even here there were conflicting signals. Cyril Phillip, known to be close to the party, was explicit in opposing a fourth term for FDR in 1944 because the Negro needs a president who is not dependent upon the South. P.C. Joshi, General Secretary of the Communist Party of India, was allowed to urge his U.S. comrades to pressure FDR in the pages of the Daily Worker. The thread from the right, FDR's popularity and the exigencies of the war led to a surprisingly uncritical party attitude toward the White House. 61. Davis's attitude toward FDR reflected these shifting currents, especially in 1944. In July he reprimanded Walter White after he criticized the Democratic Party platform, although this important document failed to mention FEPC or integration of the armed forces. In September, however, he was calling this same platform inadequate. Then in October he declared that FDR is a statesman and has placed issues above party label. In personally calling for FEPC, Roosevelt, according to Davis, merited high praise. 62. But after the election there was another shift in emphasis. In December he counseled that it would be a fatal mistake if we rested on our oars and expected the mandate given to Roosevelt automatically to fulfill itself. 63 days later, after hitting the underutilization of Negro nurses in the military, he declared, "It is true that certain important democratic principles have been won through President Roosevelt. But not enough have been won." 64. The reluctance to criticize FDR from the left helped to tip the political spectrum to the right, although the latter did not suffer a similar inhibition in their attack on the White House. 134. Davis was not reluctant to take on the economic royalists. They would rather lose the war than yield on black rights, he warned. He recognized that powerful industrialists were trying to scrap the FEPC. He recognized that powerful real estate interests were blocking support for rent and price controls. His opposition to subway fare hikes had a similar tone. He never wavered on anti-monopoly measures like FEPC. 65. Nonetheless, Davis was swept up in the Tehran euphoria. He even tried to peddle this line to African Americans, urging the development in Negro communities of nonpartisan people's political action, joining together Negro Republicans, Democrats, and Communists with labor and all the other anti-fascist sections of the population, irrespective of class, race, or creed. This was a laudable sentiment, even in pre-Tehran days, but in 1944 he began to speak of those dominant ruling circles, which place the fate of the nation above greed and class prejudice. Understandably, he was not specific on who these circles were. At a conference at Abyssinian Church he opined that blacks did not feel that the seniority system would need adjustment to accommodate black workers. 66 Davis was not alone. James Ford hailed the new line as an outstanding example of maturing political relations between the Negro people and broad progressive political forces. 67 Gus Hall, a communist leader from the Midwest, called Browder's work a great document. Bob Miner was similarly enthusiastic. 68 The Tehran Line was ratified at a top party meeting on February 8, 1944. James Ford was unequivocal, calling the line a turning point in world history, a turning point in the history of our country. He cited China's experience with Chiang Kai-shek as a model. The recent liquidation of the Comintern itself was also seen as providing a useful model. The doubting William Z. Foster, top party leader, was hushed. In Moscow, some of us, including Comrade Foster, were talked to by some of the leading most influential comrades there, and they said to us that factionalism in America would be a very dangerous thing. Citing conversations with miners and auto workers, Pat Toohey too rejected Foster. William Schneiderman, Moore, R.I.S. Childs, Irving Potash, and Gil Green agreed. Ben Gold compared the new line to Lenin's new economic policy and Stalin's pact with Hitler of 1939 while noting shockingly, "I haven't talked matters over with Comrade Lenin personally for about 10 or 12 years, since 1931. 69 Earlier Browder had written that as a result of the summit at Tehran, the United States and Britain have closed the books finally and forever upon their old expectation that the Soviet Union as a socialist country is going to disappear someday. The policy of destruction of the Soviet Union is finally ended. Even if this were true, did it justify taking a softer line on monopoly capital at home? Here one begins to understand the origin of the idea that the US party was unduly influenced by their Soviet counterpart. While in the United States, progressives must help to remove from the 135 American ruling class the fear of a socialist revolution, argued Browder. This, in the understatement of the millennium, requires readjustment. Browder suggested. 70. Before this February 1944 meeting, Browder had come to the National Committee of the party in December 1943 with a proposed change in the party line. According to Foster, this at once met with opposition in the party. On January 20, 1944, Foster wrote a long letter opposing his démarche, but by that time opinions had been changed by Browder's lobbying. "I had to agree to confine my opposition within the ranks of the National Committee," said Foster. 71 Sam Darcy, the other dissenter, was not as tactful as Foster. He recalls coming to the February meeting. Usually 28 numbers were present, but the room was packed with 500 on a Saturday morning. He and Foster were isolated, but Darcy would not yield. Darcy was ultimately expelled from the party, though he recalls that other communist parties and internationally recognized comrades like Walter Ulbricht and Harry Pollitt wrote in his support. But even the bitter Darcy connects this rigid discipline to the kind of repression visited upon the party, such as the constant surveillance and pressure from on high that tended to elicit a reliance on military-style discipline, including a lack of glasnost in the party. This fact is often forgotten. 72. As these events unfolded, Davis was no passive bystander. His election was being pointed to as Exhibit A in explicating the change in party line. When the party was dissolved, he was on the Committee on Constitution and secretary at the convention that moved this decision. Afterward he was named one of 11 vice presidents of the new Communist Political Association. Browder was president. He was one of 13 members of the National Board. Along with his city council election, it did seem that a turning point had been reached and a new world was coming. But as it turned out, 1944 was the high water mark for Davis and the party, with the repudiation of the Tehran Line and the ending of the war in 1945. Davis was about to face some of the more trying times of his career in the party. 73 At the vital February 8, 1944 meeting of the National Committee, Davis stated that Foster was completely wrong. Comrade Gill and others have gone into this very thoroughly and very deeply. Much more deeply than I could. Statement of complete hopelessness and despair. Means taking a step backward and carrying through a policy that unquestionably would lead to the most bitter class conflict, racial strife. This is a statement that certainly I could not take to the Negro people. Does not conform to the very elementary rudiments of Marxism, it does not conform to the facts. Says nothing whatever about the Negroes being battered down today in an unprecedented manner. It is obvious that this is due to the fact that there is a different relationship. 136. Of forces, and that it is possible to work with all these forces, irrespective of class. Policy of national unity, and the only way we are able to carry this further and have the perspective is by a closer alliance with the dominant sectors of the capitalist class. Could not be possible with a perspective of class conflict and bitterness and regarding monopoly capital as one solid mass. Blacks have chosen integration, not self-determination, was his conclusion, a la Browder. In the 99th Air Squadron. In the Marines, for the first time since 1860, Negroes are being trained equally in the South in officers' training school. The Foster-Darcy approach called for a party, not an association, focused on class struggle, as in the traditional Leninist approach. The Foster line should be crushed, was Davis's conclusion. Instead, in a related maneuver, there was an attempt by the state to crush Davis. 74 Browderism disrupted the party at a crucial moment. With the war concluding, the process of granting concessions on the Black Liberation Front while launching a Red Scare was commenced. Davis's election to the city council was a signal that black voters in particular would be searching for radical solutions unless Jim Crow were eased. The Red Scare ensured that one option for black voters would be removed and that what has come to be called the civil rights movement could proceed without the fear of its being diverted into more radical channels, such as fundamentally challenging property and control of the means of production. Unity and Struggle, 1945. For many reasons, 1945 was yet another turning point in history. The end of the war and the world's experience with fascism was a severe setback to the theory and practice of chauvinism and racism. Hitler's Germany exemplified what could happen if this tendency were left unchecked. It was the beginning of the end for Jim Crow in the United States, not least because concessions had to be made to African Americans to enlist their support in that war and in future conflicts. The proclamation of the Atlantic Charter and the Four Freedoms was difficult to keep from the ears and eyes of Africans as a whole and marked the beginning of the end of colonialism. The failure to overthrow Soviet power and the increase in strength of communist parties not just east of the Elbe but west as well would subject the Tehran line to new strain, just as atomic diplomacy was commenced. Ben Davis was up for re-election, and in addition to manifestations of the above events, he had to contend with the turmoil caused by Browder's ouster, a new controversy ignited by the existence of the Black Belt thesis, and a tumultuous city council campaign. His hectic pace was signaled to S.E. Robeson when he complained of how my own book project seems hopeless unless and until I get time off. The pace is killing and irresistibly demanding, what with an election year nearing its heated stage. Ollie Harrington suggests that blacks came back from the war with the knowledge of how to defend themselves with weapons, which created fear, along with a tremendous effect on racist attitudes. Whatever the case, this was also the onset of black liberation confronting the Red Scare. A letter from Jacques Duclos, the well-respected French communist leader, was a critical factor accelerating Browder's ouster. Duclos' intervention was not totally accidental. Fluent in German and considered an expert on Hitler and fascism, He had pioneered in the theory and practice of the Popular Front. He and his party were emerging from the war in a relatively strong position, given their heroic fight against the Nazis. He was no stranger to U.S. communists, having written an influential series entitled Communist Attitude Toward Writers in the Daily Worker. 2 years later, William Z. Foster confided that the Duclos letter attacking the Tehran line was caused by Browder's dabbling in the French and many. 137. 138. Other communist parties. As I noted earlier, some parties seemed quite receptive to these overtures, though they were not necessarily puppets of the PUSA. Apparently, Duclos' article was intended for internal French consumption. So little did the French comrades think of it as an international article, that they did not send our party a copy. We had to dig it up from a subscriber in New York weeks later, having heard about it by chance. 3. Foster's 1944 objection to the Tehran line was no secret, and Duclos drew heavily from it in his 1945 démarche. The reasons for Duclos' concern were obvious. Before the liquidation of the party and its conversion into an association, there were 90,000 Reds, but as of July 16, 1944, only 45,000 had re-registered in the newly named Communist Political Association. The Cuban and Colombian parties emulated their U.S. comrades, while the parties in South Africa and Australia came out openly against Browder's position. One view was that the party may have been correct in backing FDR, but why did it have to dissolve to do that? Worth noting are the May 25, 1945 critique of President Harry Truman's United Nations plan and the May 26, 1945 critique of Henry A. Wallace attacking insiders of World War III. Both were prominently featured in the Daily Worker. 4. Davis was shocked and astonished at first by the Duclos letter, but quickly viewed it as correct. Like other communists, he shifted with the political winds. Initially he tried to praise both Duclos and Browder, but the latter's intransigence made that an untenable position. Tehran may have been acceptable for war but not for the post-war period, he concluded. At a crucial National Committee meeting in late May 1945, days after victory in Europe, Davis plaintively asked Browder, in mantra-like fashion, view with regard to monopoly capital. 5. At another critically important meeting of the National Committee in June, William Patterson, one of Davis's closest comrades, was not so gentle. He attacked sharply Browder's arrogance and Browderism generally, particularly its impact on African Americans. As for the National Negro Department, nothing came out of there, not even articles. For years no serious attempt to enrich our theoretical understanding of the Negro question. He assailed the line on integration and the ditching of the Black Belt thesis. What was signaled here? Browder's plausibly appropriate 1944 idea that the Black Belt thesis should be abandoned, and recognition that the transition from nation to national minority of the Negro people, at minimum, had been accelerated, were caught up in the detonation of Browderism. In other words, the B.I was thrown out with the bathwater. But real issues were raised, as, for example, the fact that international publishers, in vital research on the South, has never seen fit to utilize a Negro. With typical understatement, James Ford admitted, "I share a large responsibility." He later recalled ruefully, "We had to whisper about discrimination in the blood bank, around the corridors." 6. 139. Elizabeth Gurley Flynn regretted never talking with her old wobbly friend, William Z. Foster, because I was afraid he was going to convince me, and that if I was convinced I would be out of step with the organization as a whole. I wanted unity and was willing to conform to achieve it. She recalled her past inferiority complex as a theoretician. At this meeting, the monolithic unity of the party, traditionally a strength, may have manifested a dialectical downside. 7. Alexander Bitt Lehman of the party leadership was similarly sorry. "I will tell you frankly, as I recall now from experience of the last 18 months, I asked, damn fool, why didn't you listen to your wife? She was questioning and doubting every single day." The usually perceptive Nemi Sparks was equally puzzled. He read Volume 4 of Lenin on liquidationism. For several days, I spent my spare time reading and trying to figure out how to square this with the change from the CP to the CPA. Finally, I couldn't figure it out, so I divorced theory from practice. Like Doxy Wilkerson, he lamented the general lack of discussion in the party that proved so fatal in this instance. 8. Others were more unkind. One questioned a perceived coolness of Browder toward Henry Wallace and alleged that the soon-to-be defrocked Jenner Al secretary spoke as member of the bourgeoisie. Browder had claimed that his own personal work led to Davis's election, about the only remaining shred of evidence that could be invoked to justify Tehran. This was deemed complete arrogance. 9. Davis was bitter, recalling that many leading comrades did not even think he could win. Worse, the danger of line was noticeable in Negro work, and were it not for our past achievements in this field, this would have been followed by catastrophe and disaster. I am extremely dissatisfied that this question has not been discussed sufficiently by the speakers here today. But his criticism was accompanied by self-criticism, however. I must take special responsibility with regard to our line on the Negro people. Belladad was not moved by this mea culpa. Ben has been on the National Board and the State Committee. And I want to know where he was all the time and why he has not been more militant in the past. True, Davis concurred, I did what should not have been done. I thought for a while solely of questions of the Negro people and not at all on the basic line. I lacked Marxist maturity. Of course, his especially high regard for Browder had to be a factor. 10. Davis continued to praise Browder on the national question. I can remember shortly after the war changed its character that there was tendency to soft-pedal the Negro question, and we have been constantly polemicizing against the tendency ever since. And one thing I am confident of, was that mistake was never corrected until Earl returned from prison. He pleaded with Browder to reverse field, plead guilty, and agree with the newly evolving line, but Browder was adamant. He maintained his 140 position of days before, when on a unanimous draft resolution reversing the line, he had at first voted yes, then switched to no. Browder, the probable note-taker of these minutes, wrote, Foster, Dennis, Thompson most militant on these matters, along with Gil Green. 11. Recriminations were swift and bitter. This was a fine time for the party to be undergoing turmoil. The end of the war facilitated the gathering counterattack by the monopolies on labor and its allies. Ruling circles were in the process of changing their line on Jim Crow. Inevitably feelings were intense. Since the conflict began, Audley Moore had had a bad stomach and nightmares. Like Gurley Flynn, she spoke of her inferiority complex. Similarly, Meridel Lesueur felt a sense of inferiority, along with a deep personal and social anguish and pain. Confusion, dismay. Perhaps these startling words expressed by 3 leading women comrades needed investigation then, along with the devolution of the national question. Moore said that the New York Party had had a very sharp struggle about liquidation, although this was the biggest district, such a rush of feelings necessitated a deep inquiry. 12. Doxy Wilkerson, the intellectual black scholar and journalist, was angry. I remember the quieting of our struggle on the blood bank issue. Browder gave official public sanction to the idea of not struggling against discrimination in the armed forces. I raised this in discussion in a small group and was slapped down for it. We have virtually liquidated the National Negro Congress. Wilkerson was to leave the party during the mid-1950s crisis, when some of the purged forces were analogized to him. Ironically, he had been one of the more articulate opponents of the Black Belt thesis. 13. Davis expressed his opinion about Tehran at the National Committee meetings. I remember when it came up in the board, and I was new on the board and did not know how to participate in the discussion. The thing was pretty vague to me and it never became clear, and suddenly we did not have a party in the Deep South. He sadly recounted events at the Daily Worker about fund drives. Every time the comrades express themselves on this question, they are shouted down and made to feel that all have to do is raise the money and not be concerned with the policy. According to him, this lack of democracy helped to explain the extremely small circulation of the paper. The Flynn-Morley-Sewer inferiority syndrome may have influenced Davis. At the CP meeting he said, "Even for me that has had lots of public speaking exercises, I feel ill at ease." 14. If nothing else, this debate over Browder's fate raised profound questions about the nature of the party, its monolithic unity and tendency to march in lockstep. A strength in many instances could also be a profound weakness. This characteristic was exacerbated by state repression, an underdeveloped U.S. political culture, and the party's emulation of the beleaguered Soviet Party, all of which helped to induce a paramilitary discipline that may have eroded democracy and heightened centralism. 141. An FBI bug apparently picked up a Davis-Robeson conversation in which Davis said, "I feel terrible." Robeson saw the liquidation as tactical. That at some later time it will be necessary for us to regroup ourselves in the old party, he says that is obvious that we went too far. Robeson recounted a West Coast meeting with leading capitalists who planned to lay off 40,000 Negroes. Robeson, "It's obvious that Foster is right." Davis conceded modesty, a feeling of humility, in challenging Browder. A negative side of such turmoil was the reinforcement of pessimism, as Davis infantily suggested. "Any group as we are made such a basic error so that there must be plenty of imperfections in everything we do, must be. Because Browder thinks a lot of." Davis suggested that Robeson talk with him. On that day it was not necessary to treat Browder as an enemy, but Davis was frightfully worried about him. 15. It is instructive to examine the evolution of Davis's thought before the Duclos letter. As Doxy Wilkerson's example suggested, one would expect the black comrades to be particularly sensitive to any radical change in line. The abandonment of black issues was apparently part of the bargain for Browderism. Yet during this period Davis actively supported Mrs. Recky Taylor, an African-American woman who was raped and kidnapped by whites in Alabama. He was also particularly vocal, as usual, on the FEPC question. This was an obvious response to certain Browderites, but then he went on to criticize 4 black WACs who went on strike to protest discrimination. To condone the strike of these young women is as bad, if not worse, than condoning the action of trade unionists who let boys down by violating their no-strike pledge. Unexcusable misguided method of the WACs complicated the solution. Such undisciplined methods play into the hand of provocateurs. The armed forces are in the main current of the democratic resurgence. 16. Was this harsh indictment of black WACs correct? Was their action similar to violation of a no-strike pledge? Does the fact that this was written a few weeks before victory over Hitler make any difference? A look at another controversial position may tip the balance against him. Analyzing the NAACP legislative program, Davis endorsed it on the whole, but disagreed with the NAACP on universal military training in peacetime, which he called necessary. He also disagreed with their opposition to national service legislation. What was his view? A coalition cannot be one-sided, he said. This is why trying to analyze the party as a simple tool of Moscow is so misguided. Did Stalin endorse military training in peacetime for the United States, or was this the view of a wing of the U.S. bourgeoisie? The Tehran line has to be seen first as class conciliation and second as an emulation of Moscow. 17 other issues were also germane to the NAACP. In reviewing Walter White's A Rising Wind, Davis criticized his fellow Atlantan for not drawing the appropriate profound conclusions of Tehran. Davis believed that one of the surest signs that Jim Crow is on its way out in America is the Ter. 142. Horrific battering this un-American principle has received in the armed forces. Mr. White does not emphasize the positive aspects of the world that is to be. It may have been that the optimism that is historically part of any communist had a downside. but by July, in reviewing Du Bois Color and Democracy, Davis had reversed field and by implication repudiated his earlier words. The point is that even when Davis's words were misguided, he still remained an active anti-racist. 18. An action involving a NAACP ally also helped to awaken Davis and the party. In early March 1945, the CPA donated $5,000 to Freedom House, an anti-communist group. Though the CPA may have taken leave of their class senses, Freedom House had not. They returned the contribution huffily, saying that it distinguished between the USSR, assuring them that it was pro-Soviet, and the CPA. The CPA never seemed to recognize that this at best was the import of Tehran. The USSR could be accepted but not the CPA. Freedom House, like other non-communists, did not accept the full import of the Hand of Moscow thesis. The CPSU could be praised, but not the CPA. Davis, who was one of the founders of the Wilkie Memorial Fund, for which the money was designated, was equally irate. What is needed in Freedom House is some freedom. But he never questioned why the CPA was giving such a large sum to these forces in the first place. 19. It was obvious that Davis and his comrades had a lot of explaining to do. Once Browder was ousted in late July 1945, Davis struck back at the revisionist errors and called for uncompromising struggle against them. As a member of the National Board, I bear a heavy responsibility for the error. I applied it in all my work, with resulting serious weakness in that work. I had ample opportunity to see the incorrectness of the position. I did not detect the errors because I was not sufficiently mature and equipped as a Marxist. Specializing in a particular field of work, I did not give sufficient consideration to questions of overall CPA policy. I was heavily influenced by the fact that the Negro people made perhaps greater wartime gains than any other underprivileged section of the population, many of these gains being directly contributed to by the Communists. I drew from partial electoral and other successes in our Harlem work and from certain limited legislative successes in the City Council, wrong and illusory conclusions. It became comfortably easy to regard these as much more than wartime gains, but rather as evidence of the long-term class peace in which monopoly capitalism had changed its reactionary spots and would extend these gains into the post-war period as a part of its own good sense and class interests. 20. There was much to agree with in this analysis: the overestimation of the ruling class, the impact of the City Council victory, which assumed that wartime gains were signifying new trends, and the victories of African Americans all had helped to point Davis in Browder's direction. He did accelerate his study of Marxism-Leninism after Browder was ousted, but he remained passionately concerned with black liberation in the first place. 143. This was not necessarily a problem, as his comment might suggest. Concern about the most degraded sector of the working class is hardly cause for indictment. On the other hand, his remarks on the liquidation of the Black Belt thesis were not as prescient, since he regretted his agreement with the idea that blacks had become a national minority seeking integration rather than a nation. Allowing Browder to steal the march on this question, so close to his heart, may have influenced another controversial view, that the campaign against white chauvinism within the ranks of the Communists needed renewal. These Davis errors did not cost him his party position, unlike James Ford and Robert Minor, who were considered most closely identified with the line and who also, coincidentally, were the major theoreticians on the Negro question. This meant that Davis was now considered the preeminent black party leader and, given his city council post, the leader with the most significant mass base. In any case, after rejecting Tehran, he led the way. Along with Foster in the critique of Browder, at one time calling him Wall Street's official communist expert, political faker, intellectual, crook, white chauvinist. He has no more in common with Marxism-Leninism than a pig with a full dress suit. And these were some of his kinder words. 21. After a three-day national convention of the CPA in July 1945, Browder's ouster was confirmed and Davis was named to the National Board. The post-mortem of this group mirrored Davis's. Browder merited the main responsibility for the errors, but the former National Board and National Committee must assume a heavy responsibility for the bureaucratic system of work which prevailed in all party organizations. The former National Board set a bureaucratic example and did not carry on a struggle to establish genuine democracy in the organization. This was also reflected by the former board's inadequate self-criticism during the pre-convention period. Despite Browder, the CPA fought hard and effectively against Jim Crow practices. However, the struggle for the national liberation of the Negro people was often lost sight of. And there was an effort at times to soft-pedal the struggle to eliminate Negro discrimination in the armed forces. 22. It was not sufficient for the Communist Party to rectify past errors. Individual comrades had to explain as well. Foster, who had opposed the Tehran line from the start, expressed views that echoed the sentiments of many. Supercentralization was a major cause of the debacle. Most regrettable was the backing of FDR without serious self-criticism. Mistakes are serious matters, he warned, they involve the welfare, even the lives of large masses of people. What was to be done? The party must radically improve the social composition of its membership and of its leadership by bringing in more workers. This was a knock at Browder the clerk, but also recognition that the party belonged to the working class. 23. 144. Claudia Jones, Davis's closest woman comrade, went on in a similar vein. It cannot be denied, of course, that Browder's thesis was supported and accepted on such apparent evidences in our national life as the first election of Benjamin J. Davis, Jr. Like Foster, she stressed that the party failed to criticize sharply the liberal bourgeois policies of the Roosevelt administration, Jim Crow practices in the armed forces, and put a wet blanket on those who tried. Leading comrades Ford, Davis, and Patterson reflected, although to an insufficient degree, the deep post-war concern of the Negro people for victory over Jim Crow. She wrote, that Negro comrades accepted Browder's opportunist thesis makes the error all the more grave, because in effect we accepted the false and bankrupt logic of reformism as a solution to the problems of the Negro people. 24. Also like Foster, A.B. Magill warned of the danger of committing new errors of overcorrection, such as writing and speaking as if our movement had achieved nothing at all. The fact is that even in the recent period our practical work, despite the harmful effects of our revisionist theory, adds up to a plus. Although this was true, overcorrection was not avoided then and was even more prevalent in the wake of the Stalin devaluation of 1956. Indeed, one can see aspects of this overcorrection in the post-1985 Soviet Union. The U.S. party, he cautioned, was relatively weak functioning in the most powerful imperialist country in the world and within a labor movement dominated by capitalist ideology. This magnified the lazy thinking and bourgeois and petty bourgeois pressures that dogged the party. 25. Other opinions were similar. The Daily Worker opened its pages to a burst of opinion on this issue, a practice that should have been begun earlier and lasted longer. Many of these letters to the editor endorsed the ouster of Browder and change of line on the basis that at minimum the ruling class had not upheld their end of the bargain. Jacob Mindel, one of the top educators in the party school, pointed to complacency and trust in Browder as key errors. Years later Davis, on more sober reflection, acknowledged, one of the main reasons why modern-day revisionism got such a strong grip on the left and communist forces was the low educational level of many militant workers and progressives. 26. Davis could put up a brave front, but there was no mistaking the party's disarray. Let the poisonous press rave and lie, said Davis. They are frightened. 27. His typically aggressive response could not mask this crisis. Puerto Rican communists began to rebel. Until now the policy of the American communists with respect to Puerto Rico has been defective, when not altogether negative. 28. Sam Darcy, like Foster a premature anti-Browderite, began to raise a ruckus and eventually left the party in a rancorous mood. 29 Though Darcy and Foster may have broken their alliance, the downfall of Browder ignited a deepening relationship between Davis and party chairman. 145. Foster that was to prove critical in the post-1956 period. In his official history of the party, Foster graciously observed that Davis warned of the evil effects the present policies were having in Negro work. 30 Davis in turn quickly resumed the old-time religion once again, attacking the bourgeoisie with gusto. After the United Negro College Fund placed Henry Luce and other reactionary and aggressive American imperialists on their National Advisory Committee, Davis flew into a rage. This was June 10, days after the reversal of the line, but Davis was writing as if he had not skipped a beat. The blacks' best friend in the first place, organized labor. Reactionary financial tycoons were the enemy. Davis was back with a vengeance. 31 In retrospect, it is not unfair to say that though the political line, and even the practice, may have faltered at times, the party played a positive role overall in advancing black liberation during the time of Tehran. Also, other conflicts that helped bring the party to its senses was the attack on Henry Wallace by the White House and the brewing Polish crisis. Yet this was not a happy time for the party, despite the joyous victory over fascism. Davis's patience was strained further when the revived black belt thesis became an issue as he sought the endorsement of Tammany Hall for re-election. In the January 1944 edition of the party's theoretical journal, The Communist, Browder had enunciated a change in the party line on the Negro national question. His remarks were first stated at a November 19, 1943 seminar on the Negro people and the war at the Workers' School. His thrust was that blacks had made their choice once and for all. For their complete integration into the American nation as a whole, and not for separation. What was the evidence of this? The New Deal, CIO, the anti-poll tax fight, he replied, and recent elections, when Benjamin J. Davis, Jr., was elected to the New York City Council by a combined vote of Negroes, trade unionists, and progressive white people. African Americans were not demanding separate military units but joint participation in the war. Thus blacks exercised their historical right of self-determination. This was not an altogether unsound approach. Browder had grasped the problem and resolved the possibility that the black belt thesis could be interpreted as an endorsement of segregation by pushing the line of integration, which was to be the major thrust in the black movement after the war. If he had made a mistake, it was in not acknowledging that integration should not preclude forms national in character, for example, all black forms. The recent complaint that integration has decimated a number of African American institutions, from sports teams to schools to businesses, has relevance in this case. But Browder opened himself to massive attack by adding that in the United States there was the approximation of having no problem of national minorities anymore, akin to the assumed pattern in the Soviet Union. This 146 is within our reach today under the existing American system. Since he was desperately trying to reassure the ruling class, Browder had to concede that it would not require socialism to attain this goal. 32. It may have been possible for the party to have thrown Browder out while keeping the new line on integration. But at that time, in mid-1945, the bourgeois press began to pick at this issue as another way to raise questions about Tammany's endorsement of Davis. It may not have been coincidental that this attack was made despite the fact that the popular African-American journalist Roy Otley declared that the party did more than any other agency in American life toward breaking down the rigid color barriers that once existed between the races. One factor at least made a deep impression on Negroes: the ruthless manner in which the party fought in any form within its own ranks white chauvinism or race prejudice. 33 The leading black writers St. Clair Drake and Horace Cayton later agreed with him. 34. Yet the press was charging that the party sought to segregate blacks even further. The notorious self-proclaimed Red Hunter, Fred Woltman of the New York World Telegram, led off. An editorial on July 23, 1945 claimed that Davis advocates a Negro Soviet Union in the United States. Fantastic program. According to the New York Times the next day, the ouster of Browder meant that the communist dream of an independent Negro Soviet Republic to be carved out of the American South was being revived. Did Tammany endorse this too, they wondered. The Association of Trade and Commerce in Harlem chimed in, hitting his sinister propaganda and accusing Davis following the Soviet pattern personally and professionally of craven, subversive foreign ideology of the Soviet. 35 Black liberation was confronting the Red Scare. To some extent Davis and the party could blame themselves for not taking account of demographic and political changes. The war meant more blacks moved, for example from Louisiana and Texas to California. The concentrated Negro nation in the Deep South was fragmenting. When the issue was joined and Davis was attacked, it provided an opportunity for black leaders like Lester Granger, Walter White, Lloyd Dickens, even his ally Guy Brewer to blast the idea of a separate state. Apparently Davis himself was hedging a bit. According to the New York Amsterdam News on July 28, 1945, Mr. Davis in his statement to the Amsterdam News did not say he does not favor a separate state, nor did he seek to clarify the stories that appeared in the daily press. This gave an opening to this longtime foe of Davis. In an editorial entitled Adieu to Davis and published on August 4, they scolded him gently but firmly. While he has not sought the advice of leaders representing all of Harlem, we believe his acts of commission were praiseworthy. But now Mr. Davis has changed fronts. As an intelligent, fearless, and aggressive representative of the whole community is a man whom many respect. We doubt that the Negro in America is ready for a major. 147. War with the United States government. We are sorry to see Mr. Davis go. He had promise. This was one of the worst possible lines of attack on Davis and the party. By raising the issue of a Negro Soviet, their adversaries could at once link them with a foreign power that was about to become quite unpopular and with the increasingly discredited idea of segregation. It could allow the same press that counseled segregation at Stuyvesant Town while the party advised otherwise to pin the discredited notion of segregation on communists, who so far had been the most resolute opponents of Jim Crow. A tip-off to the party should have been the fact that the usually sensible J. A. Rogers called the Black Belt thesis goofy and impractical to the last degree and an imitation of Woodrow Wilson's idea. He noted the decline of the black population in the South and its increase in the North and how this was undermining the Dixiecrats. But he refused to join the lynch mob, calling Davis an able lawyer by all accounts has been doing good work and adding, were I the editor of a journal even for the insane, that story about self-determination in the Black Belt would have gone straight into the wastebasket. 36 Rogers's paper, the Pittsburgh Courier, was not as kind. 37 Their columnist, Horace Caton, was somewhat more diplomatic and only suggested, correctly, that the thesis smacked of Garveyism. Then piling on began. Julius Adams of the New York Amsterdam News reached out to Walter White, demanding that he take a position on Davis and the Black Belt thesis. Similar demands were being made at both the city and national levels. 38 Davis's old antagonist George Schuyler smelled blood and zoomed in for the kill. Notorious Negro Stalinist cries witch hunt. Well, it is a witch hunt long overdue. These foreign agents and disruptors should be muzzled or jugged. Davis, he cried, was one of the chief Negro communist stooges in the United States. 39 Davis was angry, denouncing this vilification. Scurrilous pro-fascist remarks. Hogwash. Schuyler was unruffled. There is a question in my mind whether such people are any better than the man Bilbo. This became an issue in the city council re-election campaign since Davis's chief opponent, Benjamin McLaurin, issued a leaflet making similar allegations. Davis was getting an early introduction to the coming Red Scare. 40. At the same time this difficult issue was becoming a major issue in the controversy over Davis's re-election. There was a remarkable sea change from the beginning to the end of 1945, leading to a confusing set of twists and turns by political leaders and opinion molders. In February Moran Weston, then Field Secretary of the Negro Labor Victory Committee, abjectly refused to run against Davis after being asked to do so by Harlem political leader J. Ray Jones. Yes, Jones said, Davis has made a very good record, but his red ties meant that he was responsible to other persons than to the community. But Weston, soon to be one of the most influential Harlem 148 leaders, objected, it is unfortunate that the issue of his communist affiliation has been raised. 41 Then Jones suggested that Lt. Col. Vernon Riddick run against him, which also fell through. This time the New York Age took exception, on February 17, 1945. By this time Jones thought he had figured out which way the weather vane had turned. At a Davis ball in early May, he announced that the Democrats would back Davis. The 7,000 present were incredulous, and according to the New York Age, a hilarious uproar ensued. 42 Adam Powell captured their wonder, the new world we hear about as coming is already here, when Tammany Hall nominates a communist. We told Tammany that if it wanted the Negro people, it would have to take Ben Davis along with them. He disparaged the red baiting that already was gripping the campaign and announced he would be co-chair of Davis's campaign. Davis also made a concession, announcing, I am proud to be associated with the party of Roosevelt and Truman. 43 Since there was no Communist Party as such at this point, it was fortunate that he did have the Tammany backing. A number of Harlem leaders called for all four parties, Democrats, Republicans, American Labor, and Liberals, to give Davis their nomination. Even the incorrigible red baiter, Democratic leader Herbert Bruce, backed Davis. 44 But that was all before the Browder ouster. After that public relations debacle, many doubted Davis's chances of getting re-elected. Trench warfare in the press had begun. The traditionally Republican New York Age editorialized on June 23, 1945 that the GOP should nominate Davis but doubted it would occur. At the same time, Harlem Democratic leaders were expressing surprise at the fact that Davis was not on the list of council candidates, though Jones had pledged otherwise. Then the wily Jones reversed field again and sponsored Davis. At that point all hell broke loose. The New York Herald Tribune called Jones's last maneuver a surprise move that was attributed to the influence of the Harlem left-wing leader Adam Clayton Powell. Naturally, Cacchione disagreed, calling the Tammany Tigers' démarche a smart move. If they wanted to hold the Negroes in the Democratic line, they had to nominate him. 45 The New York Times placed the story on page 1 of its July 21 issue. For the first time in its history, Tammany endorsed a communist as a candidate for public office. Jones, Powell, Joseph Pinckney, Joseph Ford, and Guy Brewer were seen as the moving force, although their recommendations were reinforced by a petition for the designation of Mr. Davis signed by clergymen, social workers, and representatives of many labor unions. Tammany boss Edward Laughlin praised Davis. The nomination was moved in response to overwhelming popular demand for his re-election. Ominously, the Times noted that Davis was aligned with Foster for a more militant communist policy. But this was no love feast. Edward Berry. 149. Another Democratic leader, hit Laughlin's shameful conduct in backing Davis, it merits condemnation by all decent and God-respecting citizens of the city. No Davis petitions shall be circulated in my district, he asserted. In the Times the next day, Democratic boss Thomas Cohalan blasted the Tammany cynical endorsement, clinching evidence that Tammany and its communist allies are working hand in hand to take over the city government. This was linked to the communist-dominated ALP, which engineered O'Dwyer's mayoralty nomination. Said one Democratic leader, the boys of our city did not go to the battlefields to offer their lives as a sacrifice to the ideologies of Communist Davis and his followers. Although this was spoken even before the war had ended, the point was that the ouster of Browder had provided a pretext for the anti-Davis attack. Then the New York Herald Tribune on July 23 denounced the Davis designation. Yet they could not ignore that Davis's popularity meant that if Tammany wanted the black vote, they had to swallow the red council member, or so progressives thought. but within hours Tammany had dropped Davis and the fear arose that this would lead to loss of the black seat. Immediately Herbert Bruce and Fred Dickens of Harlem assailed the original designation. Bruce explained that the Tiger was frightened by the ALP vote in Harlem, so they decided they would have to do something to hold the Negro vote. They did such a good job of keeping down the Negro Democrats that they now find themselves at the mercy of the radicals. It was Reconstruction once more. 46. What had happened in the interim between Tammany's designation of Davis and their reversal? The Times reported that the Davis nod was bringing Edward J. Flynn, Bronx leader and Democratic National Committee member, into the fray, and the resulting turmoil was affecting federal patronage. With Eleanor Roosevelt's involvement, Laughlin was under siege. Laughlin and O'Dwyer had met at length on the Davis question, so it was argued that he capitulated to heavy outside pressure and O'Dwyer's behest. Besides the expected anti-communism, Davis was caught in the crossfire between two Democratic bosses struggling over patronage and judgeships. 47. Black leadership was not capitulating. The elusive and pressured Jones spoke directly to the Daily Worker on July 25, praising the Communist Council member. Channing Tobias was equally forthright. Edward Lewis of the Urban League agreed, as did James Eggert Allen of the NAACP. These figures reflected an emerging consensus in Harlem. It was easier to stampede labor away from the Reds. Civil rights concessions had to be granted in order to stampede blacks. 48. When Davis was dropped by Tammany, pressure was then mounted for Eugene Connolly of the ALP to be ousted from the Democratic list. A textbook case of red baiting was unfolding. First the Reds, then all other progressives were ousted. In the Daily Worker of July 26, Davis assailed the 150 reactionary forces that hoped to destroy the Democratic coalition under the smokescreen of red baiting. To capitulate in this instance leads to capitulation on other principal issues and questions until reaction emerges victorious. The dropping of Davis can be seen as a key step toward the Red Scare and McCarthyism. Davis's words proved to be prophetic. But the Times on July 26 stated that his ouster was worth it, though the Democrats may lose some votes as a result in Harlem. However, concessions to blacks could assuage their anger. The pattern for the Red Scare was set, to blunt communist and leftist popularity among blacks. An effort would be made to bludgeon the progressives, then provide concessions to some African Americans so that their complaints would not grow too loud. At this juncture Davis and the party were in a quandary. He had to deny that he backed a separate Negro state, though this was disingenuous at best. The concept of self-determination was complicated and easily subjected to demagogic assault. This complication and the turmoil surrounding Browder's removal allowed the right to mobilize very effectively at this crucial turning point. This was taking place in a rapidly changing political situation in New York, as the Popular Front approach of LaGuardia was being replaced and as the labor movement was being driven to the right. The New York-Amsterdam News filled in more blanks. Apparently Mayor AL candidate William O'Dwyer was refusing to run on the same ticket with Davis. Simultaneously, Brewer, Ford, Jones, and James Pemberton, who were backing Davis in Harlem, squared off against Bruce and Lloyd Dickens, who claimed that the designation was made without their consent, although they were duly elected members of the Democratic County Executive Committee. Bruce and Dickens lost out to Jones and his group in internal Harlem Democratic elections. Laughlin was running scared, going as far as to claim that he did not know Davis was a communist. Despite this naive view, his opponents in primary elections lost, suggesting that Davis may not have been as unpopular or as large a liability as some thought. After that, Bruce was defeated after 10 years of leading Harlem's 12th Assembly District. It was beginning to seem that the tide was shifting. The Herald Tribune suggested that O'Dwyer lost more adherents with his insistence that it reverse its endorsement of Davis. 49. Earl Brown, who was to be the vehicle for dumping Davis from the Council in 1949, provided another angle of vision. Apparently in the spring Jones had broached the issue of Tammany designating Davis in return for the Communists backing their mayoral ticket. Davis and Laughlin consented to it, but Davis would have to register as a Democrat. This Mr. Davis at first failed to do, since he was reluctant to ally with the party of Bilbo and Rankin, but after a bout with his conscience he agreed. Jones's view was that he could build a powerful political organization in Harlem with the aid of the left. The left-wingers, particularly the Communists, are the best campaigners in Harlem. The Hall wants to enlist their support in 151. The oncoming mayoralty election. Tammany recalls, meantime, that it has been defeated in Harlem in every local election since 1933, when Mayor LaGuardia was elected the first time. The black vote could decide a close election. According to this scenario, Vito Marcantonio, the real head of the left-wingers in New York, had done business together with many of the Harlem district leaders for years. All had profited by their sub-rosa alliance. Strikingly, Brown added, except for a handful of socialists and a few professional race leaders, red baiting leaves Harlem cold. They do, however, listen to the communist sales talk because it is always about the facts of life, such as jobs and housing. In Harlem, the communists are close to the masses and the masses are close to the communists. Like Marcantonio, Jones and Davis should have proceeded on a sub-rosa basis, he concluded, but they did not. After all, Davis's opponent 4 years hence concluded, the communist had a good record. Maybe this is a point worthy of consideration. 50 perhaps. In any case, after Tammany picked Ruth Whaley and the Liberals' Benjamin McLaurin as Davis' opponents, there was worry in the New York Age on August 11 that there will be little likelihood of any Negro being elected in Manhattan this time. But Davis was still showing strength. The People's Voice reported triumphantly on August 11 that every Harlem and Washington Heights Democratic leader who had supported Davis in the past and refused to turn against him in the Tammany split were victorious in the primaries. At that point the Red Scare had not yet gathered sufficient strength. Weeks later, on October 6, the Amsterdam News was giving further hope to the Davis forces. Reports are that will knife the party's councilmanic candidate, Mrs. Ruth Whitehead Whaley, in favor of Ben Davis. But the trend that was to dominate the next decade was stated by Davis's old foe Frank Crosseth, who acerbically declared that Davis has his feet in the city council but that his head is in Europe. Presumably the writer intended the eastern section of this continent. This was also an attempt to erode Davis's anti-racist credentials by linking him with whites. As if this battle royal with the Democrats and the flap over the black belt thesis were not enough, Davis had to contend with more internecine struggle, the reluctance of the American Labor Party to give him a designation. The issue boiled over at the June 18, 1945 CP National Committee meeting, which was considering the party line and Browder's fate. Davis remarked bitterly how Tammany was offering him a line because of his strength among blacks and progressives but because of red baiting in reverse. The ALP does not endorse me. Worse yet, the comrades in that party were going along with it. The situation was shameful and disgraceful, entirely inexcusable. The ALP's non-endorsement came in the wake of press speculation that the CP was becoming hostile to Sidney Hillman, the labor leader, who played a large role in ALP and national democratic politics. It was felt that if Davis received the ALP nod, then Hillman forces would be alienated. The 152. Next day at the continuation of the National Committee meeting, one party leader suggested that Davis the Red had to be sacrificed so that ties to labor and the ALP could be maintained. 51. The party disagreed on the role of the ALP. It was undergoing wrenching self-criticism in the aftermath of Browderism and the repudiation of the Black Belt thesis. Sacrificing Davis to keep labor leader and New Deal Democrat Sidney Hillman was seen as a reflection of continued Browderism. Firmly against Davis's view were Gil Green and Israel Emter. Davis remained insistent. He was 100% in favor of keeping good ties with Hillman, but this is a public question. It has already been raised in one of the newspapers in Harlem by the Independent Citizens Committee, who have asked, how can you be a unanimous candidate of the Negro people of the Harlem community, a candidate of the Democratic Party and not be the candidate of the ALP? The answer Gil gives us today will not be accepted by the people. In my opinion, it is a question of the Negro people. It is a question of the Harlem community uniting around a candidate who is recognized by a bourgeois party but not by a party representing labor. 52 Pettis Perry, the black party leader who was to spearhead the party's internal campaign against white chauvinism, was irate. Comrade Davis was too mild with himself. No one should doubt motives, he argued, wondering why it is that blacks have to be sacrificed in the name of unity. Tehran was hard to sell, but they had done it. If a black had not, he would be called nationalist. So why was there reluctance to sell Davis to Hillman, labor, and white progressives? This was all white chauvinism, he concluded bitterly. 53 These were difficult questions. Labor was being pressured to distance itself from communists, even black ones with mass support. On June 11 the Daily Worker had published an editorial on the failure to designate Davis, which has shocked and puzzled. The reasons advanced for this failure appear utterly inadequate. The ALP had argued that backing both Davis and Eugene Connolly, given the machinations of proportional representation, meant that the latter might lose, a point that was contested in the June 17 Daily Worker. The People's Voice was even more angry, threatening a rupture in its labor ties because of Davis's treatment. 54 Then the New York World Telegram got hold of the issue in an effort to drive a wedge between the CP and ALP. Gil Green spoke out on the ALP's responsibility to Davis, even if Connolly were to be defeated, with that the ALP yielded and backed Davis. 55 p.m., the newspaper of choice of many New York progressives, pointed the finger at Marcantonio, who felt that nominating anyone else would only split the approximately 30,000 ALP votes in Manhattan. It is not a matter of red baiting, we want to protect our position. 56 In the election both Davis and Connolly won, but it is unclear if Marcantonio's position was also Eugene Dennis's later point. Such leftist views crept into the practical work. 153. Of our party's municipal election campaign in certain cities, such as New York, and were responsible for limiting the vote of the ALP and for weakening our ties with certain democratic elements. 57 The designation of Davis was a difficult question, but the sad part was that it had to arise when the party was in the midst of turmoil and dealing at once with so many difficult questions. Admittedly, a good deal of this pain and turmoil was self-inflicted, as for example the removal of Browder and the reluctance to revise the Black Belt thesis. These errors created an opening that aided in galvanizing the Red Scare. The Red Scare was motivated in part by the kind of electoral success that Davis, the CP, and the ALP had enjoyed. This success was particularly buoyed by the ballots of blacks, weaning them away from the left had involved anti-Jim Crow concessions that later proved to be a condition precedent for the Red Scare itself. 9. Victory, 1945. The victory over fascism, the controversy over Browderism, and an incipient Red Scare all made this an extremely complicated time for Davis. With all that, he still had to seek re-election. Certainly the brouhaha with Tammany did not markedly increase his chances. Yet the times had not changed altogether and he still maintained a reservoir of goodwill among his Manhattan constituents. Not least among his most avid supporters was the heavyweight champion, Joe Louis. Popular artists and athletes were barometers of public opinion, their support for him suggested broader currents in Harlem. This support not only reflected the breadth of Davis's appeal but the backing from the Brown Bomber also led others into the Davis camp. He served as honorary chair of the Veterans Committee for Davis. The Afro-American was not wrong in speculating that Lewis's support is scheduled to swing a lot of votes his way from the sporting element, the musical and theatrical crowd. 1. This support from sports heavyweights was reciprocated. The astute Davis recognized that this was one area where it was difficult to bar qualified blacks and that its high profile could lead to a positive effect in the fight against Jim Crow. So all through 1945 desegregating baseball was a top priority for Davis. Even before the Browder expulsion, he was avidly backing Vito Marcantonio's effort to institute a congressional probe of the nation's pastime. On his own, he called on the city council to investigate. The Times, now calling him a Manhattan communist and not a Negro leader, reported that his measure would seem to have an excellent chance of adoption. Under the Ives-Quinn state law, basing employment on race could lead to fines and prison for the lords of baseball. Too quickly, Davis accepted an invitation from Baseball Commissioner Albert Happy Chandler to confer with the moguls. 3. The Lords of Baseball were perceptive, for the council backed Davis's resolution unanimously, although it was amended. Eleanor Roosevelt, Paul Robeson, even William O'Dwyer endorsed his effort. But Larry McPhail, speaking for the baseball owners, disagreed with Davis's approach. Davis in turn termed this a ridiculous travesty. It exposes this committee as 154. 155. Being worse than useless. The record shows that until Jackie Robinson entered the big leagues, Davis used his council seat to press for desegregation. 4. The Davis alliance with Paul Robeson on this issue marked a continuation of one of Davis's most important political and personal relationships. The great singer-actor chaired the committee of artists for Davis's re-election that included Jose Ferrer, Lena Horne, Leonard Bernstein, Frederick O'Neill, Count Basie, Jerome Robbins, Langston Hughes, and a number of other well-known artists. Robeson performed at a number of fundraisers for his friend. Again, Robeson's prestige was such that it could convince some voters to cast their ballot for a communist. 5. Just before the November election, another fundraiser featured Duke Ellington, Roy Eldridge, Pearl Primus, Katherine Dunham, Billie Holiday, and others. This alliance between the arts and the left in the black community was a prime aspect of the pre-Red Scare era. Arguably, it influenced the content of art. Similarly, it could be argued that this alliance was rather shallow in that it could not withstand pressure. Certainly the Red Scare wounded this tendency of African American artists to align with the left. 6. With this kind of support, it was little wonder that Davis was able to construct a broad united front. Even the NAACP moved closer to him. 7. Dave Watkins in the People's Voice for March 24, 1945 observed that they plastered the town with his election posters. And they are a very neat job, with Ben looking like one of those collar ads. Again, party clubs specializing in this field were responsible for these posters. The Afro-American on October 27, 1945 noticed another fashion statement. Women and girls, who one would suspect would have little knowledge of things political, are making a fad of wearing Davis buttons for earrings. Strange, too, are the leaders who refuse to be frightened off by the communist bugaboo and are coming out strong for the former Georgia boy with the Moscow tinge. Rabbis, priests, physicians, businessmen, teachers, all of whom would be expected to run and hide under their beds at the mere mention of Davis' name, are crawling boldly on the big red bandwagon and figuratively tell the Committee on Un-American Activities to go plumb to Hades. Davis is soothing his nerves by playing the higher-grade concertos on his violin and trying to keep his boyish figure down to a nimble 250 pounds by daily jaunts on the tennis court. His Republican father was backing him, even if he can never look another honest Republican in the face again. Davis did not compromise on his fierce opposition to racism in order to get this broad support. Indeed, this facet of his campaign probably brought him adherents in the wake of the Holocaust and from the public's revulsion to racialism. The progressive journalist Earl Conrad echoed the sentiments of many when he wrote in the New York Age on October 13, 1945, "You can be 156. Assured that every time a Negro community sends a communist into public office, this will liberalize the Republicans and Democrats." This fact struck him when he visited Davis's office. As you enter the small, modern office of the first item that greets your eyes is, appropriately enough, a fine etching of the late Frederick Douglass which hangs on one of the walls. Close by were bookshelves groaning with volumes by Engels, Stalin, Lenin, and the like. 8. Davis, Conrad concluded, is Douglas' true son in our time. Some might have considered this hyperbole, but Davis's Herculean labor in the council at the same time he was fulfilling major party responsibilities in other areas was impressive. 9. Some felt that one of Davis's most significant efforts in the council was his effort to make Negro History Week a regular part of New York City life. Others felt that this was surpassed by his push to get the city to establish a local version of FEPC, what was eventually called the Commission on Human Rights. Whatever the case, Davis's activism was even more daunting given that he was up for re-election, embroiled in party struggles, and under attack daily in the press. He was energetic in pushing for heavier penalties against black marketeers. He assailed the Office of Price Administration and sponsored a hearing that was jammed with housewives and consumer group leaders. This event was coupled with a militant march of hundreds through Harlem. The line of march began at 145th Street and St. Nicholas and wound its way to 125th and 8th Avenue. The food situation has long been a deep problem in Harlem. Eggs are offered only with cheese and other tie-in sales. All over Harlem the people are offered bones for sale. Fish that sells at 25 cents a pound in other areas sells for 40 cents in Harlem. 10. Davis kept up a drumbeat of criticism aimed at the Office of Price Administration, meeting with their regional director about black market prices for inferior goods. This broad delegation included Powell, the church, and the PTA. Their action led to a temporary but not a permanent halt in this kind of price gouging. Other economic issues focused on by Davis in CLUD: a perennial problem, the housing emergency. Veterans were sleeping in parks. With homelessness proliferating, Davis had to intervene repeatedly to halt evictions. Utilizing preventive medicine, he organized free rent clinics to educate tenants about their rights. He called for commandeering of vacant housing, at times held off the market by profit-hungry landlords. He did not ignore the racial angle either, blasting Dewey's allegation about no discrimination in housing allocation. 11. Davis was furious about the profiteering of the titans of capital, while the poor got poorer. At a budget hearing he recalled how his father had died in early 1945 and how ashamed he was as a council member to see cracked ceilings and other evidences of neglect in that city hospital. These conditions were exacerbated by the low pay for hospital workers. His concern for Harlem workers also extended to those toiling at the branch of manufacturers Hanover. As vice chair of the Uptown Chamber of Commerce, Davis led a 157 delegation to protest their plight. This all-round concern with the needs of his constituents would mean that despite an incipient Red Scare, Davis would be hard to beat in 1945. 12. This was one reason why Powell, writing in 1945, could strongly praise the party, noting that racism naturally inclined blacks toward radicalism. Because of Davis's potency, Red membership in Harlem tripled during the past year. The flamboyant Powell concluded, "Today there is no group in America including the Christian Church that practices racial brotherhood 1/10 as much as the Communist Party." 13. When Walter Hoving, president of the Lord and Taylor department store, ran into Powell at a United Negro College Fund function, he charged that the Reds were merely using the Negro. The congressman disagreed. "The Negro doesn't worry about the communist label or any other label. Harlem didn't have more than 500 enrolled communists last fall, but it gave Ben Davis, Jr. 25,000 votes. We voted for the man and not the party. The truth of it is the Negro has been used for centuries before Karl Marx was born." 14. These bold remarks to Hoving indicated Powell's increasing collaboration with Davis and vice versa. When the New York-Amsterdam News on September 29, 1945 asked Davis about electoral matters, he was reluctant to discuss the campaign developments and his chances for success in the re-election campaign before taking the whole matter up with Adam. Their enemies recognized the power of their alliance and sought to destabilize it. The Amsterdam News headlined, "Ben Davis may seek Powell's seat in Congress," adding odds are even that Davis will be a candidate. Davis was outraged by these vicious lies. First, they tried to discredit Powell by dragging his family affairs into his campaign for Congress, though they knew it was none of their business. Defeated there, they are raising petty objections to every move he makes in Congress. 15 Davis went on at length, for he knew that an essential goal for proponents of the Red Scare was to break the alliance between the Reds and progressives like Powell. This would allow the political spectrum to tilt toward the right. Other forces were at work as well. The esoteric African-American nationalist James Lawson, of the self-styled United African Nationalist Movement, red-baited the Powell-Davis tie. We can say that communism must go because we have concrete proof that the communists through the Jefferson School and other agencies of Moscow are using men like Powell, without whose aid Ben Davis could never have been elected. Citing John Huber, FBI undercover informer, Lawson insisted that Powell was a card-carrying communist, which was horrible since every communist a potential spy. Earlier Lawson's colleague Herbert Bruce had wanted to challenge Powell's seat on the basis of this Davis-Powell relationship. The FBI agreed with Lawson, arguing that the people's voice reflects communist activities and propaganda. Known communists hold positions in this 158 paper. Though one would think that certain black nationalists could look favorably on the CP because of their Negro Nation thesis, other philosophical disagreements notwithstanding, the actuality was that these forces often viewed the Reds as competition for the hearts and minds of Harley Mitts and responded accordingly. 16 The specter of angry opposition did not halt the Davis-Powell collaboration. Powell personally backed his re-election. Right after his re-election, their collaboration reached a new level when they again marched to Washington for a FEPC. Powell stood by his man, though others were drifting toward Davis's chief opponent, the labor leader Benjamin McLaurin. 17 McLaurin, a colleague of Randolph in the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, had a younger life as difficult as Davis's was charmed. According to his campaign literature, he was homeless at 9, worked successively as Western Union messenger, tobacco picker, elevator operator, Pullman porter. He was born in Jacksonville in 1906. His father, a grocery merchant and pioneer Negro businessman, was murdered by racists jealous of his success. They also burned his home. Head was cut off and intended to murder the whole family. He graduated from Edward Waters College and later became a vice president and national secretary of Randolph's Union. 18 McLaurin ran a hard-hitting campaign. After obtaining the Liberal and GOP designations, he assailed Davis's fantastic scheme of a Soviet Negro Republic. Blacks wanted complete integration, he argued persuasively. Unmoved, Charles Collins of the Negro Labor Victory Committee curtly asked him to withdraw in the name of unity. He refused. At his early August press conference at the Hotel Teresa, the session was marked by searching and embarrassing questions by the press, according to the People's Voice. 19 Rising to the challenge, the Daily Worker announced on August 24 that the campaign would need 2,000 workers since the GOP liberal bloc was ganging up on Davis. The Liberal Party in particular is determined to defeat Davis, even if it means there will be no Negro spokesman in the city council. Other blacks in the race, McLaurin, Ruth Whaley, Louise Simpson, would drain votes from Davis, they insisted. Campaigning was spirited in the streets of Harlem, with the Women's Committee to re-elect Davis being particularly active. But as time wore on, the campaign got nastier. Davis's friendly enemy, George Schuyler, wrote a piece of campaign literature that termed Davis a prominent agent of the international communist conspiracy. On Scottsboro, he argued, Davis and his associates got the money, the boys got prison. He turned against Davis the allegation that Browderism had meant the weakening of the fight against racism. Davis's bid for Tammany support meant that he was a bedfellow of Bilbo, Eastland, and their ilk. 20 McLaurin did not stop there. On October 20 he issued an acerbic press re. 159. Lease, here in Harlem and other neglected sections, a new kind of political machine with a foreign trademark is making lavish campaign expenditures to elect a candidate who takes his orders from a foreign boss. It still tries to exploit our grievances for their own sordid aims. I never tried to make a deal with the corrupt Tammany tiger. My opponent did, and he still has the secret backing of every Tammany racketeer. I have never deserted the fight for equality because of orders from above. My opponent did just that when he condoned Army Jim Crow and discrimination in war industries. 21 Since McLaurin was a top Harlem labor leader, his words would have impact. Davis showed him no respect in kind, consistently forgetting his name. This only served to anger McLaurin more. I have concluded by your continued usage of that incorrect title that you intend to mislead the citizens of New York by creating the impression that I am an Irishman rather than a Negro. It is a sound indication of the corruptness of your philosophy of life and the depths to which you will sink while working to destroy America. To set race against race. He dredged up Scottsboro again. This is only one instance of your misuse of the people's faith in you. This is just one instance which illustrates why you are not fit. You have hoodwinked for over 15 years. You have risen to fame and fortune while the Scottsboro boys rotted in a diseased southern jail. 22 But when McLaurin's hot words did not melt the rock-solid support of Davis in Manhattan, the Randolph associate became even more pointed. Mr. Davis has the ability to hold public office, but so did Hitler. So has Bilbo. Ability alone is not enough. Being a Negro and having the education that he has, he certainly knew that this was a notorious Quisling trick, but he had to do the Charlie McCarthy stunt and obey his communist master's voice. And let me tell you, the Communist Party maintains a real Gestapo over its members. Whenever a communist or fellow traveler fails to hit the ball by following the line, his neck is due for the noose. He will be purged. He will be liquidated. This means gangster language, rubbed out politically. Davis knows this. That's why he sacrificed the Negro during the war. Because of the shifting political climate of Soviet Russia, Davis doesn't really know what he can think from one day to the other. Part of the growing Red Scare meant that Davis's previously uncontroversial defense of Moscow would be turned against him. Such attacks, combined with the Red Scare that was being whipped up in the newspapers and on radio, gave added validity to McLaurin's harsh words. 23. These statements were all on the record and above board. Curiously, in the files of McLaurin's Union are letters to William O'Dwyer and Newbold Morris stating, "We feel that you are doing us a great injustice by accepting the support of Mr. Davis. If is re-elected, it would be you who has given him the legitimacy to push the Communist Party program of a black republic. This is the same policy advocated by Bilbo, the anti-160 Catholic Rankin, Eastland, and the late Cotton Ed Smith. Davis's theses on black liberation were now being used to generate the Red Scare. As Election Day approached, 500,000 copies of Schuyler's attack were distributed. McLaurin seemed to be on the move. 24. Again and again, McLaurin returned to the Black Belt thesis. Under this plan, the Negro alone would stand to lose 1 million homes, 18,864 stores doing $57,036,307 worth of business, plus unaccounted millions in insurance companies, banks, newspapers. 25 But McLaurin may have been too shrill, too strident. On November 3 the People's Voice dismissed him. "We have seldom seen a campaign so void of real issues and so filled with lies and slanders and distortions." Numbers did not lie. Only 600 came to one of McLaurin's recent rallies while 6,000 came to Davis's. Near the Voice anti-McLaurin article was a cartoon with a cemetery featuring a deathly-looking soldier holding a sign stating, "Make it worthwhile. Vote for Ben Davis." Apparently this graphic did not persuade McLaurin supporters like John Dewey, James Farmer, Reinhold Niebuhr, Morris Ernst, Arthur Garfield Hayes, and Lester Granger. Part of the liberal establishment had joined with civil rights leaders in an anti-communist alliance, a precursor of events to come. This powerful liaison ultimately spelled doom for the communists. But Davis had a virtual monopoly on black celebrities, and his opponent was able to attract relatively unknown artists such as Carol Bryce, Avon Long, Una Mae Carlisle, Elwood Smith, and Eddie South. McLaurin's friend Randolph weighed in heavily against Davis. Davis, he said in the November 3 New York-Amsterdam News, stabbed the Negro in the back during the war. Suppose there is a war. Mr. Davis would have to oppose the United States, the interests of his own country, and fight on the side of Soviet Russia, since he is a communist, for if he didn't he would be promptly kicked out and smeared as a traitor to communism. Davis should withdraw from the race, he believed. Do the citizens of Harlem want to send a man to the council who must wait on instructions and orders from Soviet Russia before he can speak out? Davis is a member of a party which takes its orders from an alien government. Davis's plaint that he was not sufficiently mature to oppose Browderism meant he had not grown up. Negroes haven't time to hold their leaders on leading strings, like nipple-sucking babies. Davis has exhibited the yellow streak. But the record, like Banquo's ghost, will not down. It must be faced. The Black Belt thesis meant that Davis would have communists pull up root and branch Negroes' homes, farms, stores, and all their belongings where they now live all over America and huddle them into a restricted, segregated Black Belt of slums in the South. Even were it desirable. And of course it stinks to high heaven, it would require a civil war of fire and blood, nameless death, and destruction of Negro life to oust the present Southern white Negrophobists. 161. Frank Crosseth also had an opinion on the campaign. Ben Davis and his crowd are worshippers and profound believers of the barbarism god of confusion. He defended Truman, whom he called genuinely progressive, against Davis's thrusts. 26 But this anti-Davis broadside could not mask deep differences between Crosseth and McLaurin, whom he later denounced as unethical. Not the in whose hands I would entrust an enemy with such potential powers. 27 Davis could afford to ignore this attack, but he could not pass up the opportunity to term Crosseth bankrupt. Paid hireling of David Dubinsky. 28 He reminded the Social Democrat of his post on the City Housing Authority and his shilly-shollying when Davis was in the midst of trying to desegregate Stuyvesant Town. Although McLaurin was a man of and from labor, black trade union leaders and their rank and file mostly backed Davis. They came to his rallies in the thousands, though Davis acknowledged at one point, one of the vacuum spots in my background was always the absence of substantial and individual trade union experience. No matter, Davis had labor, particularly the progressive sector. 29 In 1943 the National Maritime Union had covered 110 polling places in Harlem for him. They had bigger plans for 1945 and gave him more money. They set up a Harlem office at 110th and Lenox Avenue, even a sizable number from McLaurin's own union backed the incumbent. It was black labor that was the locomotive behind the support for Davis. 30. Blacks were extremely concerned with escalating police brutality. McLaurin spent so much time fighting Davis that he lost sight of such bread and butter issues. Indeed, at this stage of the Red Scare, traditionally contrary black voters were predisposed to look askance at his line, which mirrored that of the same press that accused blacks of being responsible for a crime wave. But not Davis. He felt that a crime wave manufactured by the yellow press of New York was partially responsible for fueling police misconduct. Dismissing First Amendment claims, he introduced a resolution in the council calling on the papers to cease this kind of reporting. He cited an instance of police arresting light-skinned blacks in Harlem after midnight on the premise that they were white and did not belong there. Davis was furious. We can see from this that soon they will be trying to keep the Negro people away from downtown New York after midnight. 31 Then the police beat Guy Brewer, Democratic leader of the 12th Assembly District, at 156th Street and St. Nicholas, after a minor incident. Brewer held a press conference at Davis's office. Davis, speaking for himself, Assemblyman William T. Andrews, Congressman Adam Clayton Powell, and Councilman William Carroll, denounced this brutality against a fellow black politician who grew up with the communist leader in Atlanta. 32. Publicity was generated but the brutality continued. In response, Davis and Cacchione called a conference to protest police brutality at the Harlem YMCA. Davis reiterated, "There seems to be an 162 unwritten law among the police that no white person has a right in Harlem. After a certain hour, they're striking at the very basis of the cooperation we have been able to achieve between Negroes and progressive whites." Brewer agreed, pointing out that Negroes not only aren't found in white sections after sundown, if any person is found in white sections after a certain hour, he can be arrested, beaten up or shot. If the Democratic Party would not act, there's another councilman who can be counted on. Some people call him the Communist Councilman. I call him the Harlem Councilman. James E. Allen of the NAACP warned of taking too many soldiers into the force, men who have been shooting first and asking no questions, and mused as to why these cops could not be as aggressive in confronting taxi drivers who refuse to drive uptown. These attacks on interracialism can be viewed as an attack on Davis and the left, for Euro-American leftists were a bulwark of his campaign. Thus, the Red Scare can be seen as indirectly or perhaps directly heightening racial tensions, undermining whatever concessions may have been gained on the Black Liberation Front. 33. While McLaurin was attacking Davis, Davis was usually attacking the issues. Helping him was a smooth-running re-election machine cock-aired by Powell, Fred Field, and Dr. George Cannon. There were 9 divisions and a speaker's bureau. 34 meetings were held every Thursday at the Harlem Y of each division and committee. The affiliate of the National Council of Negro Women was usually well represented. Funds were received from all over the nation, including California, Texas, and Georgia. Support was broad. 35 literature was distributed in many languages, including Italian, Yiddish, and Spanish. Issues stressed in every language were jobs, equality, veterans' rights, and peace. Davis was not running like a man who dismissed his opposition, but he did not think highly of his opponents in whatever language that was used. 36. Ruth Whaley had as a sole qualification that she won some elocution prizes umpteen years before and could get up from a deep sleep at 3 o'clock in the morning quoting Wendell Phillips without batting an eye. McLaurin was the protege candidate of the pompous turncoat and Dubinsky lackey, A. Philip Randolph. Like his mentor whom he religiously aped, he had the most stilted manner of saying nothing and doing less. Skawil, that gangster of the pen, wrote the literature that brought me hundreds of new campaign workers out of sheer revulsion. Their Scottsboro charges were beneath human contempt. 37. This molten lava of rhetoric did not bar the black press from endorsing Davis, virtually unanimously. 38 newspapers in Los Angeles, Chicago, Norfolk, Pittsburgh, and other cities endorsed him. The Chicago Defender called on its readers in New York to rally around Ben Davis as a man best qualified for the councilmanic post. Red baiting, they charged, was 163. Akin to Negro baiting and an abject red herring. 39. Ludlow Werner of the New York Age was one of Davis's staunchest backers, using his paper to praise him repeatedly on the premise, "I am a firm believer in giving people flowers while they can smell them." The paper urged readers to give Davis their first choice vote, then McLaurin, and Whaley. 40. The People's Voice was pro-Davis all the way. Their religious columnist concluded, the role of the churches in Harlem was a considerable factor in the success of the campaign. A considerable number of black ministers in late October not only endorsed Davis but urged his opponents to withdraw. 41. A group of black doctors led by Dr. Richard Carey raised substantial funds for the Davis campaign. Veteran Harlem journalist Dave Watkins suggested that Davis would receive wide support from every veterans group in town. They are all hep to the outstanding efforts Ben has given to make their lot less difficult. Increasingly influential Harlem minister Moran Weston agreed, though after the Red Scare unwound he was forced to repudiate this view. 42 Harlem beauticians mobilized for Davis, as did nurses. Many blacks mentioned Roy Wilkins's endorsement as a plus. All this symbolized a depth of support among African Americans that McLaurin's red baiting could not budge. Nationalists, Marxists, Democrats, Republicans, professionals, trade unionists, athletes, celebrities all backed Ben Davis. 43. Moderate whites during this period voting for an articulate, intelligent Davis could feel that they were part of an anti-racist movement, an increasingly important part of the consciousness of whites in the post-war era. Blacks too were impressed with the white support for Davis. On May 5 the New York Amsterdam News, no friend of the incumbent, felt it noteworthy as a symbol of growing interracial unity and cooperation. The large number of white musicians and actors who will appear on the musical program at a Davis fundraiser. The International Workers' Order raised money and provided troops. Howard Fast wrote campaign literature. While the Citizens Union did not endorse Davis, they praised him. His only barriers came from the top elite, such as Robert Moses. 44 The party saw the Davis campaign, among other things, as an opportunity for recruitment. Tessie Abramovitz, who had recruited 10 black members, acknowledged that Davis's appeal was the main reason. During the campaign, Manhattan clubs single-mindedly focused on his victory. Communists were in the forefront of petitioning for Davis, where they were met with an overwhelming response. The state party saw their number one short-term job as re-electing Davis. 2,000 signatures were needed and 18,000 were collected. This compared favorably to Cacchione's 13,600 and Mike Quill's 25,000. 45. The Pittsburgh Courier, ever watchful of Davis and the Reds, warned its readers on September 29 about a secret communist plot to re-elect Davis. 164. This was no secret, but the lurid reporting reflected their concern about his impending re-election. Meanwhile, party clubs were busily campaigning, handing out literature, and making calls. The authorities were not oblivious to the giant strides of the Davis campaign. In the middle of the re-election effort, he was handed a subpoena and ordered to Washington to be questioned by the House Un-American Activities Committee. The Daily Worker responded by pointing out that Davis actually got 8 times more votes than Congressman John Rankin, Dixiecrat leader of the Inquisition Chamber. 46. HUAC intended to keep Davis in Washington all week in a not-too-subtle effort to derail the campaign. HUAC wanted to ask about the alleged hidden relationship between the traditional political parties and the reconstituted Communist Party. Davis was angry about this interruption of this campaign and denounced the hearing as a witch hunt. But just like in 1940, his militant and uncompromising denunciation of the Dixiecrats, which was broadcast widely, won him even more supporters. 47. Saul Mills of the New York CIO Council also condemned HUAC's interference in the election, and even the New York Amsterdam News conceded that in the confrontation with Rankin, Davis had come off the better of the two. The Defender observed that Davis's action escalated his prestige higher than ever in the metropolis, and even the Times pointed out that Davis stood defiantly before HUAC. The Oklahoma Black Dispatch wrote that there is not a black man on the outside of an insane asylum who should pay 1 iota of attention to the red-baiting attack on Davis. Since Stalin and the Russians whipped Adolf Hitler, the term communism has a different significance than it had before. Their viewpoint is a reminder to avoid unnecessarily modern analyses of Stalinism, such as the notion that Stalinism was viewed then as it is now. 48. Davis was typically contemptuous of Rankin. This creature was in an apoplectic rage. He was doing everything but foaming at the mouth. Rankin looked like a bleached mummy-like fugitive from an undertaker. All his malignant hatred for Negroes was on his face. 49. It would take more than HUAC to keep Davis from winning this election. After the election, the Times sadly carried a page-one headline, "Communists lead in PR first count," though they tried to rationalize this development by alleging that it was attributable to bullet voting. They have a single choice, and all their supporters vote for that choice as their first choice. 50. They should not have been surprised by the vote. When Davis won in 1943, he ran in a field of 13 and got 56% of first-choice votes in Harlem, 15,000 first-choice votes in the rest of Manhattan, and a total first-choice vote of over 34,000 and a final count of over 44,000. By November 11, 1945, the Times was reporting Stanley Isaacs topping the Manhattan vote with 59,830 and Davis second with 56,540, Quill led the Bronx with 71,191. As it turned out, Quill, Cacchione, 165. And Isaacs led the vote with about 75,000 votes each. Davis and Cacchione got 123,000 votes in Brooklyn and Manhattan, a 40% increase over 1943. They received as many votes as the Liberal Party in the entire city. Across the country, the Communist Arnold Johnson obtained 56,330 votes in Cleveland, and Otis Hood received 26,693 votes in Boston. Both were running for the school board. 51. Davis's total represented a 65% rise over his 1943 total in the face of McLaurin's vicious attacks. The left, the ALP and CP, got 326,550 votes, or 19% of the entire vote. This was not only more than the Liberals, but they beat the GOP as well. Davis's final vote total was 63,498, though he lost an approximate 10,000 votes, which were declared invalid because of improper marking. Davis benefited from a wave of red support, but other black candidates throughout the nation fared badly, with but few exceptions, a possible reflection of an upsurge of racism that greeted militant black veterans returning home to claim their due. The stark lesson for blacks was that moving to the left not only did not spell defeat, but failing to do so could spell defeat. Harlem was the center of Afro-America, and the vote there for Davis was startling to some. He got over 75% of first-choice votes. The Reds ran cost-effective campaigns also, with about $16,000 being spent on Cacchione's campaign in Brooklyn and a like amount in Manhattan for Davis. Max Gordon in Political Affairs recognized that the vote received by Davis is of special significance nationally. He was the target of attack not only by local reactionary elements but by such national spokesmen as Rankin. More remarkable was the fact that this huge vote came after had passed through a severe crisis. It must be admitted, however, that largely as a result of the past mistakes of the party, the number of active communists in this campaign was not so great as in past elections. 52. Gordon was not the only analyst sifting through the political tea leaves. Norman Vincent Peale immediately denounced proportional representation and urged clearer thinking about the so-called communist threat. The Times was decidedly upset, condemning the complications and absurdities of PR. Took nearly 2 weeks of ballot counting to establish the final result. Manhattan alone had 250 tabulators steadily at work. They expressed disillusionment and shock that on the very first count the communist candidates in Brooklyn and Manhattan, respectively, led all the rest. 53. All of these expressions of fear and anger were to be aggressively acted on in the near future. The same held true for the reverse trepidation of Matthew Cronin, who sent a telegram to Mayor LaGuardia demanding a full and complete investigation of the Board of Elections due to acts of incompetence, gross and willful irregularities, or vote fraud. 54. The 10,000 spoiled votes that Davis lost and Gerson's heroic initiative that 166 prevented Davis from going down to defeat in 1943 were harbingers of extra-legal tactics that were to flower in subsequent city elections. Thus, those who have not been able to understand why the Red Scare arose when it did have not pondered the dramatic impact of the left's strength in the citadel of capital. It was not just the party but the influence they wielded in the unions and among African Americans in particular that was of concern to the authorities. Concessions to unions were out of the question at this time, the bludgeon was to be reserved for them. But blacks were not just a domestic issue but increasingly an international one, as the United States chided other countries about human rights violations in Eastern Europe while being embarrassed about similar violations aimed at people of color within its own borders. As black brethren across the sea were rising to independence, courtship of them was complicated by anti-black racism in the United States. Concessions had to be granted in the United States. Moreover, the ruling class could no longer afford to concede this powerful constituency to the left. The Red Scare was one way to confront black liberation, and the forming of an anti-communist alliance between liberals and African Americans while isolating the left was the response. Davis was at the center of these events. The voters of Harlem in particular had seen to that. 10. Cold War coming, 1946 to 1947. The euphoria of the electoral victory of 1945 was short-lived. It was clear that a new world was coming by 1946, but it was not exactly what the comrades had in mind. Winston Churchill's Iron Curtain speech at Fulton, Missouri, was an early signal that fighting Reds could be done just as well at home as abroad. But the election of a black Red in the city council of the premier city of the free world was a living contradiction of the White House's new line. Blacks were being denied rights in the United States, so what gave the country the right to clamor about alleged similar developments abroad? Although communists were supposed to be anti-democratic and unpopular, they had just rolled up impressive vote totals. Something had to give. And it did. This pivotal year started brightly for Davis. He was elected as minority member to the key council committees, Rules and Finance. This was a reflection of his vote totals and the respect for his competence, despite his political outlook. His office remained at 200 West 135th Street in Harlem, and he continued to set aside extensive time to meet with his constituents. Indeed, his schedule continued to be filled with party meetings, council meetings, ribbon cuttings, and the other kinds of activities that elected officials must endure. 1. Economic questions that weighed heavily in post-war New York were reflected in the council. From his post on the Finance Committee, Davis proposed an alternative tax plan to raise $65 million. The plan involved higher taxes on big business, horse racing, and the like. Other forces sought to double the sales tax, which Davis and Cacchione considered quite regressive. They helped to mobilize anti-sales tax groups, who brought 52,900 postcards to City Hall and hundreds to testify in opposition. But the tax passed 17-6, despite their staunch opposition. This fissure in the council was deepened when the council voted a budget of over $200 million. Two Democrats joined with the Communists, ALP, and GOP bloc in opposition. These economic questions, along with transit fares and rent control, found the Communists not in isolation. Aligning with them was later seen as a stigma. 2. The issue was joined on ground that was unfavorable, a religious one. Though the Reds' charter did not admit discrimination against religious b. 167. 168. Lievers, Communists had a reputation as militant, atheistic anti-clerics. In March 1946, Davis and Cacchione opposed a resolution to greet Francis Cardinal Spellman, who had just arrived in town from a trip to fascist Spain. They were outvoted 22, even Quill joined the attack against them. There was an open threat of personal violence, according to the Daily Worker. Seated with Cacchione, Davis listened to the barrage without flinching. His cool, quiet demeanor was in sharp contrast with the oratorical venom surpassing anything veteran City Hall reporters had ever witnessed in those chambers. Ben Richardson in The People's Voice praised Davis, but already his was becoming a distinctly minority view. 3. It was not altogether coincidental that this incident erupted just as the Iron Curtain speech was being splashed on the front page. Retaliation was quick. John J. Sheehan, chair of the Committee on Arrangements of St. Patrick's Day Parade, demanded that Davis and Cacchione not march in the parade, which had been a tradition in city politics. The two issues were connected further when Davis introduced a resolution denouncing the Fulton speech as an invitation to World War III. Although this brought forth a fusillade of invective, Davis was unmoved. 4. It got worse. Councilman James Phillips called Davis a menace to civilization after a heated debate on taxes. Then the right wing went after Mike Quill, transit leader, Irish nationalist, and ALP ally of Davis. Davis questioned the way the word communist is used to hide the fundamental issues before the people. This was too much for Queen's Republican Alfred J. Phillips. He roared that he was not going to sit by and be insulted by a communist. Davis did not flinch. Sit down, you'll have an apoplexy. Phillips demanded that Davis be denied the privilege of the floor, but he was defeated by 16-7. GOP members split on this, as did Democrats and liberals. The unruffled Davis lambasted Phillips with a zeal and vigor seldom heard in the council, but even the split vote could not obscure the rapidly changing political climate. 5. One of the fascinating aspects of the Red Scare was the fact that civil liberties could be curtailed as civil rights for blacks were expanded. The coming to independence of African nations made Jim Crow an Achilles heel in the execution of U.S. foreign policy. Moreover, the recent experience with Hitler's racism discredited the more blatant aspects of Jim Crow. Elites had to simultaneously snatch blacks away from the Reds while bludgeoning the latter. The Red Scare was used to derail a leftist-influenced black liberation movement, of which Davis was the most prominent symbol. Blacks in Harlem and elsewhere received some concessions. The question was whether this was worth the long-term cost of rooting some of the movement's most militant, intelligent, and resourceful members. 6. Thus, despite the battering he took on so many other issues in the council, Davis had a much easier time of it on questions of race. Early on Cacchionet. Cold War coming, 1946-1947. 169. Reported that he would not be willing to continue the gentleman's agreement, which involved the introduction of no legislation pertaining to racial discrimination, without first obtaining the sanction of the majority leader. 7. Hence, a Davis resolution on Negro History Week, which called on the mayor to urge schools and libraries to put up displays, and so forth, sailed through unanimously. The Rules Committee also unanimously adopted his resolution aimed at his old antagonist, Congressman Rankin. Because of his racism and anti-Semitism, there was sharp debate, but Davis stood up and ripped their argument to shred. Davis fought this pussyfooting and got in some sharp blows. The left-led anti-lynching crusade was endorsed unanimously. But signaling what was to come, Isaacs had to introduce the Davis bill that called for a city analog to FEPC, since the Union for Democratic Action did not want to back a communist-formulated bill. 8. Davis continued to attract a host of celebrities and public figures to his banner, although the Red Scare can be said to have commenced officially by March 1946, it took some time for the new line to percolate down. Thus in January Davis was a recipient of an award from new masses at a black tie ball at the Hotel Commodore. On the dais with him were his old friend Charles Drew, Mary McLeod Bethune, Alon Locke, Jacob Lawrence, Charles White, Sterling Brown, Pearl Primus, and Dean Dixon, a veritable all-star team of the black arts community. U.S. Minister to Liberia, Dr. R. O'Hara Lanier, Ilya Ehrenberg, Albert Gomez, and Canada Lee were among those sharing platforms with Davis in the following weeks. It was not unusual to have the future leading black Republican Lionel Hampton playing at Davis's birthday ball or Lead Belly performing at a party sponsored by the Harlem and Waterfront CP cells. 9. Davis's own celebrity continued unabated, particularly before March. The party attempted to take advantage of this by sending him on a cross-country tour. In Seattle in February he spoke before 1,500 people at a Lenin Memorial meeting, flanked on the platform by labor and black leaders from across a broad spectrum. This was part of a 10-day trip that took him to all of the major cities on the West Coast. Davis was greeted like a conquering potentate. He was seen as a militant and intelligent symbol of resistance against Jim Crow. 10. Robert Minor sensed this. I was in Montgomery, Alabama, a few weeks ago. And to a Negro woman leader. I found that the open sesame to the attention of people was Ben Davis election. When you mention Comrade Davis election, eyes open and faces glow, although they really know pathetically little about it. It is as though Ben Davis was elected a sort of Moses for the South. 11 Thus, when Davis arrived in Jim Crow St. Louis, 4,500 supporters packed Municipal Auditorium and over 1,000 were turned away. Many white trade unionists attended. 12 The other contender for 170. The title of the most well-known communist at that time was Gurley Flynn, but when she went to Phoenix to speak she was advertised as co-worker and friend of Ben Davis, Jr. 13. Davis's image was enhanced by his visible role in attempting to save FEPC from a garroting in Washington. Phi was acerbic in castigating True Man's masterpiece of double-dealing and lamented that he has deserted Roosevelt's main line of policy. With Powell he sparked the organization of a CIO-led delegation to Washington to save FEPC. Theodore Ward, the well-known black playwright who was part of the delegation, recalled that their train cars were cold, unlike the others, and surmised that the authorities did not approve of their integrated delegation. Davis was the main speaker, however, and they met with Truman aide David Niles in the White House. After the president refused to meet with them, they also met with the major, ITY and minority leaders of the House and Senate. 1,000 people from 20 states were present. In a surprise move, the bill, which was a precursor of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, was brought to the Senate floor as a direct result of the presence of these delegates, yet it would be a long time before a similarly broad but communal delegation could come to Washington. 14. But the apparent success of the delegation may have been a false posy. Tiv. 4 Dixiecrats hit the bill with a stinging filibuster. At a jam-packed Manhattan Center rally, Davis termed the filibuster legislative fascism and boldly threw down the gauntlet, but times were changing and his words were beginning to pack less power. 15. Davis requested an appointment with President Truman again, but it was becoming clear that the climate had been altered and no meeting would be forthcoming. Part of the problem was an eruption that periodically characterized this era. Davis and A. Philip Randolph were at each other's throats again. The deep-voiced labor leader was a formidable foe, having ties to socialist forces that Davis did not respect. Moreover, Davis held firmly to the party line of hostility to the doctrines of Leon Trotsky. This and the fact that despite Davis's protestations Randolph had no small influence in Harlem added to the fervor of their frequent confrontations. The Red Council member berated Randolph's ties with despicable Trotskyites in the National Council for FEPC, as well as those poisonous Norman Thomas socialists. According to Davis, the socialists were trying to turn his March on Washington movement * into a march on the communists movement. Turning the tables on a traditional anti-communist charge, he wondered, what does it do with the money it collects, and denounced them for suggesting that the Davis-led delegation to Washington be boycotted. Claudia Jones charged that Randolph and company were behind the strategy that led to the bill being brought to the floor of the Senate, where it 171 faced an inevitable filibuster, whereas the Davis forces wanted to see it go to the House. Davis, however, blamed the Dixiecrats for the debacle. The point was that this disunity was not helpful to Davis and his party just as the Red Scare was developing. 16 This setback did not deter Davis from moving on other anti-racist fronts. This disunity among progressives must have been sensed by the reactionaries, for at that moment a reign of terror was unleashed against blacks across the nation. The worst example of this trend was in Columbia, Tennessee, where a horrible pogrom was launched. Davis praised the role of the NAACP during this hate-filled episode but was leery of their legalistic approach. This mob violence illustrated the difficulty of Red joining Black to fight back. When Thurgood Marshall went to Columbia to investigate, he was arrested and some feared he would be lynched. Riding in the front seat of Marshall's car was Daily Worker reporter Harry Raymond, Not only was the NAACP reluctant to broadcast this fact, but they felt that the revelation might even justify a lynching or at least detract from the sympathetic response. 17 But for Davis, words were not enough, no matter how militant they might be. He was instantly on the scene in Freeport, New York, after the slayings there, and immediately blamed the two major parties for the outrages. In late July, a rally attended by 5,000 people was held at 125th Street and 7th Avenue in New York, at which Davis called this spate of slayings the beginning of an all-out war against the Negroes. He joined Canada Lee at another Harlem rally and lashed the GOP and Democrats who are sitting idly by while we die. He demanded that federal troops be sent south, lynchers and pogromists should be lined up against the wall and shot like the fiendish dogs they are. Some of his white liberal friends might have deemed this Stalinist, but it was raw meat for his predominantly black constituency. 18. It is easy to speculate that the turn to the right signaled by Fulton Emble Dean the racists, who were not only disturbed by black advances but leftisold black advances as well. Certainly, as the White House was blasting red perfidy across the water, it must have seemed incongruous that they had to accept the indignity of negotiating with a domestic communist. When the crusade against lynching mobilized 1,200 people to go to Washington, Davis recalled in his memoir that he was spokesman of the delegation to the State Department. We spoke to Atchison, then Undersecretary of State, indicating the foreign policy implications. And certainly the Dixiecrats were not enthralled with Davis's characterization of their own Senator Bilbo as a stench in the nostrils of every decent American and his warning about a serious fascist danger. 19 The Dixiecrats struck back. When Davis's old friend William Hastie was nominated governor of the Virgin Islands, their association became an issue. In response to questions by Senator Ellender, Judge Hastie said he had 172 known Benjamin Davis, Jr., for about 25 years. Judge Hastie said he and Mr. Davis had been close friends. 20 Their ire over Davis was understandable, given his increasingly effective tweaking of a major U.S. flaw, clamoring about human rights abroad while denying them at home. After the Fulton speech, Davis's voice became even more insistent on this point, and he was not alone. Raymond Pace Alexander called the historic words of Winston Churchill a warmongering speech and an affront to the American people, which could only mean that he wanted the U.S. and Great Britain to align themselves against Russia. Charles Houston called it an appeal by Churchill for the U.S. to bail out the British Empire and preserve the old imperialism. But it was Davis who was striking out most vigorously. He wondered sarcastically how Secretary of State Jimmy Burns could demand democracy in Iran when he backed the poll tax in South Carolina. Repeatedly he hailed the human rights petition of the National Negro Congress, which tried to bring this contradiction before an international audience. 21. This line was accompanied by a fervent defense of Moscow. At a 16th House and strong Madison Square Garden rally sponsored by the Council on African Affairs and featuring Powell, Robeson, Dubois, and Bethune, Davis told the audience, "Only the Socialist Soviet Union has spoken out for the freedom of Africa." When the New York Times raised the issue of political trials in Eastern Europe, he contrasted the trial of the traitor Mikhailovich in Yugoslavia and the copious tears shed, to the newspaper's milder response to the Columbia, Tennessee, pogrom and the biggest frame-up in the last quarter of a century in Freeport. As for me, Davis said, I would rather entrust the lives of the 25 innocent Negroes in Colombia to the anti-fascist Yugoslavian judiciary than to all the justice that the lynch-minded poll taxers in Tennessee could muster. For good measure, he wondered why the Times was not as concerned about Puerto Rico and Indonesia. Subsequently he contrasted elections in Mississippi with the alleged fraudulent elections in Poland, and when Bilbo incited lynching he said, "The President of the United States did not see fit to do one thing, not even say a word." 22. Davis also extended his criticism and action to labor relations. When Western Union workers went on strike, joining them on the picket line were Marcantonio, Quill, Cacchione, and Davis. The New York Times worriedly reported on January 11, 1946, All phases of the city's commercial life, from florists to financial houses, felt the impact of the strike. Dun and Bradstreet announced that its weekly bank clearings would be delayed. In part, Davis blamed the Truman administration for the spate of strikes that greeted 1946. He sounded the alarm that trade unions face the danger of extinction and detected a rising tide toward fascism. The American Federation of Labor chief came in for attack too, as Davis assailed his Red Cold War coming, 1946 to 1947. 173. Baiting and compared him to Goebbels. But again, this harsh approach to potential allies was not useful in aiding the mobilization against the Red Scare. 23. Even so, Davis's militance in the face of a gathering Red Scare was not hindering party growth. The Communist Party was both active and visible on the same issues, FEPC, racist violence, strikes that Davis was speaking about. He was still serving as chair of the Harlem Party and worked closely with Bob Campbell, Rose Galden, Maud White, Cyril Phillip, Ted Bassett, and other African American communists. The party was active in the National Negro Congress and its emerging successor, the Civil Rights Congress. From 15 March–June 7, 1946, the party recruited 250 new members. 55% of their new members were veterans, and by July their membership had doubled. This both fortified and accelerated their activism. For example, they forced landlords to clean up garbage in their slum tenements, resulting in the biggest court fines so far leveled against landlords for such violations. 24. This growth in party ranks gave Davis renewed confidence. The numerical growth was accompanied by the promotion of Henry Winston to third-ranking party leader, behind Foster and Dennis. Davis reminded readers in the Daily Worker that hundreds of Negroes hold extremely minor posts within the two major parties. He repeated the wounding experience of his father with the GOP, when in 1944 he went to the Credentials Committee at the National Convention to protest the seating of a white group instead of his integrated delegation. The elder Davis had replied, "My son was elected on the communist ticket. If this convention doesn't seat our delegation, we Negroes know where we can go and get seated." They were seated. In contrast, according to the council member, although a small fraction of the membership of the are Negroes, there were 3 African Americans on a national board of 12, and 10 on the national committee of this party of radicals. 25. Though there were problems of white chauvinism within the party, they paled in comparison to the problems encountered in other parties, both specifically and in society generally. This unity helps to account for black participation in this party, even in the midst of a burgeoning Red Scare. For example, at a time when a significant percentage of whites not only sent their children to segregated schools but actively opposed integration, Gerald Goodman of Brooklyn was telling Dear Comrade Pete Cacchione, "I, and the other friends are very anxious to have our children play and learn with Negro children." Committee was appointed to raise funds for a scholarship program so that we could accept working class children. 26. Kyan quickly responded so that this nursery at 134 Sterling Street in an increasingly black Brooklyn, could better reflect the racial composition of the neighborhood. 174. This premature anti-racism held the party in good stead during the crucial elections of 1946. In an effort to take advantage of his growing popularity, the party nominated Davis for U.S. Senator. Then he was withdrawn as a candidate so that a common electoral front with the American Labor Party and the Democrats could be built to beat the GOP, the Reds making it clear that the electoral front was a temporary limited move. Davis was now to run for Attorney General. 27. Premature anti-racism was a major theme of his barnstorming through upstate New York. The party's opponents retaliated by seeking to bar the Reds from the ballot, a clear signal of the growing Red Scare. Davis flashed his legal credentials and joined the defense team. He did not check his political approach at the door, however, as Judge William Murray chastised him for allegedly grimacing at witnesses. 28. The People's Voice, on October 5, 1946, was not alone in being aghast at the effort to oust the party. Finally Judge Murray agreed to allow communists on the ballot, but, adumbrating what was to come, the party had to spend time in court that could have been better spent spreading a political message to the masses. It was clear why there was concern about the left. The People's Voice headline on October 5 said it all: "Put these Harlem men in office," it proclaimed, accompanied by a picture of Powell and Marcantonio for Congress, Charles Collins for State Senate, and Davis for Attorney General. These candidates representing the Democrats, the ALP, the People's Rights, and Communist parties signified the growing strength of the left among African Americans and their allies. Upstate, Davis was attracting maximum attention on the radio, in churches, and in union halls. The failure to knock the party off the ballot did not deter their enemies, so there was an effort to bar Davis from speaking at a black church in Albany, the Israel aim. 29 Davis pressed on. Arriving in Buffalo, he was guest of honor at a luncheon hosted by William Evans of the Urban League and James Miller of the CIO. He spoke at the Elks Hall before an audience that was 60% black. Though it was evident that Davis would not win the election, the race provided him and the party with a platform from which to project their message, which was also carried to his home base in New York City. After he addressed wholesale and retail workers, 20 people stepped forward to join the party on the spot. 30. The party recognized that this election was critical, Fulton had signaled. The political direction. The Daily Worker announced that all 30,000 party members in New York were mobilizing. 2 million pieces of literature were distributed in the 10 days preceding Election Day. Davis's campaign took out a quarter-page ad in the New York Age urging a vote for the CP and ALP against Dewey's Huey. As the Daily Worker suggested, he literally took his challenge to the streets. More people listened to street speakers in Harlem than in any other urban community in the land. It is 175. On the Harlem soapbox that can be found almost any time now during the pleasant fall evenings. 31 Like Martin Luther King, Jr., and Malcolm after him, Davis's ability as an orator was part of his appeal. The harvest of this sowing was reaped on Election Day. There was a record vote for the ALP as they elected their first state senator. Davis obtained 95,787 votes, his comrade Robert Thompson, running for controller, got 85,088, which was probably a testament to Davis's unique popularity. Davis rolled up 8,652 votes upstate, the largest ever received by a communist candidate upstate, according to the Times. 32 The votes were scored even though his name was removed from the voting machines in a number of districts. Israel Emter, running in 1938, secured 105,681 votes running for Congressman at large, a figure Davis did not reach, but in Nassau County he captured 95% more votes than Amter, 50% more in populous Erie County, and 50% more in Westchester. 33 But even as the votes were being counted, clouds were gathering to blur the rainbow of forces arrayed around the party. These forces, which probably had much in common, were quickly fragmenting under the hammer of the Red Scare. Naturally, Davis was in the thick of this development. He scalded Channing Tobias for his support of Thomas Dewey. He lambasted Walter White for his foreign policy views and his characterization of Russian imperialism. Then the drivers and route men of the Great Eastern News Corporation launched a boycott of the People's Voice on the ground that it was not for labor. This development, coming weeks after Fulton, rang the death knell for this Red Ally 34. Soon it seemed as if the progressives were coming to resemble crabs in a barrel. The New York Amsterdam News, still no friend of the left, reported their frequently cited rumor that had been whispered about for some time that there was a rift between the congressman and the councilman and that Davis would take Powell on in the primary. Davis's repeated denials only fueled their repetition of this story. Still, Davis's review of Powell's book Marching Blacks did not quell these rumors. Though providing positive evaluation of Powell and the book, Davis termed this work quite spotty and erratic. Hastily put together. Basic misconceptions on many aspects of Marxism. He termed his idea of mass migration from the South as unsound and divisive. Obviously impracticable. Defeatist. His coda, that one must admire Rep. Powell's fearless, crusading spirit, may have assuaged the thin-skinned Powell, but overall his words were not helpful in cementing an important alliance during difficult days. 35 Davis was not alone in his opinion of Powell's book. Ben Richardson, writing in Powell's own newspaper, sharply disagreed with his boss's idea that blacks would work with the communists but not join. There were alleged rifts between Davis and Marcantonio and Mark and Powell. Whatever the truth of these allegations, it was clear that with tension rising with the Red Scare, personal relations were inevitably complicated. 36. 176. Other antagonisms appeared veritably eternal. Davis was attacking Randolph for his plan to engage in civil disobedience over military segregation. It leaves unanswered the whole question of war. NAACP board member Alfred Baker Lewis and his colleague Frank Crosseth were busily conspiring against the Reds. Lewis was trying to sabotage a political candidacy. If I can get a clipping from the Daily Worker endorsing his candidacy, I will try to use that as a sort of kiss of death. Ruefully he told his friend, "You are about the only person whom I know who reads the Daily Worker regularly." Contradictions between black communists and black socialists who, though few, were influential continued unabated, which helped to propel the Red Scare. 37. Nevertheless, it would be a distortion to see such attacks on actual foes or putative allies as the main note sounded by Davis in 1946. 38 As ever, he was working overtime to build alliances, be they with unions in Chicago or the CIO or Father Divine or Progressive Veterans or Joe Louis. But what complicated matters was the Red Scare attack. Marcantonio maintained a file on campaign violence that was jammed with incidents. These attacks were part of an overall Red Scare that was coming to dominate the political scene. 39. George Lipsitz has suggested that the post-war attack on the Communist Party was an excuse to smash rank-and-file militancy in the labor movement and create support for a foreign policy that would open up foreign markets for the United States. His rationale could also be applied to the Black liberation movement, that is, the gathering strength of the left within these ranks, as symbolized by Ben Davis, demanded smashing for similar reasons. Davis and company seized upon the complaints about human rights in Eastern Europe to ask why these protections did not apply to African Americans. With Du Bois' guidance, the NAACP in 1947 filed a petition with the United Nations. Limning this point, Davis called this petition of national and world significance. In Geneva, Moscow was simultaneously proposing to outlaw racism and national and religious discrimination. Fearing investigations in the United Nations, U.S. delegates Jonathan Daniels and Eleanor Roosevelt were unsympathetic. Davis termed their reaction shameful. Increasingly in his newspaper columns and public addresses, Davis focused sharply on this contradiction of protesting about human rights abroad while denying them at home. 40 This same contradiction helped Truman to see that new initiatives on the question of blacks were needed. This compelled him to issue his To Secure These Rights, the report of the President's Committee on Civil Rights, a landmark publication in presidential politics. Though deeming it of considerable importance, Davis was otherwise unmoved. Still, he issued a caution, anticipating how this initiative would peel off center forces from his coalition. His private and public sentiments dovetailed. In a letter to Essie Robeson he expressed further concern. Davis saw at an early stage this contra 177 diction of expanding civil rights for blacks while civil liberties were being restricted, but his tactics toward centrist forces like the NAACP and Randolph were not designed to take advantage of this situation. In fact, they seemed designed to drive these groups further into the embrace of the White House and other ruling forces. 41 This year 1947 saw a continued effort by Davis to combat the racist terror that was escalating against blacks. he increased his activism with the Civil Rights Congress. With his friend Paul Robeson, along with Clark Foreman, the Reverend Charles Hill of Detroit, and Max Yergin, he led a delegation of a group called the American Crusade to End Lynching to Washington in January 1947 to pressure the Senate to oust Bilbo. Along with Millard Lampell, he served as co-chair of the Committee to Aid the Fighting South, which was raising $10,000 to aid striking tobacco workers, helping the writer Don West fight a libel suit, and assisting the Southern Negro Youth Congress. 42 Sensing the growing danger, Davis accelerated his already busy activity against racism. He spoke at street rallies in Harlem to protest the acquittal of lynchers in Jesse Jackson's hometown of Greenville, South Carolina, introducing a resolution in the city council to protest this development. He organized picketing of the two major parties in light of their inability to stop lynch terror. He hailed Henry Wallace's speaking tour of the Deep South. This buzzing activity reached a crescendo when Davis and two friends were stopped by police at 16th Street and 7th Avenue in Manhattan. Both of them searched my car. They removed all the seats, looked in the trunk, lifted up the hood, etc. The police claimed that they suspicious down in this part of the city this time of morning. Davis was cool. Purposely, I did not identify myself as a city councilman. But afterwards he blasted this parallel to the South African pass system and the inherent racism that would cast suspicion on any blacks found below 96th Street. Yet being consumed with this fight did not prevent Davis from pursuing more mundane pleasures. At this juncture he was eager to visit Robeson in Connecticut so that we could talk over many things, not to mention a few games of uninterrupted and concentrated chess. 43. It is highly possible that one of the many things that Davis wanted to discuss with Robeson was the evolving theory and practice of the Black liberation movement. Any such discussion would not just cover the escalating racist violence and what this meant for the black left. Also involved was the party's approach to this question, their theoretical view of the national question. Davis's election suggested that the perception of party backsliding in this area during the war was not shared by African Americans. In his autobiography, Malcolm X vividly recalled his impression of the Communists, Negro and white canvassers sidled up alongside you, talking fast as they tried to get you to buy a copy of the Daily Worker, this paper's trying 178 to keep your rent controlled. Make that greedy landlord kill them rats in your apartment. This paper represents the only political party that ever ran a black man for the vice presidency of the United States. Just want you to read, won't take but a little of your time. Who do you think fought the hordes to help free those Scottsboro boys? 47 On August 31, 1946, the New York Age, a barometer of opinion in the black press, did not dispute Malcolm. Some of the people who constantly cry about the dangers and pitfalls of communism in the United States would do well to look around and find out what makes people discontented with their own form of government. They echoed compliments of Moscow. However, such votes of confidence did not mean that the party was adverse to re-examining their approach to this question. Davis's own view was also evolving but was always within the bounds of party discourse. Truman's initiative would mean that more blacks would be appointed to high office in an effort to break the hold of the left on this community, a tactic that Davis saw coming during the war. But this maneuver placed the left in a quandary. After all, absence of blacks from all levels of U.S. society was a complaint, so how could people be angry when it was corrected? The issue was joined further when Truman sought to appoint Davis's Amherst classmate William Hastie as the first black Governor-General of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Davis was torn about this appointment, pleased about the chipping away of segregation but concerned about making imperialism appear more attractive. Still, he ironically endorsed his friend, considering some of the punks it has confirmed, surely the Senate must confirm. The tendency of Davis and other comrades to appear confounded by the integration of blacks into elite circles continued over the next decade. 45 Davis was not alone in pondering the irony of advocating the integration of blacks into an imperialist system. Of course, it could be seen as illustrating Lenin's dictum about the road to revolution being paved by the struggle for democracy, and that blacks and their allies would come to see that the problem was that capitalism could not satisfy their democratic demands. Robert Minor, one of the party's main thinkers on this question, said in response to an increase in black elected officials, the election of isolated Negro congressmen in the 1930s on the basis of permanent ghettos changed nothing in the lives of the people. 46 But Minor's critics argued that the Black Belt thesis meant precisely that permanent ghettos and certainly the concentration of blacks in Harlem facilitated Davis's election. Davis was grappling continually with such issues. After an African American, Francis Turner, was named to a high-level city school post, Davis praised the appointment. This view was fueled by his conception of blacks as essentially anti-imperialist, pro-labor, anti-Jim Crow and politically progressive, and that their presence would help in liberalizing the system generally. 47. The multi-class support Davis received from blacks during his campaigns. Cold War Coming, 1946 to 1947. 179. Suggests that they agreed with him on this question. Davis was a frequent guest at gatherings like that of the National Dental Association, an all-black group. He thanked them for their major role in his re-election. Barring this kind of complimentary language from reaching blacks was part of the ruling class's two-pronged strategy of clubbing the left and coopting the center. But before the Red Scare had become established, Davis was still being greeted warmly among all strata. Wherever he appeared, however, the questions he was asked did not concern the USSR or Fulton but rather Jim Crow and the poll tax. This was the grim reality of the United States. African Americans were more concerned with racism than Stalinism. 48 Yet at the same time it was clear that the trajectory of racism was shifting inexorably, as Truman's report indicated. It was seen in the career path of J. Woody's Waring, who went from racism to anti-racism in the post-war period as he perceived that racism was assisting the growth of the left. 49 The party's mistake was not its failure to perceive this trend but in failing to grasp the significance of what James Ford pointed out in 1943, the present migratory tendencies of Negroes from the South to northern industrial centers. 50 Migration had served putatively to undermine the Black Belt. Moreover, part of Browder's legacy was to suggest that blacks had made a choice and that they had chosen not self-determination but integration. Robert Minor was one of the party's closest students of the national question. His files contain many clippings, some from as early as 1925, that note the south to north population shift. These files reflect a sharp scrutiny of black reality as well. After the war, with Robert Thompson, he was one of the first to call for adjustments in seniority to preserve a certain percentage of black workers in case of layoffs. In a report on Negro work presented to the CP National Committee in 1946, he acknowledged the influence of Garveyism on the party's view of the national question. In an undated article that probably was written during this era he said, "The trend of all progress is toward racial assimilation, and this takes place inevitably." 51 However, he carried the taint of Browderism and his star, along with many of his ideas, did not continue to rise in the post-war period. Thus, in reaction to Browderism and Truman's civil rights initiative after the war, a debate erupted in the party on the national question. In early 1946, at an enlarged meeting of the National Negro Commission, varying views were expressed. Davis's comrade Claudia Jones was resolute in observing that integration cannot be considered a substitute for the right of self-determination. National liberation is not synonymous with integration, neither are the two concepts mutually exclusive. She conceded that the problems of the Negro people in the North are akin to those of an oppressed national minority. Still she did not flinch in asserting that the Black Belt thesis remained valid since it does not exclude the struggle for partial demands. Davis's election surely showed that. She dismissed the notion that migrations had changed the question. 52. 180. Party patriarch William Z. Foster also spoke out at the meeting. He acknowledged as fact that blacks have not responded favorably to the slogan of self-determination. This did not mean that the slogan needing adjusting, however. Blacks were a young nation and had not yet matured politically. He did add some tantalizing tidbits, suggesting that the party move away from the Negro Republic idea and adding that we must study more carefully the whole question of binational and multinational states. The northern neighbor, Canada, was high on this list. He also added that we must not brush aside the question of race. Racial prejudice. Since the communists viewed race as an unscientific notion, they had tended to dismiss the concept altogether. 53. There were other viewpoints expressed by individuals that reflected various views within the party itself. Francis Franklin, who eventually left the party, took a middling view. Yes, blacks are a nation but not a national minority, though now they can go toward further separate development or toward complete voluntary amalgamation. The past error, he suggested, was posing self-determination as just secession or autonomy. Many Negroes friendly to our party have pointed out that, while in our practical activity we fight constantly for the fullest unity between Negro and white, our perspective of either secession or separate statehood for the Black Belt constitutes a perspective of disunity. Franklin felt that these many Negroes were right. He also touched on another sensitive issue when he noted that some comrades say that since Browder pushed democratic integration, it is Browderism if we continue to say the same thing now. No, said Franklin, the party should not reject the one true statement he made on the Negro question. Needless to say, this did not win overwhelming plaudits for Franklin. 54. Doxey Wilkerson was even more forthright, reviving the slogan of self-determination in the Black Belt. Would be theoretically incorrect and therefore, tactically disastrous. Even more striking is the fact that Wilkerson held this view throughout his tenure in the party and was still highly regarded, which serves to puncture the prevailing notion of how democratic practice and centralism worked among communists. He pointed out that none of the comrades had the necessary factual information, meaning statistics, trends, information on mechanization of agriculture. We should discard the slogan and develop an entirely new approach. He disputed the idea that the only solution could be either separatist or autonomous and was even more livid about the more or less mechanical application of Soviet policy to African Americans. Blacks, he felt, have already reached their maximum stage of development as a nation and the future growth curve of this Black Belt nation is downward. The trend of blacks was toward further development as a distinct national minority. 55. History has proven that on virtually every point, Wilkerson, who left the party after 1956, was probably correct, but at this juncture he was subjected to a withering polemic by James Allen and other party stalwarts. 56. Cold War coming, 1946 to 1947. 181. But Wilkerson was virtually disregarded when the draft resolution on this issue was put forward in mid-1946. The boundaries of this Negro nation would have to be adjusted according to the resolution akin to the creation of West Virginia, assuming that blacks opted for separatism. Self-determination was a bourgeois democratic demand that did not require socialism. In the North, blacks were deemed an oppressed national minor. Ity. The resolution targeted Browder for the glossing over of the Negro question during the war, especially the question of Jim Crowism in the armed forces. Even on these issues on which we did conduct a fight, we placed far too much emphasis on equality for the Negro people solely as a war measure. It called for seniority adjustment against the false slogan, everyone must be treated alike. In what was to reverberate in the post-war years, the resolution called for a crusade against white chauvinism. If necessary, demonstration trials must be held. Such manifestations will be burnt out with a red-hot iron. This red-hot rhetoric warmed the cockles of many hearts, especially those of black comrades, but it was an action that served to alienate some people, especially white communists. 57. The draft was finalized and publicized in 1947. It added that the party does not raise prematurely. Self-determination as an immediate slogan of action. Does not attempt to impose any specific solution in advance of the form in which self-determination will be exercised. 58 Davis, who was a prime mover in this matter, praised the resolution for avoiding sectarianism. 59 It was apparent that in the midst of a Jim Crow nation, the party was reluctant to state that blacks were no longer a nation deserving the right to self-determination, since this might suggest that even the Reds were engaging in a veiled attack on African Americans, depriving them of a right that none were so brave as to acknowledge. Davis went further in averring that the original 1928 view suffered from left sectarianism. The Negro question is different from that of all other minority groups and peoples in the United States. The party's main failure to emphasize sufficiently the stake of the white workers and poor farmers in the South in supporting the right of self-determination. Why were blacks so loath to flock around the self-determination banner? Due to the myth of racial inferiority and the segregationism that accompanies it. Highly suspicious of any proposal, even those of self-determination, that would set them apart from the white population. He later added, as he had said in the past, that equality, not self-determination, was the immediate issue. Fortunately, equality was the keynote for Red activity in the post-war period, but unfortunately at this important historical moment and shift in line, the party was not entirely up to the theoretical challenge. 60 In the meantime, the party's ongoing squabbles with Walter White and other mainstream leaders seemed to be deepening as Truman increased his contact with them. Being known as a friend of the party was the surest way. 182. To be surveilled by the FBI, as Joe Louis discovered. The National Negro Congress and its successor, the Civil Rights Congress, were receiving maximum scrutiny. Davis was still attacking Randolph, now calling him Dubinsky's boy. Some of the juxtapositions were startling. As Lester Granger was praising Davis, Davis was censuring this Urban League leader. Similarly, socialist Lael Lane could praise the Reds and study their literature, despite Davis's frequent assaults on his party. Such attacks made a left-center united front difficult at a time when it was needed more than ever. 61 Davis's advice to White and others who were being pressured to denounce their former Red allies was strikingly pointed and public. Davis jumped on George Weaver, director of the CIO Anti-Discrimination Committee, and Willard Townsend for using the Race Relations Institute in Nashville as a platform for vicious red-baiting campaign. He also clashed again with Frank Crosseth in his capacity with the City Housing Authority. 62 The ruling class as symbolized by Robert Moses was moving to isolate Davis and the party, while the latter was busily attacking erstwhile allies. Complicating the matter was the pressure these ersatz associates were receiving from elites and other quarters. In May 1947, James Lawson of the African Nationalist Movement was picketing Abyssinian Church and Congressman Powell because they were selling tickets to the leftist-led Negro Freedom Rally at Madison Square Garden. Among other things, they were protesting the inclusion of whites. Lawson worked overtime to expose and condemn Powell's ties to the Reds, and he attacked his support of labor leader Harry Bridges. At this point Powell was in seclusion due to a heart attack, but Lawson was unmoved. You cannot ride spiritual and political horses at the same time. 63 All of this bickering was the backdrop to the split between Powell and the Reds and the demise of the People's Voice. Both were major setbacks for the left and accelerated the rise of the national reaction. The ruling class was not unaware of the party's influence within the black press. During the war, military intelligence had placed undercover agents with certain black newspapers such as the Michigan Chronicle. Robert Minor particularly analyzed these organs carefully and, of course, Davis's personal familiarity with a number of black publishers was a factor in assuring the Communists favorable press notices. It also helped when he collaborated with Robeson and Wendell Smith of the Pittsburgh Courier on the integration of Major League Baseball. It was left to George Schuyler to sound the alarm. The Communists have made severe inroads among newspaper writers and editors of the Negro press. 64. Naturally, Davis was quite close to the Voice, as was the left generally. Esther Cooper, later a founder of Freedom Ways and wife of leading Com 183. Communist James Jackson was their southern correspondent. The board included Powell, Hope Stevens, Ferdinand Smith, and Max Jurgen. Doxey Wilkerson became executive editor in 1944, and Marvel Cook also worked on the paper. A harbinger occurred in early 1946 when Powell took a leave from the paper and announced pointedly, "During this period I shall not be responsible for the editorial policy and news presentation of the paper." Weeks later the newspaper was in court with a $100,000 lawsuit for slander after charges that they switched to a white distributor who won't hire Negroes. The paper was forcibly removed from newsstands and received threats to overturn the stands of dealers selling the paper. Red baiting was never as popular in the black community as elsewhere, but white baiting was a different matter. In response to this broadside, the paper printed a picture of all involved in the operation, but it was too late and the vaunted First Amendment was in shreds. 65 By November 1947 Wilkerson had been ousted with the one excuse that the move was nonpartisan. Neither controlled by nor allied to any political party. The editorial line changed. Now readers were counseled not to picket merchants on 125th Street over high prices. By January the columns of Robeson and Lena Horne were gone, though Du Bois was still being published. By April there were editorials about communist dirty work, written under the ideological tutelage of new President Max Jurgen. 66 Wilkerson disputes the notion that he was receiving directives from the party to turn the paper a certain way, though there were many discussions about the orientation of the paper. He terms Powell opportunist for his role in the conflict and speaks more favorably about his co-owner, the nightclub owner Charles Buchanan. Marvel Cook insists that the party bent over backwards to avoid undue influence on the paper. But in the end the paper folded, done in by white baiting, red baiting, and difficulty in distribution. 67. Davis was distraught at this turn of events and pointed the finger directly at Max Jurgen. They had known each other for some time, his close friend. Diane Summers served as Jurgen's secretary. But that did not spare the future apologist for imperialism a tongue-lashing from Davis. In this attack Davis stepped back and waxed philosophical, as the struggle gets sharper for Negro rights, for peace instead of war. Many self-seeking careerists will reveal themselves. It's unfortunate, but often so are the facts of life. The saying goes, "I'm with you through thick and thin, but when it gets too thick, I thin out," and so it is with the summer soldiers. Certainly these words are true, but one wonders why Davis and the party did not pursue a less harsh posture toward these vacillating forces in an effort to keep them within the fold. The Jurgen episode also sheds light on the party's diff. 184. Faculty in addressing the problem of integrating of previously V/height elite circles and the concomitant development of elites reclaiming black comrades from the left. Quite candidly, U.S. elites had more to offer figures like Jurgen, who previously were attracted to the left because the left offered a form of mobility otherwise denied to them. Davis's and the party's unease about integration may have reflected this fact. 68. Davis was also not pleased at Powell's disappearing act, although at first he did not state this publicly. He openly defended his colleague, as when Truman sent an invitation to every member of Congress to attend a White House reception except the Harlem congressman. But Powell did not want to be isolated with the Reds and began a steady march away from them. This did not save him from attacks and even red baiting, however. By 1950 Davis was not so diplomatic and lamented Powell's making concessions to the warmongers, urging that he stand up and fight more consistently and militantly. By 1951 Davis dropped all pretense of diplomacy and swung at his former ally with ferocity. A fruitful alliance had collapsed. 69. The Red Scare meant that any association with the Communists was becoming a distinct liability. If ever there was a time to get off this moving train, it was now. But Davis did not follow Powell. If anything, he heightened his party association. In early 1947 he appeared with the other Fighting Ben Gold, in a parley of club and section leaders. Recruiting for the party, Davis intoned, was a race against time and reaction. 70 even. The New York Times for May 2, 1947, and their aptly named reporter Warren Moscow conceded that May Day that year drew heavy crowds of onlookers. They claimed that 30,000 came, the party claimed 60,000. The Red contingent chanted, "Join the Communist Party and fight for peace." Davis was a principal speaker. Nowadays Davis had to become an even more convincing speaker. This fact was recognized by the Worker, which noted that after Davis had spoken at meetings in Harlem, the East Side, and the Bronx, scores stepped forward to join the party. What was Davis's method? "I personalize myself and the party. I often tell how I joined the party," he wrote. He discussed the vision of socialism, the mood of the people, what is to be done, Truman, and other topics. Whatever the case, as the party's isolation increased, Davis became more important as symbol, recruiter, and speaker. 71 Davis's talents were recognized in the ranks of the party. "This Ben Davis recruiting is becoming a phenomenon," was the message from the Worker after he spoke to the Freedom Road Club in Harlem, and all 14 are now present and accounted for in the ranks of the party. In June his eloquence convinced more than 100 people to join. Of course, this was not an unalloyed plus, for after recruitment, the party had to hold on to the new members in a tense atmosphere. Nonetheless, as a morale booster alone, the Davis recruiting magic was a healthy tonic. 72 Davis seemed to be more than one person, given the diversity and volume. 185 of his activity. While he was fighting the Red Scare, writing columns, and recruiting, he was also one of the most active members of the city council. As in 1946, his pace there was feverish. He was named to the Finance, Rules, Parks, and State Legislation committees and was an active participant in each one. 73 The onset of the Cold War meant economic devastation for a significant percentage of the working class, particularly African Americans, so financial questions occupied a significant part of Davis's time. In early 1947 he called for salary increases for teachers, more state aid for education, and more money for child care. Davis and Cacchione were vocal in demanding that O'Dwyer hold the line on the transit fare. He was vitriolic in criticizing the effort to raise certain Board of Estimate salaries to $15,000 per year. In the debate on the city's $255 million capital budget, Davis hit the refusal of the Corporation Council to give an opinion on the use of housing funds outside debt limit for schools, lamented the lack of funds to Harlem Hospital, and questioned an allocation of $485,000 for a stage at Louis-Son Stadium. "I like music but I prefer people," was his comment. But his budget proposal was defeated soundly, 15-4. 74. Race questions were a prime staple for Davis during this term. Not only did he hurl invective at a $25 million boondoggle for the construction of yet another new Madison Square Garden building, but added that their barring of black basketball teams should totally disqualify them from quaffing at the public trough. 75. His technique in mobilizing against racist and anti-Semitic stereotypes indicates his approach as a legislator. In a letter to Davis, Cacchione summarized the method: "I am suggesting the following, and if I receive the okay from your office, I shall proceed. A folder of 500,000 copies should be distributed by the progressive organizations of New York City in a house-to-house canvass. On the day we have the appointment with the mayor, we should call for a mass demonstration at City Hall and a picket line. If no results are obtained from that appointment, we should follow it through with a mass demonstration and picket line at one of the meetings of the Board of Education. We also can discuss the question of calling a mass conference. I think that the best defense is a real offensive." These communist legislators were activists as well as Solons. 76. Their activism was fueled by Davis's mass contacts and his ability to make social appeals that contradicted the stereotype of the rigid, unsmiling Red. In September 1947 he hosted 2 block parties for 1,800, then 2,000 Harlem children to mark his 44th birthday. There was music, magic and assorted goodies. Freddie Washington, screen actress and journalist, participated as song leader. 77 As his gift to the children, he announced a program of a city-financed vacation for disadvantaged youngsters. This approach assisted Davis in retaining popularity, even in the face of growing repression. When the Reverend Kenneth Williams, newly elected 186 to the Winston-Salem City Council, visited New York to galvanize support for striking tobacco workers, he made a beeline for Davis's office. So it was not overly surprising when Conrad Clark, Eastern Director of Publicity of the United Negro Allied Veterans of America, struck back at attacks on Davis. Benjamin Davis, a councilman in the city of New York, who is an acknowledged member of the Communist Party, does not make the government of the city communistic any more than a communist who fought in World War II and joins UNIVA does. But it was quickly becoming clear that this unassailable logic would not prevail in the early post-war years. 78. Already the clouds of Cold War were forming. The Negro Freedom Rallies had become regular events at Madison Square Garden since 1942 and had involved a number of AFL and CIO unions. But at the June 1947 event, according to Davis, there was no program of action. Unrepresentative platform for red baiters. There was an attempt to commercialize the struggle, as 60% of the funds collected went to the promoter, Neil Scott. Only 4,000 supporters came, compared to the usual 15,000 to 20,000 of past years, and many of those stalked out in disgust. It was definitely a flop. But particularly striking was the fact that it was picketed by black narrow nationalists, a maneuver seen by some as akin to Lawson's attacks on Powell and the attacks on the People's Voice. If red baiting didn't work, apparently the left's enemies felt that white baiting would. 79 Then controversial domestic and international issues began exploding in the city council. When the Marshall Plan was raised, there was a bitter 2-hour debate involving interchanges of personal remarks, according to the New York Times on October 29, 1947. This debate came after Davis had blocked consideration of a resolution in support of the plan. But it passed 16-3, with Davis, Connally, and Quill dissenting. Davis labeled the Marshall Plan and the Truman Doctrine the doctrine of Hitler. Councilman Walter Hart made sarcastic and angry references to agents of Moscow and fifth columnists. But that was not the end of the battle, according to the Daily Worker. Quill tore into the red baiters with a fury seldom seen in the council. I don't give two hoots in hell for those swashbuckling, goose-stepping fascists who shout red. You can't bulldoze me or the people with that sort of thing. Davis demanded an apology. I have been called a fifth columnist, an agent of Moscow. I have been asked if I love my country. I regard this as a personal insult. I respect every member of this council. I love my country, but I do not love its discrimination. I do not love the Negro haters and the anti-Semites. 80. When Taft-Hartley and other anti-labor bills were introduced in Congress, this debate was reflected in the council. As usual, Davis sought to rally his labor allies to pressure the more recalcitrant council members. The debate was bitter, according to the Daily Worker, when the issue reached the 187 council. Then this issue snarled the party's access to the radio, which had been a virtual constant at least since the war. WARAM refused to broadcast an anti-Taft-Hartley talk by William Z. Foster, though time had been bought by the party. Davis protested this arbitrary exercise of censorship in a discriminatory manner in an impassioned letter to the Federal Communications Commission, but to no avail. Again, the heralded First Amendment was victimized. 81 That was not the end. Queens Democrat Gary Clemente sought to amend the city charter to oust subversive civil service officials and employees, by which he meant Davis, Cacchione, Quill, and Connally. Davis warned of a rancorous fight in such an event, but Clemente also sought to bar organizations on the Attorney General's subversives list from recruiting on street corners, at parks, and so forth. When Davis attempted to introduce a counter bill banning the curbing of minority parties' rights, the council refused to allow S.I. Gerson and an American Labor Party official to testify. Simultaneously, the New York Times began a searching scrutiny of the party, which at once was testament to the CP's effectiveness and a warning to hunker down. 82 As the battle was heating up, Cacchione died. This was a grievous blow to Davis and the party. With his death, this division of labor, which had brought so much to the left and working class generally, was also dealt a mortal blow. 83 Consonant with his interpretation of relevant law, Davis moved to have S.I. Gerson inserted as Cacchione's substitute. His opponents were not impressed. They countered that the Communist Party was not a political party within the meaning of the election law and city charter. Davis pleaded his case in the New York Times, noting that Section 24 of the city charter and tradition called for election by the council of a candidate of the same political faith and borough as the deceased. In a rare occurrence during this political age, the August Times agreed. But Louis Goldberg of the Liberal Party ardently argued otherwise. Davis beseeched his colleagues to avoid outright political discrimination which weakens the whole fabric of representative democracy. 84 But with Cacchione's death and the abrupt change in the political climate, Davis was hard-pressed to find allies. There was only Quill, Connolly, and Stanley Isaacs from time to time. The council turned a deaf ear to Davis's plea. 85 Cacchione's untimely death made simpler a prime task of the anti-communists removing Reds from the city council. How could the argument about anti-democratic and anti-electoral tactics of communists globally carry weight when a communist, a black one no less, sat in the highest electoral body of the largest U.S. city? The Daily Worker got it right when they editorialized on October 24, 1947 that the current maneuver to repeal proportional representation had as the main motive a desire to defeat Benjamin J. Davis. Apparently the city fathers did not agree with the con. 188. Cited opinion of the historian Charles Garrett, who has stated that always the PR elections apparently produced councils whose makeup reflected with relative accuracy the wishes of the electorate. Certainly there was always a close correspondence between the percentage of seats a political group won and the percentage of votes it received on the final count. 86 For example, in 1945 the party received 9% of the votes and 9% of the seats. Garrett is also correct in perceiving that the 1947 campaign to repeal Prairie was one of the most dramatic and emotionally charged campaigns ever waged in New York City over an issue that did not involve the election of candidates to public office. As usual, the immediate target was the party, but others were wounded since eliminating PR effectively shoved women from the council as well. Unusual for this era was the fact that liberals, Americans for Democratic Action, NAACP, ILGWU, even some Republicans stood with Davis in supporting PR. The scholars Bell Zeller and Hugh A. Bone agree with Garrett in averring that there is no doubt that the one issue above all others responsible for the repeal of PR in 1947 was communism. PR helped non-organization Democrats like Isaacs and Genevieve Earle. One of the most important reasons why the party organizations repeatedly fought PR was that it deprived them of control over nominations. Moreover, there is general agreement that the average ability of PR councilmen was higher than that of the Board of Aldermen during its last years. This was why this campaign was one of the most dramatic ever waged, involving scores of debates and forums. The radio carried many debates. Neighborhood rallies. Ringing of doorbells. PR means people's rule or preposterous representation were two of the key slogans, along with the anti-Tammany hold that tiger. This drama led the New York Herald Tribune, New York Post, PM, and the Daily Worker to endorse PR. But harming PR was the fact that some centrist forces backing PR opposed the vets bonus on the ballot, which complicated coalition building. 87 These fusillades hurled at PR were not new. Days after Davis was first elected in 1943, the Times attacked it. After printing letters from readers, the Times displayed its anxiety by referring to the doubtful blessings of PR, which by its very nature, makes possible the election of extremists. The CP was disciplined, whereas the rest of the electorate who took the trouble to vote put their numbered choices down in a half-blind fashion and in a state of bewilderment. The voting showed a significant relationship between votes and votes. There was obviously a good deal of racial voting. Fascism in Europe was blamed on PR in a final flourish. This could not mask the newspaper's real worry that the growth of the left was being facilitated by PR. 88 The Times was not finished. After Davis's smashing re-election in 1945 they took up the cudgels again, heatedly. Their editorial denounced the complications and absurdities of PR, lamenting the 2 weeks it took to 189 count ballots for Manhattan and the 250 tabulators required, the high percentage of invalid ballots, and so on. But further disillusionment was engendered by the re-election of Reds. It must have caused a shock to at least some of the voters to see that on the very first count the communist candidates in Brooklyn and Manhattan respectively, led all the rest. Its fundamental purpose is to do a doctrinaire mathematical justice to minorities. 89 The Times was not the only elite that became very worried about PR and the electoral successes of Reds. Robert Moses, in a frequently repeated canard, confided, "My German visit has more than ever convinced me of the unwisdom of proportional representation. It is the device by which the Nazis came into power and it is now being used by the Communists to elect an undue proportion of their members. It has encouraged irresponsible splinter representation. I think we should have an end of it just as soon as possible." But the elites were not united. Thomas Jefferson Miley, Secretary of the Commerce and Industry Association of New York, adamantly disagreed with Moses. The real force behind the movement to repeal is the longing of the Democratic Party machine to regain the totalitarian position of one-party rule it enjoyed in the days of Hylan and Walker. The grassroots civic organizations which fronted the movement for repeal last summer were just a false face. They condemn PR as an importation from the Kremlin in order to re-establish something which is far dearer to the Kremlin than PR one-party rule. Miley was perceptive. The tragedy of the Red Scare was the use of anti-communism to destroy democratic forms. The difficulty was that he felt compelled to express this in the constrained anti-Red discourse of the day, thus undermining his central point. 90 The split in elite opinion and the presence of communists guaranteed a campaign with a desperate and urgent tone. The influential Judge Samuel C. Berry passionately defended PR, which brought a vicious red-baiting reply from Moses. Mayor O'Dwyer, perplexed, denied he was anti-PR but there was some doubt about this. The New York World Telegram flip-flopped, attacking PR although they supported it originally. The Times, the quarterback of anti-PR forces, sought to link the debate in the Council on the Marshall Plan with PR. The Daily Worker charged that the thousands of signatures placing the anti-PR referendum on the ballot were studded with forgeries. Given the tone, one would have thought that the fate of the nation was at stake, and in a sense it was. 91 Which was the bigger danger, Tammany or the Communists? The answer to this determined the vote on PR for many people. Red supporters backed PR, while those opposed to it looked forward to the domination of the council by Tammany. The People's Voice of April 19, 1947 was explicit: repealing PR was designed to keep Negroes out of city council. After all, how did Davis get there? Others felt that district elections would mean the election of more blacks. One black GOP leader agreed with the PV. The New York Amsterdam News told its readers, left-of-center influence in 190. Harlem, for instance, is far stronger than the Tammany and Republican leaders have been telling their county chairmen, and it is safe to say that no candidate for public office can attract the cynical voters of this commune. Without the active support of such well-known political extremists as the elusive J. Ray Jones opposed PR, while the NAACP backed it. 92 This kind of division did not augur well for PR or Davis's future in the council. Davis and the Reds fought this campaign as if it might be their last. In that respect they had the gift of prophecy. Davis dug deep into his rhetorical bag in charging that gutting PR would bring to the council hacks and stumblebums subservient to the real estate interests, the bankers, the labor haters, the race baiters and the 10-cent fare profiteers. Anti-PR petitions are shot through with fraud and chicanery. No trick is too low for these unscrupulous manipulators. Like a dog returning to his vomit, the diehards keep manufacturing new but unoriginal campaigns against PR. 93 Davis took to the airwaves with this message, appearing on WMC-AM. The Harlem CP held more than 40 meetings during the campaign on this one issue, under the leadership of Davis and Rose Galden. A testimonial for Davis at Irving Plaza turned into a PR rally. The kind words spoken about him apparently revved up Davis. He denounced the proliferating posters in the city with the slogan "Throw the Communists Out," calling them a Nazi hoop for violence. Evidently the American Legion said they would go to every poll to compel people to vote yes on PR. Hoodlums have attempted to provoke riots and break up pro-PR street meetings. He charged that their real targets were not just himself but Isaacs and Earl as well, and that certain elites wanted to oust him because of his opposition on the Stuyvesant Town question. He engineered the production of literature that proclaimed, "Save PR to keep rent control, to keep the fair, keep Negro representation in the city council." Yet, with all that, PR was destroyed. 94 proportional representation lost 936,464 to 586,743, and in every county. Right after this loss, the Democrats made Davis a prophet by seeking to devastate welfare by limiting it to those living in the city for 2 or more years before November 1, 1947. Davis called this a starvation move against the underprivileged and unemployed, whose ranks are growing daily, and especially against the Puerto Rican people. 95 A sign of the changing times was the joy a New York Age editorial showed at PR's passing: "We as Negroes must stop being so Negro and become a little more American." Those who see the Red Scare as unnecessary because of the small size of the Communist Party overstate the case. The fact is that the Red Scare was aimed not just at Reds but at democracy and social progress generally. The fact is that the left was growing in the country's financial capital and had to be stopped. The alliance between centrist and leftist blacks, a black united front yet to be rebuilt, was torn asunder. Davis told Essie Robeson after 191. The referendum, "We got a terrific shell-lacking on PR, but there are other rounds coming." How right he was, but little did he realize that future rounds would be as torturous as those in 1947. 96 The Red Scare, which meant a restriction of civil liberties, was gathering strength at the same time that civil rights concessions were underway. This contradiction can be partly explained by viewing the Red Scare as a tool to derail a leftist-influenced black liberation movement. This maneuver separated left from center in the black community with civil rights concessions designed to assuage those discomfited by the attack on former allies of the left. The epicenter of this development was in New York City, and the elected symbol for the black forces of the left was Ben Davis. 11. Red Scare coming, 1948. In many ways 1948 was not a very good year for Ben Davis. He was indicted. The loss of Cacchiona and the failure to replace him with S.I. Gerson meant the weakening of the left in the council. Then Mike Quill, the combative transit union leader, began drifting from the leftist bloc. His good friend Claudia Jones was being harassed and threatened with deportation by the authorities. Worse, the overall atmosphere took on a decided chill as the Red Scare became more palpable. But all was not glum. Harlem, buoyed by a West Indian community with a culture and tradition unlike much of Afro-America, remained uniquely Davis's. As Adam Powell discovered in the 1960s, black voters in particular were not inclined to oust elected officials just because they were under attack from on high, nor were they inclined to accept what the bourgeois press said about Reds, since what they said about blacks was also often misleading. New York City itself, with a large Jewish population whose progressive traditions were reinforced by anti-Semitism, remained a beacon of radicalism. The Italian-American population, led by Marcantonio, added to the progressive mix. Hope remained alive. In July, Davis set the tone by echoing a dominant view within the party at that time: the two main issues before the American people in and over All scents are fascism at home and World War III. While I would not call the Republicans and Democrats fascists, I would say there are many fascists within both parties and that both parties are heading toward fascism. Later this view was to be criticized sharply, inside and outside the party, however. It is not difficult to see why Davis would come to such a conclusion. Some have suggested that the repression was hitting only Reds and that raising the specter of fascism was misguided. This is true to an extent, although it ignores the increased repression of blacks and intimidation of liberals. Yet fascism did not arrive and Davis was wrong. However, Truman and the Democrats did turn sharply to the right, thereby paving the way for McCarthyism. 1. The arrests, jailings, deportations, and the shrill and hysterical political atmosphere made a deep impression on party leaders. The continued electoral success of the left in New York City contradicted this trend and then yielded to right-wing strength. This was noted at the time. An unsigned and 192,193 undated letter to a high-level government legal officer right after a late 1940s election, possibly from Fiorello LaGuardia, signified what could be happening sub rosa. There isn't anyone connected with the count, from what we can gather, who feels that the count is an honest one. Those individuals who are experienced in the game of what could be called thievery, have known how to cover up their tracks. The writer pointed specifically to one of Davis's main foes on the council. It is curious to note that the L's and 2's written in on large number of ballots in this section, appear to have the same characteristics. It would be interesting to have the opinion of a handwriting expert in these instances. He wailed about this dirty business and how it was necessary to break up this gang. Presumably dirty tricks and electoral fraud were an obstacle for Davis and the party as well, a fact that must be considered in all post-1946 elections involving Davis. Forces larger than LaGuardia were in play, a juggernaut that could not be derailed. 2. One problem with proportional representation was that the technology in New York, as it is now, was not appropriate for the vote count. Moreover, the Tammany Tiger was a past master at fraud. As predicted, the defeat of PR also led to the council's loss of Genevieve Earle, socialite, feminist, and social worker. From the Brooklyn GOP, she was the first woman council member and the council minority leader since 1940. Stanley Isaacs, who tried hard to be fair during this period, regretted her departure. Too bad that PR was thrown out of the window. As long as that method of election existed and those who believed in good government could act together without reference to the party leaders and party machines, you were certain of election in Brooklyn. The defeat of PR not only meant the demise of the Communist Party on the council, it also meant the end of the GOP and probably the independent existence of the Liberal Party. The result was a circling of the wagons and a consolidation of democratic power that tended to foster corruption. This move toward absolute power was a partial reflection of the anti-Red Scare electoral threat. 3. When the issue of Gerson replacing Cacchione was first bruited in 1947, the council turned a deaf ear. This attitude continued in 1948, but the struggle to overcome it became fierce and heated. Davis complained that there was no problem when Democrats sought to fill vacancies, but now they wanted a circus because the CP was making a similar application. He was incensed at the behavior of most of his colleagues at one hearing in early 1948, which left the threadbare arguments of the obstructionists as naked as a jaybird in whistling time. Yet Gerson was rejected 13-5, given the times, the ratio could have been worse, a fact that helps to account for the tension of the moment. The Daily Worker reported, before the final vote was taken, the council heard one of the most bitter exchanges in its record. Led by Davis, the progressive minority members tore into the majority report with such vehemence and polemic that it was a weary, deflated majority at the finish. A process of differentiation accelerated as the hearing split the 194 Liberal Party councilmen. IRA Palestine voted with Davis, as did Quill, Connolly, and Isaacs. The right charged that since the party did not get 50,000 gubernatorial votes and ballot status, it did not merit representation in the council. The result was ambivalent. however, as Gerson was not accepted or voted down, just left in procedural limbo, but he was not on the council. The Americans for Democratic Action waffled as usual, supporting Gerson but adding the protective cover that they were vigorously opposed to communism. Davis was indignant throughout. He charged that the hearing minutes were doctored. His resolution on Gerson was rejected a few days later, 14-4 with one abstention. He lost Palestine and Republican Ed Rager abstained. Davis took the defeat to the streets. At a rally of 200 people in Brooklyn he claimed, "I am proud to fight as a Negro so that a son of the Jewish people shall take his place in the council." The events in Palestine were not just influencing the party on the national question. In fact, Davis's electoral victories could be seen as evidence of a Black-Jewish alliance. Unbowed, he introduced yet another Gerson resolution in the council. He demanded that O'Dwyer act, terming the blocking of Gerson a citywide scandal. It was decided that the fate of the seat would be settled at the November election. Davis signaled the importance of the election by becoming Gerson's campaign manager. But a leading indicator was Isaac's decision to back away from his old friend and chief aide. Caution was the better part of valor. The debate in September 1948 came after Davis's indictment, after the ouster of Dubois from the NAACP, and after the February 1948 events in Czechoslovakia. This may help explain why Council member Walter Hart, who had been harassing, intimidating, and threatening witnesses at an earlier hearing, called Davis a traitor when the Gerson issue arose again. Davis had had enough of his bullying and retorted hotly, "You're a dirty liar. I demand that you withdraw the statement." Hart was rigid, "I can state categorically that any member of the Communist Party is a traitor." Davis did not back down, "I'll paste you in the face if you come over here." Two police officers stepped between them as Hart moved toward his adversary. Class struggle in New York was quickening. The Daily Worker called it one of the most stormy sessions in history, and they were right. Gerson was defeated again, this time 14-6, as Connolly, Quill, Palestine, Earl, and Isaacs joined Davis. The increased support for Gerson could have given Davis and the party false optimism. Despite the skyrocketing repression, more had voted for Gerson this time than before. But whatever hope existed was rapidly dashed, for despite getting a whopping 150,369 votes in November, Gerson lost the election. Had there been PR, Gerson would have been elected twice over, Davis conceded with sadness. The tension took its toll on relationships. Davis and Quill had a heated 195. Exchange of remarks in a debate on transit on the council floor just after the Irish-American leader had resigned from the ALP and CIO over the communism issue. Davis was not impressed with his excuses. "Mike is without a party," he jibed, "his own party repudiated him. He's a traitor to the working class and to the progressive movement in this country when he supports a higher subway fare. I say to Mayor O'Dwyer and to the Democratic Party, you can have him, we don't him." His Irish brogue sharpening, Quill replied, "I know this screwball and all the others who speak for the Communist Party. They don't represent anybody." This exchange occurred in May. In September, Quill stood with Davis on the Gerson vote. Was it necessary for Davis to be so sharp with a vacillating ally? An analysis by Davis and the party arguing that fascism loomed played a role in such stinging rebuttals. Nevertheless, if fascism was coming, should not Davis have been more conciliatory with potential allies? The Gerson fight was not the only tempestuous episode that gripped the council. The Red Scare meant that at least an increase in the military budget would be needed to fight Moscow and its real and assumed allies, along with an increase in the repression budget to fight real and assumed domestic Reds. Social welfare spending was tightened, homeless veterans did not go away, and voices in the council rose accordingly. Davis accused Vincent Impellitteri of violating legislative courtesy by refusing to give Davis time to speak at a hearing on the quickly disappearing 5-cent transit fare. He had waited all day to speak. Days later the fare was hiked to 10 cents over Dav. Is insistence that a referendum first be held, an event that led to an early confrontation with Quill. Hart had called Davis a traitor to the country, and in turn Davis called Quill a traitor to the people, a betrayer of labor. Both statements contained yeast. 9. Davis also took on O'Dwyer, denouncing his arrogant and insulting procedure on the higher fare. The Red Scare was hastened in New York in part because it was a convenient tool to curb the incremental dissent generated by the Cold War and its devastation of social welfare spending. Seeing this link, Davis pressed hard for everything from cheaper transit fares to cleaner streets. His patience was tested when the council voted 14-5 to ask the Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority to build a new Madison Square Garden 2,000-car parking garage near Columbus Circle with a $25 million bond issue. Sharp debate ensued, with Davis and Isaacs in the lead. Davis accused Message of racism for not bringing in black basketball. The Garden also refused a rental for a Lenin Memorial meeting. Ed Rager rose to twist this somehow into an attack on Henry Wallace, a former vice president under FDR. "I call Wallace a communist. You're a communist. If Davis and his crowd get into power, I and my crowd would be liquidated mercilessly, without a chance to speak at the Garden or anywhere else. And don't let Davis get away with this talk of R.A. 196. Child discrimination. He creates more of it than anyone else. One can easily dismiss his comments on race, but some analysts today in Moscow might credit his former remarks on liquidation by suggesting that Stalinist repression gave a fillip to the Red Scare. Certainly the Red Scare of the post-World War I period, well before Stalin, might have been enough to convince people that the U.S. ruling class did not require that kind of justification or impetus. Yet, even if U.S. communists had distanced themselves from the USSR as other progressives did, domestic considerations still would have necessitated a Red Scare. 10. The debate on the budget was agitated. Davis insisted that the most glaring and significant deficiency of the budget is its failure to provide wage increases to city employees. He opposed more police, seeing them as the quintessential Praetorian Guard for repression. Central Harlem had the highest death rate from tuberculosis of any of the city's health districts. Davis called for summer vacations for children, more housing inspectors, and the training of tenants to inspect houses on a block-by-block basis. He voted stridently against the Finance Committee report, charging that the budget was a fair budget and contending that it benefited real estate interests and high-income groups, and questioning the legality of the entire process. His torrid minority report wondered why more was to be spent on peers than on health and welfare. The answer? They had in mind war preparations and the interests of big business, Davis said. He wanted the fare hike to be rescinded, tax exemptions for small homeowners, and higher taxes on big real estate interests. But only Connolly voted for his report. 11. Davis continued to flay the city war budget. He wanted more aid for Harlem, including a public market, schools, and housing. The limited power of the council particularly galled him. They could delete or reduce items but had no power to add or increase. The U.S. Supreme Court in 1989 finally agreed with his estimate of the ungainly powers of the Board of Estimate, but at this point Davis's view was seen as iconoclastic at best. A clear signal was Impellittre's heartfelt congratulations on the glorious victory you have achieved over the destructive forces of communism to a visiting foreign dignitary. How could one fight Reds abroad and ignore the same bête noire at home? 12. Inevitably, race was not far from Davis's main concerns in the council. The council was among those seeking to conciliate blacks in order to wrest them from the left, so when Davis introduced his traditional Negro History Week resolution, they sought to support it, but only with Davis's fingerprints removed from it. His connection would at once give him the credit that they sought to deny and provide ammunition for the guilt by association theorists. Hugh Quinn of the council wanted Davis to withdraw his resolution in favor of another so that the whole council can be credited. Davis cheerfully conceded, "I'd be happy to have the whole council sponsor it." Would 197 it have been sectarian to act otherwise? But when Davis introduced a resolution urging the council to call on the U.S. Senate to act on anti-poll tax, anti-lynch, and FEPC legislation, it was denied immediate consideration. To this point the Dixiecrats were too powerful, and the NAACP-style strategy of moving away from the left was not causing their resistance to crumble. 13. Whatever relationship Davis had with Mayor O'Dwyer briskly dissolved under the strain of the Red Scare. He castigated the mayor for seeking a higher fare bill in Albany without a home rule message from the council. This was illegal, undemocratic, and in flagrant violation of the state constitution. Then the mayor did not vigorously object when the council voted 15-3 to restrict sound trucks on city streets. Davis called it a $5 poll tax on free speech. It was brought just to get around the Supreme Court decision in the Lockport case. Quill and Connolly joined his protest against a measure that was aimed ostensibly at a favorite Red tactic but in effect would handcuff all who sought to protest, a defining characteristic of the Red Scare. That was not enough for the mayor, who then issued an edict barring petitioners from City Hall on the premise that they were nothing but a bunch of Reds anyway. Davis was outraged, calling this completely illegal and insulting to the elected members of the city government. Unlawful, unwarranted, undemocratic. It applied immediately to former O'Dwyer aide Paul Ross, who had joined with Davis's allies on a particular issue. Davis saw instantly that it was actually a smokescreen for barring any and all workers who seek to petition City Hall against the high cost of living, for better housing. But the Red Scare proved effective in squelching such dissent. 14. But at least in the first half of 1948, it was proving difficult to gag Davis. Over his objection the council voted 13-4 to back a state bill barring use of public buildings to groups advocating force and violence. Everyone knew who this was aimed at. Still, it should not be forgotten that this bill was linked with the slashing of social welfare programs. At one point Davis demanded that city officials resist the red-baiting, anti-relief policy of the World Telegram. His voice was not heeded, nor was the council pleased when 600 City College of New York students complained about its denunciation of Davis after he pushed for an investigation of council member Hugh Quinn, who had alleged that students were involved in arson in a politically charged case. Davis was rebuked when the council voted to censure him for his action, and adding insult to injury, some of his colleagues heckled him about his ties to the USSR. 15. This was the temper of the times. The November presidential election would be pivotal, so Davis utilized every opportunity to speak out. Touching a major contradiction of the epoch, he chided Truman for his soft line on lynchers while on Moscow his militancy soars to white heat. He appealed to progressives, questioning their gross illusions about the Missourian. Davis considered Truman unscrupulously and aggressively demagogic. After the Truman Democrats and the GOP ditched anti-poll tax and 198 FEPC bills, Davis was wrathful. While the Rome of Negro rights burns, Nero Truman is fiddling around, making profound speeches to the effect that dogs are essential to the country. He has plenty of time to waste on the Marshall Plan, the UMT, and the draft, but pleads lack of time on civil rights. The hammer of the Red Scare intimidated many blacks from speaking similarly, although they would have been found in Davis's corner a few years earlier. 16. Davis was undeterred. He berated Truman's revoltingly cheap and vulgar demagoguery on civil rights and called his erstwhile ally, Walter White, one of his most pathetic apologists. Truman talks like Abraham Lincoln and acts like Hitler. Under capitalism the situation in our country is upside down. The officials who are doing the jailing should be in jail. Davis was infuriated that for the first time in our modern elections an open persecutor of the Negro people has been touted as their friend. Unfortunately for Davis, the Truman administration was paying attention. Guy Turner sent an article on one of Davis's tirades to the Oval Office with the ominous note attached, "In view of what happened at Prague, why do we have to put up with such stuff as this? Is this your idea of civil rights?" Turner did not have to wait long to get an answer. 17. Davis's disdain for the president was coupled with a heightened appreciation for Henry Wallace, who was becoming increasingly estranged from the Democrats. In January, Davis called Wallace's candidacy a political bombshell. However, he realized that victory would not come easily since it was indispensably important that Negroes be integrated into all levels of the Wallace movement, including the very top. Davis scorned Walter White's opinion that voting for Wallace was a waste. When thousands greeted the Iowan at a rally in Harlem in February, Davis was on the speaker's stand and watched as Joe Louis contributed funds to the campaign. The steady protestations of Davis et al. Seemed to be reaching centrists, particularly after the stunning victory of progressive Leo Isaacson in a key Bronx congressional race. A New York Age editorial on February 28, 1948 was symptomatic. We repeat, this is not an editorial advocating the election of Henry Wallace or backing the Third Party movement. However, we cannot but feel that the anti-Jim Crow pronouncements of Henry Wallace as subscribed to by his congressional seat-seeking protege had a deal to do with the victory. The Age was sufficiently perspicacious to see the real deal. There are those who affirm that the only reason that Harry Truman went to Congress with a whale of a civil rights program proposal was because he feared Wallace would cut heavily into the balance of power Negro vote. Wallace tempted the shrewd black vote, but a people not yet 100 years from slavery decided not to travel the entire course. For communists like Davis, who knew many of the leaders and had collaborated recently with them, it was difficult to accept their opportunism, temporizing, and timidity. So he did not keep quiet about their affair with Truman, his view 199. Of White was also applied to Gordon Hancock, whom he called a Negro misleader. But the main tenor of his words was devoted to the presidential candidates. It's like asking you, which do you prefer, tuberculosis Truman or cancer Dewey? We don't want either. We want to be healthy and alive. 19. Instinctively, Davis did not exclude the GOP from his verbal assaults. Dewey was a frequent target, but Senator Robert Taft was not exempt, either. Harold Stassen's new book, Where I Stand, was dismissed peremptorily as a slightly jazzed-up version of Wall Street's program. It should be Where I Kneel, because the man is on bended knee serving the lords of dollar imperialism. Davis's verbal wizardry did not prevent Wallace from going down to defeat in November. Some of the same voters who were sufficiently adventurous to vote for Davis for city council were not willing to take the next step and vote for Wallace for president. 20. While scoring his foes, Davis was busily seeking to help his friends, particularly those in the labor movement. He rushed to Patterson to address May Day participants. When Emil Reeve and leaders of the Textile Workers Union removed communists from high posts, Davis spoke out, connecting it to the refusal to pass or even discuss routine, pro-FEPC resolutions at their convention. Reeve was allegedly reluctant since some of the Southern delegates might have gotten upset. The Red Scare created an anti-progressive atmosphere that made the right wing a chief beneficiary. Davis termed the pivotal CIO convention in Portland a horrible nightmare. One could have thought that the CIO was a reincarnation of Hitler's Nazi Party rallies in the Sportpalast of the Third Reich. Though the CIO convention was certainly disappointing, it is questionable if Davis's rhetorical overkill was helpful in reassuring vacillating allies. This spirit reached the council. Over Davis's vigorous objection, they voted to give city employees a day off with pay for a Loyalty Day anti-communist parade on May Day. As ever, his words were backed with action. He fought to have 53 city workers reinstated who had been fired with the assault on social welfare programs. 21. The fluctuation of his supporters and the turncoat posture of others were not easy for Davis and the party to accept. They could see that the anti-red attack would not only send them to jail but would also curb anyone who was not conservative. Whatever the case, despite their perception about the growth of fascism, they did not hesitate to engage in sharp and public polemics with others of ostensibly similar outlook. The pressure was intense, as evidenced by the mass resignations from the American Labor Party. Yet Davis called PM, a journal close to that party, an organ of petty bourgeois radicalism. His criticism was true to an extent, but it was not an exemplar of sound tactics. 22. The maneuvering over the Wallace candidacy heightened these tendencies. Davis was quick to call the fight against the draft of Powell, Marcanto, 200, Neo, and Glenn Taylor the most magnificent struggle in Congress in modern times against the barbarous Jim Crow system in the armed force. The irrepressible, resourceful, and courageous Marcantonio bids fair to become one of the greatest legislators in all American history. But Powell was singled out for reproach because of serious disappointments. If he is to achieve his maximum potentialities of political independence, he should abandon all hesitations and doubts and resolutely identify with the Wallace-Taylor movement. Of course he was harsher toward his old foe, Randolph, who had pressured Powell for allegedly following the Communist Party line. The only fighting against Army Jim Crow these Rips Nortators have engaged in has been in the newspapers. Powell remained reluctant to align with the new party. The tactical question was whether Davis' response to him could have been less harsh. 23 The continued clashing between Davis and Randolph was one of the more troubling aspects of this period. That the top black communist and top black labor leader were continually at each other's throats did not bode well for halting the rise of the right. The 1948 version of their dispute was over the Jim Crow U.S. Army. Davis began by scolding the White House for not issuing a simple executive order. But he was not impressed with Randolph's plan to launch civil disobedience unless desegregation commenced. Randolph, said Davis, felt we Negroes don't care what you do with us after you get us in the army. Send us to murder Greek Democrats, or to shoot down the Indonesians. But let us do it on an equality basis. 24 A number of progressives felt that Davis's view was overly narrow. Davis pressed on, charging that the plan of civil disobedience spreads division, confusion, and defeatism. Tactic of weakness and futility, and he complained that labor and white progressives have not identified themselves with the Negro's indignation sufficiently. But the labor boss was his main target. Like Slick Reynolds, Mr. Randolph occasionally rises from the dead long enough to grab a headline and then goes back to sleep. He called constantly for marches on Washington that he never made or lead. In fact, none of us in New York were ever able to get him to march to City Hall against Jim Crow, and that is only a few blocks from his office. As far as disobedience is concerned, Mr. Randolph might set an example by showing that he has guts enough to disobey the Jim Crowers in New York or to disobey the professional disruptor, David Dubinsky, Mr. Randolph's boss. There was much truth in Davis's remarks, but the question was not veracity but tactical soundness. Foul charge and countercharge escalated when Frank Crosseth replied, "When you are filled with waste matter, keep your mouth shut." 25 Culpability was not all one-sided. Randolph steadfastly balked at working with the Reds on his army plans. Of course we don't want the Communists 201 to cooperate with us in any way, because they are a kiss of death. Davis also found it curious that the bourgeois press continued to praise Randolph despite his call for civil disobedience because he was such a firm advocate of the Marshall Plan. Evidently these forces realized that Jim Crow in the army had to go and saw Randolph as a useful goad in the process. In any case, almost on signal, Randolph began to back away from his ambitious plan. Similar to the way he abandoned the March on Washington years earlier, it was left to Martin Luther King, not as anti-communist as Randolph, to implement these plans. Davis wrapped Randolph as a sheep in wolf's clothing, a pathological red baiter, Soviet baiter, and Wall Street bootlicker. Constantly starting out like a lion and ending like a lamb. This was a betrayal, Davis remarked. In any event, one result was the erosion of Randolph's mass base. All of them put together would not fill a telephone booth. 26 As evidenced by the above, Frank Crosseth often substituted for Randolph in attacking Davis. As the decade wore on, his hard-nosed anti-communism and social democrat ties brought him a high-level municipal post and close contacts with George Meany, William Greene, Hubert Humphrey, Truman, Mary McLeod Bethune, and Norman Thomas. Their socialist pretensions were not break since Randolph continued to address him as "Dear Comrade" and advised him paternalistically that there are only a few Negro leaders who know enough about communists to be able to fight them effectively. Crosseth must have fit that category since he was chosen to broadcast over Voice of America to counter the rapidly growing notion that blacks were subjected to an atrocious racism. Crosseth's role as designated hitman alienated Dr. C.B. Powell, no friend of Davis and publisher of the New York Amsterdam News, who reprimanded the labor leader for his intemperate remarks about the council member. In all future cases you keep your letters on a higher level, as the words of this letter should never have been printed. There is no justification for criticism of a city councilman in such language as exhibited in your letters. 27 Crosseth was enraged, terming Powell's démarche part of an effort to appease Mr. Davis and his associates. Modern carpetbaggers, he could not understand your alarming defense of Mr. Davis. Powell would not be swayed. Whether I need Mr. Davis or whether I fear him is not an issue. Crosseth commiserated with other recipients of Davis's sharp pen and tongue, telling Walter White, to say that I envy you for being the recipient of an attack by Councilman Ben Davis in yesterday's Sunday Worker. Anyone fortunate enough to be spoken of in such a manner as he spoke of you, should feel proud. Did you read my letter on the councilman in the current issue of the Amsterdam News? Yet Crosseth's anti-communism only served to obscure his own swing to the right. A few years later Bruce Wright was demanding his removal from the City Housing Commission due to his naming a housing project for Stephen F.O.S. 202. Unaffected, Crosseth vigorously defended the racist composer. All this was souring Davis. 28 Davis was increasingly distressed with the drift of black and Allied leadership as important civil rights bills came before Congress. He instructed black leaders especially to get wise and quit permitting themselves to be used as bait. Suckers don't seem to learn or to care as long as their palms are greased, or their vanities twit. He singled out J. Ray Jones, but Walter White was rarely far from his jabs. Davis was annoyed with White's idea of the Democrats as a lesser evil. One might as well argue that because Hitler denounced Chamberlain, anti-fascist humanity should have supported Chamberlain's appeasement policies. Presumably White would have responded, precisely. 29. It must be remembered that Davis's positions on these questions were primarily party positions and not just his alone. The idea of rising fascism was an aspect of this outlook. Since it was recognized that racism pushed blacks more to the left, attacks on Randolph, White, and others could force their supporters to make them shape up, or these civil rights leaders would run the risk of isolation. This was reflected in an influential book on the black vote, published in 1948, by Henry Lee Moon, NAACP publicist, who concluded, many of the Negro intellectuals and writers have at one time or another been influenced by communist philosophy. Among blacks, communism is not regarded as the enemy. Elected neither because nor in spite of his membership. Indeed, Davis was so popular that Tammany made a huge mistake by not backing him in 1945. The smart thing would have been to work quietly for Davis without any endorsement. 30 Other than the weakening center forces such as the NAACP, there were other disturbing ideological trends contributing to an explosive mix. There were the white baiters like James Lawson who had done much to harm the alliance between Powell and Davis. Party leader Herbert Wheeldon found these people maddening, James Lawson and his underworld followers, a special breed of rat-paid stooges. They call themselves nationalists. Attempts to break up meeting. Shouting obscene slogans against women and against Jews. Rumor has it that J. Raymond Jones has inspired Lawson to disrupt all meetings of Ben Davis, because they fear the wide support which the Negro people are giving Ben and his program. Such unprincipled tactics were a precursor of 1960s behavior and made it difficult for the Reds to be models of objectivity. Then the United Auto Workers scored communist efforts to get blacks elected to the executive board of the union as a Jim Crow proposition, just as much so as if it were a segregated room in a hotel, a seat on a train. Misguided thinking on the national question was far from being a communist monopoly, which illustrates that red weaknesses are difficult to separate from an overall underdeveloped U.S. political culture. 31 The party had its own problems, however. Though it had detected a whiff 203 of fascism, the Communists not only blistered certain black leaders but chose this time to launch a highly visible campaign against white chauvinism within the party itself. In all fairness, one should say that this campaign was utterly understandable. In the most racist nation this side of South Africa, it was crucially important for the proclaimed vanguard of the working class to countenance not a hint of racism. The problem was, as the party sheepishly admitted later, that the campaign was much too internal and tended to charge the converted with blasphemy. Nonetheless, Henry Winston put his finger on a real problem. There was a lag in registration of our Negro members in both shop and community clubs. What was at the root of this problem? Increased government repression? Winston focused on the existence of white chauvinism. Certain petty bourgeois contempt on the part of many cotters toward inarticulate Negro workers within the ranks of the party organization. 32 Unfortunately, Winston had not made up a fairy tale. When the Daily Worker highlighted the fact that Leo DeRocher, the Brooklyn Dodgers manager, had hit a black fan, a number of readers wrote to defend him, saying they wanted to hear both sides. Fred Blair, Wisconsin party leader, noted that a party club in Racine had to expel 2 Italo-Americans and 1 Bulgarian-American. They were in business and refused to serve Negroes, claiming it would hurt their trade. Another Serbian-American comrade had threatened to go to the police if his daughter's friendship with a black youth did not end. He was expelled. The response to a Davis column on restrictive covenants perhaps lacked sensitivity, though Davis earlier had to apologize for inadvertently implying that white attorneys played no other role than cheating and robbing. As the pressure intensified, things seemed to be becoming more confused. 33 So the struggle against white chauvinism was launched. Isidore Begun, chair of the Bronx Party, and 2 other leaders were removed for a while for failing to struggle against white chauvinism and for Negro rights. Should serve as warning to our entire party against complacency or smugness. It was charged that blacks had been removed from party posts, had been personally attacked, and were isolated. Consequently, the struggle for civil rights had been reduced. The whirlwind caught up Fred Blair. He was temporarily suspended from his post because of weaknesses in the struggle for Negro rights. Blair has fully recognized his weakness. 34 The party saw the problem as lack of knowledge of Negro life history. Failure to have Negro friends all together, as at dances where white men, white women, and Negro men dance but Negro women are neglected. The party member's personal life cannot be divorced from his or her political life. The personal is political slogan did not arise in the 1960s without roots. That is the point. For the Red Scare forced a later generation to reinvent issues without realizing that these same problems had 204 been addressed previously. New York Party leader George Blake was forthright. White chauvinism is widespread in our party and its most deep-seated and stubborn manifestations have existed and continue to exist in the trade union sector of our party. What is demanded is a more all-embracing, systematic and uncompromising struggle against white chauvinism. The main danger is that we have been too sharp and too critical, but that we are still too tolerant, too passive, too neglectful. The CP was obviously miles ahead of other U.S. institutions in fighting racism, particularly the internal variety. Certainly there has been a tendency in this country to avoid discussion of white chauvinism, and again one has to ask how this atmosphere affected the party. Though it may have been overly zealous in this regard, the party's approach could only impress blacks, who were more accustomed to zeal in avoiding this fight. Yet this internal approach did chase away real and potential allies at a time when a philosophy stressing encroaching fascism should have meant attempting to attract such allies. 35 Though Davis was warning of the growth of American national chauvinism, with white supremacy playing a leading role, a party meeting in Harlem in March 1948 was distinguished by its interracial character. The party was still growing. 1,000 people attended a CP-held meeting at 116th Street and Lenox Avenue on the question of police brutality, and the party planned to hold a meeting every night in the street. A three-day convention of the party in July 1948 in Manhattan called for expanding the ranks from 10 to 13,000 by Labor Day. This preceded the national convention in August. By the end of the summer, Davis and other party leaders were under indictment. Ever the historical optimist, Davis tried to put a positive spin on this disaster. Never in the history of the Communist Party have we received such free and unlimited publicity, but another victory like this and the party would be undone. 36. Concomitant with the party's new thinking on race, Davis began to refine his own views. There are, in reality, in our country two American nations: the Negro people and the dominant white or so-called Anglo-Saxon nation. The Negro people are themselves moving toward recognition of their own views. He saw the erosion of the Black Belt thesis as marked by an increased stress on Northern blacks as a national minority, and he also stressed the multi-class nature of black liberation. Even the Negro upperclassman who is not exploited as a worker, is nevertheless a second-class citizen as a Negro. Holds the entire Negro people in inferior status, irrespective of their class. This February 1948 newspaper article was the first time he had addressed the national question formally in some time, which indicates the increased ferment on the issue. He also initiated a dialogue with the noted African-American social scientist Oliver Cox on this question, which brought a criticism of Cox from anthropologist Ruth Benedict. 37. Then in September 1948 he summed up his thought on the matter in Polit 205. Eichel Affairs. In it, he stressed that our party has long enjoyed wide respect and admiration among the Negro people. But he regretted that there was an inadequate grasp among large numbers of white cotter of the Black Belt thesis, and that this theory was far too sparingly used in this field of work on the part of the national leadership, in particular on the part of the Negro Commission. He concluded with a flourish, lambasting opponents of the thesis, these rotten elements, such as the Francis Franklins and other insects, and concurring with the new party thrust to raise the struggle against white chauvinism to the necessary fighting level. This fight, he said, was being badly neglected, which was a reason for the high fluctuation of Negro membership. 38. There were changes taking place on this front. Davis was charging that the city was discriminating against the daily worker, Morning Freiheit, and local black papers by not designating them to carry advertising for pawnbrokers' public auctions. Interestingly, a few months later the New York Age had taken on a more attractive format, a higher price, and a new motto. This, said the paper, reflected changes in plant, changes in personnel, a change in ownership. Suddenly Skenley, the liquor monopoly with connections to high-level FBI officials, began taking out double full-page ads weekly. For a while the Age's views did not change, as a November column continued the previous line, but soon their political philosophy agreed with dominant opinion. 39. Davis persevered. In June he issued a clarion call for mass lobbying in Washington for civil rights. The response was heartening. Evidently Washington was aware of the potential for this kind of pressure, which is why integration was hastened. Davis was certainly aware of this and did not join the worse the better school. For example, he hailed the selection of Levi Jackson as Yale football captain as well as the ongoing struggle to garner the right to vote. But the administration had to implement integration while avoiding the taint of communism, as happened when their Dixiecrat brethren called an anti-poll tax measure a communist proposal. Pummeling the Reds into submission was one way out. 40. Since those who ruled the United States were not willing to go all the way, the country had to wait for the King-led push of the mid-50s. In the meantime Davis flayed as a disgrace the court decision upholding the Stuyvesant town rental, though 62% of the tenants polled on record against that form of discrimination. He wondered how the life sentence of Ilse Kook, a Nazi torturer, could be commuted while lynchers, inheritors of the policies of the Third Reich, could go free. While the issues were swirling around, Davis was attending to business, inviting parents and children to a Christmas party at Golden Gate with refreshments, movies, puppets and a magician show. Even though this event occurred after his indictment, Jackie Robinson and Roy Campanella showed 206. Soon thereafter, however, Robinson was denouncing the communists in Washington and Campanella would not be seen in the same room as Davis. Not unrelated was a report in the New York Amsterdam News. For more than 2 years, a Negro special agent for the House Committee has combed Harlem and other sections of New York where Negroes live in large numbers seeking information concerning operations of the communist underground. This special agent talked with scores of people. Then the author Ida's moved against Davis's closest comrade in the party, Claudia Jones. They detained and sought to deport her. After her arrest, she immediately called Davis, but the arresting officers refused to wait until he could come before carting her away. A horrified Davis, with Jones at his side, held a press conference and denounced the move as an underhanded trick to divide West Indian and American Negroes. Clearly an attempt to intimidate the powerful Negro sentiment behind the presidential candidacy of Henry Wallace. 42. Furious at the immigration authorities for placing their clammy and cowardly hands on one of the brightest flowers of Negro American womanhood, Davis predicted that this act would signal an onslaught against the Caribbean population of New York. As usual, this was not an isolated event. Jesus Menendez, a communist, Federation of Sugar Workers leader, and member of the Cuban House, was murdered. Gerhard Easler, John Williamson, and Ferdinand Smith were all detained on Ellis Island and denied bail. Davis warned, "Today the victims are foreign-born leaders. Tomorrow the native-born will be snatched up." While carrying out all of his other duties, Davis felt compelled to take up this new burning question. 43. These proposed deportations were just the beginning. The idea that socialism was being introduced by the foreign-born was the subtext of Washington's offensive. Then they moved to intimidate the fellow travelers and Red allies. Prominent in that category was the Reverend Thomas Harton of Brooklyn, president of the Afro-Protective League, vice president of the National Baptist Convention, first vice president of the New York Baptist Convention, and one of Davis's earliest supporters when he first ran for office. Just as the indictment of the communist leaders was emerging, he was charged with rape. Charges were dropped eventually, but the time and expense sent an undeniable signal to allies of the left. More direct was the murder of Willie Milton, black communist and tenant leader, at the hands of a Brooklyn police officer. Davis recalled that he had just led a successful rent strike of tenants against greedy landlords. In demanding that O'Dwyer investigate, Davis raised a familiar specter, that unprosecuted gangsterism is turning the streets of New York into a Nazi Germany against striking workers, minority groups, and civil liberties. Did such outrages justify Davis's view that fascism lurked around the corner, not to mention his often intemperate language? 44,207. One government investigator concluded that the Negro population of the United States is communistically inclined. This attitude meant that Reds were persecuted and black Reds were virtually flagellated. So when Davis traveled to Washington to testify about the coal bill, which would restrict ballot access for parties allegedly advocating force and violence, he found the elements for a major flare-up. Davis charged that the two major parties by hook or crook to prevent any new political party that challenges their bipartisan rule. Davis's appearance was before the House Administration Election Subcommittee and committee members were on the defensive, according to the Daily Worker. The unchanged Aston Davis informed Republican Omar Burleson, "I doubt very much that you are legally a member of Congress. As for force and violence, why not let Mr. Burleson try to justify the force and violence used against Negroes in Texas and other states of the South?" "I am asking," began Burleson. "And what about lynching?" demanded Davis. "We might as well abandon this line of questioning," said Burleson and subsided. Why did Davis and the party tend to agree with Moscow so frequently, he was asked. Marxism-Leninism is a science and its principles are applicable everywhere. H20 is water in Moscow and H20 is water in America. In the Soviet Union there is no race discrimination or anti-Semitism. If you want to talk about a lack of free elections. Davis laughed scornfully. Let's talk about the poll tax states. There hasn't been a free election in the South since Reconstruction. 45. The committee was coming to realize that they were faced with a formidable opponent, so they switched tactics and asked him if he would support the bill if it were aimed at fascists. He replied, "I wouldn't support this bill even if you stood on its head. As for substituting the word fascist, you know very well that Congress as it is now constituted would not be deterred by that. This bill will only be used to bring the nation closer to the police state." This bravura performance was guaranteed to win Davis plaudits among blacks nationally, but the authorities were thoroughly displeased. 46. The House Un-American Activities Committee wanted William Z. Foster to testify. The party balked and offered Davis. HUAC, aware of Davis's boisterous appearances, tried to get dirt on Davis from the FBI as an ace in the hole, as more than likely Davis, when he does appear, will follow the usual insulting tactics other members of the party have used. And they would like to have something to throw at him. At the hearing, Davis vigorously denied that the party advocated the use of force and violence and insisted that they would not register as foreign agents. "We will not make a mockery of the secret ballot by publishing the names of our members. We will not wear the yellow badge of shame the American disciples of Hitler seek to place upon us." According to the Daily 208. Worker, when Davis finished, contrary to their custom, no questions were asked. The hearing room was packed. Speculation had it that Nixon and his colleagues were afraid to tangle with the communist leader. 47. HUAC's revenge was not long in coming. In mid-July 1948, Davis was at home working on a daily worker column when 6 FBI agents came to arrest him, on the grounds of violating the Smith Act. The time had come to put the finishing touches on the liquidation of the left, to reduce its influence for a generation, to pave the way for a rightist upsurge to fight the Cold War and redistribute the wealth from bottom to top. Interestingly, at the arraignment many people mistook Davis for Robeson. Davis chose to stress his counsel record and his ethnicity in remarks to the press. When asked if the council would remove him if he were found guilty, Councilman Joseph Sharkey contradicted the view he took a year later. "Why, that's silly. The people have spoken. They elected him as a communist." Taking an apparent dig at Connolly, he added, "He was honest and ran for council as a communist unlike some other members." Ed Rager commented, "I do not like to see him indicted. Although I disagree with him, he has a right to his views." Quill called the arrest a serious mistake since the party consisted of only harmless crackpots. Palestine straddled the fence. 48. Many considered the arrest to be linked to the Progressive Party convention taking place in Philadelphia and the upcoming CP convention. Stanley Isaacs sensed a frame-up and offered his assistance. Davis had not lost his talent for rhetorical embellishment in his reply, "The charges against me and my co-defendants are fantastic. In fact, they are of a dime novel character." Davis also suggested tactics that the council could pursue in his defense, particularly the perceived treatment of him as a recidivist criminal. Isaacs commented, "I think you should raise the issue under a plea of high personal privilege. If you do, I will be glad to speak in protest." 49. The arrest of Davis on charges of violating the Smith Act did not quash his militants. "They took my Communist Party card, my proudest possession." He continued to insist that the arrests were examples of the way Negroes are losing their civil rights. At a press conference at his Harlem office with Patterson and Jones present, he was asked if he took orders from Moscow. "Take orders from the membership of our party, and I as a councilman take my orders from the people who elected me." Thousands of Harlemites protested the arrests at a mass rally at 126th Street and Lenox Avenue, at which Davis said, "Truman framed me, Dewey said amen, and Wallace defended me. Who do you think I'm going to vote for? I'm going to be a Negro. I'm going to be a communist." and I'm going to fight for peace, democracy, and for my people until the day I die. 50 Dan Burley in the New York Amsterdam News wrapped the arrest and reflected the opinion of many Harley Mitts. A lot of people resented seeing his picture in all the papers with a number under it like a common convict. All the man did, folks say, is to speak his mind, and if they won't let 209 you do that, what in the hell is democracy? After all, Ben has been a champion of his people, and if he gets the jail treatment, everybody had best keep real quiet as the Christian Frontiers, Dixiecrats, and others take over. Burley was quite sagacious. The fact that Ben Davis has been almost synonymous with communist meant that he would receive special treatment. 51 The New York Times chose to place his address to the party convention on the front page. Davis compared the arrests to the Reichstag fire frame-up. Gangsterism. My Communist Party membership card. In its stead, I was given a receipt. Now how can one compare a piece of paper signed by a Gestapo agent with a membership card in the Communist Party? Judge Harold Medina, who had been assigned the case, was unimpressed and confined all defendants to New York, which hit Gus Hall of Ohio particularly hard. The edict marked just the beginning of the defendant's turbulent relationship with the jurist. It also turned out that Edmund L. Cox, foreman of the grand jury that brought forward the indictment, had been exposed earlier in the Daily Worker for his role in the discriminatory policies of Greenwich Savings Bank, which he served as vice president. 52. Defendant and war hero Robert Thompson was attacked in prison in an apparent setup by the authorities. Davis sought to meet with O'Dwyer, and literally waved the bloody shirt, displaying Thompson's blood-stained coat and shirt, which showed about a 3-inch gash. Repression had reached a new level. George Bernard Shaw was moved to intervene. The founder of Christianity was a communist with 11 faithful apostles, chief of whom struck a man and his wife dead for keeping back their money from a common pool instead of sharing it. But American legislators, ostensibly Christians, don't read the Bible, much less Karl Marx. They would charge St. Peter with sedition as well as murder if he were not beyond their reach. I refrain from comment. The situation speaks for itself. 53. And that it did. The issue was joined. Black liberation had met the Red Scare. The rising strength of the left, particularly among blacks, was set back, interestingly enough, just before the crucial 1948 election. Ben Davis, the symbol of militant Afro-America, was being slated for prison. He raged and raged but ultimately was marched into that dark night. The Daily Worker stated it curtly. Slated for political death in the 1949 elections were Genevieve Earle, Connolly, even Louis Goldberg of the Liberal Party. The New York Herald Tribune of December 15, 1948 was straightforward. High-ranking Republican leaders are seriously weighing a coalition with the Democrats to ensure the defeat of the one surviving communist member. Mr. Davis has a following among Harlem Negroes which has withstood repeated raids by the major parties. 54. 1949. 12. The trial of the century. It was not difficult to see why Davis and the Communist Party discerned an aroma of fascism. The indictment and trial of the top party leadership was a classic frame-up based on a statute ultimately viewed as unconstitutional. The Smith Act. Then Davis was railroaded out of his council seat. It was a grueling defensive battle that took its toll in many ways. After the trial ended, Gurley Flynn commented sadly, "It is no accident that heart trouble is practically occupational with communist leaders. It is evident that the past year took a far heavier toll on the health of the leaders of the Communist Party than even those of us who are their closest associates fully appreciated." Davis's premature death in 1964 can be attributed to political repression in part. The trial of the top 11 leaders of the Communist Party, the so-called CP11, was probably the longest criminal trial in the history of the United States, according to the New York Times on October 15, 1949. There were 5 million words of testimony covering 21,157 pages at a cost of $1 million to the government. The trial lasted about 9 months, with the government introducing 15 witnesses and 332 exhibits, taking 2 months. The rest of the time was filled by the defense, including 2 months of preliminary challenges to the jury system, then the offering of 35 witnesses and 429 exhibits. The trial cost the party $10,000 per week, which is not surprising, considering that political trials are not only designed to put away defendants but also to drain and to debilitate an organization. Sensing the oncoming disaster, as early as March 1947 the party began a fight-a-page fund that quickly raised over $140,000. They had to use every dime and more too. The official form marking the conviction of Davis was dated October 21, 1949 from the Federal Court of the Southern District of New York. He was convicted of unlawfully, willfully, and knowingly conspiring to organize as the Communist Party of the U.S. of America, a society, group and assembly of persons who teach and advocate the overthrow and destruction of the government of the U.S. by force and violence, and knowingly and willfully to advocate and teach the duty and necessity of so overthrowing and destroying. 210. 211. The government of the United States. 3. A more maiming assault on the First Amendment is hard to imagine. Although teaching and advocating, not action, were at issue, Davis was nevertheless fined $10,000 and received a 5-year jail term. The New York Times put it more prosaically, stating that Davis was convicted for secretly teaching and advocating, on secret orders from Moscow, overthrow of the government. For it is true that Moscow was an unindicted co-conspirator, but the prosecutors were not overly bothered by the fact that they could not find any documentation showing the hand of Moscow. David Driscoll, in a letter to the Times published on October 19, 1949, noted cogently that basically the party was being prosecuted for ousting Browder. He asked why the trial ever had to take place, for if the CP-11 had been teaching the overthrow of the United States since April 1945, why did they wait so long to prosecute? What clear and present danger existed, he wondered. A statute drawn to get communists in spite of the protections our laws throw about political parties practically guaranteed the verdict before the trial, Driscoll wrote. The trial was a political trial. I trust that the Supreme Court will be able to correct a grave error. In the end they chose not to. Kevin John O'Brien, who has closely studied the case, argues that it was designed to derail the Progressive Party for the purpose of producing a precedent to support a preventive detention program. Harold Medina, the feisty judge in the case, had become known by defending an accused Nazi saboteur. Felix Frankfurter considered him an insufferable egotist, and Judge Learned Hand thought him extremely naive. O'Brien's study found him temperamental, disconcerting gaps of knowledge, caustic, often seemed to be searching for reassurance. After 7 weeks and 48 witnesses, Medina had been forced to make evidentiary rulings, which left the distinct impression that a cover-up was at work. He agrees that placing the letter C by the name of potential black jurors was at the very least suspicious, and feels that the grand jury favored wealthy white males. On appeal, Learned Hand, who apparently did not read the entire record before writing his opinion, masked his repudiation of a substantially more liberal First Amendment standard which he had articulated more than 30 years earlier in Massa's Publishing Co. v. Patton, 244 Federal 535, 1917. O'Brien found it similarly distressing that the government on appeal relied heavily on the precedents in the Japanese-American internment cases. 5. The well-connected columnist Arthur Kroc, apparently after speaking to Justice Department officials, conceded that the indictment was brought to allay fears that Truman was soft on communism. The legal shakiness of the case was recognized, but the resulting hysteria proved decisive. The government prosecutor's office in the Southern District of New York was known to be riddled with organized crime influence. Attorney General Tom Clark, according to Davis, was unfit to be dog catcher in Podunk, and really must go. 6. The government's case relied heavily on apostates like Louis Budens and various stool pigeons. Most of their exhibits were daily worker and political affairs articles, along with tomes from Lenin. The government wanted publicity to scare those inclined toward progressive leanings, and the party wanted publicity to build a movement. Hence, newspapers galore covered the case, and hundreds of telegrams denouncing the case deluged the White House. 7. Davis was obviously the most prominent of the defendants, so an added reason for bringing the prosecution was to erode the increasing hold held by the left on communities like Harlem. Doing this was not going to be easy. The Oklahoma Black Dispatch, though in the heart of the Bible Belt, pressed the sentiments of many. One would not have to be a communist to admire Ben Davis. Any Negro who parrots the will of the majority race is arbitrarily set up as a leader. The black man who exhibits a disposition to think for himself is immediately marked for the Tommy Hawk. Collusion is reached in control centers to see that every effort of this individual fails. We regret Ben Davis' failed re-election. We know the man personally. He is a great big husky fellow, with lovable eyes, who inspires you with his sincerity and genuineness. Of course, if Ben Davis had bowed his head in resignation and submission to the prejudice and race hate he discovered all about him, he would today be classified as a loyal black man. 8. Nathaniel Thornton, writing in the December 17, 1949 issue of the Pittsburgh Courier, had similar opinions. I am really disgusted at the way Negroes are being pitted against other Negroes in the fight against communism. And I want to clarify that I am not one of the fellow travelers. However, I do think that if a Negro doesn't like communism, he should keep his mouth shut and not be a stooge for the FBI. If the FBI was any good at all, it would have caught those lynchers of the 2 Negro men and 2 women so brutally murdered down in Georgia. Or did it want to do so in the beginning? Ironically, Thornton was echoing Soviet Foreign Minister Andrei Vyshinsky, who accused the United States of hypocrisy for ignoring real violations of human rights while prosecuting Reds. 9. Davis agreed, and so did his party. As early as July 1946, the State Party had argued that fascist terror had already begun against blacks. As noted, London's oppression of blacks in Africa in 1939 made it difficult for black communists and the party to see the United Kingdom as a beacon of freedom. 10 years later, increased terror against blacks helped convince black communists and the party that fascism was coming. In July 1949, Davis extended the analysis. 10. As the trial wore on, hour piled on hour, Davis became exasperated. 213. Sitting in the federal court, day after day, listening to the opium dreams, the moronic pap, the downright rubbish. One is provoked to bitter anger that this great and powerful country should be reduced to such idiocy. Wasting the people's money. It is too cheap and crude. It is small pickings. The strange rulings of Judge Medina, embellished with his perfectly irresistible humor. 11. The nation's tragedy was not the trial but the layoffs, lynchings, and hunger riveting the land. This is the main drama, these are the main issues. He found it ironic that the gravamen of the government's case was that the party was fine under Browder but a villain under Foster, such is the slapstick in courtroom 110, said Davis. The government's case was full of stool pigeons. This motley assortment of Vanderlubbe's and Mortimer's nerds. The obvious purpose was to spread panic in the ranks of unions, people's, and progressive organizations including the party. The screwball antics inherent in the heresy nature of this trial should blind no one to its grave dangers. 12. A complicating factor in the party's fight against the Smith Act involved their earlier posture when this bill was applied to the Socialist Workers' Party. In 1941, Milton Howard assailed the act in the context of the prosecution of the Trotskyites, though he added, can find no objection to the destruction of the fifth column in this country. Must insist upon it. But he suggested that they be prosecuted as agents of fascism and not as revolutionaries, as the Smith Act intimated. 13. Party leader Carl Winter termed the act reactionary a few months later but hailed the conviction of the Trotskyites. After all, they had not condemned Japan's attack on the United States. Howard and Winter were not alone. the California Eagle called the SWP fascists a few months later. As the CP11 trial began, Davis rebuked those who chided the party for not vigorously defending the SWP by asserting, "Trotskyism is not a political trend or a political party. It is gangsterism, disruption, wrecking, assassination, and murder. The Trotskyists are a bunch of agents for fascism and they don't deserve to be considered in the same breath as us or any other decent American." Davis's vitriol simply reflected party policy, but many people believed that such rhetoric ill-disposed the communists to seek aid to fight their prosecution. 14. The issue was highlighted when a major Bill of Rights conference was held in New York in mid-July to rally support for Davis and his co-defendants. The 1,300 attendees from 33 states heard Davis speak. After he finished, Farrell Dobbs of the SWP jumped on the platform and shouted, "Davis means us," when he spoke of splitters and wreckers. 15. He was booed. In 1961, Gus Hall announced that it was a mistake not to have fought the Smith Act prosecution of the SWP in Minnesota, but in 1949 the CP position also served to deter the necessary support of liberals and centrists. 16. 214. When Davis was called before a grand jury in 1939 that was investigating the party, he characterized it as "my first experience in a Star Chamber proceeding." Blacks were segregated in the jury room, and contributing to the slapstick aspects was the attempt to show that Davis was born in Trinidad or Jamaica and was therefore an illegal alien. 10 years later, his opinion had not changed. He felt the grand jury for the 1949 prosecution was stacked. 17. When the trial began, there was exhaustive questioning of potential jurors who were asked about the publications they read and the organizations they had heard about. They were also asked about various columnists and politics in general. Finally, a jury of 11 was picked, 4 of whom were African American, with at least 3 of them from Harlem. The New York Amsterdam News felt that there were odd-looking people on the jury. Judge Medina, for example, resembles Hollywood's fabulous Adolphe Menjou. They were impressed by CP11 attorney George Crockett, an African American who eventually was elected to Congress, regarded as one of the most brilliant lawyers ever seen in action here. As for the prosecution, unfortunately, from a spectator viewpoint, McGoey does not have a Negro assistant. The jury was another question. Nobody seemed to know too much about the Harlemites, and there was little to indicate whether they had ever participated in the community's civic and political life. 18. This jury also included a Liberal Party member, American Legion members, and so forth. On voir dire, juror Russell Janney denied anti-communist bias but was quoted in the Macon Telegraph of February 22, 1949 to the contrary. Reporter Ted Thackeray charged that he had urged a fight to death against communism a week before he was chosen as a juror. Even during the trial he made loud comments outside the courtroom suggesting his bias. Medina denied that this was a basis for a mistrial. 19. Medina, a graduate of Princeton, had been on the faculty of Columbia Law School for 30 years, born in Brooklyn. His father was Spanish-Mexican. As an attorney he assailed the blue ribbon juries that he later upheld as a judge, calling them prone to convict and having an economic bias. Before reaching the bench he was doing quite well, making a princely $85,000 a year even then and employing a Chinese houseman at his Manhattan home at 14 East 75 Street. He was annoyed about being accused of racism during the trial. Igniting the comment was a October 4, 1949 incident when Medina refused a Davis motion to permit him to sum up his case, and co-defendant Eugene Dennis accused the judge of discrimination and an affront to the Negro people. To bar a Harvard law attorney from speaking in his own behalf, however, did appear to be exalting form over content. 20. The CP11 trial was the first criminal case judged by Medina. He was deluged with mail. With typical understated reportage, the exuberant New 215 York Times on November 20 printed, "It was suggested that he run for political office, the presidency not excluded." The majority of correspondents were certain that the republic had been saved by Medina. Basking in the embrace, Medina modestly conceded, "I have a far from phlegmatic disposition." Nevertheless, he said that the trial had reduced him to a state of near exhaustion. Davis and the party objected strenuously to Judge Medina's conduct during the trial. The National Nonpartisan Committee to Defend the Rights of the 12 Communist Leaders published the widely circulated Due Process in a Political Trial, The Record versus the Press. It noted, Judge Medina reserves his most shafts for defense counsel George W. Crockett, Jr. Extreme contempt. Dual standard used by the court in applying the rules of evidence. Protectiveness toward prosecution witnesses contrasted with badgering of defense witnesses. Derogation of the defendant's case. The judge as prosecutor. And these were the milder reflections in the 67-page pamphlet put out by this committee, which was cock-aired by Paul Robeson. 21. Another study pointed to rulings to silence and immobilize defense counsel. Crockett was not the only attorney who served time in prison after the trial. This study too saw discriminatory application of rules of evidence. Badgering of defendants and defense witnesses. Deprecation of the defendant's evidence in the presence of the jury. 22. Robeson agreed, "There. I acquired a devastating contempt for court." He viewed Medina as patronizing and insolent. Stared rudely and antagonistically at witnesses. There apparently seemed to be regular traffic signals between Mr. McGoey and Judge Medina. Robeson could not understand the sustaining of objections barring Herbert Aptheker from saying if he attended Columbia. 23. This trial by ordeal brought good friends Davis and Robeson even closer. In his biography, Martin Duberman mentions that in Othello, Robeson himself acknowledged that a device he used to excite his nightly rage on stage was to imagine his trusted friend Ben Davis betraying him. 24. This friendship was brought directly to Robeson's attention before the House Un-American Activities Committee. At question was his praise of Davis in the June 29, 1949 Daily Worker, "One of my dearest friends, one of the finest Americans you can imagine, born of a fine family who went to Amherst and, a great man." 25. Philip S. Foner refers to the idea that Robeson the activist shows himself really significant, in siding not with Ralph Bunche but with the communist councilman Ben Davis. 26. But whatever plaudits Robeson won from some for standing by his friend led to further punishment by others. Similarly, Robeson needed the support of Davis and the party after he was quoted in Paris as allegedly calling into question the ongoing war cry against Moscow and blacks' role in it. Yet again, blacks were not particularly made. 216. Distraught by Robeson's words, he was expressing some of their more hidden thoughts. After his return, thousands jammed a Robeson rally at Rockland Palace sponsored by the Council on African Affairs. Davis was effusive even though his prosecutors sought to use this against him in the trial. 27. The Rockland Palace rally was a positive jolt for Davis, the party, and Robeson. However, they were jolted again a few weeks later with the Peekskill, New York, racist, ultra-right rally aimed at Robeson and the Civil Rights Congress. At the rally, Davis was quoted by a state trooper as stating, "We are not pacifists and we are going to stand up toe-to-toe and slug it out. We will be prepared to defend ourselves." Davis, like Malcolm X, saw self-defense as intelligent. 28. In an affidavit filed during the trial, Davis recalled vividly the 4th of September from 5 to 6 p.m., "I was a passenger in an automobile, the car was pelted with rocks and stones. Shattered the windshield. Glass spattered upon me and those sitting to me. The car swerved again and again. The driver was bleeding. There were shouts, 'Hang the Robeson niggers with a rope. Get the dirty Jews.' State troopers just stood by. The 5 passengers in the car were injured. Robeson and Irving Potash were in the car right behind Davis." Davis's worry about impending fascism was not altogether unfounded. 29. The crafty Neil Scott maintained after the riot that it would help re-elect Davis since black and fair-minded whites would be outraged, most of them state emphatically they are not communist or pro-communist. They all state unqualifiedly they are tremendously dissatisfied with the way the American Negro is being treated today. 30. This was a message heard at the highest levels of U.S. society. Paul Robeson, Jr., recalls that after the Paris uproar his father was sufficiently shaken to lend Davis his bodyguard, a huge guy with a cannon of a .45 in his holster. The guard also served as a driver. He was quite tall, all muscle. Bigger than Ben or Dad. 31. In turn Davis fervently supported his friend, denouncing the frenzied, reactionary howls against Robeson. These barbs were designed to intensify the already vicious war hysteria and lynch persecution against Negroes. Robeson contributed to the cause of peace and freedom. Again Davis upbraided the renegade and political streetwalker Max Jurgen. The foxy old reformist Channing Tobias and Rep. Adam Powell, with his double talk, will have to answer to Negroes. It is precisely the great virtue of Robeson's statement that he bluntly and challengingly emphasized that the fight for peace and the fight for Negro freedom are opposite sides of the same coin, and are indivisible. 32. Though not as heralded, Davis ignited a similar flap a few months later. He was quoted in the New York Times for August 13, 1950 as swearing, "Rather be a lamppost in Moscow than president here at a 100-strong Civil Rights Congress rally in Harlem." The paper reported, assigned to the rally were 25-foot patrolmen and 7 sergeants. 217. 10 mounted policemen and 25 detectives. This show of force was perceived as intentionally intimidating. The racism of the police combined with the disproportionately black audience also roiled the waters. The Times also cited Davis as remarking, "And Moscow. Ah, that wonderful place." The New York Daily News for the same day also had quite a time with these alleged comments. With his usual sensitivity to folklore, Davis was paraphrasing Willie the Lion Smith, who when asked what it meant for a musician to live in Harlem in the pre-World War II period, replied, "I'd rather be a fly on a Harlem lamppost than a millionaire anywhere else." 33. This was a comment aimed at the buckle of the black belt. Bojangles Robinson, a Harlem hero, allegedly once said to Newbold Morris, "T'd rather be a lamppost in New York than a mayor anywhere else in the world." 34. Davis's appropriation and evocation of folk culture was not appreciated by this panel of critics, though it demonstrated again that he was in tune with his constituency. Though stuck in a courtroom for much of the time he needed to be a council member and get re-elected, Davis still found time to assert himself in the mass defense. Yet the Times stridently raised the alarm as effectively as did anyone about effective anti-repression tactics. Congress is abundantly right in speeding legislation to outlaw the picketing of United States courts. Recent disgraceful displays in Foley Square have given ample evidence that more and stiffer legislation has been needed. By no stretch of the imagination can the right of free speech, which we so ardently sustain, be extended to the right to make a concerted public attack on a duly authorized juror. 35. The Times twisted and contorted the truth to find a way to suppress the First Amendment while appearing to uphold it. The Truman administration was more direct. They simply kept lists of those opposed to the CP-11 conviction. 36. Truman's henchmen must have been impressed with the numbers of black people who turned up on such lists. Writing in early 1949, J. Edgar Hoover told Rear Admiral Sidney W. Sowers that black party membership had jumped 32%, to 1,532, since 1946, New York was still the biggest district. 37. Davis's allies did not desert him during his moment of trial. Are these men to be jailed because they fought for ideas, was the headline in an advertisement focusing on Davis and Winston that appeared in the New York Age on New Year's Day 1949. People knew that it would be a small leap to suppress ideas against Jim Crow, as the sly Dixiecrats instinctively realized. Hence Davis's support among his constituency was particularly impressive. 500 prominent Negro leaders petitioned True Man and Attorney General Clark, firmly stating that the conviction would jeopardize black rights, We take special note of the fact that 2 Negro leaders were among the 11, the petition read. Oliver Cox, Canada Lee, Earl Dickerson, and Mary Church Terrell were among the signatories. Robeson was the leader of this team. 38. 218. Over time Davis's support rose and crested. In March 1949 Lester Walton, former U.S. Minister to Liberia, defended Davis, holding that the prosecution was the result of injustice and oppression. Before that Lindsay White, president of the New York NAACP, wired the judge in Davis's trial, complaining of jury discrimination. But by October Roy Wilkins was sternly instructing his branches not to cooperate in any movement whatsoever in solidarity with the defendants, though he objected to the Smith Act and also racial discrimination in jury selection and operation. This was a crippling blow. The question remains, did Wilkins have a choice? Was it possible for anyone to withstand the hammer blows of repression? 39 Langston Hughes felt he had a choice. The Harlem Bard, Davis's neighbor in Harlem, compared the trial to Hitlerism since first he locked up the communists. The Jews were number 2. In America the Negroes are no. 2. On history's list, if the 12 communists are sent to jail in a little while they will send Negroes to jail simply for being Negroes and to concentration camps just for being colored. 40 This kind of thinking was shared by the party cadre and deepened their fears of rising fascism. Apparently they misjudged the situation. Fascist-like terror was aimed at blacks generally, at breaking the black left tie, and at breaking black Reds. And with that threat of black radicalism disposed of, civil rights reform was accelerated. But fascism did not arrive. Black community leaders like Dr. Arnold Donowa, Claudia Jones, George Murphy, Theodore Ward, Revels Caton, and Thelma Dale all felt they had a choice. They protested to the prosecution in July 1949. Davis's and Winston S. defenders were busy. There was a 3/4-page ad in the New York Age with a huge picture of Davis, when they say outlaw the communists. It's you they're after. Why would they like to eliminate men like Ben Davis from the city council? 41 The party's old ally, the Reverend Thomas Harton of Brooklyn, did not back down. He told a gathering of 500 ministers at a Baptist Ministers Alliance meeting that he was praying for the defendants. Mother Lena Stokes, ordained minister of the spiritualist faith, was similarly supportive. The influential journalist and historian J. A. Rogers compared the present furor over communism with the Negro Catholic Panic of 1741. I can't see communism any immediate danger to this nation. The simple truth is that the spirit of the American people incites far more to fascism than to communism. The South is already largely fascistic. 42 The leading edge of fascist-like action was reaching African Americans, although blacks were flocking to the defense of Davis and his comrades. In a racist nation that support could be dangerous. The sterling performance of George Crockett at the trial brought admiration from African Americans. His subsequent repeated elections in Detroit to the House by steadily increasing margins attested to his continuing popularity. His friend William Patterson of the Civil Rights Congress produced a pamphlet entitled Censored News in a Time magazine format that featured the Morehouse-trained lawyer. In it Crockett met head on the convenient bourgeois canard that the party was using blacks. Every time I hear that statement I boil with resentment, that in this day and time anyone can think that Negroes are so immature, so childish, so inclined to, shall I say, be a good boy, that they can believe that any organization, whether it is the Communist Party or any other organization, can treat the Negroes in America as so many pawns. It is probably more accurate to say that Negroes have used the Communist Party. It is the one party in which they feel free to speak and to act like Americans. It is the only party that seemingly cares about the plight of Negroes in this country. This was a truth often ignored, Crockett continued. The party had used the Negro question as in Scottsboro for the purpose of establishing the right of all Americans to a fair trial in a land running roughshod with prejudice. Supreme Court holdings were mute testimony to this. You don't see a Negro lawyer at the prosecution's table, and there is a very obvious reason why you don't see one. It is not the practice of the Democratic Party to employ Negroes as United States attorneys. Crockett had flagged the reason for imminent affirmative action, that is, the model set by the left. 43 Crockett was enthusiastic about his experience at the trial. I have enjoyed this brief trip into the realm of freedom. For the first time, I have been an American lawyer and not a Negro lawyer. I shall continue to serve this way. 44. Another black lawyer, Paul Robeson, tried to use his international contacts to rally support for Davis. With Ferdinand Smith he beseeched Norman Manley of Jamaica, reminding him of Davis's devotion to the West Indian cause. He wanted Manley to appear in court, provide consultations, and so forth. 45 The Progressive Bar was quick to defend Davis and the defendants, both at home and abroad. The top-flight black law firm Cobb and Hayes of Washington, D.C., assisted Davis's defense, as did Dean Parker of Terrell Law School. The Harlem Lawyers Association honored 4 guests who were in town to observe the trial, including Ronald H. T. Whitty of the Haldane Society of Britain, M. Claude Dennery of the French Progressive Bar, Domingo Villamil, who had served as Director General of the Justice Department of Cuba, and Carlos Ramos of the Philippine Lawyers Guild. The latter's sister organization in the United States, the National Lawyers Guild, suffered special persecution because of their leading role in the defense. Their moves were monitored by the FBI, and to demonstrate in a legal proceeding that the NLG was communist-dominated, the government introduced their defense of the jailed CP-11 lawyers. 46. Certain ties between the black and white progressive bars facilitated the 220 fence of the Red leadership. Hope Stevens, West Indian patriot, founder of the National Conference of Black Lawyers and a Davis intimate, recalled at a memorial service for CP-11 counsel Harry Sacker that he was the first man who gave me the opportunity of serving as associate counsel to an segregated union. 47 The American Civil Liberties Union also was involved in the case. As usual, their officials dithered and hedged. Although they backed the defendants, they supported the judge's contempt order. We hold no brief for contemptuous conduct and always distanced themselves forcefully from the party in their public statements. Arthur Garfield Hayes, ACLU General Counsel, did not hesitate to state that the trial was not based on credible evidence and added, I am aroused by people who believe in democracy and at the same time believe that communists ought to be barred or placed in a separate class society. 48 On the other hand, defense of the CP-11 by I.F. Stone and various liberal forces within the Jewish People's Fraternal Order, the Civil Rights Congress, and American Labor Party was relatively strong, given the times. 49 Many of these elements came together at the Rockland Palace at a mid-October ball for Davis, who of course was unable to attend. Even the New York Post on October 16, 1949 was impressed with the turnout. Not since Father Divine and his cohorts gave up the place at 155 Street and 8th Avenue a couple of years ago has there been such a turnout. The police claim was that 2,000 people were milling around before the ball started, even though the entry fee was $1.20 a head. There were 2 bands and dancing continued until 3 a.m. The party knew how to party. Communists who had come out of the closet and communists who were still there worked tirelessly in defense of their leadership. The founding meeting of the Communist Committee to defend the 12 was held February 19, 1949 on the 5th floor of 35 East 12th Street in Manhattan. The agenda had 2 points, raise issues and raise funds. The Civil Rights Congress, led by communists, was indispensable to the defense. The New York Party was successful in raising $650,000 in 1 month and recruiting 800 members in a period ending in late April 1949. Hundreds attended their legislative conference at 160 West 129 Street in opposition to other legislative horror shows in Congress. 50 Davis could have been voted most valuable communist during this trial. He worked tirelessly and overtime. He was instrumental in drafting an affidavit for a mistrial, filed on May 20, 1949, on the ground, among others, that anti-communist propaganda from the press and government officials was prejudicing the jury. He submitted as evidence editorials and cartoons from the New York press and singled out H.R. Knickerbocker of War M. The motion was denied. 51 Davis did not rise to speak in court until late May, though the trial had begun in January. Some saw this as a tactical error on the party's part, just 221. As others thought it was a mistake not to rest the defense on the First Amendment. Medina threatened to jail him, anyway. He had risen to support statements by Eugene Dennis, Robert Thompson, and their attorneys concerning a court ruling barring as evidence an article written July 4, 1938 by John Gates, a party leader. The Daily Worker reported, Davis uttered only one word when the judge interrupted. Davis, it is pretty hard for the defendants to sit here like a bump on a log while a whole lot of rulings are made which are practically cutting the guts out of what our party stands for. Judge Medina, I consider that an extremely offensive statement. Davis, well, the whole trial is offensive to me and should have been thrown out a long time ago. Judge Medina, no defendant gets very much pleasure out of a criminal trial. Davis, of course, and I don't see what pleasure the government should get in bringing this ridiculous and stupid trial in the first place. Judge Medina, now Mr. Davis, do you realize that you may be forcing me to remand you during the remainder of the trial? Davis, well, I cannot help that. All I want to do is to say the truth. That is all. And if you wanted the truth you would let our party tell what it teaches and advocates in Spain and elsewhere. Davis sat down. After Medina again threatened to jail him. 52 But Davis didn't keep quiet. He told Daily Worker readers that I'm definitely charging that the judge's behavior has no other effort than to keep me from running for counsel. He recalled that 12 times or more white defendants had risen to protest. The first time a Negro defendant did so the judge threatened prison. This is not at all accidental. Didn't he treat Crockett the same way? And I practiced law in Georgia, remember. He pointed out the absurdity of being placed on trial, charged with advocating the overthrow of the government, while working daily in the city council to make the government work. 53. Thus Davis's first day of testimony on the witness stand in July 1949 was seen as potentially flammable. The New York Age of July 9 felt that Davis' first day testimony was so quietly impressive, it even drew favorable editorial comment from the New York Daily News. The Pittsburgh Courier, also citing the New York Daily News, allowed J.A. Rogers to endorse Davis.